Saiyan was the Duke's youngest son, born without any expectations. He was merely a shadow cast by his family's glory, or more accurately, by his older brother. Wielding a terrifying dark power, he commanded a league of assassins whose very name made the entire continent tremble in fear. He blindly followed his father's command to live and die for the sake of the family. Your brother, Asen, is the face of this house. Asen's success is your success. The kingdom's war of succession. The Demon King's devastating raids. The brutal war to unify the continent. Saiyan was the secret weapon behind it all, securing every victory for his brother. But kneeling before Asen, Saiyan couldn't believe this was his reward. Terrified of Saiyan's dark power and paranoid that his little brother would steal his position, Asen orchestrated the perfect betrayal to kill Saiyan under the guise of crushing a rebellion. Even Saiyan himself couldn't understand what he had done to deserve this. Asen glared down at his brother. What did you do wrong? With that monstrous aura, you're nothing but a killer. I can no longer even see you as human. His voice boomed like a final judgment upon Saiyan. You've deceived everyone for so long, and you still don't realize your sin. Saiyan could only let out a bitter laugh, as pure rage choked his words. He was born to be his brother's sword, only to be cast aside like a broken tool. In that moment, Saiyan's mana began to surge violently. He swore an oath that even if his body crumbled to dust, he would use every last ounce of his remaining strength. To destroy his brother, he would pay any price. Without hesitation, dagger in hand, Saiyan lunged forward in a desperate, surprise attack. In terms of speed, raw power, and mana, Saiyan was vastly superior to his brother, but it was a trap. A 9-star barrier flared to life, reinforced by mages lying in wait. He had no way of fighting back, and just like that, Asen coldly plunged his sword straight into his brother's stomach. Because you are my brother, I was going to grant you a painless death. But you revealed your true, monstrous self. I always knew you were a demon. It's a good thing I never once trusted you. Saiyan could only endure the words in silence as a second stab followed. Asen simply turned and walked away, leaving Saiyan bleeding out on the cold ground. An overwhelming regret crashed over him. Damn it. Is this really my end? I lived such a foolish life. Unwilling to accept his fate, Saiyan charged forward one last time. But the result was even more tragic. A single slash cleaved his body in two. Suddenly, a voice calling young master jolted him awake. Drenched in a cold sweat, he thought it had all been a terrible nightmare. Emily stood beside him, nagging. How much longer are you going to sleep, young master? Hurry and get up, you need to prepare. But Saiyan's dark expression made her go quiet. He asked, Emily, why are you here? Saiyan's eyes widened, staring at the familiar maid. It's been almost 20 years since I last saw her. She looks exactly the same. Looking around the room, he realized this was his childhood bedroom. The decor hadn't changed at all. Saiyan raised a hand to his face, his expression a mask of utter confusion. Wait a minute, have I become a child again? Ignoring his daze, the maid put her hands on her hips and scolded him. Young Master Saiyan, are you trying to stall so you don't have to go to training? Now snap out of it and let's go. He looked at Emily, completely lost. Training? What training? At the Duchy of the Velt family, Saiyan took it all in. He realized, without a doubt, that he had somehow returned to the past. Saiyan wondered, is this just a memory flashing before my eyes as I die? Memories flooded back from 20 years ago. The 985th year of the South Laputa Kingdom. It was 1 year after he had entered the academy, and the duchy was holding its annual sparring training. Saiyan's father, the master of the duchy, Duke Velt, was also attending, making it a massive public event. Back then, Saiyan's opponent was Gran. He was the same age as Saiyan and was his half-brother, born to the Duke's wife, Margareta. Because of that, Gran received all the attention, even though they were both the youngest sons. In that timeline, Saiyan was seen as nothing but a spoiled child. After a crushing defeat, he became the laughingstock of the entire duchy, and it was this very battle that caused his father, the Duke, to stop paying any attention to Saiyan. Back in the present, Emily leaned in to whisper, maybe you should just surrender. Saiyan replied with an emotionless face. It's fine, I just have to win, he scoffed internally. Even the maid looks down on me. Holding the sword, he felt its weight. It's just a sword. Why is it so heavy? My physical strength. It's the same as it was back then. Looking at the blade in his hand, Saiyan knew. This feeling, this isn't a dream. It's not an illusion before death, either. I've never heard of a spell that could create a hallucination this powerful, he concluded. Have I really returned to the past? On the dueling stage, Gran stood across from him, jeering, you didn't run away, huh? Saiyan was still lost in his own world. If this is real, does that mean I can change the future? His gaze shifted to his father, who raised his hand, signaling the start of the match. Showing no mercy, Gran immediately charged forward to attack, He screamed, "Where are you looking, you fool?" With a face full of contempt, he swung his blade right at Saiyan. But Saiyan's expression didn't even flicker. What is this? Is he a snail or something? With a simple pivot of his foot, Saiyan sent Gran stumbling forward. Utterly humiliated, he gritted his teeth in fury, roaring, "You coward!" Saiyan remained silent. With a single swing of his own blade, he sent Gran's sword flying from his grasp. A swift kick connected squarely with Gran's shin, causing a searing pain that left him speechless. He collapsed to the ground, howling as he clutched his leg. Quilius couldn't hide the shock on his face. Nearby, Lady Margaret watched, her face etched with deep worry for her son. Saiyan stared down at him with the eyes of a demon. All I have to do is point my sword at his throat, and this duel will be over. But that wasn't enough. Ever since they were children, Gran had bullied him relentlessly, treating him as a toy for his amusement. And it never stopped. In this life, forgiveness was not an option. He needed to crush Gran completely, so he would never dare to look down on him again. Saiyan would forge his own destiny. Without hesitation, Saiyan raised his foot as Gran watched in sheer panic. And then, he was foaming at the mouth, unconscious on the arena floor. The verdict was clear. Gran had lost. With the duel concluded, the Duke ordered Saiyan to visit Gran and told him to get some rest. Saiyan was suspicious. Was my victory really that impressive? He was even being escorted by the High Knight, Yoon, the Duke's own right-hand man. He ran into Margaret in the hallway. A wicked smile spread across Saiyan's face as he thought, she's about to complain about her son. She looks like she just stepped in something foul. Is Gran doing all right? He asked with feigned concern. This only served to stoke the flames of her fury. After beating your own brother into that state, you have the nerve to ask. You're shameless. Saiyan paid her no mind, but couldn't resist leaving a parting shot. That's just how duels are. See you around. But no one could have predicted Margaret's next words. A poison-laced dagger aimed straight at his heart. This is why bastards like you should never be treated as true sons of the family. Saiyan's expression went cold, but she wasn't finished. Like mother, like son. It's all because of your filthy mother. You should be begging for scraps in some back alley, and yet you dare to stir up trouble. You should be on your knees, grateful for what you have. Killing intent radiated from Saiyan as he turned to face her. A single thought consumed his mind. Should I just kill her right here, right now? A demonic smirk twisted Saiyan's lips. No, not yet. Killing her would be too easy. I know better than anyone how to torment her. I'll make her feel true despair, slowly. Saiyan's voice dropped to a soft whisper. My lady, you know I'll be attending the academy with Gran. Suddenly, his face twisted into a terrifying, manic grin. You do want your precious son to graduate in one piece, don't you? I'm sure you're not that worried about your son. Are you, my lady? Marguerite's rage boiled over, and she raised her hand to strike him. You insolent brat. How dare you? But before her hand could connect, Yoon intercepted her. My apologies, my lady. The Duke has summoned the young master for an urgent matter. I don't believe we can delay any longer. We must leave immediately. Yoon shot Marguerite a warning glare before turning to leave with Saiyan, leaving her standing there, her face a frozen mask of fury. Seeing her expression, Saiyan smirked in triumph. The Duke's command was absolute, and he was now under the protection of the very knight tasked with carrying it out. A knight who wouldn't even bow to the Duke's own wife. He was both kind and incredibly reliable. Saiyan opened the door and entered, bowing his head immediately. Saiyan, the youngest son of House V, has come to see you, father. His mind raced. It had been 15 years since they had met alone like this. This was Duke Quilius, the great lord of Vias, a territory in the west of the U-ship kingdom. The world knew him by another name, the guardian of the continent, the hero who once stopped the great demon invasion. With his immense magical power and profound wisdom, he shouldered a responsibility that no one had forced upon him. To his final breath in the war against the Demon King's army, his only desire was peace for the entire continent. But Saiyan's memories of his father were completely different. A man who willingly spent his entire life in service to others. To Saiyan, his father was nothing but a fool. Seated across from him, Quilius questioned his son. Your eyes tracked and dodged the blade with perfect precision. Saiyan flinched slightly at his words. Quilius continued. The moment Gran charged, you looked directly at the arc of his swing and pivoted to evade it. When did you learn to wield a sword? Saiyan thought to himself, as sharp as ever. His father missed nothing. Saiyan quickly came up with an excuse. I wouldn't say I learned exactly. I've been practicing on my own every night. But Quilius remained unconvinced. As I recall, you never showed any interest in the sword. Why would you hide such an ability? Saiyan scratched his head, putting on a show of embarrassment. I just didn't want to attract any attention. His father cut him off. Even so, you clearly did everything in your power to defeat Gran. But wasn't what you did afterward a bit excessive? A jolt went through Saiyan. He realized it instantly. This wasn't a question. It was a test. Is he trying to gauge my true abilities? He quickly deflected. I wanted to prove myself. His father pressed. Prove yourself? Prove what, exactly? Saiyan confidently laid out his reasoning. This was about proving he was superior to Gran, even though they shared the same blood. That was the true meaning of their duel. Suddenly, Quilius burst into laughter. He boomed, "Well done. A clear and precise answer. You've shown your true class. I never realized you possessed such talent. I'm overjoyed. One day, you'll surely become Asen's right-hand man." Hearing this, Saiyan froze on the spot. What? Become his subordinate? Just like always, his father only ever thought of the firstborn son, Asen. All Saiyan could do was clench his fists, powerless. Quilius continued, oblivious. "This isn't a trophy, but I want to reward you for that match. Tell me what you desire." A sharp glint appeared in Saiyan's eyes. A daring thought ignited in his mind. In that case, I'll destroy everything that bastard Asen holds dear. The scene shifts, where Emily is panicking after learning her young master wants to go to the battlefield. "Have you lost your mind, my lord? Do you even know what that place is?" She recounted in terror that it was a land swarming with horrifying demonic beasts. Vas, the western territory of the U.P. Kingdom. It was the only place on the continent considered a true war zone. Even so, within this domain, only the Limi Valley served as the front line. A truly brutal battlefield. It was a place where the war against demons had raged for hundreds of years, so when Saiyan stated his wish, Quilius refused instantly, but not entirely. He offered a condition. Saiyan had just 1 month to prove he was worthy of going to Limi Valley. Staring at his own hands, he wondered, what criteria would his father even use to judge him? Saiyan's determination burned brighter than ever. In that time, I have to build up my physical strength. Compared to others my age, I'm still incredibly weak. My only advantages are the combat instincts I retained before my regression, and the faint trace of mana I can feel inside me. If I train my body and combine it with my abilities, I can definitely make the most of it. I have to start training today. But before he could even begin, the door to his room was thrown open with a bang. Alice stormed in, saying nothing as she lunged forward and grabbed Saiyan by the collar. "Are you insane?" she seethed. "I heard you made a request to father." Saiyan was being shaken so hard he was about to pass out. "Alice, please," he begged. "Let me go." She kept scolding him. "You beat Gran and now you're getting arrogant. Is that it?" Saiyan collapsed to the floor, explaining, "It's not like that at all." Alice wasn't listening, shouting in anger, "Get up. You're coming with me to the castle wall, right now." It turned out Alice wanted to duel her own brother. She warned him, "We'll begin when I draw my sword. If you can withstand my attacks for just 3 minutes, I'll let you go to the battlefield." Saiyan looked exhausted. "Do we really have to do this, Alice?" Her expression was dead serious. "I don't care about that. Just answer me one thing. Are you aiming for the family title? Look at that icy glare." He guessed this was the reason she was being so forceful. He had no interest in it whatsoever. Seeing her brother's silence, Alice assumed she was right. "So it's true, then draw your sword." Saiyan let out a weary sigh. "I just got half a day's rest after my fight with Gran, and this entire day has been pure chaos." Before he could even process it, Alice drew her sword and charged. He was a little shocked that his sister showed no mercy. But as the blade came at him, he easily parried the blow. Alice was completely stunned. "Impossible. He blocked my sword, but he's only 10 years old." Saiyan put on a serious expression. "Are you really planning to go all out against your little brother, who's 7 years younger than you?" The force of the block sent Alice stumbling backward. The sword in Alice's hand trembled slightly. She thought to herself, "A rapier's blade is so thin, yet he managed to block my longsword. Was it just luck?" She laughed through her anger. "Your instincts are better than I thought, my dear Saiyan." Seeing that smile, Saiyan's face went pale. He knew his fate was sealed. What followed was a storm of ferocious attacks, but time and time again, he managed to neutralize them. Even so, facing a power level absolutely superior to his own, Saiyan was struggling immensely. Saiyan gritted his teeth, forcing himself to redirect the blow with a twist of his sword, pushing them both back. He let out a tense breath. That was far too close. If I hadn't twisted my blade to change its direction at that moment, I might have accidentally killed Alice. The Mizell family sword style is filled with techniques that strike fatal weak points, designed for instant assassination. He ground his teeth in frustration. It's hard to fight without hitting a vital spot when my own power is so low. How much longer is left of these 3 minutes? The arm holding his sword was trembling uncontrollably. I'm compensating for my lack of strength by coating my blade with magic, but I'm about to reach my limit. On the other side, Alice let out a cold sneer. "Earth, wind, water, come forth and strengthen my blade." Saiyan flinched. he realized his sister was preparing to use 6th-level magic. The sword in Alice's hand glowed with power. She showed no mercy as she fell into a fighting stance. Seeing this, Saiyan's face went blank as he thought, "Is she actually trying to kill me? I thought this was just a test of strength." Alice growled, her voice low and dangerous. Losing is not an option. Seeing the pure killing intent blazing in his sister's eyes, Sean knew this was no longer a spar. This was the end. Sean calculated that even if he blocked her attack, the force would blast him clean off the castle walls. "I just have to bet that it happens right now." With that thought, Sean shot toward Alice like an arrow. She remained perfectly still, gathering immense magic into her blade for the final downward slash. Sean prayed with all his might, "Please, someone. Anyone. Step in and stop this madness." Just as he predicted, as Alice's magic-infused sword prepared to descend, Yoon suddenly materialized from the shadows, deflecting the devastating blow while pulling Sean out of the fight. The impact of that single strike sent tremors through the entire town, a testament to its terrifying power. Yoon's face was grim as he delivered a stark warning. "Lady Alice, you're being far too harsh on an opponent so much younger than yourself." Held firmly in the man's grasp, Sean let out a ragged sigh of relief. I was wondering when he would finally make his move. Thankfully, he was just in time. Alice's battle fury finally began to recede. She realized she had gone too far and rushed to her brother, pulling him into a frantic, panicked hug. "I'm so sorry, Sean. I think I must have lost my mind for a moment." Alice burst into tears. I just wanted to stop you from going to the battlefield. I'm so haunted by that thought." But Sean didn't blame her in the slightest. Instead, he smiled. This is just like her. She always pushes herself too far with everything. Alice had once been the elite of the elite, an ace student who achieved an A in every subject at the Royal Academy, a place where all the most gifted children in the world gathered. She was a prodigy in swordsmanship, magic, and all other academic fields. Her beauty was so staggering that people called her the child of God. From her youth, she endured rigorous sword training and was spoken of as a future guardian of the continent, alongside the eldest son, Asenvis. But not long after joining the legendary Knights of Light, she was brutally assassinated. Holding his sister tightly now, Sean felt the overwhelming grief of how much he'd missed her. He swore to himself that this time, he would be the one to protect her. Alice was startled by her brother's strange behavior, but more pressing was Yoon's sudden appearance. She turned to him, her brow furrowed. "Now that I think about it, aren't you the Count's personal guardian knight? But the Count has already left for the war front." Yoon struggled to explain. "I am under the Count's orders to protect the young master for a time. I was unable to tell you, because my orders were to keep it a secret." Hearing this, a cunning expression crossed Sean's face. "I've sensed his presence ever since I left the Count's office. Would he have even shown himself if this fight hadn't broken out?" A seed of suspicion grew in Sean's mind. But why would father order Yoon to protect me in secret? Sean's eyes slowly drifted shut, and before he realized it, exhaustion pulled him into a deep sleep. Seeing this, Alice sighed and then smiled softly. He's still such a child. The next day, Alice returned to the academy. She had only come back for a short visit to see their father before her graduation ceremony. As for Sean, he knew he had to become stronger. So, for the past 2 weeks, he had focused entirely on physical training. But his limit was a pathetic 10 push-ups. He had been stuck at that same embarrassing limit for 2 whole weeks. In his previous life, Sean had been incredibly confident in his physical power. He once had a chiseled six-pack that everyone envied, but now, this frail body made him want to weep. As he was training, Emily suddenly arrived. "Young master, a package has arrived from Lady Alice," she said while pinching her nose. "What in the world is this? The smell is utterly disgusting." In Emily's hands was a small vial. It was the hellhound blood Sean had asked his sister to get for him. It was a rare item that could only be found in the treacherous Limi Valley. He had gambled on it, showing up in the black market, and he'd been right. The blood of this demonic beast was considered a poison, thanks to its horrific stench and the burning sensation it caused when consumed. But what people didn't know was that it permanently increased the user's mana and strength after the first dose. Most people dismissed this as a baseless rumor. But from his past life, Sean knew it was the absolute truth. Emily asked again, her voice full of doubt, "Young master, are you really going to drink that?" Sean looked at the vial with some apprehension, thinking to himself, "Don't worry, Emily. I'm the only person who can handle your cooking, after all." Without any more hesitation, he drank the hellhound's blood. I still remember my first time, her wild mushroom soup. My heart literally stopped, beating the moment I took the first bite. Compared to that soup, this is nothing. The smell was horrendous, but Sean found the taste to be surprisingly delicious. He could feel his mana pool slowly but surely expanding. Sean turned back to Emily and said, "I'm going to go for a short walk." Inwardly, he was bursting with excitement. Now then, let's see if this actually worked. The scene shifts, and Sean is now standing on a mountaintop. He looked down below, reflecting, "It's been a while since the last time I was here. I've been waiting 2 entire weeks for this moment of privacy, when Yoon is away giving his regular reports to my father. I used to come to this place whenever I needed to be alone." According to his memories from his past life, one day, Sean received a divine revelation. From Lumen, the god of light, legend spoke of an ancient temple, hidden somewhere deep within these mountains. Saiyan had his doubts, but here it was. A place where mana itself converged. The divine revelation hadn't been a lie. A demonic grin spread across his face as he unleashed his full power, shattering the earth above to reveal his prize. Just like that, a tunnel appeared beneath the rubble. Saiyan couldn't suppress a triumphant smirk. "Asen, you have no idea what I'm doing right now, do you? Now then, let's begin." This was a world away from his past life. He now stood in an ancient temple dedicated to Lumen, the god of light. The history of this land had been wiped clean by the war between gods and demons 300 years ago. Who could have imagined a place like this existed right on the mountain behind the castle? Deeper inside, Saiyan finally laid eyes on his target, a legendary sword. 999 years before the kingdom's founding, on the 12th day, humanity finally drove the Demon King's army from Vass. The Demon King's forces were overwhelmingly stronger than any human army, but mankind discovered ancient holy relics, the so-called weapons of a god, and used them to claim victory. Among them was Durandea, a holy sword imbued with the power of Lumen himself. This single blade was the key to humanity's triumph. It was also the very sword that brought Saiyan to his knees in the future, the one wielded by Asen. Staring at it, a cold calculation formed in his mind. This sword, Durandea, must be connected to my regression. He reached out, his hand touching the hilt, but just as he predicted, absolutely nothing happened. Annoyed, Saiyan kicked the holy sword with all his might. His frustration was written all over his face. What a complete letdown. Some holy sword. I'm done here. Once you pass through the light, a strange shadow appears. At first glance, it looks like a sword's shadow. But that's impossible. There was nothing there to cast it. Where there is light, there must be darkness. Saiyan poured his mana into the floor again, revealing another passage. A secret path, hidden beneath the altar of light. He opened the chamber door and stepped inside. Before him rested the sword of shadow. This was his true goal. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the hilt. "There you are, my sword." The demon sword, Karum. Instantly, an explosion of dark mana erupted from the blade. A vicious smile played on his lips. "Good morning, Karum." Saiyan gave it a few practice swings, but felt no response. "Still sleeping, are we? But this familiar feeling, it's incredible. It makes me want to cut something down." Suddenly, a voice echoed from the darkness. "You there, boy? Do you not feel fear? Do you have any idea of the consequences for waking me?" Saiyan was completely unfazed. "No idea." "Does that mean this sword is mine now?" Darkness instantly consumed the room. "You've awakened a slumbering demon's sword. It is far too late for regrets." The kid just grinned with amusement. "Your body now belongs to me." With that, the massive darkness lunged straight for Saiyan. But reality can be cruel. Before it could even touch him, Saiyan had it by the throat. "You weren't in such a hurry last time." The demon sword Karum began to feel a sliver of fear. "What are you? How can you touch me?" Saiyan's declaration was absolute. "I already told you. This sword is mine." Enraged, Karum manifested its true form, swiping with razor-sharp claws, but he dodged with ease. Seizing the chance, it leaped back, breaking free from his grip. But when it saw the aura radiating from the boy, Karum's expression twisted in shock. "Who are you? Don't tell me you're the successor. Why do I sense the aura of Eru coming from you?" Saiyan confirmed it without a shred of doubt. "That's right, I am Eru's successor." His voice dropped to a low growl. "Your master has returned. Now, kneel." The demon sword, Karum. Hearing such insolence, it was left speechless with rage. "You're nothing but a human brat. I will not accept you." It lunged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks, but Saiyan blocked every single one. He thought to himself, further talk is useless. The sword's ultimate goal is to possess its wielder. I have no choice. I'll have to make a small concession. Even while on the defensive, a sly smirk spread across Saiyan's face. He roared, "Demon sword subjugation." And just like that, Karum's body was forced to its knees. Saiyan's warning was cold. "I'll only say this once. Why didn't you accept me as your master when I was being polite?" Pinned to the floor, the demon was still defiant. "How do you know the technique? You arrogant whelp." Saiyan didn't bother to answer, simply continuing the chant. With every word, Karum was forced to slam its head against the ground. He continued relentlessly until half its body was buried deep in the stone floor. Utterly powerless, Karum had no choice but to submit. "I accept you, master." And just like that, It was done. Saiyan turned to leave, demon sword in hand. The job was finished. Time to go home. I've been away for too long. In his hand, Karum sighed. It's been so long since I breathed fresh air. Its form had shifted, now appearing more like a spirit than a physical being. Karum asked curiously, "Hey, master, what's your name?" Saiyan's reply was flat, Saiyan Vert. Hearing a name with no fame or reputation, Karum's arrogant attitude returned. Master Eru really chose a brat like you as his successor. Saiyan answered casually, "Yes. From my past life. I've already died once before." His words were an impossible riddle. Pushing that mystery aside, Saiyan stood before the legendary blade, Durandique. Karum watched, his curiosity piqued. Is it still slumbering? He mused to himself. It still has to wait for its master for another 20 years. Her brow furrowed. You speak as if you can see the future. Instead of answering, Saiyan lifted the demonic blade in his hand, and with one swift motion, he severed its pommel. Karum cried out in shock. What in the world are you doing? Clutching the pommel of the sacred sword, Saiyan grinned mischievously. Who knows? Perhaps this will make the future a little more interesting. A carriage sped along the trail as the evening sky slowly darkened into twilight. The wheels ground to a sudden halt, kicking up a cloud of dust. With a click and a creak, the carriage doors swung open. Saiyan stepped out of the carriage, his thoughts heavy. So, the day has finally arrived. Time really does fly. He bowed his head respectfully. Greetings. Your Grace, the Duke. Saiyan's father's voice was stern. I will ask you one last time. Are you truly determined to rush to the battlefield? If you wish to withdraw, I will not stand in your way. But Saiyan's expression was unshakable. Yes, father. My heart already belongs to the battlefield. The Duke turned to the man beside him and gave a command. Unfurl it. The man responded instantly, Yes, my lord. The attendant presented a large scroll. Saiyan's eyes narrowed, looking down at it. A magic scroll. Are they planning to summon something? As it was unrolled, a crimson magic circle flared to life. Arcs of energy crackled, and a beast materialized from thin air. Razor-sharp claws dug into the earth. A mane of fire blazed down its back. Its face was a mask of pure ferocity. It was a hellhound. Saiyan drew his sword, settling into a ready stance. A low-level beast from the Rimi Valley. I see. Father and the knights must have gone to great lengths to prepare this test. The surrounding soldiers gripped the hilts of their swords, ready to leap into action. Saiyan glanced back at them and thought, So, they'll intervene if things get too dangerous? The Duke stood with his arms crossed. You are responsible for your own choices. Prove your worth. Pass this trial, and show us what you're made of. The men behind him watched with grave expressions. The trial had begun. The scene flashes back to the past. Yoon's hand tightened on the sword at his hip. He then pointed to himself, a worried look on his face. The young master wants to duel with me. Across from him, Saiyan held up a hand. There are only 3 days left before I must fulfill my vow to my father. I can't just swing my sword at thin air forever. Can I? I need to learn real combat. You have to help me. Beads of sweat trickled down Yun's face. As he weighed his decision, Saiyan's voice cut through his thoughts. I don't know why, but every time Gran sees me, he just runs away. The memory played out, with Gran shouting, Stay away from me. Hearing this, Yun muttered, What a handful. Despite his reservations, he agreed, much to Saiyan's delight. If you insist, then very well. However, I will only use my scabbard against you. I will focus purely on defense. You may attack with everything you have. Saiyan drew his blade, his grip firm. Thank you, Sir Yun. Ah. And there is one more favor I must ask. Suddenly, Saiyan's eyes glowed a menacing crimson. From this moment on, no matter what happens, you will not speak a word of it to my father. That is an order. Yun was baffled by the command, but before he could react, Saiyan lunged forward. He swung his blade with immense force, and Yun barely parried the blow. Raising his sheathed sword to block, Yun thought to himself, Such weight behind that strike. It's impossible that this power comes from a mere 10-year-old boy. While Yun was still reeling from the shock, Saiyan had already vanished. He's impossibly fast. Yun's eyes darted around, trying to track Saiyan's movement. In an instant, he was gone, leaving only empty space where he'd stood. Saiyan reappeared, flipping through the air behind Yun. When did he get behind me? Yun braced himself, beginning to turn. Just as Saiyan struck from above, Yun raised his guard to block the attack. A flurry of slashes rained down, and Saiyan landed gracefully on his feet. Saiyan's crimson eyes stared intensely at him. He unleashed a powerful overhead strike, landing softly on the ground once more. As expected, I still can't defeat you. Saiyan sheathed his sword. That was a good session, Sir Yun. Thank you for your help. Yun was breathing heavily now, struggling to catch his breath. Incredible. Young master. I never dreamed the boy who was once so frail could become this strong. Hearing Yoon's praise, a bright smile spread across Saiyan's face. If my instincts are right, Yoon thought, the young master already possesses the strength to pass his trial. Returning to the present, Saiyan stood before the monstrous beast. The beast dug its claws in and lunged forward. Saiyan tightened his grip on his sword, his eyes sharp. Here it comes. The hellhound opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs. Its eyes widened with killing intent. Saiyan lowered his stance and unleashed a devastating slash. He turned his gaze back to the hellhound. With my current power level, a prolonged fight is too risky. I have to end this, and I have to end it now. I'll end it all with this next strike. Saiyan shifted his hands, changing his grip on the sword. His blade sliced clean through the hellhound's neck. In the next moment, Saiyan was standing on the beast's head. The soldiers watched, their jaws agape in disbelief. A smirk finally broke across the duke's face. Saiyan walked over to the fallen beast, thinking, what a waste. This much blood could have filled several vials. If I did this out in the open, they'd think I was crazy. I should have at least brought a cup with me. His father approached, clapping in praise. Excellent, Saiyan. Then, he threw his cape into the air. I'll see you on the battlefield. Saiyan placed a hand on his chest and bowed deeply. Thank you, father. Behind him, a plume of black smoke began to materialize. Master. Cam's voice seethed with rage as he glared at Saiyan. Do you take me for some common fruit knife? The boy answered blankly. Of course not. You're a demon sword, aren't you? Why ask? His words only enraged the weapon further. Then use me, damn it. I need to absorb blood to grow stronger, faster. Cam stared regretfully at the hellhound lying on the ground. Please, just one sip, it begged. But suddenly, the chance was gone. Don't worry. Saiyan's eyes glowed crimson, the sword in his hand now enveloped in a pink aura. Because soon, I will use you for a real purpose. Just wait. Cam shrieked in frustration. You should have awakened me then. Why summon me so early? A hulking monster, wielding a giant axe, let out a terrifying roar. It's an orc from the northwest. A golden bell rang repeatedly. Form a defensive line and destroy them for me. The young lord grabbed his reins and looked back, shouting, leave none of them alive. The soldiers raised their swords, roaring in unison as they began the campaign to stop the monsters. A magic circle blazed in the sky, blinding the orcs with its brilliant light. Beneath their feet, more circles appeared. Ethereal chains erupted from the ground, binding the orcs tightly. The commander pointed his sword forward and ordered the attack. His men immediately charged, slashing relentlessly at the massive monsters. A single sword strike flashed. The bound orc thrashed and screamed. A knight took careful aim, drawing his sword far back. He swung once, severing the creature's head from its neck. Emily, hiding behind a horse, saw it all and screamed in horror. Mommy, with tears streaming down her face, she looked up at Saiyan. Young master, why would you want to come to a place like this? Aren't you terrified? He remained silent, lost in thought, while Emily continued to cry. Coming back here feels almost nostalgic. This place is still a living hell. The young lord turned his head and asked, Saiyan, how does it feel to be on the front lines? Saiyan quickly replied, I'm just a little nervous, that's all. His father's voice boomed. You see, the battlefield is a graveyard. You never know when you'll die, so never let your guard down. Saiyan smiled faintly in response. Yes, father, I will remember that. On the front lines, a situation like this was completely normal. There were 3 or 4 battles a day, and each fight required its own detailed strategy. The core of their defense relied on elite, high-level knights to handle any monsters that managed to break through the front line. Soldiers patrolled the rows of tents relentlessly. Saiyan peered through his tent's flap. His position was in the rearmost area, the safest place in the camp. With guards this vigilant, there wasn't a single opportunity for Cam to absorb any blood. He wondered, do I really have to wait until dinner? He then whipped around and asked, what are you doing? Emily peeked her head out from under a blanket, her face a mask of pure terror. The Duke said we never know when we might die, so I'm scared. Saiyan stared at Emily, exasperated. Unbelievable. So you're planning to pack up and run home. Hearing this, she snapped. Do you think I could even if I wanted to? When are you going to stand on your own 2 feet without me? Emily's expression shifted from fear to fury, leaving Saiyan completely baffled. There are monsters everywhere, and let's say I did run away. Who would take care of you then? Huh, young master. She stomped outside in a huff. Let's go. It's almost time for dinner. He watched her retreating back and called out, Emily. What about the cloak I asked for? Emily didn't answer and stormed off, leaving him alone in the tent. Saiyan gritted his teeth in anger. Should I just fire her? He muttered. Is this how she treats her own master? After a moment, he reached over and pulled a blanket over a doll lying on the cot. sigh, and looked down at it and wondered aloud. This should be fine, right? Suddenly, a voice from behind made him turn. You're still planning to go out and train in a place like this? Saiyan answered, stunned. Did I wake you up? Emily sat up, rubbing her eyes. You're so diligent. If the Duke knew, he would be so proud. Saiyan pulled the hood of his cloak up and instructed her. Anyway, I'm leaving now. You just act normally. He walked to the entrance of the tent but stopped to add one more thing. I am still asleep. Understand? Still groggy, she replied. Yes. Since this was the front line, the soldiers' night watch was heavily reinforced, and their patrols were incredibly strict. If I don't leave the barracks now, I won't be able to move freely later. Frost shoes. Third art, Fogfall Descent. If I remember correctly, this place is crawling with monsters. A perfect place for Cam to feast on blood. Isn't that right, Cam? Saiyan drew the dagger. The smell of blood was overwhelming. He pointed the blade towards the monsters and smirked as it began to speak eagerly. Master, I don't think I can hold back any longer. Hurry, and let me cut something. The hellhounds opened their massive jaws and charged. A red glint flashed in Saiyan's eyes. All right, Cam. I'll give you exactly what you want. The two sides crashed into each other in an instant. He stared down the horde of monsters and launched his attack. Blade Dance of the Mist Storm. Saiyan swept through the hellhounds, unleashing a maelstrom of slashes in every direction. The night sky burned a piercing red. He plunged a pipe into a demon hound's neck, then held a cup to the gushing wound. Saiyan drained it in a single gulp. The hound's blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Saiyan drew his sword, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Karum's voice echoed in his mind. After awakening, this is the first time I've felt so invigorated. As Saiyan communed with Karum, more demon hounds began to circle him. Excellent. Let's continue our training. How long will it take to grow stronger by killing these insects? Saiyan glanced over his shoulder. Don't worry, the night is still young. Hordes of other monsters began to close in. So many creatures. This is getting exciting. Along the mountainside, a procession was making its way up. A white-haired girl sat in a carriage. As a voice inside spoke, I still think the front lines are too dangerous. Her maid quickly asked, Shall we turn back, princess? But she immediately refused. I've told you before, stop treating me like a child. I am the princess of this kingdom. It is my duty to aid my father, the king. How many more times must I say it? The princess scolded her. If you mention it again, I will truly become angry. The maid bowed her head in a hurry. Yes, your highness. Then she spoke again. Ah, that reminds me. There's news that the youngest son of the Fat family has also joined the battle. I believe he's around your age, the princess asked in surprise. He brought his youngest son with him. The maid grew more excited as she continued. The Duke never intended to bring him along. The young master requested it himself. Since you are both the same age, perhaps you could try to get acquainted. The princess quickly turned her head to look outside. As if I care about such trivial matters. Leave it. I need to get some sleep. The maid hastily bowed her head. Of course. The princess was silent for a moment before asking, What is his name? Hearing this, the maid eagerly replied, It's Saiyan. I'm quite sure his name is Saiyan. The princess smiled as she repeated his name softly. Saiyan swung his sword, landing 2 deep gashes into a monster, causing it to shriek in agony. Quilly cut down enemies while scanning his surroundings, checking for any wounded soldiers. One of his men quickly reported, Everyone is all right, sir. The lord immediately gave the order, Good. Let's head back at once. His men obeyed instantly. Yes, my lord. Quilly turned his head, searching for someone. In another part of the battlefield, a beastman had already fallen to Saiyan's blade. He calmly sheathed his sword after finishing the job. His father's voice suddenly called out, How did you manage to adapt and survive your very first battle? The young man walked before his father and bowed his head. I am always learning something new every day, father. Quilly seemed slightly taken aback. Is that all? I thought you'd be eager to return to the family estate. He then smiled, looking completely at ease. You have endured out here for so long. I am very proud of what you have accomplished on this battlefield. A look of utter shock flashed across Saiyan's face. What? He's proud of me? Quilly quickly turned to leave. I have something to discuss with you tomorrow. Come to my tent in the morning. Saiyan was so stunned he froze. His father had never treated him so kindly, not even in his past life. After collecting his thoughts, he replied, Yes, father. Time passed, and faint cries echoed from a deep cave. Inside, some creature slammed into the ground with immense force. Saiyan's ironclad boots slid backward from the impact. He clicked his tongue, annoyed by the current situation. A deathworm. The monster writhed, a truly disgusting sight. They normally only appeared deep within the valleys. Karum finally spoke up. Master, you seem to be in trouble. Please, switch with me. Let me possess your body and fight. Saiyan asked suspiciously. Switch with you. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? She replied nonchalantly. I swear it will only take a moment, and I will give you control right back. The wounds on the worm's body began to bubble and steam. In an instant, it was completely healed. You see that? It regenerates instantly. Continuing this attack is pointless. Even Saiyan felt a bit hesitant. She's right. If this keeps up, I'm done for. It's been a month since I came to the front lines. I've drunk the blood of countless monsters, but it's still not enough. The death worm opened its maw of razor-sharp teeth and lunged at its prey. I have no choice. The light from his sword flared as he gave his permission. I agree to switch, regardless of what you're scheming. Karum's voice rang with joy. Excellent, let's begin. The first technique was unleashed. Mist form, ninth style, demonic sword explosion. Karum effortlessly glided past the worm, leaving countless cuts across its body. I will tear your thick hide to shreds. Blood began to gush as the monster roared in pain. Saiyan's small frame leaped high into the air. Mist, sword, eight blossom, slash. From high above, Karum brought the sword down in a long, devastating arc. The intersection of the slashes glowed with a crimson light. The death worm's flesh began to split apart. A moment later, its entire body was ripped into pieces that rained down to the ground. Elsewhere, someone was carefully inspecting the corpse of a wolf. This thing has been dead for quite some time. Why offered his theory. The residual magic in this area is immense. A powerful demon might have done this, Quilly calculated cautiously. We cannot afford to underestimate this situation. If this is linked to the demon tribe, I want this area scoured and the bodies incinerated. Now. His men roared back in perfect unison. Meanwhile, the Lord's gaze remained locked on the wolf. That particular slash mark, it was disturbingly familiar. He narrowed his eyes in suspicion. Could I be wrong? Just then, Yoon Jian reported something new. My lord, you need to see this. A torch was raised, its light cutting through the darkness to reveal the gruesome scene. The dismembered remains of a monster were scattered everywhere. No doubt about it, that was a death worm. He was stunned. Who in the world could have done this? Quilius considered a dark possibility. Could it be that organization? Meanwhile, Saiyan thought of the incarnation of the demon sword, which allowed Karum to control his body and unleash its full power. But he knew he could still regain control. If she ever let her guard down in a fight, Saiyan was still recovering in bed. It was the only reason he'd let her take over during the battle with the monster. He groaned, forcing his exhausted body to sit up. He had consumed all the monster's blood after defeating them. He could feel his power had increased slightly, but his whole body ached. A month ago, this pain would have been unbearable. Suddenly, Karum's voice echoed in his mind. I see. Then, her form materialized directly from his own body. You have the face of a boy, but you don't talk or act like one. When you fought alongside me, your movements were swift and masterful. You also know the geography of the Lime Valley intimately. And your swordsmanship, it has the weight of at least 30 years of practice. The demon sword giggled. Besides, you said you died once, didn't you? Now unsure of it, she stared at him, her conclusion absolute. You were reincarnated, weren't you? Saiyan, however, was completely unfazed. I told you I died once. It was pretty obvious. Karum shrieked in frustration. How was that obvious? You never explained anything. He simply turned away from her coldly. My apologies. She continued her deductions. In any case, killing someone like you is no easy feat, I would guess. Every word Karum spoke was razor sharp. You were killed by the wielder of Durandal. This leaves two possibilities. Were you killed in a duel, or were you betrayed? She mused, flying in circles around him. I have a strong feeling it was the second one. Saiyan was curious. Why do you think that? Karum's explanation was immediate. You despise the holy sword. I assume you don't have fond memories of it. Her smile grew wider and more triumphant. So, your purpose is revenge. Is that it? By any means necessary? Always remember this. Karum leaned in close, her voice a low threat. If I sense you failing or losing heart, I will devour you. Saiyan immediately swatted her away. Devour me. I'm not stupid enough to let you do that. Karum tumbled into a stack of books, dazed for a moment. He watched her, a faint smile on his lips. She hasn't changed at all. Same personality as in my past life. Saiyan threw on his coat and pulled back the curtains, stepping outside. As he walked, he scanned the chaotic situation. What's going on? Everything seemed to be in an uproar. Emily rushed toward him frantically. Young master, you're awake. He turned to her. Emily, what happened? She reported at once. Sir. The corpse of a high-level monster was discovered at the entrance to the valley. A jolt of guilt shot through Saiyan. Is she talking about the worm? Emily continued, her voice filled with worry. It's been a long time since a monster like that has appeared near the camp, but he ignored that detail and pressed on. Anything else? She was so surprised she froze for a moment. Sir. Saiyan felt a cold sweat forming. Besides that, was there anything else? Like, he thought, a suspicious person. Or anything about me. Just then, Yunjan's imposing figure approached them. Young Master Saiyan. He placed a hand on his chest in a formal salute. His Grace, the Duke, wishes to see you now. Saiyan's heart sank into his stomach. Damn it. I couldn't get rid of that massive corpse in time. He remembered the wolves back in the cave, and how the patrol soldiers had appeared out of nowhere. Saiyan gritted his teeth. So much for my plan to enjoy a quiet life before the academy. In the end, he still had to face his father. Father, I am here. Inside, he desperately hoped. He won't realize it was me. Quilius turned slowly. Come here. Saiyan's mind raced, wondering if he would ask about last night. The Lord's cold, calculating gaze fell upon his son. Sit down. The tension in the room grew thicker. How am I going to explain this? Saiyan wondered desperately. Quilius got straight to the point. I'll be direct. What were you doing last night? Saiyan feigned a look of concern and replied, I went to bed early. I was exhausted. The Lord heard his words, thinking to himself, to bed early. But those sword cuts were clearly Saiyan's style. Am I overthinking this? He wondered. Saiyan seized the opportunity. Father, why do you ask? He didn't answer, instead, observing his son's expression. It was hard to believe a boy like this could handle a death worm. Seeing Quilius remain silent, Saiyan pressed on. Father, is something worrying you? Quilius spoke in a low voice. I assume you've heard what happened near the camp last night. I still have to investigate further. But it seems to have traces of that secret assassin's guild. Upon hearing those words, Saiyan's expression immediately became grim. The Black Mist. An organization ancient as time itself, their true purpose shrouded in mystery. Yet they've assassinated countless nobles under the guise of a righteous purge. Wherever they went, a signature black mist followed. But then, one day, they simply vanished from the world. Their last known activity was 300 years ago, but the death worm from last night, it was cloaked in that same black mist. A mist that is the sacred mark of their god, the god of darkness, the very deity worshipped by the black mist and the absolute source of all their power. If my suspicions are correct, then the death worm was slain by them, working alongside the monsters. Sean's mind reeled in absolute shock. It was incredible. His father could deduce who was behind this with so little to go on, even though that organization was last seen 300 years ago. There's no telling why they've resurfaced now. But you must be careful. I will report this to His Majesty the King and launch a deeper investigation. The young man quickly responded, Yes, father. Sean let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seems. My father actually believes me. That's all it could be, the man told himself. The idea of Sean being involved with this group is just absurd, especially at his young age. Now, who did you say was visiting today? Sean immediately replied, I heard the king was going to visit, but I thought he was scheduled for today. Hearing this, Quilius smiled slightly. I also have a favor to ask of you. Sean's eyes widened with curiosity. What is it, father? The scene shifts outside, where the piercing blast of trumpets fills the air. His Majesty, the king, has arrived. Everyone quickly assembles, dropping to one knee in unison. Your humble servant, Lord Vaz, greets your Majesty. The king spotted Quilius and smiled, calling out his name, Villiers. He slowly dismounted his horse and walked over, helping Quilius to his feet. The king's voice was warm. We've been friends for years, my friend. There's no need for such ceremony. Quilius hesitated. But, your Majesty. The king, however, had already shifted his attention towards Sean. Oh, so this is the child. Sean immediately offered a respectful greeting. It is my honor, your Majesty. I am Sean V, the youngest member of the House of V. The king's voice was low with praise. To be out on the battlefield at such a young age, your children are truly cut from a different cloth. Sean felt a wave of helplessness. I was wondering what big task father had for me, he thought, but he just wanted me to introduce myself. In my past life, I had to hide inside the mansion every single time the king visited. Back then, he stood in his room, marveling. Look, Emily, it's the king, she would urge him. Please come inside, young master. He snapped back to the present. Sean couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Being trusted by his father like this, it was truly moving. Just then, the king called out softly, Villiers, there is someone I'd like to introduce as well. At that moment, a figure slowly descended from the royal carriage. This is the fifth princess of the UIP kingdom, Ain Severus. The moment Sean saw her, he thought, Ain Severus, the tragic fifth princess. Earlier, the favor his father had asked of him was simple. I need you to escort Princess Ain for the day. Sean was a little stunned by the request. What, but how? His father reassured him, there's no need to worry. You just need to stay by her side. She's the same age as you. You'll see her again at the academy. Sean's brow furrowed as he thought to himself, I remember meeting her in my past life, too. A few times, during classes at the academy. Quilius continued, it never hurts to get acquainted with the royal family. It won't be for long, but I want you to start building a connection. He pressed his lips together, screaming internally, but I don't want to. Still, I understand my father's intentions. He probably wants me to have a relationship like the one he has with the king, but he chose the wrong person. She can never be my friend, though I can never say why, because the reason lies in a future that only I know. Back in the present, Sean let out a heavy sigh. This is so annoying, but I'll just have to play along. Just then, Ain suddenly spoke up. Why is that river red? Hearing her, Sean glanced over. You mean the Blood River? Ain repeated the name in surprise. The Blood River? He slowly began to explain. This stream flows through the entire Limmy Valley. There's no complex reason for its color. When old or mortally wounded monsters can no longer survive, they instinctively throw themselves into the Blood River to meet their end. Afterwards, their bodies decompose in the current, and their mana transforms the river into that crimson color. Ain couldn't hide her astonishment. So it's all real flesh and blood, he replied nonchalantly. That's right. The other monsters even drink and bathe in it. It's disgusting, so don't get too close. Her face darkened. That's horrible. What's at the end of the river? Sean introduced it bluntly. The Demon Realm. Ain looked lost. The Demon Realm? The place where demons live? A smirk played on his lips as he glanced at Ain. Exactly. If you follow this river, you might even run into the Demon King himself. Sean chuckled to himself. Not that anyone would be insane enough to actually try it. I'll just scare her a little. At that exact moment, a blinding beam of light shot down from the sky, illuminating them all. Ain stared up, bewildered. She asked with wide-eyed curiosity, What is that light? That's a signal. From the third western plantation. The color is yellow, a signal that a demonic beast has appeared. Ain's brows knitted in surprise. There are monsters here. The words barely left her mouth before Quilius roared his command. Protect the king. Knights and scouts, follow me to the third western plantation. The king's voice dropped to a low murmur. Don't be like that, Quilius. The old knight couldn't understand. In a flash, the king drew his sword. Did you think I came here for the scenery? I'm getting incredibly bored. Quilius couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Yes, your majesty. The king gave his command. We will join the raid against these demons. Annihilate every last one of them. The knight had no choice but to obey. Yes, my king. Quilius then turned to Sean. You will participate as well. Sean answered without hesitation. Yes, sir. Hearing this, Ain asked, You can fight against those demon beasts? Sean replied humbly, Yes, but only as rear support. You should find a safe place to hide. Before he could finish, she quickly cut him off. Take me with you. Sean was completely stunned by Ain's words. What did this girl just say? Her expression was firm. You said you're the same age as me, so I want to go too. Her handmaiden tried to stop her. But, princess, Sean scowled at her. People will die. This isn't a playground. But Ain insisted. I don't care. I'm going. No one can stop me. Enraged, Sean barked out a name. Incan. Instantly, a towering knight appeared behind them. Yes, young master. I, Yoon, a royal knight, will escort the princess to safety. The knight's voice boomed. Let's go, princess. Ain protested loudly. You commoner. How dare you treat a princess with such disrespect? Unfazed, Sean just glared at her with menacing eyes. Knights could die because of your selfish tantrum. On the battlefield, a single moment of foolishness determines who lives and who dies. Sean's eyes blazed as he stared her down. Can you take responsibility for that? For the lives that will be lost? Ain was so frightened she was on the verge of tears, unable to say another word. He turned his back on her coldly. Go back and cry like a child. The group moved toward the demon nest, soon leaving Princess Ain behind with just her maid and the knight, Yoon. Elsewhere, the knights were locked in a desperate battle against colossal monsters. The beasts devoured soldiers with their immense power. Shouts echoed across the battlefield. Don't falter. Forward. Quilius raised his sword and commanded, Protect the king and kill them all. Show no mercy to any demon. Hearing the order, the soldiers charged forward into the fray. Dion Severus, king of the Uship kingdom, had 2 wives. Diana Quizel, the first queen, had already passed away. Cassandra Nepellus, his second wife, was now a powerful judge within the kingdom. The former queen gave birth to the first and second princesses, while the current queen was the mother of the third and fourth princes. However, Avarice, the 5th princess, was born of low status, her mother being a mere commoner. Because of her mixed blood, she was treated like a puppet princess. But she ignored the scornful looks of others, always fulfilling her royal duties and studying harder than anyone else. Despite this, Those who were jealous of her branded her a traitor, and she was exiled by the royal family and the kingdom. Rumor has it the princess died alone from a disease on an island. Because of this, she became known as the tragic princess. She could have lived a happy life if she hadn't been so greedy. A person like her is better off without ambition, Karum asked curiously. Isn't that what your father used to say to you in your past life? Sean casually sliced a monster in half. This is different. That's just how royal politics work. Lightning rained down from the heavens. The brilliant, destructive magic annihilated countless monsters. The king's power was on another level. His sword slammed into the ground with immense force. Dian gritted his teeth as he unleashed his technique. Holy thunder. At his command, dark clouds gathered, unleashing a storm of lightning magic. The slithering creatures convulsed on the ground below. Emperor Daeon was famous for being an S-rank mage. If he hadn't become king, he would have led the Mages Association. After finishing them off, he stood up calmly. Sean forced a smile. A mid-tier monster like that is nothing to him. Being king is probably just a hobby for a man like that. That night, they relaxed with a bottle of fine liquor chilling in a bucket of ice. It's been a while since we drank together, hasn't it? Villiet spoke with a hint of sadness. Drinking alone is a bit lonely, but Quilius remained resolute. Forgive me, your majesty, but I cannot allow myself to drink on the battlefield. Dian finally brought up the main issue. About what you asked me. Regarding the situation in the kingdom, blood was staining his Uship empire. There have been many assassinations of nobles lately. It's a worrying trend. Quilius asked carefully, is there a common link between the assassinations? The king's face darkened as he replied instantly, yes. All the murdered nobles were corrupt officials. He quickly added, and a strange black mist was found at every scene. What do you make of it? Quilius then reported his own findings. I found traces of them here yesterday. It seems the black mist cult is active again. The king grimly agreed. That's reasonable, but I need you to investigate this thoroughly. A stream of shimmering wine fills the glass. And thank you for taking out the trash. But I can't just stand by while they live in constant fear. Downey adds, his voice grave, there's another matter that troubles me. The Lord immediately asks, what is it, your majesty? He murmurs grimly. Those damn nobles are whispering, trying to blame the fifth princess. Even young Quilly is taken aback. You mean they're trying to frame Princess Ain for these incidents on purpose? In his eyes, the situation is grim. I've shut them down by dismissing the rumors, but it seems a certain faction wants to use her. Downey looks at him with grave sincerity. I want to ask you a favor, not as a king, but as a friend. If I should fall before you do, please take care of her. Young Quilly places a hand over his heart in a vow. I, Quilly, obey your command, your majesty. The king is pleased. Thank you. That day, a torrential rain fell from a blood-red sky, but a single hut remained lit against the darkness. Emily exclaims in disappointment, is that it? As Saiyan buttons his coat, he replies, what more were you expecting? The maid instantly scolds him. She's a princess. You just walked her here and that's all. Emily looks completely frustrated. At this rate, you'll never get married. He seems a little awkward at that. It's not like we were on a date. Saiyan brushes it off and pulls back the curtain. While I'm away, you're in charge of everything here. She reminds him with concern. You're going out to train again? It's raining so hard. Saiyan calmly reassures her, just as a figure approaches from behind them. Don't worry, and don't bother waiting up for me. Emily suddenly screams in fear. Who's there? Saiyan freezes, completely stunned. The mysterious figure pulls down her hood. Were you heading somewhere? Ain suddenly makes a proposal. I'm sorry, but if you aren't busy, could you speak with me for a moment? The second she sees her, Emily's eyes light up. Princess. Outside their hut, countless soldiers stand guard in the pouring rain. Ain looks around the small space, asking, how long have you been here? He gives a short reply. About a month. Saiyan studies her carefully. Why did you come see me? For a split second, she trembles for some reason. Ain hesitates, saying, could you give us a moment alone, please? Emily just stares. So Saiyan gives a firm order. Get out. Emily leaves cheerfully. All right then. Have fun, you two. In an instant, only two solitary figures remain in the room. Saiyan sighs to himself. Have fun with a 10-year-old? Don't make me laugh. I'm 40 years old. Ain turns away, her face blushing. I apologize for just now. I feel like I wasn't behaving as a princess should. He rubs his head, admitting his own fault. You don't have to worry about it. I'm sorry for being so rude. She lets out a little laugh. Not at all. If I were you, I would have said the same thing. But then, Ain's voice grows somber. Everyone acknowledges you, unlike me. Besides, you're so much more mature. Saiyan's eyes flicker upward. So, this is her true personality. The princess continues. Oh, and you're planning to join the academy, right? Perhaps we could. But before she can finish, he cuts her off. I'm sorry. Ain is startled by his directness, but I don't think there's anything I can do to help you. Saiyan draws a clear line in the sand. If you came here to make friends, you can leave. The fifth princess looks crestfallen. I just wanted us to have a good relationship. Why are you so difficult? Ain glares at him as tears begin to well up in her eyes. You must think I'm nothing more than an empty title. Cornered so suddenly, Saiyan says nothing. His silence only crushes her spirits further. I understand. There's probably no benefit in being friends with me. I'm sorry for wasting your time. Ain quickly rushes to leave. I must have been blind. I thought we could at least talk to each other. As their paths cross, Ain lets one last comment slip out. But it turns out you're nothing like Sir Ain. Saiyan's eyes fly open in shock. What? What did she just say? He suddenly grabs the girl's arm. Aang struggles in his grip. What do you want? Saiyan's voice turns dangerously low. Anan, how do you know my brother? Aang finds it difficult to answer his question. I met him last year while walking around the Royal Academy. He advised me not to worry about what others think, and to just focus on being a good princess. A deep, seething hatred boils up within Saiyan. Advised her, don't make me laugh, Aang. To him, Aang is nothing but a master manipulator. I know the devil's true nature better than anyone. The moment she met him, everything was already set in motion. The thought of Aang becoming his pawn fills him with dread. A plot to overthrow Princess Aang. I'm warning you. But before he can give his warning, the ceiling above them begins to tremble. Emily rushes in from outside, shouting, Young master. She immediately screams, Get out of there. Don't let them get away. From above, a massive wooden pillar comes crashing down. The shockwave throws Emily clear of the hut as it's completely demolished. The nearby soldiers immediately rush toward the commotion. Damn it, that's the young master's hut. Hurry, see if he's in danger. Emily is so overcome with despair she can't even scream. Tears stream down her face as a strangled cry catches in her throat. The massive monster roars in triumph, lifting its wooden club. Young master, the news travels quickly, reaching the lord and the king, leaving them in utter shock. What? Daze's face darkened. Say that again. The soldier reported frantically, Sir, high-level monsters have ambushed our camp on the border. The princess is there, he realized. He immediately threw out his hand. All royal troops, deploy to the camp at once. I must ensure the princess is safe. The order was followed instantly. Yes, your majesty. Diane paused, lost in thought. My daughter is at the border camp. Who could she be meeting? Over on the other side, monsters began to appear, slowly circling Saiyan's hiding spot. Saiyan and Agres watched from behind a massive boulder, but they weren't the only ones taking cover. These creatures only live in the deepest parts of the valley, but suddenly, they're all right here. Something must have changed, Saiyan wondered, rubbing his chin. Could it be me? Beside him, Emily was sobbing hysterically. Young master, I really thought you were gone. I'm never leaving your side again. Let's rewind to the moment of the surprise attack. In a flash, Saiyan had pulled Princess Aang to safety. I've even killed a demon king before, he thought. As if these grunts could ever take me down. But the princess had other worries. Do you think the knights back at the camp are okay? Emily tried to sound brave. Don't worry, princess. Our knights are incredibly powerful. Still, tears streamed down her face. If I hadn't come here, this never would have happened. All the knights who came with me. A few of the men behind Aang spoke up. We're all right, princess. Protecting you is our sacred duty as knights of the kingdom. Another knight forced a smile. He's right, princess. We would gladly give our lives to protect you. Suddenly, Saiyan roared, Get back. A troll's enormous hand shot out from the shadows. It snatched the knight in an instant, the impact causing him to spit up blood. A scream of pure agony echoed as the beast squeezed him tight. Saiyan leaped in front of Aang, shielding her. Stay behind me. The troll's nose twitched as it sniffed the air. His intuition screamed at him. Just as I thought, it tossed the knight aside like a rag doll. It's targeting me. I'll distract the troll. You get the princess out of here. Before he could finish, Emily cut him off. Understood. She grabbed Aang and took off at a full sprint. Sir Knight, what are you waiting for? Let's go. Saiyan was stunned by Emily's reaction. Is she really in that much of a hurry to abandon me? The troll let out a deafening roar of pure fury. Saiyan readied his combat stance, his grip on his sword tightening. Saiyan vaulted over its shoulder, carving several deep gashes in its back. A question suddenly popped into his head. Why do I keep attracting these high-level monsters? It's like they can smell something on me. Karam's sly laughter echoed in his mind. You've drunk the blood of countless monsters to become stronger. Her voice continued to mock him. That's why you carry their scent. It'd be strange if they weren't drawn to you. Saiyan was shocked. You knew about this. Then why are you only telling me now? Karum replied without a hint of hesitation. Have you forgotten? The thing I desire most is your body. Saiyan's boots scraped against the earth as he dug his heels in. The action took her by surprise. "What are you doing?" He coldly told her to shut up. That just made Karum's voice louder. "You should treat me a little more gently, you know." The hulking body of the troll loomed before them. "I don't care." Saiyan launched himself straight at the monster. "Just how many of them are after me?" Its massive arms swung out to attack, but his sword, now possessed by Karum, flashed through the air, cleaving a path straight through its limb. Saiyan flipped upside down in mid-air and brought his blade down, slicing the monster's upper body clean off. He landed perfectly, having finished it in a single blow. Saiyan let out a casual sigh. Good thing no one was watching. But his relief was cut short by the sight of countless more trolls and death worms. "Let's drink some high-level monster blood." Even Karum sounded giddy, as if she were at a grand banquet. But her cheerful mood didn't last long, because Saiyan sensed something new. "Hold on. What is that?" The gleaming purple claws of a massive creature began to emerge. Scales like gemstones and a pair of savage eyes came into view. A shadow dragon. It threw its head back and let out a deafening, world-shaking roar. Karum, speaking through the demon's sword, explained, "Not quite. It's still just a hatchling. I bet it smelled you, too." A fire ignited in Saiyan's eyes. "I don't care why a dragon showed up here. All that matters is that I'm going to catch it." Karum pointed her sharp blade forward. "You have to catch it? No, you have to devour it." In another area, a different troll was being peppered with a volley of arrows. As it finally fell, Diane spoke. "Is that the last one?" Behind him, Lord Quilius responded, "Yes, it seems that way." He continued to assess the situation. "What about the princess and your son?" The king's face was grim. "We found no trace of them outside the main encampment." The king offered some reassurance. "It's okay. You must be terribly worried about your son." However, Quilius maintained his stern, rigid expression. "That boy has nothing to fear. The princess is what's most important." Diane frowned. "You're too cold. Is he really your flesh and blood?" Quilius simply stated with conviction, "Anyone from my house must know how to protect themselves." Just then, a soldier ran towards them with news. "Your Majesty, we found the princess." The king immediately whipped his head around. "Father," Aang cried, rushing to his side. He called her name, his face filled with relief. She dropped to her knees, asking, "Are you hurt?" The fifth princess didn't answer, pleading desperately instead. "Hurry, father, we have to save him." He asked, bewildered, "Save who?" Through her tears, Aang managed to choke out the words, "Sean, because of me, he." Behind them, Quileut's expression darkened as the king tried to calm her. "Calm down and tell me everything." But the lord stepped forward. "You're Sean's attendant, aren't you?" Emily immediately knelt. "Yes, my lord, I am." The lord's voice was dangerously low. "Tell me exactly what happened." His powerful aura terrified her. She thought, "I've never seen the Duke look so frightening." The young master acted as a decoy, to buy us time to escape. Quileut's eyes narrowed with a flash of fury. A nearby knight spoke up quickly. "I remember where he was. With your command, I'll take the others and rescue the young master." The king urged him on. "What are you waiting for, Quileut? Go." He remained silent for a moment before speaking in an icy tone. "That won't be necessary." Aang and the others stared in shock. "Quileut, are you serious?" But the lord was resolute in his decision. "We must secure the situation first. If this camp falls, the monsters will pour into the kingdom. Armor and swords are scattered everywhere. We have to rebuild our defenses immediately. This is the only way to prevent more casualties." Emily asked in a daze, "But what about the young master?" He gave her a heartless glare. "He fulfilled his duty. Protecting the princess is what a subordinate is for." Hearing this, Aang's panic intensified. "Why? Why? No." Her heart screamed with self-blame. "It's all my fault." Suddenly, a shriek shattered the tense atmosphere. That sound. The fifth princess looked up toward the sky. That noise. Just then, a massive dragon flew across the full moon. A dragon? The tears on her face froze in astonishment. A lone figure was clinging desperately to the dragon's leg as it soared away. It was Sean, crying out helplessly as the beast carried him off. Aang suddenly whispered, "Dragons are the closest creatures to the Creator. They are noble beings, a sight one might never see in a lifetime. A supreme species, far beyond the reach of lowly humans." But this fact only made Sean feel an incredible rush of excitement. "It's an honor to fight such a noble creature. But why does it keep flying past you when I can't even see you?" The moment the princess saw the dragon soaring through the air, she screamed in horror. "Sean!" Even the king couldn't hide his utter shock. "Unbelievable. That's a dragon. Quileut, why is your son on that dragon? What are you thinking? Save him." But to Sean's dismay, he was suddenly thrown from the dragon's back. "Damn it. I was so close to tasting its blood. I can't believe this happened." Just then, an inner voice urged him onward. "A wicked dragon. You must capture it. No, you must devour it. He glanced at the other monsters and roared, Get lost? I don't have time for any of you. Sean instantly activated his demon sword, Fog Storm. With a single swing, he severed the dragon's tail in one clean strike, landing gracefully on the ground. Seeing the dragon's current state, Sean realized something. This wasn't a fully grown adult. Its size gave it away. The dragon opened its mouth, lighting up the sky, but Sean charged forward without a hint of fear. The ground tore apart beneath his feet as a massive explosion rocked the heavens. Sean strained to dodge the attack, letting out a few words of complaint. We just met and you're already spitting in my face. For that, I'm going to carve you up. The dragon's maw remained open, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. It launched itself into the air with a deafening roar. Even so, Sean charged directly toward the dragon's heavily armored body. After flashing a confident smirk, he unleashed his demon sword once more, combining it with his ultimate technique, Eight Blossom Slash. Another thunderous explosion echoed through the sky. As his feet hit the ground, Sean let out a tired sigh. I guess I can't ride it anymore. My shoulders are killing me, and my time is almost up. Without another word, he dove back into the fight, reminding himself, I won't fall for that trick a second time. He scanned his surroundings, his face falling when he realized the damn lizard had vanished. Get back here. Don't you dare run. He caught up to it. Gotcha. Thank goodness. Now then. How should I handle this? Karum, who was nearby, asked in a panic, What's going on? Why aren't you doing anything? Sean immediately snapped back. What do you mean? Don't you see the people down there watching us? Karum refused to back down, shouting back. So what? If you chose me, you should be doing something. This only infuriated Sean even more. Do you want me to slaughter everyone below with a demon sword? The moment they see what I can do, they'll burn me at the stake. So what? Karum demanded. Are you just going to cling to that dragon forever? Sean shot back defensively. I'm trying to think of a plan, okay? Down below, Vi began to unleash his swordsmanship, his technique so incredible it left Saiyan's eyes wide with shock. Is that an 8-star magic spell? Is he really about to use the heavenly secret sword, even knowing his own son will be caught in the blast? You truly are worthy of the title. Protector of the continent, father. Zan watched as the dragon faltered midair, finally showing signs of submission. A wave of pure joy washed over him. That's more like it. That's a good dragon. Now get out of the way. Wait, I don't think dodging like that is a good idea. But against all odds, the dragon bucked again, sending him flying once more. Saiyan couldn't hide his crushing disappointment. Damn it all, Karum whined, trailing right behind him. I can't believe I just missed out on such a special feast. What are you doing? Saiyan yelled. Fly up, now. Or do you want to make out with the ground? I can't, she retorted. If I use my mist technique, I'll be incinerated. Then she added a sarcastic jab. Then fall and die for all I care. Nashai and shot back. I don't know. Maybe I should. He trailed off, then his eyes lit up. Wait a second. I've got it. Karum kept pace, still teasing him. You really don't want to kiss the ground, do you? That's water down there. But Saiyan remained calm. It's the only way. The moment the words left his lips, he plunged headfirst into the raging current. Holding his breath, Saiyan quickly assessed his surroundings. Down below, the Demon King moved across the land, making an observation. An evil dragon, flying around these parts. Now, that's a rare sight. His attendant boldly offered an assessment. It's rather small. It seems to have lost its prey after running into some trouble. At that, the Demon King mused, it must be a fairly powerful magic beast. But his follower immediately corrected him. No, my lord, it's a human. The Demon King's eyes widened in shock. A human? Impossible. An evil dragon would never lose its grip on a mere human. Noticing his master's sudden silence, the attendant quickly inquired, Is something the matter? He answered, his voice low. I sense a strange energy coming from that direction. It's unfamiliar. Yet, somehow. Nostalgic. Impatient, his attendant pressed him. Then you must go and investigate. But please, refrain from any wanton slaughter, simply out of boredom. Before vanishing, the Demon King declared confidently, Fine, fine. I won't cause any trouble. Then, he vanished into the sky in an instant. Moments later, the once calm surface of the water erupted. It was Saiyan, unable to hold his breath any longer. He clawed his way to the shore, collapsing against a large rock, his breathing ragged and desperate. His face was a mask of pure exhaustion. Saiyan stared up at the sky and screamed, Damn it, Karum. Are you still alive? She materialized beside him in a flash, groaning. Don't you dare speak to me right now. I'm too busy thinking of ways to kill you. Hearing this, Saiyan shot back, furious. Are you insane? I have to go back. Karum was taken aback by his resolve. She probed further, almost mockingly. So you're serious? You really want to go back? Let's go together. There are demons down there. But Saiyan immediately shut her down. Don't worry. The chances of meeting a high-level demon here are 0. Suddenly, a voice echoed from nearby. I knew it. I just knew there'd be some entertainment waiting for me here. The voice made Saiyan freeze, his mind racing. I know that voice. It's been burned into my memory. I've never been able to forget it. The Demon King's voice boomed from above. Are you a human? That confirmed it. This was the Demon King, Valkyrian. In the past, all who encountered him said the same thing, that it was like staring into the face of evil itself. And that very same being was now standing right before him. Damn it. Why now, of all times? Valkyrian pressed the issue, his voice growing sharper. I asked if you are a human. Why don't you answer me? A flicker of impatience showed in his eyes. You little brat, are you trying to pick a fight with me? Saiyan glared at him, his eyes filled with pure hatred. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward to attack. The boy's sudden move left Valkyrian slightly stunned. After a moment of silence, he burst into delighted laughter. I've heard that you humans possess limitless potential, and you actually dared to cut my hair? It seems the rumors were true. Karum asked curiously. I know this is a bad time to ask, but who is that? Saiyan's answer was grim, the Demon King. Karum gasped in shock. The Demon King? In your current condition, how can you possibly defeat him? Saiyan admitted the harsh truth. I can't. My only option. His hands trembled uncontrollably as a single thought consumed him. But can I even survive when my opponent is Valkyrian himself? Seeing Saiyan's terrified state, the Demon King offered a piece of kind advice. You should relax a little. What could I possibly do to a little runt like you? Just calm down. Look, I'm not going to do anything to you. I promise. If you're that scared, I can even lie down while we talk. I may be a rogue, but I draw the line at fighting children. His action left Sean completely baffled. Why did he suddenly lie down? After a moment, Valkyrian deliberately pressed the point. Let me ask you again. Are you human? Seeing the boy nod in confirmation, he immediately posed his next question. How did you get here? Sean answered honestly. I follow the river's current, which only made Valkyrian more curious. So, this is your first time in the demon realm. Your aura is a little strange. Who are you? Sean tried to explain that he was just an ordinary human, but the Demon King calmly interjected, an ordinary human, who somehow seems to know who I am. Sean felt a twinge of guilt but calmly denied it. We've never met before. Valkyrian let out a bored sigh. Well, that's true. This is my first time seeing a human, too. How could you possibly have met me? That relaxed attitude made Sean pause and think. Was this really the Demon King he knew? Sean boldly decided to probe further. Why are you here? He quickly received an answer from the Demon King. I sensed a strange energy while on patrol. As the Demon King, it's my duty to look after the territory I rule. Hey, kid, what did I just say? Sean repeated the sentence word for word. As the Demon King, you must look after the territory you rule. Seeing the boy's calm demeanor, Valkyrian suddenly looked exasperated. Aren't you surprised? I'm the Demon King. I know you've heard of me somewhere. What kind of child reacts the way you do? Did your mother never warn you that if you didn't behave, the Demon King would come and take you away? That over-the-top reaction made Sean even more certain. There was no way this was the Demon King he once knew. If events were unfolding like in his past life, then the demon invasion was about to erupt. But this man didn't seem like the type to do such a thing. Not if this was his true nature. Valkyrian's current friendly appearance made Sean question everything. Then what was it that caused him to change? He then continued his investigation. If you really are the Demon King, what is the wish you want to fulfill? The Demon King quickly flashed a mischievous grin. Asking the Demon King a question like that, you're bold. It's nothing much, really. I just want my people to eat well and live good lives. But if anyone dares stand in my way, I will kill them all. That is the responsibility of this Demon King. At that moment, Sean stood frozen. For just an instant, a thought flashed through his mind. He had definitely glimpsed the truly ferocious face of the Valkyrian. He knew from his past life. It was being suppressed right now, but something must have happened that shattered the chains binding this side of him. I have to stop that from happening. As soon as the thought was complete, Sean made an offer. Hey, Demon King, would you like to make a deal with me? Something is about to happen to you. It will threaten the people in your domain. Valkyrian tried to probe for more information. What are you talking about? I don't understand a thing you're saying. Sean continued to manipulate him. I don't know what it is, but I'm certain that event will spark a great war between humans and demons. Valkyrian understood the implication and tried to confirm it. Are you saying I'm going to try and take over your lands? Sean didn't hesitate to reply with a steely attitude. That's why I want to negotiate with you. Promise me that no matter what happens, you will not start a war. At this, Valkyrian let out a helpless sigh. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't know. All right, let's just say I won't start a war. In return, what will you give me? As soon as Sean heard this, he announced clearly, I will help you. No matter what happens to you, I will do my best to help you. Seeing the boy's attitude, his eyes widened in surprise. You know something? What's your name? Sean, he answered. Valkyrian finally nodded in acceptance. All right, Sean. As the master of the demon world, I promise you that no matter what happens, I will not invade your lands. After spreading his wings and flying into the air, he deliberately emphasized one last thing. But you better take responsibility for your own promise. After all, we've made a pact. Sean's gaze followed him with determination, which brought a satisfied smile to Valkyrian's face. Excellent. Then the pact is complete. After the deal with the Demon King was made, the soldiers breathed a sigh of relief when they found their master on the other side. Young Master Sean, this is truly a miracle. The search party had easily found him unconscious, and he successfully returned. After that, Sean earned the nickname, the boy who survived the evil dragon's claws. They returned to a monastery on the border of Vias, which was being temporarily used by the army as a hospital. While resting and recovering his strength, Sean was startled. What? His mind was still reeling with a single, overwhelming thought. Just when I thought things were finally settled, the princess requested to see me once more. Will you become my person? Saiyan was completely bewildered. What in the world was she talking about? He answered with a firm and decisive no, causing disappointment to wash over her face as she responded with sorrow. Of course, I'm just an incompetent princess, after all. Her words put Saiyan in a difficult position. This girl was a real handful. I mean, I knew she was incompetent, but that pathetic attitude just made her seem even worse. I know it's her destined future, but I can't shake the feeling that Bastard is connected to her tragic end. Saiyan finally broke the silence. You're right. You offer me no benefit. Not with the way you are now. Utterly useless to anyone. You have no influence, no decorum. Getting involved with you would only be a disadvantage for me. However, I will continue to observe you from afar until you have fully developed into someone worthy. Hearing this, the princess asked sadly, Observe me? Saiyan quickly confirmed his statement. Yes. And don't you dare be disappointed by it. Instantly, her spirit ignited once more. No, I understand. I just need to improve enough for you to finally acknowledge me, right? The princess then pointed at Saiyan, her eyes blazing with determination. Just, you wait. I don't know when it will be, but I will become so powerful that you won't be able to ignore me any longer. He simply nodded in response. I'll be looking forward to it. A thought crossed his mind. She bounces back surprisingly fast. In the end, she's still just a kid. As the princess headed for the grand doors, she suddenly froze in her tracks. Oh, and one more thing. Thank you for staying alive. I truly mean it. Saiyan just watched her retreating figure with a puzzled expression. Meanwhile, behind the camp at the edge of the forest, Jenin was still cautiously scanning his surroundings. His hand brushed against a glowing square box as he whispered, not much left. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice cut through the silence. So, it was you, Jenin. He panicked as a strange force took hold of him. My body. It won't move. It was as if he was bound by invisible chains. Saiyan, shrouded in a cloak, spoke again. A miniature space box. It seems its ambient magic has already spread. An artifact capable of creating its own pocket dimension, with a near-infinite mana capacity. A masterpiece from the Karum Kingdom's Mage Association. Am I right? I've been observing it for a year, suspecting someone from the Empire was smuggling it. So that's how you've been doing it. I'll be taking this now. Jenin, a 7-star mage knight of the Karum Kingdom, was stunned and panicked. Who are you? Saiyan, why are you here? Saiyan's gaze shifted to a nearby corpse, and he added pointedly, I assume you've been extracting blood from demon beast carcasses and smuggling them across the border, and it seems you have a spy helping you. From within the very department that supplies this box. Hearing this, Jenin screamed in a panic. What the hell are you talking about? I don't know anything. Saiyan replied with a calm, chilling tone. There's no need to play dumb. Their blood is already being sold on the black market. He silently recalled a detail. It seems Alice acquired her hellhound blood through him. So who is the traitor? Besides, these carcasses are too large to be for consumption, and I can't just let him walk away. Jenin frantically assessed the situation, thinking to himself, I don't know how he's restraining me, but I'm slowly regaining control of my body. He unleashed his dragon's breath technique towards Saiyan with a confident shout. Die. Let your guard down for a second, and you're finished, kid. A massive inferno erupted, but Jenin's confidence shattered. Damn it, he's not dead. So the rumors about him were true. Instead, the force of the blast threw Jenin himself backward. Gasping for air, Jenin was filled with regret. I've lost the precious space box. I can't believe this happened during the transport. Suddenly, A strange reaction racked his body, making him scream in alarm. My hand. What is this? What is this black smoke? This can't be happening. Jenin writhed in agony. Saiyan loomed over him and shouted, Make your choice. Tell me the smuggling route and the spy's name for a painless death. Or die so horribly that even the devil himself would take pity on you. At that moment, at the West Velia's exchange point, two men were cheerfully completing their transaction. They began inspecting their merchandise. 2 crates? Looks like we're getting a little extra this time. I wonder how much this one will fetch. But what they found inside made them recoil in horror. Sir Jan. Who did this? From a distance, Saiyan observed them silently. Karum asked curiously, Aren't you going to do anything to them? He received a simple answer. No, this warning is enough. He thought to himself, Jenin, a 7-star mage knight of the Garum kingdom, was smuggling demon beast blood from the front lines, right under the U-ship Empire's nose. And the smuggled goods were all coming directly from the Garum kingdom's own magic association. The Garum kingdom's magic association. A gathering place for mages obsessed with the arcane. They study the very origins of magic, mastering the art of creating entirely new spells. Their ultimate goal is to shatter the limits of humanity itself. For now, they craft artifacts like spatial storage boxes. But in the future, their work turns sinister, creating monstrous things from the blood of demon beasts. And that's something I have to stop. Understanding Saiyan's resolve, Karum couldn't help but complain. I thought you were finally going to live for yourself. But this isn't about you at all, is it? Sai, and patiently explained, I just don't want anyone else using demon beast blood. Meanwhile, in a residential district of the UIP Empire, Aim brooded by a window after reading a letter. His words laced with venom. Saiyan is heading to the front lines with father. The beautiful woman beside him calmly inquired, Sai, you mean your half-brother? Aim quickly confirmed with a nod. Yes. He's been a bit of a nuisance lately. I'll need to meet with him beforehand. After packing the last of their things, Emily exclaimed with pure excitement. Finally, our horrible life on the front lines is over. I'm so excited. The academy has to be better than this, right? Saiyan, however, was filled with dread. Yeah. For me, it's just the start of a new hell. Because he knew the bitter truth, the academy was nothing like Emily imagined. In reality, it was a viper's nest of political schemes and tangled personal interests. A place where connections were more important than studies and jealousy ran rampant. But Emily chattered on, completely oblivious. I heard the academy has tons of handsome teachers. What am I going to do? This made Saiyan shake his head in disbelief. How could she be this excited? Emily's naive thoughts continued. Maybe I'll even find a new love, which only made Saiyan silently question, is she really planning to come to the academy with me? At last, Saiyan and his luggage arrived back at the palace. He scanned his surroundings, then suddenly froze when he noticed something. A young boy, upon seeing him, began to tremble uncontrollably. Saiyan offered a polite, hello. But before he could finish his sentence, the boy bolted, leaving Karum completely baffled. What was that? Who was that fool? Saiyan patiently explained, That's CR, my other half-brother. Pay him no mind. But Karum wasn't satisfied. Why are you and your relatives so drastically different? It's just like when you met your father. Which made Saiyan quickly try to correct him. That's not true. My sister Ellis and I have a pretty good relationship. Though deep down, he knew the one who was his true opposite was someone else entirely. As the grand doors swung open, Saiyan was greeted by the servants with deep, respectful bows. Welcome back, young Master Saiyan. Their reaction left him completely stunned. Before, they wouldn't even give me a second glance. Now, they're showing me this pointless courtesy, just like they do for father or that bastard. So much has changed in just 1 year. I guess my efforts paid off. After opening his door, Saiyan instantly recognized the aura within, an aura so powerful it made him tremble. He gently closed the door, confirming his suspicion. Yes, behind this door stood that very bastard. Aen was the first to speak. It's been a while. Seeing Saiyan's blank expression, he continued to probe. Don't you remember me? Ah, I guess it's understandable. The last time we met was before I enrolled in the academy. Saiyan's mind was racing. Calm down. How can I possibly stay calm? I'm going to kill him right now. Just as he was about to move, Karum's voice stopped him. Unless you want your head crushed, snap out of it. There's nothing to gain by killing him here, is there? Consumed by rage, Saiyan forced his eyes shut, wrestling his anger into submission. He then lowered his head in a polite bow. The youngest son of House V greets the eldest. Aen replied cheerfully, so you do remember me. Saiyan continued the facade. How could a younger brother forget his own brother's face? Aen praised him with a condescending pat on the head. I'm so glad. I was worried you wouldn't remember me, but it seems I worried for nothing. I hear your swordsmanship has improved greatly. One day, you'll be a great asset to House V. No, you'll be a great asset to me, a weapon to be wielded on the battlefield. Sigh, and continued to play the part of the devoted younger brother. Yes, I look forward to that day. The eldest brother looked at him with surprise, then patiently lowered his voice. Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. After all, the only reason I came here was to see you. Hearing this, Saiyan's assessment of him solidified. He's the type of person who won't even look at someone if he deems them useless to him. Now that I understand his intentions, a strange sense of calm and clarity washed over me. He then replied smoothly, I wanted to see you too, big brother. Emily was struggling with the luggage, muttering to herself. Seriously, he doesn't even have that much stuff. Can't you see I'm struggling with these? Honestly, young master, how could you just walk off on your own like that? The moment the door opened, Emily let out a terrified shriek. In stark contrast, the Grand Duke Ain greeted Saiyan with a friendly smile. I heard you two were very close. And it seems the rumors were true. Continue with your work. After bowing her head, she quietly obeyed. Watching him leave, Emily finally let out a breath she didn't realize she was holding. I thought I was going to die from the stress. Young master, if you knew he was coming, you should have warned me first. But then, a request came from Saiyan. Emily, could you leave us for a moment? Her face filled with confusion. What? But his cold command cut through the air. Don't make me repeat myself. A wave of fear washed over Emily. Young Master Saiyan doubled over, trying to suppress his rising fury. He stood in silence for a long moment, regaining his composure before finally asking Cam a question. Why did you stop me? A voice answered him just as quickly. Shouldn't you be thanking me first? But Saiyan stubbornly insisted. That was the perfect opportunity for you. The very moment I collapsed would have been the perfect chance for you to seize my body. Cam explained patiently. Don't get it twisted. I simply want your rage to grow even stronger. It makes it all the more delicious. Saiyan could only nod in agreement. Yeah, that sounds more like you. The quiet hallway was suddenly filled with the sound of footsteps, a man approaching the door. As soon as he heard the knock, he answered. Come in. Ain's subordinate entered the room and quickly delivered his report. I have followed your orders and have located the second young lady. Ain's calm demeanor shattered as he urgently pressed for more information. Where is she? His subordinate continued. We've confirmed she is in the northern part of the continent, in the lands of the White Elves. The news left Aen utterly astonished. I can't believe she's living with a race that despises outsiders. It just proves how truly charismatic she is. If there's any sign of her returning to the Empire, report to me immediately. His subordinate then ventured a question. If I may ask, sir, has something happened to put you in such high spirits? Aen's reaction was immediate. What makes you say that? His subordinate patiently explained. It's just that you seem much happier than usual. Was your meeting with your brother that enjoyable? The question made Aen burst into laughter. Enjoyable? I suppose you could interpret it that way, but you are mistaken. My mood is actually quite terrible right now. Hearing this, his subordinate shrank back in fear. Please forgive my inability to read your mood, sir. Aen's mind drifted back to Saiyan's expression. Those eyes. It was like he was facing his mortal enemy. Was I wrong about him? He then admitted to himself, there are indeed many things to worry about when it comes to that boy. I will have to watch him closely to make sure he doesn't lose his way. Seeing this, his subordinate quickly took his leave. Yes, sir. I will have someone monitor the young master. I will take my leave now. Aen sat alone in the silent room. He couldn't shake the image of his brother's eyes. An unsettling thought crossed his mind. Saiyan, what secret is my dear brother hiding from me? The next morning, the entrance to the duchy was bustling with activity. Standing beside the carriage, Emily shouted, Young master, how can you do this? Saiyan answered with a decisive tone. My hands are tied. What am I supposed to do? The academy forbids students from bringing personal servants. It's out of my control. But she continued to protest, her voice filled with frustration. If you knew, why didn't you tell me sooner, young master? How can I accept this when you tell me at the very last second? Before the carriage departed, Saiyan tried to give her some final instructions. All right, that's enough. Stay here and try not to cause any trouble. We'll figure things out later. Though disappointed, Emily answered her master. Fine. You don't have to worry about me, young master. You're the one I'm worried about. Try not to cause any problems at the academy. Saiyan then declared with confidence. Of course, I'm not a child. All right, everyone, let's go. Emily continued to shout after the moving carriage, her voice laced with anxiety. You better remember, young master, don't you forget. So heartless, leaving just like that. Please be careful at the academy, young master. Don't start any fights or let anyone push you around. If anything happens, you have to tell me. You must study hard and then return to the family with your head held high. Hearing her words fade into the distance, Saiyan let out a sigh of relief. That was close. If she hadn't agreed to stay, things would have gotten complicated. When I was 8 years old, I came down with a terrible fever during a rainstorm. I was completely delirious, unaware of anything around me. In our family, there was no one who cared enough to even check on me. But through the howling wind and pouring rain, Emily was there. She carried me on her back all night long, running across the city, banging on every doctor's door, begging with every ounce of her being, "Is anyone home?" One kind-hearted doctor finally nodded in agreement. "All right, get in here quickly. Bring the boy inside." If she hadn't been there for me in that desperate moment, I probably would have died, alone and forgotten in that room. With that thought, Saiyan peeked out the window, a warm smile on his face. "Don't you worry. I promise I'll find a way to get you into the academy. And don't let things at the estate get you down. I'll write to you." Because those feelings are precious to me. In his heart, Saiyan never saw Emily as a maid. She was family. Hearing his promise, her face lit up. "All right, young master. I'll be here, waiting patiently for your good news." With Emily's situation settled for now, Saiyan fell into a long silence. But then, a strange thought surfaced. Why would the family send 6 knights just to escort me to the academy? Sure, I'm a duke's son, but I have absolutely no standing in the family. An escort of this size is overkill. Attending the academy for the first time will be complicated. There are so many things I can't possibly predict. Still, a part of him was looking forward to it. As the carriage entered the forest, dusk began to fall. The 2 escorting soldiers exchanged a knowing glance. Saiyan, exhausted from the long journey, was fast asleep. One of the soldiers approached the carriage with an announcement. "It seems we'll be making camp here for the night, young master." Saiyan, from within, simply agreed. "Fine. If everyone's tired, we'll rest here." "How far are we from the estate now?" He quickly received an answer. "We've traveled a great distance already, young master. In fact, we're already near the center of the Safiria territory. By our estimates, we should reach the city by tomorrow afternoon." Hearing this, Saiyan gave his instructions. "All right, let's do that. Everyone get some rest, and report to me if anything happens." But inside, a cold realization dawned on him. They're lying. From what I know, there are no forests anywhere near the Safiria territory. They think I'm just a kid who's never been here before. That they could fool me so easily. It seems they've strayed slightly toward the border. That's the only place with a forest this dense. But why would they bring me to this dark, gloomy place? Just to set up camp. What is their real objective? A moment later, a voice called out, "Young master, the camp is set. The fire is lit. You may exit the carriage now." He calmly stepped out of the coach. His eyes darted around as he offered some intentional praise. "It's so quiet and refreshing out here in the woods, but I have to ask, why are you surrounding my carriage like this? And who exactly ordered you to be my escort?" The moment they heard this, a wave of guilt washed over their faces. A tense silence fell over the camp. Then, the guard's expressions twisted into something defiant, sending a chill down Saiyan's spine. There, smiling. Despite the unease, he kept his composure and pressed them again. "I asked you a question. Who was behind this? Who gave you these orders?" One of them finally dropped the act. "You're a sharp one, young master. But a dead man doesn't need answers." The others began to chime in. "You can ask all you want. It won't change a thing. Our job is to follow the orders from above. Whether we like it or not, we don't get to make the decisions. But on our honor as knights, we promise to make it quick and painless. If you have any questions, you can ask them in the afterlife. All you need to do now is stand still. Don't think. It'll be over in a flash. All right, we talked enough. Now, farewell." As Saiyan dodged the first sword strike, the head of one of his attackers flew into the air. The remaining knights froze, their eyes locked on their comrade's head lying in the dirt. Saiyan's voice cut through the silence like ice. "Well now, one of you is already dead. Perhaps a little fear will loosen your tongues. Answer my question." The men exchanged nervous glances, but the suffocating silence continued, and Saiyan's patience wore thin. "Is no one going to talk? Cat got your tongue? If you insist on staying silent, the only thing waiting for you is death." The gray-haired soldier watched in stunned disbelief. "I can't believe it. How can a mere boy be this decisive, this powerful?" Suddenly, another soldier, blind to the danger, charged Saiyan from behind. But Saiyan detected him instantly, countering the attack and making the man scream in agony. His hand was severed by the blade, and as he stumbled back, Saiyan delivered a final, fatal thrust. Watching Saiyan cut them down like a seasoned killer, the gray-haired knight felt true fear. Impossible. The kid is only 11 years old. How can he be so strong? So cold-blooded? Then, Saiyan began to channel power into his hand, a sight that filled the knight with utter dread. He had survived the battlefield, survived being carried off by that dragon into the demon territory. This mission, it's a failure. We were too careless. We never imagined he was this much of a monster. Nothing about this has gone the way we planned. The knight's legs gave out as he saw Saiyan turn his cold, murderous gaze directly toward him. Saiyan's voice boomed with authority. "You're the last one. Are you going to talk?" The terrified soldier finally broke his silence. "Young master," he stammered. "It was the Duchess Margaret. She ordered us to lure you into the forest and silently dispose of you." His reaction was exactly what Saiyan had predicted. Pathetic, he thought. But with his comrades all dead, confessing was his only path to survival. The moment the confession left his lips, tears streamed down his face, consumed by the fear for his own life. The carriage began to move once more. As he took the reins, the lone survivor continued his report. "From what I've heard, within the family, vicious rumors have been spreading. I'm not sure if they've reached you, young master. It seems young Master Granvert grew terrified of you and demanded that Duchess Margaret do something about it. My guess is, this assassination attempt was her answer to his plea. She's trying to eliminate a future threat to his position." And just like that, it all clicked into place for Saiyan. So, it was him all along. "The next time I see him at the estate, I'll make sure he understands true punishment." Driving the carriage, the soldier trembled as he dared to ask a question. Young master, what about me? What do you plan to do? Please, I beg you to spare my life. I've told you everything I know. I was only following orders from my superiors." Saiyan answered calmly. "You look like you've lost all your nerve, but you still desperately cling to life." The soldier added honestly, "It's true. I can't return to the family after failing my mission, so whether you decide to kill me now or not, I have no choice but to accept my fate. Even though I was only following orders, the sin of trying to assassinate you is still mine to bear." Saiyan quickly put an end to his worries. "Fine, we'll deal with that later. Right now, I happen to need an attendant. Just keep driving. We can discuss your survival later on. I know what you've done. Your future now depends entirely on your actions from this point forward. Looking at you, it's hard to believe you were ever a knight. So utterly pathetic. At least your carriage driving skills are decent." The man's voice filled with immense gratitude. "Thank you, young master. Thank you for not killing me." Saiyan's tone suddenly shifted. "It looks like we've arrived." The central city of Saffron. Meanwhile, inside the castle, the sound of shattering objects and Duchess Margaret's furious screams echoed through the halls. "What do you mean failed? Are you telling me all the knights are dead? How is that even possible? And one is still missing, while that little brat has vanished?" Her subordinate confirmed, trembling in fear. "Why, yes, that's correct, my lady. The young master arrived in Saffron a week ago." The news sent a wave of pure shock through the Duchess. 7 elite guards failed to eliminate a single boy? That's utterly unbelievable. This is beyond anything I could have imagined." Her subordinate added respectfully, "It seems we have gravely underestimated young Master Saiyan. He may be young, but his power is terrifyingly real." Margaret snapped, deflecting the blame. "This was your idea. He's nothing but a child. How could he possibly be that powerful? I sent 7 of our best knights with him." The man bowed low, begging for forgiveness. "The failure is mine, my lady. But I suspect another power may be at play. Perhaps the young master had outside help. I beg of you, my lady, grant me one more chance. This time, I will not be so careless." An attack at the academy is certain to succeed, but Duchess Margaret cut him off with a snarl. "Enough. The situation has already spiraled. If we make another move and fail, everything will be beyond our control. If we push him into a corner, he could do the unthinkable. To me and to my dear Granvert." She shuddered, recalling Saiyan's chilling threat. "If you wish to harm me, Duchess, you had better watch over yourself and your precious son, because what I am capable of is far beyond your wildest imagination." Duchess Margaret gave her final order. "This matter ends here, for now. Do not escalate this any further, or it will become too troublesome." Her subordinate bowed deeply. "Yes, my lady, I understand." She added one final, stern warning. "And this information must not leave this room. Do you understand? This is a grave matter. Quietly dispose of everyone else who was involved." But just outside the door, hiding in the shadows, a young man had heard every single word. Several days after leaving the capital city of Saffron, Brian had settled into his new role as Saiyan's loyal driver and attendant. Saiyan mused to himself, "I'm sure the Duchess has pieced things together by now, after finding the cold bodies of her knights in that forest. Her next move is impossible to predict, of course. For now, my path is clear. I just need to head straight for the academy. Once I arrive, I'll figure out what to do next. But after this complete failure of an assassination, she'll have to think twice before targeting me again." Brian's cheerful voice broke the silence. "Young master, we've arrived at the next city." Saiyan replied with a weary sigh. "Right, this bustling, wealthy city. It brings back so many memories. Memories of the suffering I endured here in my past life. But it was also at the academy in this city that my fate finally began to change for the better. Saiyan presented his token and announced his arrival. I am Saiyan of the Vat clan, here for my scheduled appointment. All eyes in the hall turned towards him. A receptionist greeted him with a warm smile. Of course, young master. Everything has already been arranged. Please, follow me. All that's left is for you to register at the dormitories.
You may rest there for now. In a few days, we will hold the opening ceremony and the placement exams for all new students.
Saiyan thought to himself. So far, so good. Now, I just wait. They handed him a sealed envelope, and with it, a single key. Saiyan was taken aback. Is this really all I get from the academy? The moment they stepped inside, Brian's legs gave out, causing him to drop all the luggage. His jaw hung open in pure disbelief. Young master, this room is unbelievably luxurious. Is this a royal suite? What kind of dorm room is this? But Saiyan's suspicion grew. No new student in the academy's history had ever been given accommodations like these. Not even that bastard, my older brother. Someone is definitely pulling strings behind the scenes. He turned to Brian. Did you bring all of my luggage up here? The servant quickly replied, yes, everything is here, young master. You have nothing to worry about. A mysterious glint appeared in Saiyan's eyes. Good. Now I can finally enroll without any other worries. All that remains is the placement exam. For that, Brian, you have my thanks. However, your journey with me ends here. Hearing this, the servant began to tremble with fear. Young master, please, don't kill me. But to his shock, Saiyan simply placed a heavy pouch of gold into his hands. Brian stood there, completely bewildered. Huh? What is this? Saiyan waved him off with a final word of advice. That's your payment. Take it and disappear. Don't even think about returning to the clan. With that gold, you can start a new life, far away from here. Listen to me closely. Stay far away from the clan's territory. If the matron finds out you're still alive, you're as good as dead. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Brian stood frozen, utterly speechless. A moment later, he dropped to his knees, his voice thick with conviction. Your humble servant, Brian, is a titled knight. It is only by your grace that I am still alive today. Since you have already shown me such profound mercy, please allow me to serve you. No matter the hardship, no matter the danger, this servant will follow your every command. I would gladly face death for you. Saiyan scoffed. Big words. You call yourself a knight? You're far too weak. Brian hurried to explain himself. It's true I am a knight, but my experience is lacking and my skills are poor. That is why I am relegated to menial tasks. But I have always carried my father's words in my heart. He told me, if you ever find a master who treats you with genuine kindness, a master you can truly trust, then you must devote your entire being to serving them. You must follow them even unto death, without regret. My loyalty now belongs to you, young master. Please, allow me to serve you. Saiyan's tone was dangerously soft. You truly believe I'm that kind. It seems you're even more naive than I thought, Brian. A pledge like this is not something to be made lightly. The knight looked up, confused. What do you mean? A devilish smirk played on Saiyan's lips. Do you really think, following me, will lead you to the life you desire? What if I lead you down a path with no escape? Will you still serve me then, or will you curse my name? Without a moment's hesitation, Brian declared, My lord, I have already pledged you my loyalty. No matter what the future holds, I will never regret this choice. Saiyan placed a hand on the knight's shoulder. Very well. I understand. For now, stay here and keep an eye on the main hall. If you notice anything unusual happening at the academy, report back to me immediately. I have no interest in the opening ceremony. I suppose. I will make my appearance during the placement exams. Brian bowed his head respectfully. Yes, my lord. I understand. Even after Saiyan left, the knight remained on the floor, reeling from the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office, the old man spoke with immense pride. This year's entrance examination is truly exceptional. I never imagined so many gifted students from across the Empire would enroll. With talents like these, the future of the Empire is brighter than ever. All the students watched intently, as a brilliant beam of magical light erupted from the center of the stage. The one casting the spell was a girl named Ain, 2-circle magic, and a sacred body aptitude of 52% with holy light. Next up is Seth, 3-circle magic, and a sacred body aptitude of 53% with lightning. Headmaster Kundal observed them carefully. There's no doubt those two are in a league of their own. But there's one other student who has caught my eye, Saiyan. The boy only has 1-circle magic, but his sacred body aptitude is a staggering 92%, with dark magic. Instructor Sijic was also stunned. I can't believe it. His aptitude is on a completely different level. Our academy's most brilliant graduate, Alice, a prodigy hailed as a sage even in her youth, only reached a sacred body level of 88% upon graduation. Kundal had to agree. It seems that clan is destined to produce one monster after another. I thought no one could ever compare to Alice, but I was wrong. A new prodigy has just appeared. Her little brother is a true talent, one who needs careful guidance. Seek couldn't help but add. However, there's a serious concern with this kid. His attribute is the dark element, and this worried her deeply. That's right, with an attribute like that, his raw power and agility will be off the charts. But if he can't master that dark power, he could easily walk a path of pure evil. He glanced at the information sheet and asked, "By the way, do you know why a boy so young was sent to our Royal Academy?" Sijic was bewildered. Well, there are many rumors, but from what I've gathered, Cell quickly interjected. The Emperor himself ordered his transfer. That single statement sent a shockwave through the instructor. Cell began to explain. After the war with the demon tribe on the border, the Emperor witnessed his power firsthand. On top of that, he saved the princess from a horde of monsters. Because of this, the Emperor sees him as a perfect match for his youngest daughter. His Majesty has taken a special interest in the boy. This changes everything for the fifth princess, the one everyone believed had zero chance of inheriting the throne. The princess, who was always considered talentless, is now engaged to a rare prodigy from the powerful Duke West's family. This will cause unpredictable shifts in the future, not just for the princess, but for our entire empire. Sijic was still reeling from the revelation. A powerless princess, once considered the weakest piece on the board, has suddenly become a powerful new player in the game of succession. The war for the throne is about to become even more brutal. This could plunge our empire into endless civil war. The people and soldiers will bleed for this. All she could do was let fate run its course. At this point, we can only observe. This is the Emperor's decree. We cannot interfere. The future is completely unknowable. The only thing we can do now is watch how things unfold. Only time will tell if this boy and the princess can forge a new power, or if they will be crushed in the cruel war for the crown. Saiyan walked on, lost in his thoughts. 92%. I can't believe it jumped that high. In my past life, my sacred body aptitude was only 80%. Things are definitely different this time around. This increase must be because of all the monster blood I consumed. It must have drastically improved my physical constitution. Gran jumped out of his skin when Saiyan appeared. What the hell? Saiyan could practically read the shock on his face. This bastard probably thought I had died in the forest. That's why he's so stunned. Pop's voice cut in, asking Gran, "Is this the kid? Back in our family, you treated him like a servant, didn't you? And you taught him plenty of lessons during sword practice." Gran tried to act tough. "Yeah, that's right. The kid's my younger brother. He's just a weakling named Saiyan." Saiyan immediately recognized the fat guy as Pop, the son of Marquis Fenelon. He sneered at Saiyan. "Hey, newbie. You must be new to the academy, so you probably don't know how things work here, huh? I heard you don't even know who your real mother is. Am I right?" The sight of them made Saiyan's blood boil. That bastard. In my previous life, he was my absolute nightmare. He and my damn brother tormented me endlessly during my time at this academy. How fortunate to run into both of them at the same time. Pop said with a smug grin. "Looks like this little punk needs to be taught a lesson, so he learns to behave, right?" Gran stammered, trembling. Hey, Pop, wait a second. He might be weak, but you should still be careful." Ignoring the warning, Pop swaggered forward. "All right, relax. Since we've met, we might as well get properly acquainted." Gran desperately tried to stop him. "I think we should just go. We can talk to him later. It's almost time for dinner." But it was far too late. Saiyan unleashed a spectacular kick right at Pop. All Gran could do was scream in despair. "No, Pop." After dealing with the loudmouth, Saiyan stood tall and turned to Gran. "Now, shall we have a little chat?" He was shaking like a leaf. "Why, yeah? What is it?" Saiyan stepped closer, placing a hand on his shoulder and whispering a warning. "I don't know what you're plotting, but trust me, I'm a merciful person. You just saw the proof. But if you ever mess with me again, you won't be graduating with your spine in one piece." Tears of pure terror streamed down Gran's face. With that, Saiyan walked away, a satisfied smirk on his face. "Looks like my life at the academy is about to get very interesting." Inside the silent library, Sijic entered with slow, deliberate steps. She thought to herself as she walked, whether he becomes a future hero or a catastrophe, I need to keep a close eye on that student, Saiyan. Sijic climbed the steps, approaching the bookshelf. She was surprised the book she wanted was missing. Suddenly, Saiyan's voice cut through the silence. "Are you looking for this?" Sijic answered with a bright smile. How did you get in here? This is a restricted area, you know. But inside, she wondered, I can't sense his presence at all. Sijic tried to start a conversation. Your name is Saiyan, right? Could you return that book to me? I need it for my research. He handed her the instruction card instead. Sijic took it, not forgetting to offer her thanks. Suddenly, a wave of demonic energy shot past Saiyan's face. The book was sliced cleanly in two. Saiyan shifted into a battle stance and asked with a smirk, weren't you looking for this? Not Instructor Sijic, but the head of the Assassin's Guild, Sijic. Her demeanor changed instantly. Who are you? How did you find this? In his past life, his first impression of Instructor Sijic had been quite ordinary. Back then, she had warmly asked him, how are you finding life at the academy? Saiyan had just stayed silent, his head lowered to the ground. Sijic continued explaining, I know you want to end this boring conversation quickly, but face-to-face interaction is crucial for a student's development. Expecting development from me, when all I ever got was torment from that wretched older brother of mine. Everything at the academy felt like a bad joke back then. After a moment of silence, Saiyan had said bluntly, I don't care. But Sijic's response had surprised him a little. Actually, I find you quite interesting. Saiyan, an abnormally high dark element count of 84% is incredibly rare. Hearing this, Saiyan retorted, but they say it's an element with no special properties. Sijic continued to encourage him. That's only because there are many aspects of the dark element that humanity still doesn't understand. On the contrary, I believe your potential for growth is limitless. His mind had been opened, a mix of so many emotions swirling within him. If she understood the dark attributes so well, could she possibly guide him? Sijic gave a brilliant smile and said, I wish you great success in the future. Saiyan snapped back to reality, staring at Sijic while thinking, that's what I mistakenly believed. But I was deceived. Never let that friendly, smiling face behind those glasses fool you. Her position as an instructor at the Royal Academy is just a cover. Her true identity is an assassin. She's one of the leaders of the Assassin Guild, infiltrating the academy where the continent's noble children are gathered. Sijic finally removed the glasses from her face. Very well. We'll discuss this in detail in my lab. Follow me. And before you leave, clean up this mess of books. Saiyan stood there for a moment, stunned by his own words. How can she be so calm? The scene changes to the laboratory. Saiyan looked around at his surroundings. This place hasn't changed. He lifted the teacup, sniffed it, and asked frankly, did you poison the tea? Is that why you're so composed? Sijic let out an amused laugh. It won't kill you, so don't worry. It's just enough to melt a few of your internal organs. Saiyan wore a confident expression, thinking to himself, but that won't work on me. I've already tasted the syrups of countless demons and the poisons created by Emily. His eyes suddenly flashed as he told her, I hope you'll increase the dosage next time. Sijic shot back a furious glare. All right, shall we begin our little chat? How do you know my identity? Moreover, you even knew the exact location of the Mist Organization's directive placed between obscure books in the library. Are you trying to tell me that you're also part of the Mist Guild? Saiyan calmly asked back, do I need to prove anything else? Sijic was enraged by his taunt, thinking, are you getting cocky just because your dark element value is high, kid? Saiyan recounted. On the way to Saiyan, everyone asked me if I was really okay with bringing only one knight, even though he was just the carriage driver the entire way. I've heard that recently, newly enrolled noble children have been dropping dead on their way here. When did this purification process begin? Sijic feigned ignorance. Purification process? I have no idea what you're talking about. Demonic energy began to radiate from her body, but Saiyan was no pushover either. Isn't that sort of thing usually related to the Mist Assassination Guild? Sijic was becoming more and more unhinged. You'll regret the words you just spewed. Saiyan shot back without missing a beat. Are you threatening a student? Sijic used her long legs to kick the table towards Saiyan. He leaned to one side, remarking, so you want to play it this way? As soon as he spoke, he slammed his fist into the table, shattering it in two. Sijic leaped behind Saiyan, but he quickly glanced back to follow her movement. I thought I'd already proven who I am. Sijic lunged at him as she replied, even if you truly are one of the Mist, I am one of the leaders of the organization. I know the faces of almost every other member. She unleashed two powerful slashes. With his incredible agility, Saiyan dodged them easily. She was gradually becoming more ferocious. You can't escape, kid. Pushed into a corner, Saiyan had no choice but to launch a counterattack. The two titans charged, ready to clash. Sean flew towards her with everything he had. If you won't believe me, I'll just have to prove it. He unleashed a furious barrage of attacks surrounding Sijic. She could only gasp, wait, but Sean had already leaped back. The color drained from Sijic's face. That sword. Could it be? The weapon only usable by the one chosen by Eru. The demon sword, Cam. Sean gently caressed the blade. So, he asked, do you finally acknowledge me? The organization is searching for their heir, right? The more he spoke, the more stunned Sijic became. How do you? Sean's voice dripped with confidence. Look no further. The heir you're searching for is right here. Now, take me to Irudi. The scene shifts to a street in Len, where every house was cloaked in a deathly silence. Sijic channeled her magic into the lock. In an instant, the chain snapped in two, and the doors swung wide open. She glanced at Sean. Aren't you surprised? That the base for the Fog Assassins is in a place like this? This is the entrance to the hall you seek. From here on out, you walk this path alone. Sean slowly stepped inside. This place was a separate dimension, created by the power of a god. Because of that, it was far larger on the inside than it appeared. With his razor-sharp senses, Sean could already feel it. 2 daggers from the 4 o'clock position, 3 more from 11 o'clock. All at once. Just as he predicted, daggers shot out from the walls. He thought to himself, I knew it wouldn't, but isn't this a bit much? Knowing the ambush was coming, Sean leaped back, twisting in mid-air to face his attackers. Seeing him, the assassins charged. They unleashed a relentless flurry of strikes, but Sean dodged every single blow with ease. Sean thrust his sword, the tip stopping inches from an assassin's face. But this one was no slouch. He dodged the counterattack and lunged back into the fray. The assassin thought, he blocked my blade in a split second. This is incredible. Growing more excited by the second, the assassin activated his secret art, Sign of the Grim Reaper. 4 assassins rushed in, surrounding Sean from all sides. But Sean instantly countered with his secret art of his own. The assassins froze in confusion. That technique? Impossible. How could a kid like him possibly use that art? Sean had summoned the skill, Blood Tide, striking all the assassins at once. Blood Tide is a high-level secret art used only by the top assassins in the organization. It allows the user to turn their bloodlust into physical attacks. The Crimson Tide enveloped one of the assassins, who could only scream in agony. I can't breathe. Sean glanced at the assassins sprawled across the floor. He muttered, they'll be out for a long time. But he quickly realized one was still standing. A high-ranking assassin? Without another word, Sean prepared his Fog's sword technique. Unyielding roots of the great tree. The assassin dashed toward him at blinding speed. In a flash, he was on Sean, launching a surprise attack. Sean worried. Can he actually interrupt my technique? Who is this guy? The assassin tossed his mask to the ground and spoke. It seems you've mastered the arts of the assassin, haven't you? In that case, I won't hold back any longer. Sean. It was none other than Sijic in disguise. Sean was completely floored. Hallmaster Sijic. Her voice was filled with exhilaration. Show me what you've truly got. Sean immediately unleashed the 8th form of the Bone Blade style, Orchid's continuous slash. The wind from the attack whipped Sijic's long hair around her. A smirk played on her lips. You've mastered the Bone Blade and the Fog's sword. You're getting more interesting by the second. Show me just how vast your potential is, Sean. The moment she finished speaking, she saw Sean sprinting away as fast as he could. He gritted his teeth, thinking, that fighting spirit. It's affecting her. It's turning a Hallmaster into a battle-crazed warrior. She'll want to fight until one of us is destroyed. Anyone who's fought her knows this, which is why I have to get out of here now. Sijic chased him like a predator. Get back here. So you refuse the easy way and choose the hard way? She unleashed her own Fog sword technique, Fog Tempest, aimed straight at Sean. He dodged the attack, muttering under his breath, I don't share your twisted lust for battle. Sijic called out. This dimension was created by Eru. No one outside can sense your presence, so you don't need to worry. A realization hit Sean. That's right. I can go all out in here. I have enough power to take her down. But suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks, collapsing to the ground unconscious, much to Sijic's shock. A mysterious voice echoed through the space. I understand now. You may rest. Sijic asked in confusion, Who are you? A woman appeared, her presence overwhelmingly majestic. I don't wish to waste words. You know who I am, don't you? Sijic immediately dropped to her knees. Yes. You are the demon sword, Cam. The spirit spoke. What is the meaning of this? You worship Eru, yet you attack my master. Sijic rushed to explain. I was only testing him. To see if he was as strong as the rumors say. To see if he truly is the chosen one. Rage exploded from Cam. A sinister aura pulsed from his body. Then why didn't you summon your master from the start? If you're going to make a move like this, I'll consider it a challenge. Sijic smirked and said, I think we should focus on that kid over there first. Cam asked in confusion. What? After turning to look at Zan, she screamed in alarm. Hey, why do you look like you're knocking on death's door? Sijic then revealed his secret to her. He has appeared in his true form. But this comes with a terrible side effect. It consumes the host's very life force. Karum grabbed Sean by his collar and lifted him up. This little side effect is nothing, is it? You just drank a ton of beast blood. Sijic spoke with grave importance. I am Guildmaster Sijic of the Mist Assassins. I will never refuse a fight again. If you are my opponent, I have even less reason to refuse. As she spoke, a look of ravenous desire crossed her face. Karum's expression began to change. What in the world is wrong with her? I'm actually getting a little scared. Beside her, Saiyan gripped her hand, saying, "Let go of me." Karum turned in surprise. "You're still alive?" Saiyan glared back, demanding, "Why did you suddenly manifest yourself?" Cam flashed a demonic smile, saying, "Step back. Let me teach that wench a lesson." Sijic readied herself for battle. "It's an honor to fight you, Lady Karum." Karum shot back a furious warning. "Don't come crying to me when I'm done with you." Sijic quickly retorted with a taunt of her own. "I certainly hope you can push me that far." A voice boomed, interrupting them. "That's enough." Sijic was completely shocked. Lord Eru. Suddenly, a vortex materialized in midair. Saiyan also sensed that something was wrong. Eru gave a command, "Bring the Chosen One to the Great Hall." Sijic immediately accepted the order. "Yes, my lord." An excited smile spread across Saiyan's face. "Finally, I get to meet Eru, the Lord of Darkness. Everyone says the god of black mist is pure evil, that he kills without hesitation, justifying it as being for the victim's own good. But he simply replied that it was what they truly wanted. No one else can decide what is right or wrong for you. If leaving this world is what it takes to protect your own principles, then that is enough. Everyone calls this way of thinking insane, but I want to tell them. This god only wishes to protect the weak. He is a foolish god." Saiyan stepped through the portal, and before him, a set of stairs appeared, leading to Eru's throne. The god's voice echoed, "Do you know who I am?" Saiyan answered seriously, "Of course. Eru, the god of black mist." The god asked him directly, "Is your name Sanver? I have never met you. What proof do you have to claim you are my successor?" Saiyan replied with confidence, "Surely you can feel the power of the mist within me." Eru explained, "There are two ways to become a successor. The first is for me to give you the mist stone myself. The second way is for the mist stone to choose a worthy candidate on its own. Since I don't know who you are, I assume it's the second case. It's true. The stone that should have been in the Great Hall vanished last year." Above all else, Eru's gaze grew sharper and sharper. He praised Saiyan. "Impressive. You managed to awaken Karum when even I couldn't find her. You control her quite well." Karum scowled, asking angrily, "Who's controlling who?" Eru stared deep into Saiyan's eyes and said, "And those eyes, the light shining from them doesn't belong to someone your age. I see. You're an outsider. From a timeline I know nothing about." Saiyan was a bit skeptical. "You don't know? I thought you were involved in my being here." Eru shared honestly, "If you were hoping to meet an all-powerful, all-knowing god, then you've come to the wrong place. My divinity was stripped from me long ago. I'm not strong at all." Saiyan seemed to have learned his lesson. "He's right. I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up," Eru hummed. "Still, this works out quite well for me." Saiyan asked, completely lost, "What are you talking about?" The god let out a triumphant laugh. "A perfect successor has delivered himself right to my doorstep. This means less work for me. Now I don't have to lift a single finger." Saiyan was speechless at Eru's incredible laziness. With his sharp eyes, the god noticed something else. "Hey now, you've brought something rather troublesome with you. Isn't having the demon's sword enough for you? Are you planning to take the power of the holy sword as well?" Saiyan flashed a sinister smile. "For now, I have no plans. I was just thinking that if the world didn't know this thing existed, perhaps it would become useless." Lord Eru slowly rose from his throne, saying, "You have some truly twisted hobbies. Very well, I won't ask any more questions. It has nothing to do with me anyway, but I will follow the rules. As your supreme god, I will ask you this. O heir who has received my power, what will you do with this strength?" An oppressive, dark aura enveloped Saiyan's body. In that moment, memories of his past life flooded his mind. "In my previous life, I was asked the very same question. Back then, my answer was, I will live for my brother." Such a foolish response. But his answer from a past life meant nothing now. 1,000 questions flooded his mind. Why is this happening? Don't I have something I desire too? Lord Eru's voice cut through Sean's thoughts. "Remember this. Nothing is more dangerous than blind faith." Sean secretly guessed that Eru already knew about his own tragic end. As Sean stepped forward, he declared, "I don't have any grand ambitions, like some noble cause or sacred belief." This time, it had to be different. Eru was stunned, unable to comprehend Sean's words. After a moment, Sean had his answer. "I will use your power only for my own personal goals, for myself, and no one else." Eru pressed him again. So you'll decide what's right and wrong on your own. Are you confident you won't regret it? You had better answer very carefully. Because depending on what you say, I might just kill you right here and now. Sean calmly replied, I don't care what consequences my actions bring. I will not follow anyone's orders. That is the path I will walk. A flicker of curiosity appeared in Eru's eyes. It seems you have a plan then. Care to share it with me? Sean's reply was blunt. No. Eru was left completely speechless. It doesn't matter, so long as you clear my name. With that, I have no more questions for you. You're quite dull. His gaze shifted to the side. Well then, now, I'll have a chat with my daughter. Karum felt a terrible omen approaching. He suddenly pinched both of her cheeks and asked, You've changed quite a bit, haven't you? Do you like your master this much? Such a good girl. Karum stared blankly and shot back. What in the world are you talking about? Eru didn't hesitate to pucker his lips affectionately. Seeing you like this makes me very happy. But she was utterly disgusted. Get away from me. Stop it. Eru, however, completely ignored her harsh words. I'm trying to be nice to you because I have nothing to give your master. Karum could only scream in helpless frustration. This crazy old man. Hey, master, do something. Sean just turned his face away and remarked, such a touching father-daughter moment. Eru suddenly blew a passionate kiss toward Karum. A magic circle flared to life right in front of her. What is going on? In a flash, Karum was transformed into a human. She stared down at her hands in a daze. I have a body. Sean, standing nearby, was completely baffled. That didn't use any of my mana. Did Eru use his own power to create that body? Karum spun around, furious. What did you do to me? He just smiled and explained, it was nothing much. I just gave you a little of my own life force. What? You don't want it. You'll need a body to get close to your master. Eru's words only made Karum angrier. What did you just say? You idiot. Watching from the side, Sean was at a complete loss. I guess it's true, like father, like daughter. The next morning at the academy dorms, Bren whispered, Young master, what is happening? Sean forced a smile. I don't know either. Just try to ignore it. But Bren looked toward the room with worried eyes. But, young master, I don't think this is something we can just ignore. Sijic and Karum were fighting like cats and dogs. Karum asked with a sarcastic tone. An instructor visiting a student so early in the morning. Don't you think people will start to gossip about how special your relationship is? Sijic was quick to respond. Of course, I'm here to guide him onto the right path. This is a perfectly normal relationship. Karum warned with a scowl, Shouldn't a hall master like you be more careful? A fiery battle between two titans was about to erupt. Sijic replied in a soft voice, What I do has nothing to do with you, does it? Mind your own business. Karum confidently declared, The master only needs me. You should stay away from him. Sijic refused to back down. He is my student. Desperate to get away from this endless argument, Sean quickly looked for an escape. I'm going for a little walk. Bren pleaded in terror. Young master, please don't leave me here with them. The one-on-one battle between Sijic and Karum was getting more intense by the second. At this rate, they might actually draw weapons. How could I possibly refuse this offer? The scene shifts to outside the academy, where the streets below bustled with people. Sean sat on a rooftop, looking at his surroundings. Finally, I can relax. But then, the sharp scent of blood hit his nose. Down in a narrow alley, a girl was being brutally assaulted. She trembled as she tried to sit up, blood pouring from her mouth. She cowered, her face a mask of terror. 3 young nobles were bullying her. Hey, let's try using that today. What is it? Make her eat it? Good idea. Let's do it now. One of them created a blazing red orb. He called out, Hey, look here. I brought you a little snack. As he spoke, he grabbed her jaw, forcing her mouth open. Your friend brought you a handmade snack. You're going to eat it, right? The girl clenched her teeth shut, but suddenly, a steely voice rang out. Stop right there. How dare you do something so cruel to a fellow student? And you dare call yourselves nobles? Have you no shame? That man glanced at her and introduced himself. I am Baz Louis Milet, son of the ducal house Milet in the Garum kingdom. And who are you? The girl declared proudly, I am a princess of the UP Empire. Baz sneered in contempt. I wondered who you were, but you're only the 5th princess. He stepped closer to Ain. A pleasure to meet you. But she shot him down instantly. I have no desire to shake your hand. You'd better explain this situation. Baz's voice dripped with malice. I'm sure you're misunderstanding something. Should I ask him? Tell her. Her friend jumped, startled. Huh. In a flash, Baz lunged forward, grabbing the girl by her collar and demanding, Are we bullying you? She trembled as she answered, No. They aren't bullying me. Ain urged her fiercely. You don't have to hide it. Just look at yourself. Her friend glanced away nervously. It's fine, please. Just go. We were just playing around. Baz burst out laughing with delight. You heard her, didn't you? I'm starting to get annoyed. Ain's eyes blazed as she declared, I don't care. She's coming with me. Baz suddenly seized her wrist, his voice tight with irritation. Do you have a problem with listening? Ain was stunned. What is the meaning of this? Baz glared back. Didn't you hear Lysimud tell you to go away? But Aim wasn't the type to back down. If you don't release my hand this instant, I swear on my name. Hearing this, Baz laughed with utter scorn. You're nothing but a tiny, weak little girl. Just then, Saiyan appeared like a god descending from the heavens. With a single kick, he sent Baz flying. Ain's jaw dropped, completely shocked by Saiyan's sudden entrance. He glanced over at Lysimud. So that was Lysimud? The girl panicked when she saw Baz taken down so easily. The Karum Kingdom, Glen Castle. A flashback to the duel between Saiyan and Lysimud, the continent's greatest swordsman. She was born in the Gen Empire, but for some unknown reason, after graduating from the academy, she joined the house of Count Glen in the Karum Kingdom. She had even changed her nationality. The battle became incredibly intense as both sides were perfectly matched in skill. The very ground beneath them cracked and shattered from the overwhelming pressure of their power. Saiyan was shocked by Lysimud's attack as she swung her sword with absolute determination right at him. But the attack was completely useless against Saiyan. He had already teleported behind her, unleashing a fatal blow toward Lysimud. That single, critical strike sent her sprawling to the ground. At that time, the Empire had commanded Saiyan to eliminate her. I have received an assassination order. However, after infiltrating the castle, I decided to face her head-on in an honorable duel. The reason was nothing special. I just didn't want to assassinate someone who had reached the pinnacle of swordsmanship without even using mana. A person who had earned the title of the continent's greatest swordsman. Back in the present, Baz's lackeys frantically tried to wake him up, while Lysimud was still frozen in fear. A moment later, Baz woke up, growling, "Get out of my way. Why are there so many damn pests sticking their noses in other people's business today? You're Saiyan Veda. I've heard the rumors about you. You just returned from the front lines, didn't you? Why don't you join our little game?" Saiyan stared at him with a completely emotionless expression. A ridiculous game. Misusing a mana crystal can destroy the mana within the body. He then asked, a game where you force others to eat mana crystals. Fine, let's play. Saiyan immediately conjured an orb of energy. The moment he saw it, Baz broke out in a cold sweat. Saiyan's orb grew larger and larger, as if it could swallow everyone whole. He said to Baz, "What are you doing? Open your mouth." After the incident ended, everyone returned to the academy. Lysimud sat in her room, her body covered with countless wounds. Ain made sure to give her some advice. The wounds on your body are mostly healed, but you need to rest in bed to allow your internal injuries to recover. So just take it easy for the rest of today, okay? Lysimud expressed her thanks shyly. Thank you so much. I don't know how I can possibly repay you. Ain laughed proudly. You saw how those scumbags ran with their tails between their legs when our Saiyan threatened them. We only did what needed to be done, so you don't need to worry about a thing. Saiyan stood in a corner, lost in his thoughts, fractured bones and a mild concussion. And yet, she endured it. I guess the #1 swordsman is just built different. Lysimud suddenly asked Saiyan, by any chance, do you know me? I feel like you keep staring at me. He gave a bafflingly honest answer. I thought I knew you, but I don't. My apologies if I made you uncomfortable. Lysimud replied timidly. No, it's nothing. Ain, still worried, asked another question. Where is your dormitory? What if those bastards try to find you again for bullying? To get revenge or something? Lysimud hesitated before saying, the commoner's dorm. Ain was completely stunned. The commoner's dorm? Are you a farmer? Lysimud explained. I was able to enroll thanks to Coach VT. He promised to pay for my tuition, but then the academy suddenly fired him. Saiyan finished her sentence. In other words, you have no one here to support you at all. Then, you might have to drop out of school. Hearing this, Princess Ain's heart ached for Lysimud's tragic fate. Saiyan suddenly chimed in with an idea. Why not take her in as your handmaiden, princess? You could even learn swordsmanship from her. Ain looked bewildered. What are you talking about? Lysimud is a boy. Saiyan shot her a look and corrected her. She's a girl. Those words sent Ain's world crashing down. Lysimud became flustered. I didn't mean to deceive you, princess. It's just, keeping my hair short and wearing boys' clothes is more comfortable. So a lot of people mistake me for a boy. Ain was crying in agony on the inside. No. I'm so sorry I didn't even realize. Even Saiyan figured it out. I must be a failure as a woman. Lysimud quickly interjected. Not at all. I should be the one apologizing. Ain pushed the side chatter away and got serious. Anyway, what do you think? Saiyan's idea is actually pretty good. If you come under my protection, no one will be able to bully you anymore. You can study whatever you want and live a comfortable life. Lesimith was confused. But why me? Ain smiled warmly. To be honest, I don't really like being alone. And as a princess, I can't just stand by and do nothing. Lesimith spoke with all her heart. Thank you. I promise you, I will become someone who brings you honor. Thank you so much. Aang chuckled and glanced back at Saiyan. You don't need to thank me. This was all thanks to Saiyan. But he had vanished without a trace. It turns out Saiyan had already slipped away. I've done enough. I'm sure Princess Aang can handle the rest. But now I finally understand why Lesimith left the Duff Empire. If it wasn't for Baz back then, she never would have lost her mana. The continent's greatest sword master, with her mana intact, even I would have a hard time defeating her. Regardless, something else has caught my interest now. This morning, I received an order from Master Jika. It's my first assassination mission as a member of the Mist. Looking at the mission card, Saiyan thought to himself, this first assignment is a bit tough. Her words echoed in his head. I believe in your potential. No way. If she was already trying to control him like this, he worried about how much more complicated things would get in the future. Suddenly, he sensed a presence behind him, followed by a massive explosion. Saiyan was stunned. Was that a demonic beast? Inside the academy, a figure looked at him and asked, Are you Saiyan? He was surprised. You know who I am? The man replied, Of course. You possess 1-star magic and an S-rank physique, the youngest son of the Van family. The man introduced himself. My name is Seth, a new student, just like you. Saiyan was shocked. A giant like this is a new student? How is that possible? In his past life, there was never a student like this. Seth flexed his muscles. I've heard a lot about your accomplishments. You defeated a demonic beast and even survived a dragon's attack, didn't you? On top of that, you have an S-rank physique that even I couldn't achieve. He issued a challenge. Fight me, Saiyan. At that moment, it all came back to him. The crest on the man's chest. It was the symbol of Spania. So the rumors about the Sand Prince enrolling in the academy were true. Spania, a nation forged in the desert, located in the eastern part of the continent, it boasted a mighty military force under the leadership of the Grand Prince, a natural-born genius in both magic and combat. Even the mighty Duff Empire had struggled to conquer this nation. But this powerhouse, once renowned for its unbreakable unity, quickly fell into ruin and was ultimately destroyed after the sudden death of the Grand Prince, its sole heir. The cause of his death was said to be an illness from the cold. The prince valued physical training so much that he completely neglected his own health. To think Saiyan would run into that very Sand Prince, Seth, right here. Seth grew impatient. Make your decision. Now, Saiyan thought to himself, this encounter never happened in my past life. What a pain. But from what I know about him, he then asked. Right now? Seth confirmed. That's right. We'll decide once and for all who is stronger, and I won't take no for an answer, because I know you feel the same way I do. To his surprise, Saiyan refused. Why? Saiyan calmly stated, dueling without permission is forbidden within the academy. You must submit a formal request at the administration office. Hearing this, Seth agreed instantly. Fine. Where's the administration office? Saiyan pointed. 3rd floor of the main building. Seth immediately took off. Got it, he yelled while sprinting away. I'll be right back. You just wait right there. Watching him go, Saiyan thought. They said his brain was made of muscle, and it looks like the rumors were true. The administration office is in the opposite direction. Although he had no idea if a formal duel request was even a real thing, he was pretty sure he wouldn't be seeing the prince again anytime soon. First things first, I need to focus on this assassination mission. Meanwhile, at D. Kemen's headquarters, a subordinate was giving a report. Sir, the product is ready. The man roared, then stopped standing there gawking and delivered it to the client. He was one of the continent's 3 wealthiest men. In the eyes of the public, he was a paragon of virtue and righteousness. But beneath that saintly mask lurked a monster who ran illegal slave markets and trafficked in demi-humans. Daikoma declared, Today, I unveil my greatest masterpiece. Pay close attention. His loyal underlings immediately snapped to attention, but they were completely unaware that Saiyan was already there. He had his target locked. This mission was about to end far sooner than he planned. Suddenly, Karum paused. Saiyan asked, What is it? It replied, I'm sensing a very complex energy. Saiyan was intrigued. A complex energy? Karum confirmed. Your target. He's concealing something incredibly bizarre. Daikoma glanced at the figures slumped in the cell. Finally, it's been properly tamed. Rest well, my little golden goose. But then, he saw it, a blur of black mist that flashed past him in an instant. In the next moment, the man beside him collapsed, dead. His guards instantly formed a defensive line. Who's there? Daikoma shrieked in panic. What are you doing? Get them now. Damn it, earn the colossal fee I paid you. One guard yelled. Stop hiding and show yourself. In that instant, Saiyan burst forward. The guards couldn't even react. His speed was just too overwhelming. He slipped behind the man in a flash, neutralizing him before he could even blink. The guard cursed, completely helpless. Daikoma could only watch in stunned silence. He screamed, "Where are the rest of my men?" Saiyan replied, "You'll find out soon enough, because you're about to join them. You hired all those mercenaries, and not a single one was worth the coin." The man stumbled back in terror. "What do you want? Money? Is that it? I can give you anything you desire." A blood-curdling scream ripped from his throat. Saiyan looked down coldly as the man writhed on the floor in agony. "Daikoma, for your countless inhumane experiments and forced crossbreeding of different races, you even own a slave market, an act forbidden by law. That's more than enough reason. Wouldn't you agree? I'll give you 1 minute. Repent for every sin you've committed, and then the pain will finally stop." Though racked with pain, the man gasped. "So, you're here to kill me. I only did what I had to do to survive. Don't you see? I only sell these slaves and products because there's a demand for them. The buyers are the real villains. What have I done wrong?" Saiyan scoffed. "A monster like you wouldn't know the first thing about remorse. Your minute is up. I'll grant you the most painful death imaginable." The man screamed. "Wait." But Saiyan didn't hesitate, unleashing his 8th assassination art, Chaotic Strike. Target eliminated. Before leaving, Saiyan decided he should quickly scout the area. He stopped before a single cell. "Here." Karum confirmed, "Yes. I can sense the combination of 2 energy sources." Suddenly, the sound of something shattering echoed from within. Saiyan's eyes snapped toward the noise. Was that a girl? She wasn't moving. Had she already died? It was just a human after all. There's nothing more to see here. But Karum insisted, "No, look closer. Look at what she's clutching." Sure enough, it was an egg. Saiyan brought the egg back with him. A surprised Brian asked, "Master, where did you find this?" Saiyan replied, "I just picked it up on the way here." Brian nearly shouted, "Who just picks up something like this?" Saiyan maintained his story. "It's true. I found it while I was out for a walk." Saiyan thought to himself, "A dragon's egg. I can't believe that man was trying to sell something this dangerous. Was he planning to transport it somewhere else?" Brian asked nervously, "Master, what if it hatches?" Saiyan replied, "That's not going to happen, so don't worry. Every dragon is a pure mass of mana, born from a specific element. Even if you constantly pour mana of the matching element into it, there's no guarantee it will ever hatch. In most cases, a dragon egg without its mother is nothing more than a lifeless stone." The moment Saiyan finished his sentence, the egg cracked. Both of them stared in shock. "It's cracking?" The egg began to glow brightly, and a look of pure dread washed over their faces. The egg was actually hatching. A massive crack appeared right before their very eyes. Just seconds later, a little girl with 2 tiny horns emerged. Brian started panicking. "It's out. It hatched. What are we going to do now?" Saiyan was completely bewildered. "She's not a dragon. And she's not human either. Could this be a dragonoid? A half-human, half-dragon hybrid?" This was way more complicated than he imagined. The little girl let out a small cry, then leaped into Saiyan's arms, calling out, "Papa." Saiyan froze, completely stunned. "Does she think I'm her parent?" Just then, a burst of laughter broke the silence. It was Karum, laughing hysterically. "Papa, you're a father at the ripe old age of 11. Saiyan's face went dark. "This is all your fault, Karum." Saiyan remembered hesitating back at the lab and asking, "Should we just take it with us?" Karum had warned him. In the hands of a normal person, that thing would be a catastrophe. Saiyan had agreed. "That makes sense. I guess it can't really hatch on its own, can it?" And Karum had stated with absolute certainty, "I've never seen a dragon hatch without its mother. This thing is just a dangerous rock." Back in the present, Karum was still howling with laughter. "Live long enough, and you'll see some crazy things," Sean snapped. "But you just said you've never seen anything like it." He just smirked. "That's why I said you see strange things when you've lived a long time." His eyes then fell on the little girl. "Wait a minute, a human and dragon half-breed. What if her very existence is a danger?" Sean thought to himself. He's right, this is big trouble. Right now, the little girl was sleeping soundly. Half-human, half-beast. A dragonoid born from a human and a dragon. A world like this is far too dangerous for such a creature to exist. If she's discovered at the academy, the director will see her as a threat and find a way to eliminate her. And if the pure-blooded dragons ever found out about this child, they would hunt down and destroy everyone who knew of her existence. Sean wondered, a danger this great? Do I really need to take this burden upon myself? Her destiny is to live a life of misery anyway. It might be better if I end it myself right now. Karum asked, "So you finally made up your mind. Come to think of it, it might be for the best." Sean's hand gently closed around the little girl's throat. "Yes. If she must live in misfortune, It's better to end it now. But in that moment, the girl's eyes fluttered open, and she softly called out, Data. It was as if something stopped Sean in his tracks. Her tiny hands reached out, wrapping around his arm. What was this feeling? Sean gently lifted the small creature. It's going to be okay, he said softly. We'll raise it, Karum. Karum scoffed. You're raising it to be your pawn, aren't you? How boring. Meanwhile, in the ducal castle of House V, Duchess Margaret paced back and forth, consumed by anxiety. What should I do? What can I possibly do? If that boy Sean is left to his own devices, our family will face certain doom. Just then, Asen appeared. Mother? She flinched. Huh? He asked. If something is troubling you, please, you can tell me. She forced a strained smile. Thank you, my son. But before he could press further, Margaret rushed away. I'm perfectly fine. What troubles? I just remembered an urgent matter I must attend to. The moment she was gone, Asen's face turned to ice. Report. A figure, Kellen, stepped from the shadows. 6 bodies belonging to the territory's knights were found in the Belly Mountains. The last one was confirmed entering ruin with the young master. The mastermind, as you predicted. Asen's eyes narrowed. And Kellen continued his report. After the news broke, he was placed in the Academy's royal sector, and all our spies have vanished. A flicker of rage crossed Asen's face. This is all information I already possess. Are you telling me you learned nothing new about my brother? Fear washed over Kellen. He had disappointed his lord. Asen's voice was cold fury. I do not keep the incompetent by my side. You climbed to this position only to fail so completely. Kellen's voice boomed with conviction. I will go myself, my lord. Please, trust me. I swear I will not disappoint you again. Asen placed a hand on his shoulder. I know your passion, Kellen. Very well. Begin at once. My brother is undoubtedly hiding something. Find out what it is. Kellen bowed low. As you command, Lord Asen. The sound of his urgent footsteps echoed away. Back in the dorm, Sean and Karum were feeding the dragonkin milk. Sean looked up at their uninvited guest. It's not a school day. Why are you here? She pointed, asking, why is there a baby in your dorm room? Sean sighed. It's a long story. Just tell me what you want. We'll get to that later. We have a more urgent problem. You've caused a major incident, Sean. He looked at her, completely bewildered. She held out a single sheet of paper, a formal challenge to a duel. You've got to be kidding me, he thought. I haven't even had enough sleep for this. Is he that desperate for the spotlight? Sean thought to himself. That psycho Seth actually sent a formal challenge, and now she's here to deliver it personally. Karum wrinkled her nose. Why the long face? A fight between 2 11-year-olds? What's so exciting about that? But Sean knew this was different. This 11-year-old isn't your average student. So, when is the fight? The girl, speaking for Seth, replied, in 2 hours. Sean let out a deep sigh. That's way too soon. Seth's voice was filled with manic glee. I have waited for this moment for so long. Sean, I'm sure you feel the exact same way, right? Sean's blank expression said it all. I initially wanted a martial arts match, Seth continued, but the academy only permits sword or magic duels. Do you plan on using magic? Sean shrugged. If you don't use it, I won't either. Seth burst out laughing. Excellent, I like that. In the next instant, he lunged. Seth's blade cut through the air with incredible speed. Then let me see what your swordsmanship is truly made of. He's fast for his size, Sean thought, analyzing the attack. His form is powerful, but an offense based on pure strength is easy to dismantle. Sean dodged the blow effortlessly. Against an opponent like you, brute force is useless. What you need is precision and skill. It's not that simple, Seth roared. The clash of their swords rang out. Seth grunted, struggling to block Sean's counter. He's combining downward force with rotational momentum. Seth realized in shock, but even so, there's no way that tiny sword can block my greatsword. Seth leaped backward to create some space. It looked like he was trying to circle around for a strike to Sean's back. In that split second, Sean sheathed his sword and lunged, tackling Seth's legs. Seth let out a furious roar. Do you have eyes in the back of your head? Seething with rage, Seth slammed his fist on the ground, cracking the stone floor. He was clearly losing his cool. He suddenly launched a vicious kick, but Sean dodged it with ease. A faint smirk appeared on Sean's face. He managed to counterattack that quickly. For a big guy, he's surprisingly agile. The crowd watched in stunned amazement. What was that move? Is that kid even human? Kneeling on the ground, a chilling smile spread across Seth's face, and he let out a furious roar. He declared, in swordsmanship, I have lost. If this is how it's going to be, I'll use any means necessary to win. I will unleash my full power. Saiyan remained calm. What a troublesome guy. He warned him. You should use your full strength, too. In the next instant, A massive explosion rocked the arena. Set roared Saiyan's name. Kadeo mused. So now, are they going to settle this with magic? Such bold children, indeed. To think they'd start with swordsmanship only to switch entirely to magic. C commented. It seems Saiyan completely overwhelmed him with the blade. My thoughts exactly, the headmaster replied. Set's physique is A rank, while Saiyan's is S rank. Considering their physical differences, this outcome was to be expected. However, a person's physique is merely the foundation for using higher-level magic. Set's magic level is 3-star, the highest among all the new students. So what will you do now? Sijic was fuming. Why don't you just announce to the entire world that you crave attention, Saiyan? Meanwhile, the battle raged on. Set switched to martial arts, throwing a devastating punch. Saiyan assessed the attack. So he's using magic now? The fist's impact created an explosion right next to him. Set closed the distance instantly. Don't even think about escaping. Without a moment's pause, he launched a relentless barrage. His next technique, Claws of the Desert. Saiyan, who had been standing still, was suddenly surrounded by the ferocious attack. He thought to himself, Set's magic level is 3-star? The storm of attacks raged before his eyes, yet Saiyan remained perfectly calm. But at this rate, couldn't he potentially cast a 4-star spell? The instructors maintaining the barrier might have a hard time with this. Just then, Set's voice boomed. How long are you going to scurry around like a mouse, Saiyan? Saiyan shot back. So you want me to just stand here and take it? Set's anger flared. If you're a warrior, you don't dodge my attacks. You shameless brat. Saiyan deadpanned. You do realize we're both brats, right? Set fell silent, unleashing a massive sandstorm. Kadia looked on, deeply impressed. Sai grew anxious. Wait a minute. Set's magic level is 3-star, but isn't that a 4-star spell? Set boasted. This one won't be so easy to dodge. Saiyan simply said, All right, then. This time, I'll take it head on. Elsewhere, Brian was preparing a bottle of milk. He muttered, This temperature should be just right, perfect. It's a good thing I have experience raising children, even though taking care of my younger siblings felt like a hassle at times. Who would have thought this experience would come in handy later? He then called out in a gentle voice, Long Nan. Oh, princess, it's time to eat. Suddenly, Brian froze in shock. No way, it's only been a little while. How did she grow so much? The little girl simply asked for her food. Back at the duel, the students watched in awe. What's happening in there? A massive sphere of energy now completely enveloped the two fighters. The instructors were straining. The protective barrier is collapsing. Reinforce it, now. What kind of students are these two? The situation has become critical, and the headmaster is just watching. Sijic yelled at Kadeo. Headmaster, we must stop this duel immediately. But he calmly replied, Just wait a little longer. Something is happening. Saiyan has activated his secret art, Void Sphere. Sijic was horrified. That's not allowed. Stop him. But it was already too late. Saiyan had begun. A wild laugh escaped from Set. The more I observe Saiyan, the more astonished I become. Sijic was still panicking. Why would you use that technique here? On the stage, the two streams of power coiled around each other. A strange, dark mist enveloped Set, and he suddenly froze in place. One student realized it first. His magic. It vanished in an instant. That black sphere. Is that a spell? I've never heard of magic like that before. All eyes were on Saiyan. What is he? Saiyan finally spoke to Set. Do you still wish to fight? Set was completely out of breath. No, I've lost. He collapsed to his knees in despair. I can't believe I'm the one who lost. In both swordsmanship and magic, I was completely defeated. I feel so pathetic. Saiyan was at a loss for words. Maybe I went a little too far. Did I break his spirit? But then, Set slammed his fist on the ground. Good. This is very good. I was so tired of defeating weaker opponents. My desire to train is burning like never before. He held out his hand. I don't know when, but I will definitely challenge you again. When that time comes, will you accept my challenge, Saiyan? Saiyan took his hand. Nope. I refuse. Later, back at his residence, Saiyan stared in shock at Long Nan. He knew dragons matured faster than humans, but she already looked like a 6-year-old child. She ran to greet him. Welcome back, Papa. Her growth rate was just unbelievable. At this rate, wouldn't she be as old as him in no time? Brian explained. About that, she grew a lot while I wasn't paying attention. Saiyan sighed. If she keeps growing this fast, it's going to be difficult to raise her here in secret, isn't it? Just then, a voice cut in. You can't hide her forever. Isn't that right, Saiyan? It was Sijic. I let your demon sword slide, but I can't possibly ignore this dragon kin, especially after the stunt you pulled today. What in the world were you thinking? Karum stirred from his nap. Did someone mention me? Sijic glared at the dragon child and said, Her growth rate is monstrous. I look away for a second and she's already this big. She told Saiyan he had to take full responsibility for what he brings back from missions, but a creature like this is hard to hide. He declared that Brian would be the one to look after her. A barrier was also established in the dorm, so Karum's and the child's presence would be concealed. Before he could finish, Sijic handed him a card, saying it was fine as long as he stayed out of trouble. A sly grin spread across Saiyan's face. Is this my reward for winning the duel? To be honest, it's a bit disappointing. She then warned him to be careful, saying that attracting too much attention would bring him nothing good. After she left, Brian asked, "Young master, what is that?" Saiyan replied, "It's a warning letter." He gasped in shock. "A warning letter?" Saiyan confirmed, "Yup. It says we'll be expelled for improper conduct." Brian started to panic. "What? Expelled?" The little dragonkin grew worried too. "What are we going to do, Papa? Are we going to live on the streets?" Saiyan was stunned. "Where did you even learn that phrase? Do you even know what it means? This kid is growing up way too fast." He gently stroked her head. "Not yet. You don't have to worry." Brian was dejected. "Are you certain?" "Sir, if we return to Vias, I will be." Saiyan cut him off. "Don't worry. I'll file a formal complaint." He examined the letter. "This didn't come from the administration office. The headmaster sent this to me himself. That means he wants to speak with me privately." He had asked him before, "Do you wish to join the Luminous Knight Brigade?" "I've finally decided. I'm going to dedicate my entire life to my older brother." Yes, that had been Saiyan's decision, but Kudel advised against it. "That path doesn't seem to suit you." Saiyan scoffed at the memory. "I'm sure you already know that. Then allow me to give you some advice. Choosing this path will lead to nothing but ruin. Whether you face endless trials or a cruel destiny, you will gain nothing in the end. It is a life lived as another's puppet. No matter how things turn out, you will only end up resenting your brother." Saiyan recalled those were the exact words the headmaster spoke to him in his previous life. "I wonder what he'll have to say this time around." Brian interrupted his thoughts. "Young master, shouldn't we give the little one a name?" The thought just hit him. "A name?" He replied, "Yes, we can't keep calling her kid forever." Saiyan blurted out, "Nana. How about that?" Brian was at a loss for words. "You didn't even think about it." However, the little girl cheered. "It's perfect. Nana spelled backwards is still Nana. I'll be Nana V." Saiyan was bewildered. "How in the world does this child know my family name?" Brian wept internally. "It's over. She's going to be teased mercilessly by the other children." At the Royal Academy's headmaster's office, Kudel was holding a pen. He thought of Saiyan. "I knew the boy had potential, but to absorb 4-star magic with a 1-star dark sphere, his talent is terrifyingly vast, but he doesn't seem to be struggling in the slightest. I want to know your true limit." Saiyan Silo. He was the man who had personally taught the current emperor, Downey, and was also the father of the late Queen Diana. Kudel was one of the few 9-circle mages on the continent who had devoted himself entirely to educating students after Diana passed away. There were some things Saiyan wanted to understand about him. He had always believed the man was a pacifist, but in this lifetime, he had suddenly interfered in the war for the royal succession. Saiyan thought silently, it seems his personality hasn't changed at all. He knocked on the door, and a powerful energy pulsed outwards. Saiyan smirked. He knew I was coming and still put up a 9-star barrier? Very well. If this is a test, then I accept. Inside, Kudel chuckled to himself, wondering, now then, what will you do? Only an archmage can destroy that barrier. A moment later, Saiyan leaped directly into the room. He landed perfectly safe. Headmaster Kudel. I am Saiyan, the new transfer student. I am here to file a complaint. The headmaster realized he had simply ignored the barrier and jumped in through the window. It seems I've lost this round. He asked Saiyan, a complaint? The boy replied, yes. The letter came from you, but after seeing that barrier, I am certain of one thing. The warning letter was merely a pretext to test my true abilities, wasn't it? He replied, yes. It was a crude method, but you have proven your talent. However, I will not be retracting the warning, or perhaps, you can try to persuade me. Saiyan asked, then may I ask you one question? The man replied, be my guest. Hearing this, he asked, do you desire the expansion of the empire or the prestige of your family name? The question caused Kudel to narrow his eyes in thought. That is a bold question. It is neither of those things. Saiyan replied, is that so? In that case, after Emperor Donnie's death, if the third or fourth prince tried to claim the throne instead of the crown prince, you would not choose a side. Kudel stated, you are not bold, you are arrogant. Saiyan wondered, was I my brother's puppet? I believe you are no different from my past self. In the war for the throne during his previous life, Kudel played a major role in helping Crown Prince Luniel become emperor. He was a cruel and depraved man. He slaughtered every last one of his siblings, and when Kale stood against him, he was branded a traitor to the Empire and sentenced to life in prison. He had given everything to brighten another's future, only to be betrayed by that very person. Kale slammed the table. Nonsense. Do you think the peace of the last century could collapse so easily? I thought you were a genius, but you're nothing but a fool. Saiyan replied, do you really think so? The mothers of the first and second princes died from illness, and the third and fourth princes are now on equal footing with the first. The Nepes family, where Queen Cassandra comes from, is infamous for its obsession with power. That family will do anything to maintain its authority. In my opinion, the Empire's peace is already hanging by a single thread. And on the day it snaps, this academy will fall with it. Kale was stunned. Are these really the thoughts of an 11-year-old boy? He understood the entire political climate perfectly. Kale spoke. Why are you telling me this? Saiyan replied bluntly. To make a deal. I will help you protect the peace for your family and this academy, so you will withdraw your warning. Hearing that, the headmaster burst out laughing. Do you truly have the power to back up such a claim? Then feel the weight of my arrogance. After speaking, he activated something. A series of chains appeared from the ceiling. They were the chains of judgment. He bound Saiyan completely, but the boy was still smiling. You want to play for keeps? Then let's see what you've got, headmaster. Kale said, no matter how gifted you are, you can't escape the 9-star labyrinth prison. It seems I vastly overestimated your talent. Saiyan replied, then I will just have to show you. Before Kale even understood what was happening, he had summoned a practical magic sphere. A black smoke wrapped around the chains. The headmaster was horrified. Impossible. That's just a tier 1 magic sphere. How can it be devouring my magic? It was slowly corroding his spell, and the sphere was steadily growing larger. Kale was truly panicking now, wondering just what the limits of this boy's talent were. At that moment, Saiyan broke completely free of his chains. He asked, is this enough proof that I can be useful? After a moment of silence, the headmaster answered, I acknowledge it. I will withdraw the warning. Are you certain you don't want anything else? The boy confirmed, yes. I only wish to study peacefully at this academy. Kale asked again, is that all? Saiyan was firm. Yes, that is all. He thought to himself, I refuse to watch this academy collapse a second time. Outside, night was beginning to fall. Brian was carrying a bag filled with candy and snacks. He figured since there was a child at home now, he should only buy treats. The thought of Nana enjoying them put him in a good mood. Then he stopped, sensing something was off. Why are the streets so deserted tonight? Or am I just being paranoid? He glanced into a nearby alley. Something was coming. Moments later, a figure emerged. Brian froze in shock. The bag of snacks tumbled to the ground. Brian had vanished, leaving only a scattered mess on the pavement. After his talk with the headmaster, Saiyan agreed to attend his classes properly. He just had to get through the rest of the afternoon. But to him, it was pure torture. He was bored to death. Reviewing things he'd learned 30 years ago was agonizing. Studying was a chore. He would much rather be training. He didn't notice Ain right behind him. She asked, where are you going? Class hasn't ended yet. Saiyan said, I'm going to the restroom. Ain scoffed in annoyance. Liar. The restroom isn't in that direction. Are you really going to the restroom? Leshimoth was taken aback. Saiyan suddenly asked Ain, do you allow her to call you by your name like that? Princess? Ain retorted, what of it? Are you trying to change the subject? And yes, I allow her to call me that when we're in private. Ain's expression darkened. Then why do you still call me, your highness? Saiyan replied, we are friends, but I am a commoner, and you are a noble princess of the royal family. How could I possibly call you by your name? Ain was annoyed. You're so rigid and old-fashioned. Saiyan didn't deny it. I'll take that as a compliment, your highness. At that moment, someone called out to Ain. She looked up and then froze, beginning to tremble. Saiyan followed her gaze. Ain said, Brother Fabian. And, Brother Nezion. She bowed her head. It has been a while. They immediately started mocking her. Is Ain hanging out with a commoner? You're barely an adult and you already have a servant following you around. I suppose birds of a feather flock together. The lowly always stick with their own kind. Saiyan thought to himself that the members of the Nepes family didn't even try to hide their contempt for Ain. The two princes turned their gaze on him. Saiyan greeted them. It is an honor to meet you both. I am Saiyan, the youngest son of the Vert family. They replied, how could we not know the son of Duke Vert, our father's closest friend? I was very impressed with your sparring match. During the next tea party, I will be sure to invite you. We can talk more then. Let's become closer. This is not an opportunity that comes around easily for you. I'll see you then. Saiyan replied, yes, thank you, your highness. Throughout the exchange, Ain had remained in a bow. Nezion sneered at her, except for you. You are not invited. You're just a low-ranking princess, so don't get ahead of yourself. You should learn your place, Ain. Understood? After the two had left, Leshamuth asked, "Are they the princes? How can they be so cruel? They're all one family, bound by the same blood." Sean declared, "Who knows? From what I see, they're worse than strangers." Ain's expression turned grim. He continued, "Whether by blood or by water, facing true power makes it all meaningless. Their coldness is just a sign of their fear. If they're already afraid of you, then you have no reason to fear them. I'll be taking my leave." Ain's face flushed with shame. After Sean left, Lacim shook him. "Hey, Ain, are you all right?" Meanwhile, Sean arrived home, announcing his return. Nana was still fast asleep. He scanned the room. "What's this? Is no one here?" "Brian Karum." Karum materialized before him. "I am here." "You've disturbed my slumber," the spirit hissed. Sean asked, "Why are you in your spirit form?" It replied, "This form conceals my aura. Why did you summon me?" Sean commanded, "Go find Brian for me." Karum's face scrunched in annoyance. It shrieked, "Am I a dog to be sent fetching people for you? What's with that attitude? He knows the way back himself." But suddenly, the spirit froze. It detected the scent of blood. Hearing this, Sean's demeanor instantly changed. Brian had been thrown into a narrow alley. The gang's leader was a man named Baz. "I tried to be nice earlier. Why couldn't you just listen? Now you're in a world of trouble, understand? The Master's one and only guardian knight is this pathetic? What a piece of trash," he threatened. "Now, I'm going to carve you up, piece by piece, and send the parts to your master as a special gift. This is the price you pay for daring to lecture the great Baz." Though horribly beaten, Brian forced out the words. "The thought alone is enough to make me sick." Baz was stunned. "What did you say?" Brian shot back, "You're a condescending fool. Who challenged who? Don't make me laugh." A twisted grin spread across Baz's face. "Looks like the beatings have scrambled your brain." Brian replied, "I just feel sorry for scum like you." Baz gave the order, "Kill him." At that very moment, Sean appeared. "What do you think you're doing?" The blonde thug hadn't even sensed his presence. Sean said, "Baz, so it was you." Brian's face was already swollen and bruised beyond recognition. Sean's words dripped with sarcasm, but they held a sliver of concern. "You look pathetic. Seems your vocal cords took a hit, too." Baz let out a strained laugh. "You dare come here alone? This is even better. I'll tear you to shreds." A grin stretched from ear to ear on Sean's face. "I'm looking forward to it." He unleashed his 8th assassination. Art, Chaotic Strike, clearing away the grunts in his path. His next target was the leader himself. A wave of pure panic crashed over Baz. In a single blink, Sean had taken down all of his mercenaries. Is there truly no way to defeat this guy? In the end, what kind of monster is he? Baz's hands readied an attack stance. "Damn you. I'll take your life." But Sean didn't give him the chance. A swift kick to the stomach sent Baz flying, crashing hard against the wall. Sean stalked closer. "You haven't changed at all, have you? Is it fun, torturing those weaker than you?" Even at this stage, Baz couldn't see his own wrongdoing. "Are you trying to butt into my fun? You planning on using this as an excuse to kill me?" Baz, the eldest son of the Lume family, was part of the ruling faction of the Garum kingdom. Even in his past life, his penchant for trouble was infamous. He regularly beat his servants and even burned small animals alive for entertainment. Eventually, his cruelty went too far, leading to murder. He brutally killed a female classmate. His excuse? He claimed he was merely testing his magic. In the end, the Mist organization issued an order for his elimination. And when Sean arrived at his mansion after his expulsion, he witnessed the horrifying scene firsthand. Countless bodies of servants were scattered across the basement floor. Sean had planned to torture him slowly, to grant him the most painful death imaginable. Even now, he vividly remembered Baz laughing, telling him to stop wasting time and just kill him, because he had already done every twisted thing he ever wanted to. Looking back, Sean realized that killing him that way wasn't a harsh enough punishment, because even at the very end, he still got to do things his way. The price he paid for completely destroying the lives of others was far too small. Sean gripped his jaw, forcing his mouth open. A sphere of dark, purple energy pulsed in his other hand. For the first time, Baz felt true fear. "Stop. You stop right now," Sean growled. "What was it you said you were going to do to me?" At last, Baz's arrogance shattered. "You think you can get away with this? I'm at the pinnacle of power in the Garum kingdom." Wasting no more time, Sean shoved the orb into his mouth. "You talk too much. You can hate me. You can despise me. I don't care what you say behind my back, but you should never have touched one of my people. You have nothing to do with this, you worthless scum." After swallowing the orb, Baz was racked with convulsions, like a man tormented by a terminal illness. He could do nothing but scream. Perched on a rooftop, Kelly had watched the entire scene unfold. "I never knew young Master Sean was hiding this kind of power. I must report this to Lord Asen. Young Master Sean could become a major obstacle to his plans. She never noticed Jika, who had already placed a blade against her throat from behind. So it was you, the obsessed fan who's been stalking my student for days. After dealing with Baz, Sean rushed over to Brian's side. In another place, a beaten man knelt, his voice full of shame. Forgive me, young master. I never expected them to bring so many men to attack me. Sean could barely look at his follower. The man's face was completely disfigured. Sean's voice was sharp. Are you truly my subordinate? You're not a fighter. Why did you try to fight back against them? Is this the loyalty you spoke of? Why didn't you just run away? I understand your intentions, but are you an idiot? No loyalty is worth dying for. Don't ever do something so foolish again, because it just infuriates me. This is unbelievable. Just remember, you're getting a lecture when we get home. Sean's attention then shifted elsewhere. You can come out now. A playful voice echoed from the trees. Oh my, have I been discovered? For Sean, this was child's play. When you bring your entire crew with you, how could I not know you're here? Jessica appeared from above. I brought a gift for you. At his feet landed a man, bound hand and foot. It was Kellen. Sean recognized him instantly. He's the one who's been tailing me lately. Yes, I was vaguely aware, Jessica said with a dramatic sigh. First, I must admit, I'm impressed with your abilities. Your strength surpasses even the assassins of the mist. He had the silver tongue to deal with the headmaster, and the unbreakable spirit to wield the demon sword flawlessly. Your performance as the heir has been nothing short of brilliant, but if this continues, it will cause problems. More people will start to think you're an anomaly, just like what happened today. Sean shot back, his voice seething with anger. I'll follow your advice. However, I have no intention of being treated like a fool. If anyone dares to lay a hand on my people again, I will hunt them down and obliterate them all. Jika smirked, understanding completely. He would be the one to protect those closest to him. Jika didn't linger any longer. Fine, let the heir do as he wishes. I'll be going now. Oh, and make sure you handle that man. I'll clean up the mess with Baz and his cronies. Kellen struggled with all his might. What are you going to do to me? Are you planning to take my life? A wicked glint appeared in Sean's eyes. Your life? I think that would be letting you off too easily. Fear was creeping in, but his words were still defiant. If you're planning to interrogate me, you can forget it. I will never tell you a thing. Sean pointed a finger in his face. You're Kellen, Asen's most loyal subordinate, aren't you? A memory flashed in Sean's mind. How could I have forgotten him? He was by Asen's side that entire time. In his past life, this was the man consumed with jealousy for both him and Asen. From another perspective, this man could be incredibly dangerous. Sean raised his hand. Killing him right here would be simple, but he's a subordinate of that bastard, Asen. At the very least, he could be extremely useful to my plans. Kellen began to scramble away in terror. What is that? Stay away from me. This was Sean's shadow persona creation. The dark magic relentlessly seeped into Kellen's mind. It seems Sean intended to do something far worse than simply end his life. As morning broke over the peaceful castle, Simu was already training with her sword. She was sparring with Ain. While she was overwhelmed at first, she had since recovered. But this was still nothing compared to her opponent. Simu was clearly the more skilled fighter. I win again, Your Highness. A frustrated Ain gave up the fight. I can never seem to win against you. Besides, didn't I tell you to just call me by my name when we're alone? It must be Lady Ain. Hearing Brian's shouts, Ain turned her head. It looks like their training over there is just as intense. Brian was taking an absolute beating, with a kick to his right leg and a direct elbow to the gut. It was obvious Sean took his training very seriously. He claims to be a simple errand boy, but his ability to take a hit is astounding, and his stamina is just incredible. This one will be quite useful in the future. Sean sneered. Is this getting too hard for you? As he spoke, blood trickled from Brian's mouth. Not at all, young master. I will endure this until the very end. This method may have been brutal, but Sean had no other choice. He couldn't guarantee that an incident like the one with Baz wouldn't happen again. At the very least, Brian needed to be able to protect himself. Suddenly, Brian mentioned Kellen, but, young master, are we really keeping that man around? Sean replied, you have no need to worry about him. He's on our side now. Flashing back to the moment Sean subdued him, even Brian couldn't understand what his master was doing. All he saw was Sean using a form of magic he had never witnessed before. It's been a while since I've used this spell, Sean thought. It's more difficult than I remember. 9-star Dark Magic, Shadow Persona. It's a spell that creates a new personality from the shadows, allowing the caster to control the target according to their will. In my past life, I only ever used it once. Sean began his interrogation. Now then, who are you? The man answered with utmost reverence. I am Kellen, an official guardian knight of Velias, and I came to Ruin under orders to monitor young Master Sean. A satisfied smile crept onto Sean's face as he saw how obedient his opponent had become. And who is your master? Kellen was prepared to confess everything. Although I initially served young Master Asen, I now wish to become young Master Sean's subordinate. Please, accept me. This was precisely what Sean wanted. Very well. From this moment on, listen carefully to the words I am about to say. Return to Asen's side in Velia's and report to him. You will not miss a single word, do you understand? His loyalty was now absolute. I, Kellen, will obey young Master Sean's command. Kellen's eyes now held a razor-sharp focus. Back in the present, Sean thought that man was a bit dangerous. His look of absolute trust put a strange pressure on him. He'll probably be fine. Just then, Ain walked over. Are you training with your guardian knight? I never expected to see you here. Sean gave a detached reply. Yes. Is your highness also here to train? Ain eagerly recounted her story. That's right. I come here every week to practice swords with Simu. Because of that recent incident, I figured I should always be prepared. Sean's mind raced. So, it was because of what happened 1 week ago. Someone had been found unconscious just outside the infirmary. His body was covered in bruises. But he refused to reveal the culprit's name. In truth, it wasn't a matter of won't, but can't. His connection to magic had been severed forever. But Simu's reaction wasn't what I expected at all. I thought she'd at least be a little satisfied. Suddenly, a small child dropped down from the sky. The little girl made everyone look up in shock. Brian couldn't hide his alarm. Young master, over there. Sean's eyes widened in disbelief. Nana? But I left her with Karum, didn't I? Turns out, Karum had completely passed out on the chair. Nana landed right in Ain's arms. Where did this child come from? Nana, however, was absolutely thrilled. I found Papa. When Ain heard those words, she thought she was mishearing things, but the child kept calling out nonstop. Ain's mind was a complete mess. Since when? And with who? How was this even possible? But once inside, Sean explained everything, and Ain breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it is. She isn't your daughter. Thank goodness. When she called you Papa, I completely misunderstood. Who would have believed you had such a kind side? This is truly a surprise. Sean's face went completely blank. This is bad. If this continues, the princess will have a hold over me. But Brian was worried about something else. If the academy ever found out, he'd be expelled for sure. Plus, he even knew Nana was a half-dragon. However, Ain's next move defied both their expectations. Don't you worry. I won't tell a soul. Sean was skeptical. Your Highness, you can't be serious? Ain spoke as if swearing on her honor. Of course. Right. Samute. She turned back and gave a cool smile. Yes, I don't have any friends, so who would I even tell? Sean got straight to the point. Your Highness, what is your reason for this? It seemed Ain was speaking from the heart, but with a hidden purpose. A reason, I just feel sorry for her. She is neither human nor dragon, so she will never be accepted by anyone. But thankfully, you are here to take care of her. In return, could I perhaps visit your room from time to time? Please, don't misunderstand. I only want to see Nana. Sean didn't think much of it. That's not a big deal. Then from now on, this will be our secret. All right. Ain's head was still in the clouds. Yes, I'll remember. Her face had turned bright red. Our secret. A moment later, Ain took her leave. Simu bowed as she saw her out. Please be careful on your way. But Simu found Ain's behavior a bit strange. My lady, Ain has completely fallen in love. Does that mean I've gotten a little closer to Sean? Meanwhile, Karum finally woke up. What? Something this exciting happened while I was asleep. At this rate, why don't you just get caught living with a demon sword, too? Sean pointed an angry finger at her. You be quiet. Just stay there and reflect on your mistakes. You're the one who fell asleep while babysitting. But Karum paid his attitude no mind. She's just like her papa, always doing the unexpected. Brian had a bright idea. How about we take her for a little walk? She's been cooped up inside all this time. She must be getting restless. Sean thought it was a pretty good idea. Brian smiled brightly. Thank you, sir. We'll head out now. That evening, in a desolate forest, the great silver dragon, Saiyan, was on a mission. But he suddenly halted his flight. Lena, I smell a sickening stench. Where are we? Lena answered slowly. We're a bit far out, but it seems we are in the outskirts of Rouen. Saiyan declared. Is that smell coming from the Ren Academy? It seems I must postpone my journey home. I can feel an energy that I absolutely cannot tolerate. An energy that, as a dragon, I cannot allow to exist. On the outskirts of Rouen, Brian was exhausted from chasing the pink-haired girl. Wait, it's dangerous over there. Nana was bursting with energy. This place is so big. This is so fun. Seeing her so happy made Sean smile too. She seems to be in a great mood. This open field was 10 kilometers from Ren. Here, Nana could do whatever she wanted. Beside them, Karum let out a sly laugh. My, a father already? While you're at it, why not find the kid a mother? Like that princess from before, for example. An overwhelming pressure suddenly crashed down on where Sean was standing. Karum felt it too. Wait, something is coming. The great silver dragon, Kion, had found them. How disgusting. Brian sensed impending doom. Nana, look out. Luckily, he managed to grab her and leap out of the way, just before a heaven-sent attack struck them. Brian was unhurt, and Nana was safe. Sean issued a command. Both of you, get behind me now. At that moment, he couldn't understand it. A great dragon. Here? And there were two of them. Kion had followed the repulsive odor, and it led him right here. The source of that pungent smell. What an utterly disgusting stench. The great red dragon, Lena, added. A half-dragon? How can such a disgusting existence be real? Are you the master of that half-breed? Human. It seems you possess a demon sword as well. Karum was deeply offended. Who do you think you are, calling me an object? Lena shot back. Silence, you lackey of a lowly human. Karum retorted with a single phrase. You want to go sell salt. That was enough to make her blood boil. A lowlife like you dares to speak to me that way? Kion interrupted their pointless conversation. Relax. We have no interest in you. We don't bother fighting with inferior beings. But you will hand over that half-breed, a creature with the blood of both human and dragon. It's the perfect specimen for my research. Do this, and I will show mercy by sparing your pathetic life. But Saiyan's expression showed no hint of submission. Shut up, veins pulsed on his forehead. Kion, what did you just say? A crimson glare ignited in Saiyan's eyes. I said shut up, you detestable lizard. It was a simple word. But to Kion, it was an attack on his very pride. He struck with the same fury he used on Nana. The blow missed Saiyan by a mere inch. I'm okay, Brian. Both of you, get back. That last attack was terrifyingly close. This time, Kion wouldn't hold back. This is why lower life forms like you are utterly beyond redemption. Saiyan unleashed his 9th assassination art, Phantom Sword Manifestation. Both Lena and Kion stared in utter disbelief. The power of an outcast. Kion had never encountered an opponent like this. Today is certainly full of surprises. But no matter what tricks he pulls, he's nothing more than a pathetic human. In the blink of an eye, Saiyan was right beside Kion. He hadn't even sensed the phantom-like movement. Kion raised his sword to parry. You're nothing but a mortal. He then countered Saiyan's technique, unleashing a powerful shockwave. It formed a deadly energy cage in the air, trapping Saiyan inside. There was no time to escape. The shockwave's destructive force was immense, and yet, somehow, Saiyan stood completely unscathed. He activated his third art, Shadow Mist, followed by Sword Dance of the Raging Fog, but Lena's barrier of fire blocked the assault. I will stop him. Kion knew this wasn't going to be easy. Fall back. You are not his opponent, but Lina was brimming with confidence. Please do not worry, Lord Kion. I will not be defeated. She had complete faith in the power of her barrier. This barrier was forged with mana accumulated for 1,000 years. A mere human can't even live for 100. But Saiyan was faster, unleashing the 8-blossom blade dance, before Lena could even react. A relentless storm of attacks hammered her shield. Even a barrier that strong was shattered to pieces. The shock left Lena completely paralyzed. He actually dared to shatter my barrier. She couldn't even finish her thought, before Saiyan's double strike cut her down. Her vision faded to a blurry image of Kion, now standing alone without his loyal servant. Just what in the world are you? I thought the war god was powerless. How can you possess this much strength? Tell me, who are you? So, you refuse to speak. Very well. I acknowledge you as a worthy opponent. Kion was preparing for his transformation. Inside the magic circle, his form began to twist and change. Saiyan recognized this magic instantly. It was the incantation a dragon uses to shed its human form and return to its true, original state. Kion was now a true dragon. His massive wings blotted out the sky, and a ferocious roar shook the heavens, and Saiyan started to move. He knew this was the moment his opponent was most vulnerable. Even in his dragon form, Kion felt a sense of dread. What are you planning? Kion stared, his mind racing. Could it be? Does he know the weakness of my transformation? No, he's just a worthless human. Saiyan unleashed his final, fatal technique. Kion thought of fleeing, but it was too late. Saiyan's unshakable root blade pinned him to the ground. Too late. The blade tore through the dragon's tough scales. Kion let out a scream of pure agony. A short while later, Brian was frantically searching for them. Young master, are you all right? But as he arrived, Brian froze in his tracks. He immediately covered Nana's eyes, shielding her from the scene. Saiyan was feasting on the dragon's flesh. Brian, have some. It's fresh. Hearing this, Nana piped up. I want some too. Saiyan's response was sharp. Absolutely not. I wasn't talking to you. Meanwhile, in Asen's chambers, the air was thick with tension. So, you believe an unknown power is aiding my little brother? Asen asked, his voice deceptively calm. Yes, my lord. It's highly probable they are also responsible for slaughtering all of our messengers. That is not what I wanted to hear. Is that all you have? Kellen bowed his head. Yes. My apologies for the limited intelligence. And that's when Asen's suspicion grew. Strange. The look of panic Kellen had before he left is completely gone. It's like he's a different person entirely. Suddenly, Asen's demeanor turned unnervingly gentle. I understand. In that case, Kellen, there is something I'd like to ask you. Asen's deep, dark eyes were searching for the truth. Kellen steeled himself. This was a test. He suspects me. My next move will decide everything. May the blessings of Menden forever illuminate your path. A small smirk played on Asen's lips. I am quite pleased with that answer, Kellen. Do not misunderstand. It was a mere formality. You may leave. Kellen's relief was palpable as he left the room. I have to be more careful from now on. If his suspicions grow any stronger, I won't escape with my life next time. I absolutely cannot become an obstacle for Master Saiyan. The moment Kellen opened the door, she bumped into someone. This girl. She's one of Master Saiyan's personal maids. Kellen was merely trying to do her duty. What business do you have here? Asen stepped in to stop her. I summoned her. He then turned to the girl with the bobbed hair. Your name is Emily, correct? Could you do something for me? A faint blush crept across Emily's cheeks. Help you, my lord. Deep within a secret vault, a council of magic stones began to convene. The most powerful among them, the green stone, spoke first. So, Kion and Sina have vanished. A blue stone replied. They use holy magic outside of ruin. It's the only trace we could find. But that's impossible. They were both 8th star rank or higher, the green stone countered. You saw yourself that their mana crystals were shattered. That only happens during a life or death struggle. The blue stone was beginning to understand. Are you suggesting that whoever killed those 2 dragons used magic to erase every single trace? To accomplish such a feat, the green stone continued. The killer would need power over the dark element. The only one capable of taking their lives is Kundel. However, Kundel doesn't wield the dark element. In other words, a 4th unknown party is involved. The Greenstone declared, right now, our prime suspect is that boy, Saiyan, the only one at the Royal Academy who commands the dark element. Rumors are already spreading that he survived the battle against the evil dragon on the front lines. It's possible that boy is connected to the deaths of Jenin and Common, since they were both supplying us with artifacts and research materials. The Greenstone wondered, could all of these events truly be connected? It seems a closer observation is in order. Lunak, find a way for my granddaughter to get close to Saiyan. Meanwhile, at the Royal Academy dorms, Ain arrived with a cake. This is a special cake, made by the royal chef himself. Enjoy, Nana. Eat as much as you'd like, there's plenty more. Saiyan, however, kept his distance. They all seem so happy. From now on, I have to lay low. If those dragons ever discover Nana's existence, they'll descend upon this place in an instant. No one will lay a hand on my people. I've decided this life is for me, and I will absolutely shatter that bastard's grand design. Ain, ever attentive to her crush, noticed him smiling. Saiyan, what is it? You look unusually pleased. Saiyan gave a faint smile. I just had a few interesting ideas. Elsewhere, in the gardens of the Neo estate, an important guest was being received. It's been far too long. You seem to be doing well for yourself, Asen. Asen's smile was bright. It is all thanks to your grace, your highness. Neil, however, looked anything but comfortable. So, how much longer do you plan on lingering around this estate? I heard Alice had to leave home on urgent business. It was impossible to read Asen's expression. To be honest, I'm terribly worried about her. I have no idea where she could be or what she's doing. Neil's next words were dripping with sarcasm. Or are you just worried she'll steal your position from you? Asen's demeanor shifted instantly. That is not something to be spoken of so lightly, your highness. Neil preferred being blunt. We're practically brothers. What can't be said between us? Speaking of which, your younger brother's name is Saiyan, right? My father has taken such an interest in him. He's even considering an engagement with Ain. I'll never understand why that old man is so obsessed with protecting that useless, good-for-nothing granddaughter of his. Asen's smile grew deeper, more calculating. Patience. Your highness. The more attention and power that girl receives, the more it benefits our cause. Neil's expression mirrored the thought. I like how you can see right through me. Just then, Boris approached with wine. Would you care for a glass, my lord? Asen was slightly surprised. I've never seen this guard before. Neil had yet to introduce him. Ah, right. He's a precious gem I happened to find while strolling through the slums. Asen's eyes narrowed. Oh, it seems you found quite the diamond in the rough. The man smiled calmly. My name is Boris. It is an honor to meet you. And just like that, 2 years had passed. Sean laid low, blending back into the rhythm of school life, while Alice returned to the Gran family estate. The door closed with a decisive click. Kundal greeted his old acquaintance. Long time no see. Was your journey interesting? Alice replied. Of course. I made sure to stop by Frina. Hearing this, Kundal seemed mildly surprised. Frina? That's not a place that welcomes humans. Naturally, Alice knew this. Exactly. That's why it took me a whole year just to get inside. But I had to understand what you meant by harmony. You said that place would stifle my growth, so I needed to find where I truly belong. Kundal didn't press for more details. It seems you've come to a clear understanding. Alice's spirits were high. Yes. I'm going to join the Knight Order of Light, Kundal asked. Following in your family's footsteps, I see. It was unclear why Alice was so confident. Someone has to take up the mantle. Besides, I'm worried about my younger siblings back home, especially Sean. That boy is incredibly timid. Wait, why are you laughing? Kundal stroked his long beard and said, Sean, timid. What a ridiculous notion. And right on cue, Sean appeared. Ridiculous. That's a bit harsh, don't you think? Seeing her younger brother again, Alice couldn't hide her astonishment. Sean, is that really you? Sean smiled. Sister, I've missed you so much. Alice began to walk with her brother. You've changed so much. You're as tall as me now. I bet you'll be taller than me before I know it. Sean chuckled. Or maybe you've just shrunk. Alice, slightly annoyed, pinched his cheek. All right, stop it. May 6th, 988. Sean had never forgotten that date from his past life. It was the last day he ever saw his sister alive. Since they hadn't seen each other in so long, Alice had a barrage of questions. It's summer break now. Aren't you planning on coming home for a visit? In truth, Sean's relationship with his family was anything but happy. If I went back, you're the only one who would welcome me. This seemed to be the first time Alice had heard this. No one else? So that's why you haven't come home once in 2 years? In reality, Sean had many other reasons. First, there was that monster, Aen. Then there was the Duchess, who was constantly plotting to take his life. But his father refused to do anything about it. Going back would be suicide. I swear, I won't return until after graduation. Alice's next question came quickly. Have you and Gran gotten any closer? But Sean's answer left her confused. That will never happen, sister. You know exactly how that bastard treats me. Gran even tried to have me killed. The guard, Brian, suddenly appeared. I can testify to that. Alice now understood why the man had been following them this whole time. Oh, so you're a guard? After hearing the story, everything became clear to Alice. Something like that happened? I was in Frina, so I had no idea. Sean added one more thing. Those thugs were minions of the Duchess and Gran. This isn't your fault. At the mention of the Duchess, Alice's expression grew grim. Seeing her reaction, Sean called out her name. Alice asked, Have you told anyone else about this? Sean replied, What good would that do? It's all in the past now. But it seemed Gran had yet to show any remorse. Suddenly, Alice threw her arms around him. Sean, you don't have to hold it in anymore. You can lean on me from time to time. From now on, I will protect you. I wish I could stay longer, but I have to go now. Please be careful while I'm away. As Sean shed tears, Brian sensed something, and Alice suddenly hugged him too. Please take good care of my dear Sean. A sudden chill ran down Brian's spine. But what did I even do? As the evening sun began to set, Sean saw his sister off as she left the academy. He recalled their conversation. It had been a long time since he'd seen her that furious. Flashing back to a time when he wasn't so strong, Gran had beaten him until his whole body was bruised. What's wrong? Is that all you've got? Get up, you pathetic weakling. In that moment, Sean had desperately pleaded with him. Please, stop. You've already won. But Gran cut him off before he could finish. You're so annoying. Why do you whine so much? And he continued to beat Sean without a shred of mercy. That's when Alice arrived to save him. Stop. What do you think you're doing? Apologize to him right now. Sean had seen that look on her face once before in his past life. It seemed a storm was about to hit the duchy. She has to know the true face of this family, so I can protect her from that tragic end. Brian handed Sean 2 different colored letters. Young master, these are for you. I picked one up from the academy, and the other is from the gatekeeper. Sean only took the black envelope. Is that so? All right. Brian was confused. Aren't you going to look at this one, sir? Sean knew exactly what it was. That one is definitely from the palace. Now Brian looked at it more closely. You're right. It has the royal family's seal on it. I wonder what they sent. Sean opened the black letter. Around this time every year, they hold a grand banquet. The black letter Sean received was a secret assassination order. The target is Nyan. A rather serious incident is set to happen at that party. Since he's the current queen's younger brother, it sent everyone into a panic. Sean turned to answer Karum's question. Yeah, I have some business there. Sean muttered to himself, come to think of it, in my past life, someone else was assigned this mission. I guess the guildmaster has taken a liking to me. Still, what a pain. Karum's curiosity flared as he opened the red letter. Oh, this one is from Princess Ain, sir. I always thought you were just a kid, but look at you now, getting love letters. Utterly exhausted, Saiyan simply took control of Dam. He issued his orders directly to Brian and no one else. Prepare yourself to enter the palace with me. Nana's voice echoed from the other side. Daddy, I'm hungry. Brian's gaze immediately shot in her direction. Saiyan stared, his eyes wide with utter disbelief. What? How has she grown up this much? This was the very mansion he longed to return to. Alice's footsteps were heavy, each one thundering with raw fury. She threw the door open with explosive force. Every single butler and servant stared at her, completely stunned. The head butler stammered, You've returned, young miss. A dark, menacing aura clung to Alice. Where is my mother? No, where's the lady of the house? Margaret remained blissfully unaware of the chaos outside. Her head snapped toward the door that had been thrown wide open. Margaret's eyes focused on the figure in the doorway. Alice, it's been such a long time. My dear daughter, have you been well? Alice's hand was already raised. Without a shred of pity, she struck Margaret across the face. From behind, the butler gasped and cried out, Young miss, guards, where are the guards? What are you all doing? She cradled her stinging cheek, her voice rising to a shriek. Have you gone completely insane? Alice met her furious gaze and replied, You're the one who's insane, Duchess Margaret. She then revealed how the Duchess had deliberately framed Saiyan. Hearing this, a wave of panic washed over Margaret. How does she know? She quickly recovered, spitting out her words. Me, frame Saiyan? Do you have a single shred of proof? Alice stared her down, her voice dangerously calm. You just confirmed it for me. The fact that you're demanding proof means it's the absolute truth. Marjorie shot to her feet, trying to deflect. How dare you lay a hand on me without any evidence? Just then, her personal guards appeared, moving to surround Alice. She screamed at them, What are you doing? Drag her out of here. The guards lunged toward the young lady, saying, We apologize for this. Alice's eyes darted, assessing the attack. In a flash, she leaped high into the air to evade, shocking the men. Then, she delivered a brutal kick to the back of one's neck, who cried out before. She then summoned the power of the water spirit, Undine. Her attack sent the guards flying across the room. Margaret stared in absolute shock. Is that spirit magic? How could she defeat the guards so easily? With her opponents dispatched, Alice advanced on the Duchess. Seeing her approach, Margaret scrambled backward, screaming in terror. Don't you come near me. What do you think you're doing? Alice coldly stepped over the groaning bodies on the floor as she answered. Saiyan's personal guard confessed everything to me. You were the one who orchestrated the assassination attempt on Saiyan 2 years ago. Did you really think you could get away with it by staying silent? Hearing that, Margaret's fear erupted into a frenzy of rage as she pointed a finger in Alice's face. You believe the words of those low-born filth over me. Are you trying to commit treason? Alice leaned in close, her voice a threatening whisper. Shut your mouth, Margaret. I will tell my father everything. You had better prepare yourself for what's coming. Her eyes blazed with fury. You are finished. With that, she turned and left without awaiting a reply. The guards were only just beginning to stir, clutching their aching heads. Margaret glared at Alice's retreating figure, muttering under her breath. That wretched girl, after everything that has happened, has she still not learned her place? Then, a cruel smile spread across her face, her eyes glinting with malice. Duke Villas couldn't care less about that boy. Just as she predicted, after hearing Alice's story, the Duke remained cold and indifferent. He simply turned his head with an annoyed frown. I already knew she tried to kill Saiyan. What's the problem? Alice was absolutely stunned by her father's reaction. This was the truth Saiyan wanted her to see. The true face of their family. She was horrified, exclaiming, Father, what are you saying? Your own son was almost killed. And that is all you have to say. The Duke replied coldly, I have no intention of making excuses. As long as Saiyan is fine, there is no issue. Faced with his chilling attitude, Alice's anger boiled over and she screamed. He had to fight 6 official knights all by himself. If his guardian knight Brian Kendrick hadn't been there, he would be dead. The Duke's lips curled into a slight sneer. You think that fool saved Saiyan. That simpleton is merely an errand boy for the knight's order. Alice froze, her mind reeling. Do you mean Saiyan defeated all of them by himself? The Duke slowly walked toward Alice, You truly know nothing about him, do you? He then held out a red envelope with a royal seal. Take this. Alice looked at the invitation, confused. What is this? The Duke answered. It's an invitation to a party from the royal family. I cannot attend, so I want you to go in my place. He looked at her seriously, giving a direct order. Go there and relax. You don't need to worry about Saiyan any longer. That child is much stronger than you think. I must return to the barracks now. Still unable to process his words, she looked at him in complete confusion. She could only manage a single word. What? But realizing arguing with her father was useless, Alice fell silent and left. On her way, she couldn't stop the thought from echoing in her mind. I don't need to worry about him. He's only 13 years old. Suddenly, a young woman appeared, waiting for Alice outside her door. The moment she saw her, the girl called out, Lady Alice. The moment she saw the girl, Alice's face lit up as she called out Cecilia's name. The girl offered a polite smile. Welcome back, Lady Alice. Then, she rushed forward, embracing Alice tightly and bursting into tears. Where have you been all this time? You didn't even send a single letter. Alice, caught off guard for a moment, simply replied, I'm sorry. This is Cecilia Yan, a high-ranking knight of the Order of Light. She is my handmaiden, my mentor, and my friend. Alice then took Cecilia by the hand and said, All right, let's go unwind for a bit. Her friend looked surprised. Unwind? Alice just gave her a mysterious smile. Yes. To the palace. Meanwhile, a lone carriage made its way down a different road. Inside, Nana, in her adult form, gazed out the window in awe, her voice filled with wonder. Whoa, look at that, Saiyan, standing beside her, quickly spoke up. Nana, hide your tail. After a moment's thought, Nana's tail, wings, and horns completely vanished from sight. Saiyan watched, thinking to himself, I had no idea she could conceal her features so perfectly. This makes things much safer. He turned to the girl. Nana, you remember what I taught you, don't you? Instantly, her demeanor shifted entirely, becoming that of a professional handmaiden. Of course, young master Saiyan, I am your servant. She then beamed a confident smile his way. Saiyan watched her and couldn't help but worry. She's going to cause trouble, isn't she? She's way too excited. He then turned his head, glancing behind them. What's going on? Brian answered with a start. Ah, it's just some bandits, sir. Some low-level thugs are blocking our path. A scarred, red-haired man sneered. Hand over everything you've got. Saiyan's expression turned cold. It's nothing. Just get rid of them. Inside, Nana asked, curiously, Papa, what's happening? He calmly replied, It's nothing, Nana. Just a few pests. In that same instant, a blade was at the bandit leader's throat. It was Brian, moving before the others could even react. One of the thugs cried out in alarm. Sir. Then the rest of them charged forward together. Get him. Die. Brian remained perfectly calm. He answered with a flurry of retaliatory slashes, sending them screaming in agony. Then, with a cool flourish, he sheathed his sword. He silently observed the results of his work, thinking, The weak Brian I once was, is gone. I've become stronger. Saiyan, seeing him strike a pose, yelled out impatiently, If you're finished showing off, let's go. That snapped him out of it. He hurried back to the carriage. Yes, young master. Right away. Here is the guest list for the banquet. Alice said thank you, and her aide continued. There are more attendees than usual. Should we postpone the other plans? Alice's expression hardened. No. Those plans proceed as scheduled. Her aide's eyes widened in alarm. The assassination of Ren and Nephilis. My lady, why are you rushing this? Hearing the question, she immediately began to explain. He's a vile predator who uses his power to hunt down married women. He needs to be eliminated, the sooner the better. And this monster is supposed to be your fiancé. Suddenly, another name on the list caught Alice's eye. This child is attending as well? What? A rare prodigy with an elemental affinity of 20%. Despite being unable to attend many classes due to her frail health, the granddaughter of Karum Regan, the head of the Mages Association, Rin River, Luna Vrain River. A deep sense of unease washed over Alice. This child had never once appeared in public, so why would she attend this banquet? Of all things. As Alice's mind raced, the girl in front of her spoke up. I heard the association president himself requested her attendance. Alice was taken aback. I have a very bad feeling about this. Something is definitely going to happen at this banquet. The scene shifts to a bustling city, where Brian was looking around in complete awe. The streets here are so much wider. Nana, meanwhile, was darting about with childlike excitement when she suddenly collided with a passerby. The man immediately flared up in anger. Hey, who do you think you are? Watch where you're going. Nana flinched, looking frightened. I'm so sorry. Then she put on her most adorable expression. What can I do to make it up to you? The man's face instantly turned red. It's all right, miss. Nana then pointed at him and said to Saiyan, Papa, everyone here is so nice. Saiyan shot the man a death glare, thinking, not a chance. Stay away from her, I forgot. She knows nothing of the outside world. She needs to be more cautious. This is bad. Just then, Brian cried out, sweating bullets, Young master, look at Nana's eyes. Saiyan's head whipped around in alarm. Damn it, are her pupils reverting back to their original state? She's leaking her aura, too. Someone's going to notice. He barked an order at Brian. Get her to a restaurant. Now. Yes, young master. Brian quickly whisked her away at lightning speed. Saiyan watched them go, thinking. All this, just because she's hungry? This is not good at all. After they arrived at the restaurant, Nana, with a belly full of food, sighed in contentment. Ah, I finally feel alive again. That was so delicious. Seeing how much she had eaten, Brian was left speechless. Saiyan, however, could only stare blankly at the mountain of empty plates she had left behind. Good thing I brought plenty of cash. Taking care of kids is no joke. But suddenly, a strange wave of mana washed over him, setting his nerves on edge. What is this power? Looking up, he saw a girl appear as if from nowhere. It's a pleasure to meet you, she said with a smile. You're Sean, aren't you? A knowing smirk played on her lips. Shock rippled through him. She knows my name. But who? Who is she? While he was lost in thought, she closed the distance. Mind if I sit here? Sean's eyes narrowed. You still haven't answered my question. She just giggled, completely unfazed. My name is Lunak. We go to the same academy, Senior Sean. He paused, the name echoing in his mind. Lunak. It sounds so familiar. Wait a second. Why is she calling me senior? As if reading his mind, she explained. You probably don't pay much attention to us juniors, so it's natural you wouldn't know who I am. It's perfectly fine, she added. Compared to your fame, senior, I'm just a nameless nobody. Nearby, his two young companions whispered in confusion. Brian, is that lady Papa's friend? I don't think so. That knight and the lady look pretty close. They're even sharing a table. Settling in beside Sean, Lunak spoke with a teasing lilt in her voice. Your master might seem stoic, but I bet he's quite the charmer, isn't he? Sean's expression remained perfectly calm as he replied. There's nothing wrong with that, you're reading too much into it. But as he said it, his mind was racing. Why is she approaching me out of the blue like this? What could she possibly want from me? Her voice cut through his thoughts. Are you heading to the Imperial Palace for the ball, senior? I am. How did you know? She smiled again. A man as famous for never stepping outside the academy as you are. What other reason could you possibly have for being here? How wonderful. Then we'll see each other again at the ball soon, won't we? As it turns out, I was invited as well. Sean's eyes widened slightly. Invited? Does that mean she's a noble? Then, just as suddenly, she shot to her feet. Well, this was just a simple greeting. I'll be on my way now. Remember the name. It's Lunak, don't you forget it. And just like that, it hit him. The memory slammed into place. I remember now. She's the granddaughter of John, the headmaster of the Mage Academy. Did that crazy old geezer send her? In my past life, I remember Lunak died young. She was still a student at the academy. Was it because of her naturally frail body? Or was it one of the academy's twisted human experiments?
Lately, I keep running into people who were never part of my previous life. Perhaps. They are the variables that will change the future. I know.
And why did it have to be now, right before the ball? An event that, in my past life, was known as the Bloody Banquet. Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, a beautiful young woman stood before a mirror, perfecting her hair. She turned, a hint of a blush on her cheeks. What do you think, Gemmet? Does it look all right? Her attendant forced a look of pure excitement onto his face. It's absolutely breathtaking, Your Highness. This is without a doubt the best one yet. But internally, as he glanced at the mountain of discarded gowns, he was weeping. I've lost count of how many dresses she's tried on. Please, Your Highness, have mercy on me. But she just turned back to the wardrobe, grabbing another dress. No, it's still not quite right. Seeing her princess in distress, a maid named Jessie sighed. It's more than enough, Your Highness. This will definitely make Sean's heart flutter. At the mention of his name, the princess blushed furiously. Then she whirled around, shouting, What? What does he have to do with any of this? Gemmet sighed deeply. Your Highness, you were the one who ordered me to send him the invitation. Her face flushed with anger. That was then, this is now. Just then, another maid entered the room and bowed. Your Highness, a gift has arrived from Prince Lewin. He said it would suit you perfectly. The princess looked surprised. My brother. Sent me a gift. She opened the box to reveal a magnificent necklace. The moment Jimmet saw it, he couldn't resist teasing her again. Oh, it's gorgeous. Sean will absolutely love it. Her face went crimson again as she yelled, no, it's not like that at all. The scene shifts to the grand banquet hall, already bustling with the most powerful nobles of the kingdom. Our main character, Sean, stood in a quiet corner, scanning the crowd. It's packed, but my target hasn't shown up yet. Suddenly, his gaze flickered to the shadows behind him. Kellen, your presence here means E has arrived as well, correct? A figure emerged, responding calmly. Yes, he is currently with Prince Luen. Furthermore, I have an urgent report. I must ask you to leave this ball immediately. Sean's mind raced. News about the purification already? Or is something else about to happen? Kellen continued, his voice low. I have a very bad feeling about tonight. I fear you and many others are in grave danger. E ordered me to tell you to leave the palace before the ball officially begins, he said. A little farce is about to take place. The words struck Sean like a physical blow, the bloody banquet. Could he be the one behind it all? Kellen's voice was firm. I cannot allow you to be caught in that danger. He then asked with genuine concern, Are you all right, sir? Sean just gave a slight nod. I'm fine. You're the one who needs to be careful. Now go. And with that, they parted ways. Yes, take care. A moment later, Saiyan smirked to himself. A little farce, was it? That bastard Ian. He's even more insane than I imagined. Just then, Ian materialized beside him, asking, What is it? Are you worried for the innocent? Hearing this, Saiyan gave a cold laugh. No, I just find his methods fascinating. Besides, it seems I'll have to postpone the purification for today. With that thought, Saiyan used his telepathy. Your dress is lovely, President. I'm afraid today's purification will have to be delayed. Seika's voice echoed back in his mind. Why? Saiyan explained, I just received some intel. This banquet is about to become a sea of blood. Seika was utterly stunned. What? Time is short. I'll explain everything later. First, we need to check for any demonic beasts nearby. Only then can we plan our next move. Seika still sounded skeptical. Are you sure about this? Is the source reliable? Saiyan replied with a confident smirk. The mastermind is someone I know. Very well. I had my suspicions before, but now I'm certain. Don't worry about your target. Oh wait, your perverted fiancé will be caught in the crossfire too. That's good news for you, isn't it? Hearing this, Seika's anger flared. How did you know he's my fiancé? Before she could say more, Saiyan was already turning to leave. Well, I have my own work to do. He left Seika fuming. You better explain this to me. Just then, a voice called out from behind her. It was Alice, who had just spotted her. Oh, Instructor Seika? Seika froze in surprise. That voice, is that Alice? Alice walked over with a bright smile. It's been a while, Instructor. Seika looked concerned, asking, Alice, why are you here? She answered calmly, I just stepped out for some air. Plus, I have some family business to attend to. Damn it, Seika thought. Alice is caught up in this mess too. Suddenly, a mysterious voice spoke from behind them. Oh, if it isn't Seika. My, and Alice is here as well. It's like gazing upon two beautiful flowers. Seika's heart sank. Damn it, this is getting chaotic. The target is here. The man gave a low bow, his voice smooth and respectful. I am Denian. It is a pleasure to meet you. Then, he turned slightly, a cunning smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, a figure moved through the crowded hall. Saiyan paused, turning to Brian. It's time to get to work. Brian answered with a serious tone. Yes, young master. Knight Brian awaits your comma, but before he could finish, Saiyan cut him off. Yeah, let's skip that. It sounds weird. Saiyan mused to himself. This Brian has been getting a little overconfident lately. I guess drinking dragon's blood made him embrace his role as a guardian knight. Go check the palace's underground sewer system for me. Brian's face filled with fear. Huh? But it's dark and scary down there. Just go. I have my reasons. Suddenly, Brian's face twisted in alarm. Irk. Young master, behind you. Saiyan looked startled. Behind me? What? There's a suspicious person tailing us. With a furious roar, Brian charged forward. I'll take care of them. A moment later, Brian and the figure went tumbling to the ground. Saiyan narrowed his eyes. It's fine, Brian. I know her. Brian, now pinning the person down, spoke up. Oh, really? My apologies for being rough. It was Emily, completely dazed from being tackled. In a mysterious, ancient-looking place, a lone figure silently ascended a flight of stairs. He entered a dark chamber and smiled. The time has come, my servants. Awaken. From the depths below, a horde of monsters stirred in response. Back at the grand banquet, Princess Ain had finally made her appearance. She scanned the room with a look of disappointment. What is this? He goes to all the trouble of inviting me, but doesn't even show his face. He really does whatever he pleases. Just then, a voice spoke from behind her. It is an honor to meet you, Princess Ain. The princess turned, recognizing the voice. You're Lunak, aren't you? A second-year student from our academy. Lunak curtsied respectfully. You still remember me? Thank you so much, Princess Ain. The princess beamed. How could I possibly forget the genius of the Gam Kingdom? I warmly welcome you as your nation's representative at this banquet. Lunak smiled sweetly. You are truly gracious, your highness. Senior Saiyan should learn a thing or two from your kind heart. At the mention of Saiyan's name, Princess Ain stiffened. You know Saiyan? Lunak's reply was innocent. Oh, yes. I just saw him yesterday. Ain's face flushed with anger. You met with him? Are you two really that close? But as soon as the words left her mouth, Ain realized her mistake. I shouldn't have said that. Lunak's eyes gleamed with triumph. My, Princess Ain. Could it be that you have feelings for Senior Saiyan? Stunned, Ain's face turned beet red. Saiyan. Do I like him? As they were talking, a blood-curdling scream pierced the air, grabbing both of their attentions. Someone, call the guards. Behind the screaming woman was a terrifying monster, chasing her relentlessly. In the next instant, the creature struck. The woman's body fell lifeless to the floor, her head rolling away. Ain and Lunak stared in absolute terror. Impossible. How did a demonic beast get inside the palace? Screams of terror echoed everywhere. Where were the guards? Where was that monster? Suddenly, his eyes locked onto someone in the crowd as he spoke. Found you, Princess. But to their astonishment, from another side, Nana made a stunning appearance in a maid outfit. Her voice was calm and clear. Greetings. I am Nana, in service to the young master, Saiyan. The sight made Emily gasp, collapsing to her knees. She stared at Nana, thinking, she's breathtaking. Far more beautiful than I am. Then, tears streamed down her face as she pleaded. Is it because of her that you're abandoning me? Sigh, and quickly tried to explain. That's not it at all. But I'm certain my brother Ain sent you here, didn't he? Emily blushed and answered, yes, that's right. Then she said proudly, I'm actually in high demand, you know. He even offered to hire me as his personal scout. At that, a terrifying look crossed Saiyan's face. A scout, you say. How about you consider my offer to be my maid instead? Emily remembered his earlier invitation. Ever since coming to the academy, I've felt a bit lonely. What do you think? After a moment, Emily replied to Saiyan with a cheerful smile. Of course, I refused. I have to stay by your side, young master. Hearing this, Saiyan's voice grew stern. Are you absolutely sure? Emily sighed. It's so exhausting. Yes. But it seems he hasn't given up yet. The proof is that he brought me all the way here. A moment later, Saiyan turned to Brian with a warning. It's dangerous outside. Protect Emily and Nana with your life. Yes, young master. Are you going somewhere? I have to. In my past life's memories, Emily was never here. Ever since Kelly started tailing me, I knew he was plotting something. They won't lay a finger on the people I care about. Ain. Just then, a voice called out from inside. Ah, young master, Ain gave me this cravat. He said it was a gift and told me to give it to you. Emily then burst into tears. I had no idea. I'm such an idiot. To come all this way and forget something so Just then, Nana stood perfectly still, her focus sharp as she observed. From the red bow tie, a strange smoke suddenly began to rise, making Nana exclaim in shock, what is that smell? Meanwhile, inside a towering building, a mysterious figure appeared beside his sword. Next to him, Ain spoke up. It's beginning, Prince Baz. The prince turned his head and smirked. The day has finally come. You've worked hard, Ain. Our little gift should have arrived by now, right? That butler. He's quite capable. He'll be very useful to us in building our new empire. Indeed. It's time we show them who this empire truly needs. Back at the chaotic social gathering, panic had fully taken hold. A voice rang out, urging the crowd on. Everyone, run. Leave this to the security team. Lunak pleaded with the princess. Your Highness, you must evacuate now. Quickly, it's too dangerous. But Princess Ain replied firmly, I am fine. Prioritize the safety of the people. Seeing her resolve, Lunak declared, if that is your wish, then I shall remain here with you. The princess's heart filled with gratitude. Thank you, Lunak. Elsewhere, the monster carved a path of destruction, attacking soldiers wherever it went. With a sword in each hand, it charged forward relentlessly. People screamed in terror, stop it. We have to stop it at any cost. A soldier glanced behind him in horror. There are more of them? At that moment, a man was snatched up by the creature, dangling helplessly as he shrieked in fear. Help. Somebody. Help me. The crowd below could only cry out in despair. Then, a voice called out from behind. Captain, is that a high-level mandragora? Why are colossal magic beasts like that here? We can't win. We're all going to die. In that instant, a strange light glowed from the monster's mouth. It was Jika. She turned back and shouted, "Evacuate now. Everyone, hurry." The captain of the soldiers was stunned. Is that a professor from the academy? Jika appeared silently above, unleashing her heavenly blade technique to finish the vile monster. Moments later, Alice arrived, announcing, "Leave this place to us." The captain immediately roared out new orders to his men. "All units, listen up. We will escort the evacuees." Just then, another monster with horrifying teeth lunged forward, causing both Jika and Alice to tense up. Here it comes. But instead of attacking them, it suddenly swerved past, attacking the area behind them, leaving the two fighters stunned. Were we not its real target? On the other side of the battlefield, the monster charged toward the main gate where the crowd of evacuees was thickest, spreading absolute panic. Seeing this, Jika screamed in sudden realization. Princess Ain. Their target is Princess Ain, but it was too late. The creature was already right in front of her. Suddenly, a figure dashed forward, severing one of the monster's attacking vines to shield Princess Ain. The princess's face was a mask of pure terror. The aftermath of that deflected blow was a single scratch across Ain's beautiful face. Her eyes were wide with absolute dread. The man had used his own body to protect the princess. She stared, stunned, as tears began to fall unknowingly while she whispered his name. Moiset. The roots were closing in. Moiset had already collapsed, mortally wounded by a piercing vine. Ain cried out in desperation, "Moiset, wake up." Massive roots were closing in on them. But Moiset didn't respond. She was paralyzed by fear, blaming herself for everything. "I'm so sorry, Moiset." Suddenly, Lunak unleashed a water strike, blocking the roots' advance. An enormous force erupted into a chain gale, blasting everything back. Ain watched in awe, thinking, did she just combine her skills? She's only a second year, but she's already on another level. Lunak's voice cut through her thoughts. "Your Highness, this position is lost. You must evacuate to safety." Ain looked on helplessly, as Moiset remained frozen, while the roots charged toward them again. The girl cried out, "They're attacking again." Just then, royal knights arrived as reinforcements, shouting, "Leave this area to us." A blonde-haired knight spoke with resolve. "We cannot let the captain's sacrifice be in vain." A dark-haired knight yelled, "We have to stop it, no matter the cost." Lunak urged her again. "Your Highness, we have to go." Ain finally relented. "All right." With sorrow-filled eyes, Ain thought, "I will never forget the sacrifice you made for us." As Moiset and the person before her finally collapsed, Ain unleashed forbidden magic. The soldiers stared in utter shock. Ain warned them, "I've used my power to erect a temporary barrier. These tree roots are laced with a fatal poison." She continued, "A single touch is enough to kill you. This barrier will keep you safe." With a grim expression, Ain declared, "No one is to fall. That is an order." The soldiers' spirits soared as they roared in unison. "As you command, Your Highness." Fueled by a new fire, the soldiers roared, "For the princess." The blonde-haired swordsman surged forward, slicing through root after root. The ancient tree monster shrieked in agony as it landed a vicious blow on him. Overwhelmed by the monster's power, their strength began to fade. A girl shouted a command, "Fall back." A massive wave of ice magic exploded across the area. She rushed to Ain's side, urging, "Your Highness, you must get out of here." "Who are you?" Ain asked, bewildered. The girl quickly replied, "I am Alice. This way." Behind them, the monster let out a maddened roar. Another woman sprang forward. With lightning-fast movements, she sliced through the encroaching roots. Sijic hesitated. As an alchemy instructor, fighting with daggers could expose her identity. But seeing the devastation, she made a decision. That doesn't matter right now. Sijic unleashed her technique, Blade Haze, Eight-Faced Flower. In an instant, a massive tangle of ancient roots was utterly obliterated. The orange-haired man called out, "The poisonous roots are neutralized. Regroup and prepare for the next attack." Suddenly, a masked assassin materialized behind the orange-haired man. But in a flash, another blade sliced the assassin clean in two. Sijic warned sharply, "There are still more of them. Don't let your guard down." "Understood," the soldiers replied. She surveyed the battlefield, a worried expression clouding her face. "Alice has to get the princess to safety," she thought. "That means we must deal with the monsters here. But why do I have such a bad feeling about this?" The scene shifts to the palace, where Alice, Luna, and Ain are fleeing from more monsters. As they ran, a thought struck Ain. If she's Alice, then she must be Saiyan's older sister. Her gaze grew distant. Then she must know what happened to him. Without warning, a massive pillar of ice erupted from the ground before them. A new monster took shape. Alice gasped in disbelief. There are monsters inside the palace, too. She frowned, her lips tightening. It's as if it knew exactly where we would be, she thought. Can I even take it down alone? Staring up at the colossal beast, her small frame seemed insignificant. A high-level nightcrawler? Ain unleashed her attack, Chain Trap. At the same time, Luna cast Fire Spear. Chains coiled tightly around the nightcrawler's legs, but it twisted, narrowly dodging the fiery projectile. Alice sensed their presence and turned. She saw Ain and Luna Nak providing support, her eyes filled with resolve. A faint smirk played on her lips. That's right, she thought confidently. How can I look weak in front of my juniors? Let's do this. The monster roared, but Alice moved like a blur, vanishing from sight. She cast Imperial Aegis, shielding the other two. The monster looked around, confused, its opponent gone. But Alice was already on the ceiling, right behind it. A single, devastating strike descended, giving the beast no time to react. I am of the House of Ves, Alice declared, the family that has protected this empire for generations. Her eyes blazed as she roared, you will regret ever showing your face before me. Alice unleashed a Hydro Strike, making the creature howl in pain. Elsewhere, amidst a field of corpses and severed roots, Sijic was investigating. This should be the last of them, she thought, exhausted. Tearing the mask off a fallen assassin, she mused, there might be more outside, but something about this feels completely wrong. Her eyes widened in shock. What is this? Watching the body dissolve into dust, she whispered. A puppet. She pieced it together. A forbidden spell that raises the dead from their graves and controls them like marionettes. Surveying the fallen bodies, she calculated. But this kind of magic isn't easy to perform. It would require immense magical power and a great deal of time to create an army this large. With preparations on this scale, there's no way it's just one mastermind, she concluded. Sijic scowled. Are they conspiring to start a war? A flash of light tore through the remaining assassins. A man, seemingly at his limit, spoke. Is that all of them? He panted, for this to happen during the banquet. Suddenly, his knees buckled, and he leaned heavily on his sword for support. Asen and the crown prince rushed to his side in concern, but the emperor waved them off. It's nothing. I just overexerted myself. He sighed, then turned to them. Still, I'm glad you both were here. The king addressed Aen and Luniel by name. Your Majesty, Aen said, stepping forward. Allow me to help you. As he supported the emperor, the king replied, my thanks. The crown prince watched, his brow furrowed in clear distaste. Aen glanced at Luniel. I'm fine. Go see to the others. The castle knights will handle the rest. Your Majesty, the prince said with a sinister smile, you need not worry. We will always be right by your side. In another hall, the monster lay defeated. But Alice, Luna, and Aen remained on high alert. Where are they all coming from? Alice wondered aloud. Watching a new swarm of enemies approach, she grit her teeth. Why do they just keep on coming? In her hands, Emily held an elegant red ribbon with a brilliant diamond at its center. Brian pressed her. Did Master Aen ask you to give that to Master Saiyan? Yes, Emily replied. A look of doubt crossed Brian's face. How strange. Something about this feels off. Is something wrong? Emily asked, confused. He placed a hand on his chin, deep in thought. Not exactly, but Master Aen never gives gifts to Master Saiyan. It was just a fleeting glance, Brian thought to himself. He concluded. But I've always sensed a deep-seated hatred from Master Shan towards Master Asen, a resentment that runs far deeper than any petty family squabble. Suddenly, Nana spoke up. Brian, we have to run. Now, he asked in confusion. Huh? Why? Nana's eyes widened, her aura radiating pure killing intent. Something incredibly dangerous is coming this way. Brian called her name, bewildered, while Emily asked nervously, what's wrong with her eyes? A massive explosion suddenly ripped through the air, making Brian and Emily flinch violently. Brian snapped into a battle stance, shouting, Get out of here, Miss Emily. Emily asked, her voice trembling, What was that? The monster appeared, its blood-red eyes locked onto him as he answered, That's a Veman, a high-tier beast. Inside the mansion, chaos erupted as everyone ran for their lives. Jenian grit his teeth, scrambling away as he thought, Damn it, this is a disaster. At this rate, I'm going to be completely wiped out. He schemed, thinking he'd managed to get away faster than the others. But he never imagined those monsters would have already blocked the main entrance. As he ran, he vowed, I have to get out of here alive. I must protect my own neck at all costs. Jenian's greed took over. I still have to see my beloved maid, Lai. How can I possibly die in a place like this? Jenian turned to the blonde young man and demanded, Are you certain the back exits are secure? He replied, Yes, I think so. With a look of utter disgust, the nobleman sneered, You think? Are you kidding me? Do you have any idea who I am? Before he could finish his sentence, a masked figure sent him to the afterlife. The blonde youth screamed in horror, Marcus Genian. Everyone stared, completely shocked by what had just happened. Masked assailants were now surrounding the entire estate. The young man said in despair, "Damn it. Are we really going to die here?" His eyes caught something, and he gasped in surprise. Water? Alice swung her sword, unleashing a powerful water vortex that blasted everything away. Alice glanced over her shoulder and commanded, "Lunac, now." Lunac immediately summoned a torrent of frost magic. Her attack trapped the masked figures in a cage of solid ice. Everyone stared in awe at the colossal ice structure that had appeared, but Lunac had already reached his limit. The blonde youth stammered, "Amazing." They wiped out all those monsters in an instant. Then he wondered aloud, "Who in the world are they?" She quickly turned and introduced herself. "I am Alice. The battle is not over yet. Protect Her Highness." The blonde youth yelled out, "Your Highness, the princess. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Aim replied. Luna reassured the princess. "Don't worry. I'll recover soon." Ain said worriedly, "But..." Luna cut her off. "They're about to attack again. You need to leave this place immediately." Ain could only look on helplessly, whispering Luna's name. The blonde youth commanded, "Everyone, into formation. Protect Her Highness." Alice's voice rang out, "I will provide support for everyone." Alice delegated tasks to the soldiers. "Guards, please use your barriers to protect the nobles. Try to maintain them until this battle is over." She continued, "Royal Knights, you will protect the princess and advance behind me. If you can no longer hold the line." A powerful wave of mana erupted from Alice as she declared with absolute resolve, "Then I will unleash my full power to stop them." She calculated that even though she was constantly cutting them down, more and more just kept appearing. She was certain of it. "It's as if they knew exactly where we were. They're coming again," Alice yelled. "Prepare to engage." Everyone immediately readied themselves for the next wave. Suddenly, the necklace around Ain's neck began to glow with a crimson light. At that same moment, Brian stood as a shield between Emily and the terrifying beast. Emily's eyes welled with tears as she pleaded, "Please, do something." Brian replied firmly, "Stay behind me." Brian tried to process the situation. How could a high-tier monster appear inside the palace? It's just as the young master said. Something has gone terribly wrong. Emily trembled behind him, as Brian thought, "The young master has always protected me, but now I have to be able to protect myself." A thought struck him, causing him to panic slightly. "Right now, I'm the only one who can protect the two of them." But Brian's face flushed a deep red. "She's way too close to me," Emily stammered. I believe in you." The monster lunged forward with a horrifying roar. Emily shrieked, "It's coming." He yelled back, "Don't leave my side." The beast raised its razor-sharp claws. Brian met the attack with his sword. He grimaced, saying, "I blocked it. That was a solid hit. I can do this." But a flurry of blows rained down on him, catching him by surprise. He struggled to hold his ground, while Emily cried out, "Are you okay?" Brian answered through gritted teeth, "I'm fine. Don't worry, I won't let it touch you." The monster opened its maw of razor-sharp teeth, intending to devour them both. Brian thought desperately, "Come on. Is this really how it ends for me?" "I'm sorry, young master." Suddenly, a figure shot past him, deflecting the attack. He stared in utter shock. Emily was stunned. What was that? As the figure came into view, they both took a step back, realizing it was Nana. She turned to look at them with a cunning smirk. The scene shifts to a place under an eerily full moon. A terrifying number of puppets were rushing forward at blinding speed. Ain fought with all her might. The black-haired soldier battled fiercely to protect the princess, while Alice took out countless puppets with a single sweep of her sword. She thought impatiently, "At this rate, this will become an endless war of attrition. I don't know who the mastermind is, but they've clearly planned this meticulously." Seeing her forces slowly being overwhelmed, she thought with growing dread, "The knights are nearing their limit. I have to find another way." A single powerful strike shattered the creature's mask, and the monsters charged with renewed speed. The moment Alice saw the mask fall, she froze. Her thoughts raced in horror. The undead? Are these puppets reanimated by dark magic? She bit her lip, charging forward while forcing her mind to work. Think. What kind of magic can counter this dark sorcery? The first thing that came to Alice's mind was Luminde, the god of light, and his sacred light magic. If anyone here could wield that power, they might actually have a chance to win. Then, an idea struck her. "Wait a second. If I do it that way." She yelled out, "Princess Ain," causing the princess to turn in surprise. Alice shouted, "Imbue my sword with your power." But Ain refused. "I can't. Doing that will cause the protective barrier to vanish." The blonde-haired warrior spoke up. "Your Highness, don't worry." He turned to reassure the princess, "Please, put your faith in us." Hearing his words, Ain agreed. "All right." She then channeled her divine magic, blessing the blade. Alice thought confidently, perfect. With unwavering eyes, she knew combining two different magic flows was incredibly difficult. But if she added her own spirit magic, the water goddess would surely aid her. Alice was certain everything would work out. She took the gamble, declaring, I'm not sure if this will succeed, but it's a risk I'm willing to take. Meanwhile, Sean approached the corpse. Recognizing the puppet, he picked up the mask, deducing. It seems he's joined forces with Asen. His face darkened with realization. So he became Asen's subordinate this whole time. Karum spoke up, this is necromancy, dark magic of the dead. He wondered aloud, can humans of this era really use ancient magic? Sean replied grimly, yes. This is a common tactic used by a certain man. Sean's eyes were sharp and focused. He enhances monsters with enchanted stones. The mana within the stones attracts them. Karum sensed something. I can feel the mana radiating from that stone. Sean didn't seem to care. This place has already become a bloodbath. Let's go. But first, he glanced at a body with a new plan in mind. I need to make a change first. The battle between Alice and the monsters raged fiercely. Luniel watched in disbelief. The spirit Marion? Is she using light-based mana to temporarily summon her? She reasoned that mana couldn't be mixed. She worried that her sister couldn't maintain that state for long. Luniel declared, we have to stop her, or else. She suddenly froze. Seeing Alice push her body to its absolute limit, she grew terrified. Her body will shatter. Marion suddenly embraced her, crying out, Child, why are you sacrificing yourself like this? Alice struggled to think. I have no other choice. Marion's voice was filled with sorrow. Don't be sad. It's a shame. Fate is so cruel. The goddess spoke, for a child blessed by Frina. Just then, the monsters charged straight for Alice. Marion prepared to strike. How annoying. Get out of my way. She unleashed a wave of power immense enough to blow them all away. The monsters' bodies were being torn apart by the goddess's divine power. Ain was stunned. With just a single wave of her hand, she can cause that much destruction? But Luniel realized it wasn't enough. She watched as the creatures began to rise again. Ain screamed, begging her, that's enough. Please, stop. If you keep pushing yourself like this. But Alice was resolute. No. If I stop now, the situation will only get worse. Seeing everyone on the verge of collapse, she knew she had to be the one to end this. She began to cast the spell. Power of the Spirit King, Jong Gomian. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Alice's arm, and the goddess's eyes widened in confusion. Alice was completely shocked. Both Ain and Luniel were speechless. A mysterious figure stood before her. Who? Who is this? She wondered. He hid his identity behind a puppet's mask. Another puppet? She questioned, but immediately dismissed the thought. No, this aura is completely different from the others. She remained on high alert. What is this black mist? He grabbed her hand, and panic set in. I can't move. The mysterious man was emitting an enormous amount of dark fog. Alice struggled to escape, crying out in despair. No, this mist is going to swallow me whole. The goddess cut in. It is time to say goodbye. Alice screamed Marion's name in terror. The goddess offered her final words. Our journey together ends here. Marion tried to comfort her. Parting may be sad, but be strong. Suddenly, the mysterious figure let go of Alice's hand. She collapsed to the ground, her mind filled with doubt. Was it because of this mist? I'm completely exhausted. The goddess's words echoed in her ears. Remember this, Alice. The goddess reminded her, Frina will always welcome you with open arms. Marion then began to fade away. Ain cried out, what is happening? Luniel said gravely, he cut off her mana source to cancel the spirit summoning. She observed him with suspicion. Wow. I don't even know if you could call that thing a he, or even human. Alice's voice cracked with despair. It's over. They're here again. Suddenly, the puppet lunged at the mysterious man, who instantly sliced the monster in two. Alice was stunned. Huh. Is he on our side? He expertly dodged one attack after another. Saiyan, currently in disguise, thought to himself, I knew it. He was certain of his theory now. If he took just one step back, the monsters would swarm the princess again, as if drawn by some invisible force. He asked Karum, can you sense any unusual mana coming from them? Besides that girl, Luniel. He cut in. No. She's always like that. Karum seemed to have a realization and looked toward Ain. I can feel monster mana. From the princess's necklace. Saiyan understood everything now. All right, I'm going in. Cover me. She grumbled. You only call me for things like this. He placed his hand out, activating his spatial creation skill. Next. Domain of Mist. He shot through the horde of monsters like a shadow. The mysterious man shouted, Everyone, be careful. We don't know what's hiding in this fog. The gray-haired boy looked around, confused. It's like, we're in a completely different place. The monsters rushing toward Ain were suddenly stopped in their tracks, ensnared by the creeping mist. Alice watched in shock. The black fog was trapping them, preventing any escape. She gasped, "Is it devouring the monsters?" She froze as she watched them vanish one by one, until everything was empty and quiet again, as if nothing had ever happened. Ain spoke up. He killed all the puppets. The man in the mask. Just then, Lunak suddenly collapsed. Ain rushed to her side. "Lunak, wake up!" But she didn't seem to notice the black mist creeping closer to her. Saiyan appeared right behind Ain, startling her. Everyone slowly realized what was happening. The gray-haired knight screamed, "Princess!" Saiyan was pointing his sword directly at Ain's throat, terrifying the knight. "What do you think you're doing? Release her immediately." Ain furrowed her brow, thinking, "Who is this? Why does he feel so familiar?" Without hesitation, he shattered the magic stone on her necklace. The knight cried out in alarm, "Princess!" before cursing, "You bastard!" Hearing the commotion, Alice turned and called out Ain's name. The gray-haired knight instantly charged, swinging his sword, but Saiyan had already vanished. The knight was stunned. "What is this mist?" Saiyan quickly appeared by Lunak's side. Alice screamed in fear, "No." Unaware that it was Saiyan, she screamed helplessly, "Get away from Lunak." She then unleashed a furious divine strike. Saiyan watched the attack pass right through his body. Alice stared in disbelief. He dissolved into mist. The mysterious figure reassured her, "Don't worry, I'm not here to harm you. I only destroyed the jewel you were wearing that was attracting the monsters." She touched her neck where the gem used to be, confused. "Are you saying the necklace my brother gave me was the cause?" He pointed to an exit. "Escape the palace this way. I've cleared a path for you." She glanced around, seeing that the area had returned to normal. The brown-haired knight asked worriedly, "Are you injured, Your Highness?" She looked around, her mind racing with questions. Who was that man? She then asked with concern, "I'm fine. But what about Lunak and Alice?" Alice spoke up, "She's all right." Aang sighed in relief. "Thank goodness." Lunak slowly regained consciousness and spoke, "Let's recover and then use the main gate to get out," just like he said. In her mind, Alice knew her number one priority was getting the kids to safety. "I'll think about that guy later." Suddenly, someone's expression shifted with a flash of realization as the scene cut to a high-level monster crushing someone. A splash of blood hit the ground. Nana was changing. Emily clung to Brian's arm and asked, "What is that girl? Are you sure she's just a maid?" Brian looked bewildered. I don't know. I've never seen her like this before." Nana, the young girl, had transformed into a ferocious, bloodthirsty dragon. Saiyan recalled a memory. "In my past life, there was a rumor about a blood-soaked banquet that claimed countless lives. The mastermind was said to be the Empire's fifth princess, Ain Sever. Her mind was corrupted by a precious, blood-red stone in a necklace. A cursed artifact that was likely given to her by either Asen or Luniel. After that incident, those two were hailed as heroes of the Empire, and they were the ones who benefited most from the entire tragedy." Saiyan held his mask in his hand. Karum listened, finally understanding. "So you're saying they orchestrated this whole thing for their own gain?" Karum's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Selling out their own kind for personal profit? Sometimes, humans are more terrifying than any demon I've ever met." Saiyan replied, "This is nothing compared to what they'll do later." He thought for a moment. "That's right. In my past life, I helped them carry out massacres far more horrific than this one. I guess that makes me no better than them." Karum had now shifted into her human form. "Is it time to go?" she asked. Saiyan stood up, brushing off his clothes. "Yeah, let the royal knights handle the rest. Nana is waiting for us." She looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, "Saiyan, there's something about the princess's necklace that's been bothering me." He replied instantly, "What is it?" She continued, "Your maid's name is Emily, right?" Karum revealed, "She has the same aura radiating from her body." Hearing this, Saiyan froze, his face hardening with anger. Back in the present, Nana had completely lost her senses. "Emily smells so good." Brian tried to calm her down. "Nana, calm down." Emily cowered behind him, crying in terror. "Wait, I'm not tasty at all." Brian's mind raced. What in the world was going on? He watched Nana's body contort, her movements wild and uncontrolled. It was like watching a monster awaken. Gritting his teeth, he desperately searched for an answer. Why was she only targeting Lady Emily? He had to stop her. Somehow, an image of the sweet, playful Nana flashed through his mind. His resolve wavered. He couldn't bring himself to hurt her. The beast-like Nana lunged, her bloodthirsty claws ready to rip and tear. Emily let out a terrified shriek, but Brian was frozen. "No, I can't do it." In a flash, Saiyan lunged forward to block Nana's attack, the impact sending agony through his body. Brian stared, unable to comprehend what just happened. "Young master!" Brian cried out in panic, while Emily let out a worried scream. "Master Saiyan, Just then, Karum appeared right behind her. He grit his teeth through the pain and urged, Karum, now. She held up a ribbon and said, I found it, making Emily jump. Confused. Who are you? Brian's eyes darted over as well. The ribbon was thrown to the ground, and a dark, sinister energy began to radiate from it. Emily was stunned. That's the ribbon Master Asen gave me, but Karum casually stomped on it, crushing it under her foot. Emily's heart ached at the sight. Why would you do that? She cried. Karum shot back in a sharp voice. Hey, kid, snap out of it. She then turned to Nana, questioning her. That's your beloved Papa. Her words seemed to break the spell, and Nana instinctively called out, Daddy. Her eyes widened in utter shock. Tears of horror streamed down Nana's face. What happened? She whimpered, blaming herself for what she had done to her Papa. But Saiyan stood firm, comforting the little girl. It's all right, Nana. He forced himself to reassure her. It doesn't hurt at all. You didn't mean to do it. He wanted to tell her she had done nothing wrong. But at that moment, the girl's spirit completely shattered. Brian watched, puzzled, as Master Saiyan moved to console Nana. Let's go, he said. This place is nothing but a battlefield now. Suddenly, Luniel's eyes widened in horror. What happened here? He looked around at the empty space, confused. Weren't there supposed to be monsters everywhere? But everything was eerily quiet, as if they had never existed in the first place. At that moment, the Emperor's voice cut through his thoughts. Luniel, I don't see a single monster left. The young man replied, flustered. Yes, Your Majesty. That's a relief. It seems everything has been resolved. Aen shot him an annoyed glance when suddenly a voice called out, Father. The Emperor recognized the voice instantly. It was Aen, running towards them, calling out for her father with her companions right behind her. Seeing his daughter was safe, he rushed to her. Aen, you're all right. Nearby, Aen ground his teeth in frustration. Aen burst into tears, clutching her father's leg. Thank goodness you're safe, too, the Emperor soothed her. I'm just so relieved you're unharmed. Aen's attention was then drawn to Luniel. The Emperor explained, It's thanks to them that I was able to get here safely. At that moment, Luniel's eyes flashed with a threatening glare. Good. I'm glad you're not dead yet. Aen replied firmly, I'm glad you're all right, too, brother. But inwardly, she was conflicted. There were so many things she needed to ask him. She pushed those thoughts aside for now. Taking care of everyone else was the priority. Alice, Lunac, and the royal knights bowed politely. We greet your majesty. The Emperor raised a hand. You may rise. Thank you for protecting my youngest daughter. I will see to it that you are all handsomely rewarded for your service. Aen's gaze drifted between Aen and Luniel. She saw Aen whispering to Luniel and tried to discern what he was saying to his brother. Suddenly, Luniel let out a smirk, as if plotting something sinister. Lunac looked up in shock to find his sword pointed directly at her. It seems, Luniel announced, I have found the true culprit behind this entire incident. He declared with smug satisfaction, the granddaughter of the Garum Mage Guild's leader. You are under arrest, Lunac. Alice was stunned, thinking, arrested? What is he trying to do? Asen watched the scene unfold as the Emperor tried to intervene. You've gone too far, son. Lower your sword this instant. Aen rushed to explain, brother, she was with me. We saved so many people together. But Luniel was insistent. That was merely part of her trap. The Garum Kingdom has been waiting for a chance to destroy the UP Empire for a long time, he speculated. I believe their plan was to assassinate you and sow chaos throughout the Empire. Lunac remained completely unfazed. You speak as if you already have proof in your hands. Then, Asen stepped in. Last night, I detected a suspicious aura coming from the place where she was staying. The Emperor frowned. Is that true? You better choose your next words very carefully. Aen called out to him, worried. Father, Luniel interjected. I invited them here as a sign of peace, but I remained cautious just in case something went wrong. He stated confidently, just give me a little more time, and I will find the evidence. The Emperor agreed, making Aen anxious. Luniel smiled deviously. Please, leave this matter to me. Lunac's eyes narrowed in thought. Humph, a trap. Ha! This is the very trap you were setting for my grandfather all along. Sam began to piece the events together. Lunac, Genver, and the others from the Garum Mage Guild were imprisoned in a secret chamber to be interrogated. Not long ago, Lexi and the others had been separated from Aen, coordinating with other guards to protect the nobles. Funerals for Marcus de Genian, the Empress's younger brother, and countless others were held all across the capital. I managed to reduce the number of casualties compared to my past life, but that doesn't change the fact that this was a bloodbath. Alice bandaged his wound and said gently, thankfully, the situation didn't get any worse. Saiyan said, flustered, you don't have to do this, you know. She acted like a true older sister. No, sit still. I'm your sister, aren't I? Alice said calmly. Things were so dangerous back there. It's good that you ran ahead. He looked away and mumbled, yeah, well, I'm good at that. She continued in a somber tone, if it weren't for that person that day, I might not be sitting here right now. The image of her rescuer was seared into her memory. But who was he? Alice estimated the man's height, noting he was about as tall as her brother. Now that I think about it, Alice started to tease him. Wow, her little brother had gotten so tall, but his entire body was covered in scars, proof of his brutal training. The sight left Saiyan completely frozen. Saiyan replied shyly, of course, sis. Alice let out a little laugh. Oh, are you embarrassed? She started teasing him. Can I feel those muscles for a second? He scrambled to get away, flustered. Stop teasing me. But suddenly, Asen's voice cut in. You've recovered remarkably fast. He nonchalantly opened the door, a look of pure innocence on his face. You two are as close as ever, I see. It's enough to make an older brother jealous. He then asked with false concern, are you fully recovered? A flicker of annoyance crossed Saiyan's face. Ah, yes. Thank you. Alice noticed something strange in Saiyan's behavior. It seemed like he was wary of Asen. He quickly changed the subject, asking, what's the status of the investigation? Her brother's reaction made her wonder. Could Saiyan know something about Asen? She grew suspicious. Does he have a cowardly and cruel nature? The sinister Asen replied smoothly. Actually, I came to discuss that very matter with you too. He began to reveal what he had discovered. A bracelet engraved with obsidian was discovered in Luniel Genver's private room. He continued. She has already admitted it was a gift. Saiyan immediately replied. Then the one who gave her the gift must be a suspect. A smirk played on Asen's lips. Yes. Very clever of you. Tell me, do you remember receiving anything during the party? Saiyan propped his head on his hand. I'm not entirely sure. Do you know who gave that bracelet to Luniel? Asen lowered his voice. I heard it was a merchant from the royal palace. He continued, but someone found him dead today. So I am still searching for the real culprit. Asen's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing him. He pressed again. Did you receive anything on that day? Saiyan suddenly understood his true motive. This wasn't an investigation. He was looking for a scapegoat. Meanwhile, Emily was swinging playfully on a chair as an assassin slowly approached her from behind. Alice turned and suddenly realized Emily was in terrible danger. Asen stared intently at the boy's head, murmuring, your head. Alice quickly rushed to support Saiyan, gently asking, are you all right? Her brother clutched his head, whispering weakly, I'm sorry. I still haven't fully recovered. A wave of dizziness washed over Saiyan as he held his head in his hands. Seeing this, his sister reminded Asen. His injuries were too severe. He lost a lot of blood. The doctor said he needs to rest. She spoke gently to her brother. Saiyan, don't push yourself so hard. Lie back down. He replied, okay, I know. Asen nodded. I understand. You should get some rest. I'll see myself out. But before he left, he shot Saiyan one last glance. Saiyan had already given him a clear answer. I'm certain. No one gave me anything. Saiyan continued. Even if someone had approached me, they never would have survived that hellscape. Understanding dawned on Asen's face. He turned back with a smile. I see. Thank you for answering my questions. But inside, he thought, that's right. The person who gave it to him was probably killed by the demonic beasts. This works out rather well, he mused. I don't have to worry about eliminating anyone myself, but it's a shame. I can't use this opportunity. He glanced back at the boy, a venomous look in his eyes. His thoughts were chilling. An opportunity to eliminate you, little brother. But Saiyan was no fool. He watched Asen's every move intently. Saiyan, Alice asked, snapping him out of his trance. He jumped slightly. Yes, sis. When she saw him getting out of bed, his sister marched over and gave him a few light smacks. I told you to lie down. You just don't listen, do you? The scene shifts to a room stained with blood. A terrified maid cried out, Why? Why are you doing this? She clutched her womb in agony, her voice filled with despair. I followed all of your orders. I even delivered the necklace to Princess Ain. She tried to be strong, pleading. I won't question why you did this. So please, just spare my life. In response, he pointed the tip of his sword at her throat. That's right. Your mission is over now. He laughed cruelly. Unfortunately, I couldn't complete my own mission, so I'm stuck with this menial task. His eyes narrowed with contempt. The more I think about it, the more furious I get. And after everything I did for him, he ended her life without hesitation, then turned away with a final word for Ethan. May you rest in peace, he said, leaving her for dead. But before he left, he added, oh, and one more thing. He tossed a grimoire into the air, musing. Last time, someone found the body, which almost caused me some trouble. This time, I'll have to clean up after myself. He summoned a powerful beast and gave it a single command. devour. Meanwhile, Emily was humming a soft tune. Brian stood behind her for a moment, then seeing her alone, he slowly approached. She turned, surprised, only to see Brian holding out fresh fruit with a kind smile. "I bought some apples on my way out of town," he said. Her face lit up. "Thank you, Brian. You're too kind." Emily took a bite, savoring the delicious, crisp apple. The two sat together, gazing out at the town below. "The weather is beautiful," he commented. "It really is," Emily agreed. "By the way," she asked, "how much longer do we have to stay here?" Brian explained. "The young master's orders were to wait until he contacts us again, so we must remain in hiding until then." Brian recalled a memory of Saiyan Vist receiving a ribbon from a maid. "Is this a gift for me?" Saiyan had asked. The maid confirmed it. "Yes, my lord. To celebrate your first public appearance." Looking at the simple gift, Saiyan already knew that everything was about to become a tangled mess. Seeing the ribbon burst into flames, Emily couldn't hide her shock. "That precious gift," she gasped. The prince's voice was low and urgent. "Emily, listen to me very carefully." His instructions were meticulous and clear. "You won't be safe in the capital, or even at the Vester estate. You must go into hiding until I give you the next command." The young master, Saiyan, had called out, "Brian, where are you?" "Yes, my lord," he had answered immediately. Saiyan Vist commanded him, "I have other matters to attend to. You will be Emily's escort." Brian accepted without hesitation. "I understand. Please, leave it to me." Before they departed, Saiyan gently patted Nana's head, telling Brian, "You must take care of Nana as well." He then turned to the little girl. "Nana, we won't see each other for a little while. So please, don't cry." Brian thought to himself, that was the first time I'd ever seen the young master make such an expression. This time, I absolutely have to be of use to him. Back in the present, Emily asked Brian, "Is Nana feeling any better?" He shared, "She had a rough few days, but she's sleeping soundly now. I think she's finally doing better." He continued, speaking to Emily, "It seems the young master went through a lot while I was away." In her small room, Nana was still deep in sleep. Brian went on, "That girl I thought was just his servant. This turns out she's a dragon kin. Now that I know the truth, I have to do everything in my power to help him." An idea suddenly sparked in his mind, one he had to share with Emily. "I was just thinking the same thing." Brian then remembered the moment she clung to his arm, and he wondered with a blush, "Why am I suddenly thinking about that now?" Emily's eyes shone with determination. "Then from now on, let's do our very best to help the young master. Promise me, Brian." He stood still for a second, his face flushing red. Then a wide smile spread across his face as he agreed with her completely. The scene shifts. A furious prince's voice rings out. "What are you saying, father?" Luniel was enraged, shouting at the king. "We have undeniable proof, and yet you command us to release the only suspect." The king spoke calmly, but with an iron will. "Watch your tongue, Luniel. My decision is final." Luniel was disgusted by his father's choice. "With such a weak mentality, how do you ever expect to become the ruler of this continent? What is there to fear from the Karum kingdom?" But the king would hear no more of it. "Enough," he thundered, startling Luniel. "It is good to have the ambition to rule the continent," the king began. "However, the YF kingdom borders not only the Karum kingdom, but also the demon realms of Spania and Frina. If we make a complete enemy of Karum," Downey continued, "we will be unable to stand against the demon world. When their beasts pour forth, this entire continent will be consumed by a sea of flames." He was trying to make Luniel understand the gravity of the situation. "Even if we were fortunate enough to conquer the continent, the price would be a river of blood and bone," Downey said, his patience wearing thin. "The one who could do such a thing is not an emperor, but a monster," he roared. "Do you not understand something so simple?" But the prince refused to back down, his opinion clashing with his father's. "But we have concrete evidence. We can't just set the culprit free." The king understood. "You mean the enchantment stone, don't you?" Luniel looked at his father's expression, thinking, how could he? The royal family shouldn't have finished their investigation yet. The king went on, "Your expression tells me everything I need to know. Luniel, ever since you were a child, you've always been one who had to have everything your way." Sweat dripped down the prince's face as he stammered, "No, father, I don't know what you're talking about." The king cut him off. "That is enough, my foolish son." The king glared at him, a deep disappointment in his eyes. "How did you become so corrupt?" With that, Downey turned and walked away. Before leaving, he declared, "It seems Ain is far more suited for the throne than you. Now get out of my sight. I don't want to see your face again." A storm of rage brewed inside Luniel as he clenched his fists. "Ain?" He ground his teeth, his heart filled with hatred. "That damn brat?" Luniel seethed in his mind. "She's ruined everything." He sprinted toward the castle, breathing heavily, where a guard dutifully tried to stop him. "Your Highness, the guard began. Luniel shoved him aside. All of you, get out of my way, he commanded before storming into the castle. Seeing someone charging in, Saiyan issued a warning. Your Highness, the princess needs her rest right now. Lu slapped him across the face, shouting, I said, get out of my way. The young lord fell hard to the floor, his face twisting in pain. As Saiyan pushed himself up, Ain sensed that something was terribly wrong. She quickly stepped forward and demanded, what is the meaning of this commotion, brother? It was Luniel. He just smirked wickedly. Ain stared him down, her eyes blazing with unshakable resolve. His voice dripped with mockery as he said, I just came here to have a little chat with my dear baby sister. Lesimus rose to his feet and declared, you may be a prince, but if you continue to threaten Princess Ain, I will have no other choice. His words only amused Luniel, who sneered, no other choice? What could a pathetic insect like you possibly do to me? He continued. Based on your words alone, I could have you and your entire family executed for treason. Even the memory of your existence on this earth would be completely erased. Ain's voice cut through the tension. That's enough, brother. Weren't you here to see me? She asked bluntly. Or is there something specific you wanted to hear from me? Lu was taken aback, wondering to himself, what is this? This aura. It's completely different from before. Is this even the same Ain I once knew? The princess lowered her gaze and spoke with cold honesty. Perhaps I should just be direct with you. She took a deep breath, her voice ringing with conviction. I, Ain, have received nothing from you. Lu's eyes widened in disbelief. She went to see her father, the emperor. He asked gently, are you certain you don't want any compensation? She replied, yes, father. He seemed troubled as he told his daughter. But the necklace you wore. The gem on it was no ordinary stone, he went on. The corrupted ones used this chaos to stir the black-blooded society. Users of dark magic exploited a chaos stone to orchestrate this entire incident. This particular chaos stone was used to control the monsters. A deep worry filled the emperor's eyes. He told Anne, and I've received a report that someone in the capital has been secretly purchasing them. A black market merchant named Egel Bird and a maid, Merilda. It seems the two had a long-standing trade relationship. He also had news on their whereabouts. One of them is dead, and the other is missing. Hearing this, Anne felt a wave of anxiety. Her father then asked, the two of them met with your brother, Luniel, quite often. Do you recall receiving anything from him? He was the one who gave you that necklace, wasn't he? She nervously scratched her arm but still held her ground, insisting it wasn't true. I'm certain, father. My brother gave me nothing. The emperor sighed, at a loss for what else to say. Ain then pleaded with her father. They've already found the source of the incident. Luna has been cleared. Please, I beg you to release her. She saved so many people at the ball, father. The emperor was moved by her sincerity and compassion. He said gently, all right, don't worry about the girl. But 1,000 thoughts were racing through Ain's mind. If I tell father that Luniel was involved, he'll feel threatened. He'll start secretly targeting the people around me to harm me. Ain couldn't bear the thought of anyone else getting hurt because of her. She resolved to end this once and for all. She confronted Prince Luniel directly. Are you satisfied now, brother? He replied, that's right. I didn't give you anything. She answered politely, yes, that is what I told our father. Luniel noticed the strange look on her face and demanded, what's with that attitude? She replied, someone suggested you were trying to make me look bad in front of father. Luniel's face darkened. Perhaps I should sew that lying mouth of yours shut. She bowed her head in a sincere apology. I have a guess now. He scoffed. Who could possibly be more important than me? Ain stated firmly, he is someone very important to me. Saiyan was already waiting to see her. He also offered an apology to Luniel. I had no intention of interrupting. Luniel was shocked to see Saiyan there. He thought to himself, I didn't sense his presence at all. How is he still alive? The young man turned to him and spoke plainly, but I accidentally overheard everything. Crown Prince Luniel shot to his feet, enraged. How long were you hiding there? Saiyan answered with unnerving confidence. It's simply because my presence is so faint, your highness. It's an assassin's habit to conceal one's aura. Every word he spoke only fanned the flames of the prince's fury. Gritting his teeth, he spat, I'm in no mood for games. How dare you be so insolent to a prince? Unafraid, Saiyan challenged him back. And what do you intend to do about it? He stared directly into the prince's eyes. Are you going to silence me? Permanently? Luniel was seething with rage. He didn't know how to handle the boy, but things were finally starting to click. So, the rumors of their engagement were true after all. Making an enemy of Sean V right now would be it wasn't just because he was the son of his father's trusted friend. It was also because of a direct request from Asher. He discussed the matter with the crown prince. I want Ain eliminated. For the sake of the upcoming war for the throne. But why eliminate your own brother? Your father seems to trust you completely. Aen's reply was chillingly simple. Because he gets in my way. His eyes narrowed, his voice laced with pure jealousy. That little brat is hiding behind the perfect mask of an ordinary person. And it infuriates me to no end. A look of understanding dawned on Luniel's face. Finally, he thought, I see his true intention. He remembered seeing Sean V near Princess Aen, and that overwhelming, unsettling power that radiated from him. What was the source of that immense pressure? Desperate for an answer, he watched Sean V's every move. Very well, he finally said. I believe my little inspection here is complete. Now that this misunderstanding is resolved, I shall take my leave. Sean V watched him go, thinking to himself, it seems he hasn't completely lost his mind. Yet, he imagined the prince on the throne, and realized that compared to the mad emperor from his past life, he didn't seem nearly as evil as he remembered. Later, Prince Luniel approached Simus, offering a formal apology for his earlier words. No, your highness, Simus said, bowing his head. It is I who must apologize for my transgression. The prince warned him, just see that you're more careful next time. Simus let out a quiet sigh of relief. What an absolute monster, he muttered. Thanks. Don't mention it. Saiyan realized this was the true face of the continent's greatest swordsman, Simus. How fascinating. Out of nowhere, Sean V appeared and sat beside her. He said casually, You're the one who really had it rough, princess. She turned, surprised. No. I was only confident because you were here. A blush crept onto her cheeks. Wait, you're sitting next to me? Sean V simply asked, Is that a problem? My legs were just getting tired from standing so long. And no, it's fine, she stammered, completely flustered. Nearby, Simus approached Aen and said, I must admit, I was quite surprised. Your Highness, you showed incredible confidence when facing that prince. Simus thought to himself, this guy is a complete blockhead. Before he left, Sean V warned her, by now, everyone surely knows how close we are. Your brother won't dare to touch you. For the time being, I'll be taking my leave now. I'll see you later, she replied. I'm truly in awe of you. He's so cool, she thought. He really just came here to take care of business and left right away. The scene shifts to Prince Luniel, who has summoned Aen to demand answers. What is the meaning of this? He snarled, his eyes blazing with fury. You told me this plan was flawless, so why are the people we wanted dead? Still breathing? He continued his tirade, blaming Aen for everything. Not only that, he screamed, but now even my own father has lost all faith in me. This is completely unacceptable, Luniel roared. I was destined to be the savior who would redeem this cursed empire. Just then, a new voice cut through the air. The plan was not a complete failure. Your Highness. Who's there? A man emerged, bowing deeply. Boris Lehem, at your service, my princes. Luniel demanded impatiently. Where in the world have you been? My apologies for my absence, he explained. I was carrying out a special mission from Lord Asher himself. Aen spoke up. I heard Emily disappeared. What good news do you bring me? Boris smirked triumphantly, presenting a strange artifact. It appears, he said, that we have greatly underestimated those who surround Princess Aen. What are you talking about? Luniel snapped. Are you suggesting we reevaluate our plans? The man spoke calmly. Please, compose yourselves. Boris Lehem activated the stone in his hand. Please, observe. This stone has crystallized all the magic used by the princess's allies. Most of it is just... But then, the stone began to radiate a bizarre and powerful magical aura. Both princes stared in astonishment. However, he continued, the magic you see now is an extremely rare type. In another era, it was even considered a form of dark magic. A sinister, cunning smile spread across his face. He announced with glee, this is the power of a demon sword. Boris Lehem stated plainly, one of Princess Aen's allies is the wielder of a demon sword. The scene then cuts to a strange meal being served. Brian was completely bewildered. He thought, this is supposed to be blue crab gratin. But what in the world is this thing in front of me? He saw Sean V and Nana eating with gusto. He couldn't understand how they could eat so casually, as if nothing was wrong. Emily cheerfully reminded Princess Nana, chew slowly now. You're eating so well. Brian just stared at her, completely baffled. A deep sense of dread washed over him, his face turning pale. He couldn't believe his eyes. Did that crab just move? At that moment, Sean V stood up. I'm full. You should eat more, my lord, Emily urged. I can't, he replied firmly. If I stay any longer, Asher will be able to track you. Rage flashed in her eyes at the mention of his name. That damned Asher. Sean V continued, I only came to confirm that the three of you were safe. It's still dangerous outside. If you need anything, have Brian get it for you. He gave her clear and careful instructions. I've also stationed my men to keep watch on this house. For now, this is the safest place you can be. But outside, someone was already guarding Emily's house in secret. Shanver hurried to leave. I have to go now, Emily said, her voice laced with worry. You have to promise you'll come back, she pleaded. He looked at her reassuringly. Of course. Don't worry. I'm trusting you to protect them while I'm gone, Brian. Brian accepted the order. I give you my word. Yes, master. The door slammed shut. Shanver was carefully disguised. However, someone had been watching him from the shadows. Isn't it nice, a voice sneered, to have a reunion with an old acquaintance? She continued. Now, are you going to explain it to me? Sirika confronted Shanver, the blood-soaked ball, and the fact that my fiancé was going to die. How did you know all of this would happen? It's as if you can predict the future. Shanver warned her, be very careful with your answer, because depending on what you say, I might just become your enemy. Her curiosity about Shanver's identity burned. Who are you, really? From the bloody party to my fiancé's death, everything is a complete mystery. There's no way you could have heard that he was betrothed to me, Sirika told Shanver. So how did you know? Shanver replied coolly. Trinan was a target that needed to be purged anyway. Does that even matter? Of course, it does, she mused. For all I know, you could be a spy from another organization. He shot back. And if I were, what would you do to me? She answered bluntly. What a pointless question, and immediately drew her weapon. Shanver watched her every move, wary of her intent. She launched an attack against him, but he refused to back down. Are you planning to interfere? Just then, Lady Karum arrived. She spoke with chilling authority. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Have you? Didn't I warn you not to cause trouble for my master? Sirika retorted sharply. You're the one who hasn't learned a thing, Lady Karum. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for this? Karum countered her. You refuse the easy way, and insist on choosing the hard path. They both charged, clashing in a fierce battle where neither would yield. Karum declared, Fine. Allow me to open your eyes for you. But Sirika didn't flinch, as if she anticipated this very move. Here it is, she said with glee. She unleashed the indomitable power of the black mist to face Lady Karum, taunting the powerful warrior. A powerful move, she mocked, but all I need is a slight dodge to avoid it. In response, Karum unleashed a fatal blow that made the very earth tremble. A thrill of excitement shot through her. So this is the power of Karum. If I take that hit, or even try to block it, I'm dead for sure. She glanced at Karum, thinking, no wonder she tries to stay in her sword form. If Karum truly got involved in a fight, wiping out an entire city would be easy. Only a being on the level of a demon king could stop an attack like that. Karum confidently challenged the girl. All right, get ready. That was just a little warm-up. The girl just grinned with excitement. I'm waiting. Karum, I too will use my full power to control the demon blade. To everyone's surprise, she unleashed the demon blade technique without warning. Before her opponent could even prepare, Lady Karum fell to the ground. Seriously, we were just getting started. You're causing too much of a scene, Shanver said. He scanned their surroundings cautiously. We're going to be discovered at this rate. You fool, she finally realized. You're right. I'll tell them to move to a new location. Shanver had no patience to watch these two fight any longer. He stormed back into the house in frustration. You two can deal with this mess yourselves. He slammed the door shut behind him. The two girls stood outside for a moment, just staring at each other. Shanver felt helpless. He sighed. We have to change the plan. Everyone, pack your things now. Brian asked, Senior, you're here? To his shock, Luna was in the room. She remarked, It hasn't been long, but your family seems to have gotten bigger. Brian bowed respectfully. My apologies, Master. I was cleaning, and she just appeared out of nowhere. A sense of dread washed over Shanver. She got past the barrier and the guards. He demanded, How did you find this place? Shanver realized with a jolt. Was this girl even more powerful than he imagined? Luna shared, This is just one of my many talents. Don't worry, no one knows about this place but me. Then Luna grew curious. I'm sure there's nothing left to worry about now. But what was all that noise earlier? Shanver flinched and tried to brush it off. Forget it. Why did you come here? She offered him a sincere thank you. I came here just to say that. Shanver was embarrassed. I didn't do anything worth thanking me for. It's okay, she replied. I know everything. Luna's eyes were filled with deep admiration as she looked at him. She said, That day, when you went deeper inside, Emily and Brian started to have their doubts. Shanver stared at her intently. What does she mean by that? Is she talking about that? Everyone thought Luna was in danger, that she couldn't escape their grasp. I thought she was unconscious the whole time. She had used her own magic, combining it with Shanver's fire technique to forge a new element entirely. I can use the magic of any element, she explained, and I can combine or change them at will. Tracking someone's flow of magic is a simple matter for me. Her eyes slowly filled with sorrow. It sounds amazing, doesn't it? She shared wistfully. This was a gift my grandfather left me. Sounds more like a curse to me, Chandra said bluntly. And your body. You're injured. Luna was touched and smiled brightly. So it really was you? Let's go somewhere else to talk. Meanwhile, Brian and Emily began whispering to each other. Sean was clearly not happy about the situation. He snapped, "You two better start packing. If you're not done by the time I get back, you'll regret it." Emily asked him, "Where are we going?" "You want to go to the Ren Academy." Her face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling brighter than ever. She exclaimed, "Really? Then I can take care of you all day, Master." Brian's face paled as he remembered the last meal she prepared. Noticing his expression, she asked, "What's wrong?" He forced a smile. "Oh, nothing. Just a sudden mix of joy and sorrow." The scene shifts again, this time to Lunar. She recalled her dark past, her voice heavy with emotion. "My childhood years were spent in a place that was dark and cold. There, they performed all sorts of painful experiments on my body, but all I could do was endure it in silence." Tears welled in her eyes as she spoke. "It was my duty. As the granddaughter of Regan Rain River." Later, she walked with Sean, opening up to him. "Senior," she asked, "do you have something you need to do?" He simply replied, "No." Curious, she pressed on. "Then why don't you just tell everyone you're the one who saved them?" He sighed, resigned. "Don't you already know the reason? What's the point? It would only cause more trouble." "The reason," Luna repeated, stopping in her tracks, and then she remembered. "That's right, your magical element. At first, I thought it was just a dark type." She recounted her story to Sean. "I managed to gather a little information the night we first had dinner." A startling thought crossed Sean's mind. "So, she can read mana flow just by making contact? In my past life, I knew nothing about this." Lunar continued her story. "The day I collapsed, you transferred your mana into me. She'd been wondering ever since. What could it be? It felt like your power, yet it was unlike anything from this world." Sean finally spoke. "I think I understand now why you came to find me. Were you planning to give that to Regan?" She refused, crushing the power in her hand. She asked herself, "What would I even gain from that? It would only bring me more trouble." Sean let out a cold laugh. "What's this? Are you planning to betray your Rain River bloodline?" She shot back at him. "Don't you already know the reason, Senior?" She suddenly threw her arms around him. "Thank you, Senior Sean, for helping to ease my pain from that day." For a moment, he stood completely still, utterly stunned. He felt it then. Lunar's body was like a raging cauldron of boiling water, a cauldron that simmered day and night with chaotic mana from every element. And someone had just extinguished the very flame that fueled it. He pictured that boiling vessel, realizing her mana would no longer leak away. But it had been boiling for far too long. The excess mana was now burning away the embers of her life force, pushing Lunar ever closer to the brink of death. He felt a pang of guilt, thinking, all I did was poke a hole in that cauldron. To him, she was nothing more than someone else's puppet, and I simply couldn't stand by and watch. Sean said to her, "There's no reason to thank me. My work here is done, so I'll be leaving. Make sure you keep this a secret." Before walking away, he warned her one last time, "Be careful. And don't push yourself so hard anymore. I'm going." A happy smile spread across her face as she thought, "He's surprisingly sweet." As Sean walked away, he looked troubled. Seeing this, Lunar's voice called out from a distance, "Just as I thought. You really are a good person, Senior." Meanwhile, at the Garum Council, what was unfolding in the main office? Jen slammed her fist on the table in fury. A royal guard approached Jen. "Fortunately, my lady, you were released without facing any criminal charges. We must send a petition to the UIF Empire immediately." Jen still refused to believe it, but the guard insisted this was the reality of the situation. Jen said confidently, "Lunar is just laying low somewhere before she returns." The guard replied, "I've already ordered a search." An looked closely at his brother's head, asking, "Your head?" Alice quickly rushed to his side. "Are you okay?" she asked gently. The younger brother clutched his head and whispered, "I'm sorry. I haven't fully recovered." Sean still felt dizzy, his head throbbing in pain. Seeing this, his sister reminded Ain. His injury was too severe. He lost a lot of blood. The doctor said he must rest. She spoke kindly to her younger brother. "Sean, please don't push yourself anymore. Lie down." He answered, "Yes, I know." Ain spoke again. "I understand. You get some rest. I'm heading out." Before leaving, he glanced back at his brother. Sean had already given a clear answer. "I don't recall anyone giving me a thing." Sean continued, "Even if someone did approach me, they never would have survived in that hellhole." His older brother seemed to understand everything now. He turned back with a smile. "Is that right? Thank you for answering my question." But in his mind, he thought, I see. That person was likely killed by a mana beast. This is for the best, he mused. I won't have to worry about eliminating anyone myself. It's just a shame I can't use this opportunity. He shot a sinister glance toward his younger brother. He thought to himself, to eliminate you, my dear little brother. But Sean was no fool. He watched his brother's every move. Alice's voice cut through the tension. Sean, startled, he quickly replied, yes. Seeing her brother get out of bed, his sister marched over and smacked him lightly. I told you to lie down. You never listen to a single word I say. The scene shifts to a room spattered with fresh blood. A panicked maid cried out, my lord, why would you do this? Clutching her wound, she gasped in agony. I followed your every command. I even delivered the necklace to Princess Ain. With what little strength she had left, she pleaded. I won't question your reasons. Just please, I beg you, spare my life. He aimed the tip of his sword at her throat. That's right, he sneered. Your role in this is over. A twisted grin spread across his face. Unfortunately, I couldn't complete my own mission, so now I'm stuck with this menial task. His eyes narrowed with contempt. The more I think about it, the more infuriated I become. After all the effort I put in. In a flash, he struck her down. He turned his back, offering a cold farewell. Rest in peace. He didn't give her a second glance. Before leaving, he added, oh, one more thing. He tossed a magic scroll into the air. Last time, someone found the body, he muttered, and it almost caused me some trouble. This time, I'll have to clean up after myself. He summoned a powerful monster, commanding it to use its devour skill. The scene changes to a humming Emily. Brian, seeing her sitting alone, quietly approached from behind. She turned in surprise, her eyes lighting up as Brian offered her some fruit. I bought some apples on my way out of town, he said with a smile. Thank you so much, she exclaimed, her voice full of delight. You're too kind. Emily bit into an apple, savoring the taste. The two of them sat together, gazing out over the town. The weather is beautiful, he remarked. It really is, Emily agreed. So, how much longer do we have to stay here? Brian explained the situation. The young master said we must wait until he gives the next order. That means we have to continue hiding here until then. Brian's mind flashed back to the past, when Sean received a ribbon from the maid. Is this a gift from Esso? He had asked. The maid confirmed it. Yes, to congratulate you on your first public appearance. Looking at the item, Sean knew at once that his enemy had complicated everything. Back in the present, Emily stared in shock at the memory of the burning ribbon. Such a precious gift, she cried. The prince's words echoed in her mind. Emily, listen to me carefully. Whether in the capital or at the Ver estate, you are no longer safe. You must hide until I give you the next command. Young Master Sean had asked, where is Brian? Right here, sir, he replied. I have other matters to attend to, Sean ordered. You will be Emily's escort. Brian had accepted without hesitation. Understood. Please leave it to me. Before departing, Sean gently stroked Nana's head and told Brian, make sure you take care of Nana, too. He then turned to the little girl. Nana, we won't see each other for a little while. Please don't cry. Brian thought to himself, that was the first time I'd ever seen the young master make such an expression. This time, I absolutely must be of use to him. Returning to their conversation, Emily asked Brian, are you feeling any better now? He shared that the girl had struggled for a few days, but now she was sleeping soundly. I think she's recovering well, he continued. It seems the young master went through a great deal while I was away. In the small room, Nana remained deep in sleep. Brian kept explaining. The girl I thought was just his servant is actually a dragonoid. Now that I know the truth, I must do everything in my power to help him. An idea suddenly sparked in his mind, and he turned to Emily. I was just thinking the same thing. Brian recalled the moment she had clung to his arm, and he blushed. Why am I suddenly remembering that now? Emily's face lit up. Then from now on, let's do our absolute best to help the young master. Promise? Brian stood frozen for a moment, his face turning red. Then, a bright smile broke through as he agreed with her heartfelt proposal. The scene shifts to a prince, his voice ringing with disbelief. What are you saying, father? It was Luniel, shouting furiously at the king. We have undeniable proof, and yet you order us to release the only suspect. The king's voice was low and steady. Watch your tone, Luniel. My decision has been made. Luniel couldn't accept it. With such a weak mindset, he challenged. How can you ever hope to become the ruler of this continent? What is there to fear from the Garum kingdom? But the king would hear no more. Enough, he roared, startling Luniel. He explained, it is good to have the ambition to rule the continent, but the Why of Kingdom borders not only Garum, but also the demon realms of Spania and Frina. If we make a full-blown enemy of the Garum kingdom, Dion continued, we will be powerless against the demon world. When their beasts pour out, this entire continent will be consumed by a sea of fire. The king tried to make his son understand the gravity of the situation. Even if we were fortunate enough to conquer the continent, the price would be paid in rivers of blood and mountains of bones, Dayan said, his patience wearing thin. The one who could do such a thing is not an emperor, but a monster, he thundered. Can you not understand something so simple? But his son refused to back down, his conviction unwavering. But we have clear evidence, and we are just letting the culprit walk free. The emperor understood her meaning. You mean the enchantment stone, don't you? He watched his father's face, thinking, how could he possibly know? The royal investigation wasn't supposed to be finished yet. His father continued, your expression tells me everything I need to know, Luniel. Ever since you were a child, you've always been one to take whatever you wanted. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he stammered, no, father. I don't understand what you're saying. But his father cut him off. Enough, my foolish son. He shot his son a piercing glare, wondering, how did you fall so far? Dione turned to leave. Before he left, he declared, it seems Ain is far more suited for the throne than you. Now, I don't want to see your face. Get out. A bitter resentment coiled in Luniel's gut as he clenched his fists. Ain, he ground his teeth with seething hatred. That damn brat ruined everything, Luniel raged in his mind. He then stormed toward the castle in a fury. A guard at the door dutifully asked, Your Highness? Luniel just roared, Everyone, get out of my way, before barging inside. Seeing him charge in, Sanver warned, Your Highness, the princess needs to rest right now. Luniel slapped him across the face and snarled, I told you to move. The young man fell to the ground with a thud, his face contorted in pain. As Sanver pushed himself up, Ain noticed the disturbance. She quickly stepped between them, asking her brother, What's the meaning of all this commotion? Luniel just let out a chilling, triumphant laugh. Ain stared him down, her eyes filled with unyielding resolve. He sneered, his voice dripping with challenge. I just came to have a little chat with my precious little sister. Lesimus rose to his feet. Even if you are the prince, if you continue to threaten Princess Ain, I will be left with no other choice. Hearing this, Luniel's face twisted with contempt. He gritted his teeth and said, No other choice. And what will you do to me then? You are nothing more than an insect. He leaned in, his voice low and menacing. For what you just said, I could have you and your entire family executed. Even the very memory of your existence on this earth would be completely erased. Ain's voice cut through the tension. That's enough, brother. Weren't you here to see me, or is there something you wanted to hear from my lips? Luniel was stunned, muttering to himself. What is this? This new aura she had was completely different from before. Is this even the same Ain I used to know? She lowered her gaze, speaking frankly, perhaps I should be direct with you. Taking a deep breath, she made a firm declaration. I, Ain, received nothing from you. Luniel's eyes went wide. She had already met with their father, Dione. He had asked her gently, Are you sure you don't want any compensation? She had replied, Yes, father. He had told his daughter with a heavy heart. But the necklace you wore, the gem on it was no ordinary stone. He continued, The corrupt forces used this chaos to target the Black Blood Society. Practitioners of black magic used that enchantment stone to cause this accident. That stone was used to control the monsters. Worry clouded the Emperor's eyes. He told Ain, And I've received a report that someone in the capital is secretly purchasing them. The black market merchant Agiel Bird and the maid Merilda. It appears the two had a long-standing trade relationship. He already had information on both of them. For instance, one of them was now dead, and the other was missing. Ain listened, a sense of dread washing over her. Her father then asked, Those two met with your brother, Luniel, quite frequently. Do you recall receiving anything from him? He was the one who gave you that necklace, wasn't he? She nervously scratched her arm, but still held her ground. No, I am certain. My brother gave me nothing, father. The Emperor let out a long sigh, unsure of what else to say. Ain then said to her father, Now that the source of the incident has been found, Lunak has been cleared of all suspicion. Please, I beg you to release her. She saved so many people during the ball. Father. Her father understood her sincere heart. He said gently, All right. Don't you worry about her. But Ain's mind was already racing with 1,000 thoughts. If I tell father that Luniel was involved, he'll feel cornered. He'll start secretly targeting the people around me to silence me. Ain couldn't stand the thought of anyone else getting hurt. She was determined to put an end to this herself. She looked Prince Luniel straight in the eye and asked, Are you satisfied now, brother? He sneered. That's right. I didn't give you a single thing. She replied respectfully, Yes, that is what I told father. Luniel narrowed his eyes at her strange calm. And what's with that attitude of yours? She answered, Someone suggested that you were trying to make me look bad in front of father. Luniel's patience snapped. Should I just sew that lying mouth of yours shut? She simply bowed her head in apology. I have a guess now. He scoffed. Who could possibly be more important than me? Ain replied, "He is very important to me." Sanver, who had been waiting, stepped forward and apologized to the prince. "I had no intention of intruding." Luniel froze when he saw Sanver standing there. His mind reeled. I didn't sense his presence at all. How is he still alive?" He turned to the prince and stated bluntly, "But I happened to overhear everything." An infuriated Crown Prince Luniel rose to his feet. "How long were you hiding there?" Sean replied with unshakable confidence, "It's merely because my presence is so faint. Your Highness, for an assassin, concealing one's aura is a professional habit." The more he spoke, the more the prince's fury grew. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "I'm in no mood for your games. How dare you be so insolent to a prince?" Sean remained unfazed, challenging him right back. "And what do you intend to do about it?" He looked the prince dead in the eye. "Will you silence me permanently?" Luniel was seething, but then it all started to make sense. So, the rumor about their engagement was actually true. Making an enemy of Sean now would be a terrible mistake, not just because he's the son of my father's friend, but also because of Accho's request. He later discussed the matter with Prince Ain. "I want to eliminate my rivals in this war for the throne. But why do you want to get rid of your own brother? Your father seems to trust you 100%. Ain simply said, "Because he is an annoyance." He narrowed his eyes, his voice laced with hidden jealousy for his brother. "That little brat is hiding under the mask of a perfectly ordinary person, and it infuriates me." Luniel smiled. He finally understood his rival's true intentions. He recalled the moment Sean stood near the young Ain. He could never forget that suffocating, overwhelming power. What was the source of that brat's strength? He was determined to find the answer, carefully observing Sean's every move. "Very well," he said, his eyes never leaving him. "I believe this inspection is complete," the man declared. "The misunderstanding has been cleared. I shall take my leave." Watching him go, Sean thought, so, he hasn't completely lost his mind. Not yet. He pictured the prince taking the throne, and realized something crucial. Compared to the mad emperor from his past life, this version of him didn't seem nearly as malevolent. Later, Prince Luniel approached Lesimus, offering an apology for his earlier words. "No, your highness," Lesimus insisted. "I was the one who overstepped. The apology is mine." The prince warned him, "Just be more careful next time." Lesimus let out a quiet sigh of relief. Lesimus muttered, "That absolute bastard," then said aloud, "Thank you, Sean." "Think nothing of it," Sean smirked. So this was the true face of the continent's greatest swordsman. How interesting, Sean thought, suddenly taking a seat next to her. He commented casually, "You're the one who's truly been through a lot, princess." Startled, she turned to him. "No, I only feel confident because you're here." A blush crept onto her cheeks as she realized, "You're sitting next to me?" Sean simply asked, "Is that a problem?" "My legs were getting tired from standing," he explained smoothly. Flustered, she stammered. "Still, it's not proper." Lesimus later found Ain. "I must admit, I was impressed, your highness," he said. "You were incredibly composed when facing the prince." Sean thought to himself, this guy can be a real blockhead sometimes. Before taking his leave, he warned her, "By now, everyone likely knows we're close. Your brother won't dare to make a move on you. For now, I'll be going." He added with a small smile, "Until we meet again." The onlooker was left in awe. "Sean, you're incredible. So cool. He really just showed up, handled everything, and left." Meanwhile, Prince Luniel confronted Ain. His eyes blazed with fury. "What is the meaning of this?" He snarled, gritting his teeth. "You told me the plan was perfect, so why are the targets we wanted dead, still breathing?" He unleashed a torrent of accusations, blaming Ain for the entire failure. "And not only that," he bellowed, "the Emperor has lost faith in me. This is unacceptable." Luniel roared in frustration, "I was meant to be the savior of this cursed empire." Just then, a voice cut through the prince's tirade. "The plan was not a complete failure, your highness." "Who's there?" the prince demanded. A man emerged from the shadows, bowing deeply. "Boris Lehem, at your service." Luniel demanded impatiently, "Where in the world have you been?" "My apologies for my absence," he explained. "I was on a special mission from Lord Accho." Ain cut in, "I heard Emily vanished. Do you have any good news for us?" A smug grin spread across his face as he presented his findings. "It seems," he mused, "we've underestimated those surrounding Princess Ain." "What are you getting at?" Luniel snapped. "Are you telling us to reevaluate?" "Please, calm yourself," the man said smoothly. Boris Lehem then activated a strange stone. "Now, observe." He explained, "This stone has crystallized all of the magic used by the princess's allies. Most of it is just common magic." But then, the stone began to emit a bizarre and powerful aura. Both princes stared in astonishment. Boris continued, "However, the magic you are witnessing now is of an exceedingly rare kind. At one time, it was even considered a forbidden, evil art. A sinister smile played on his lips. Magnificent, isn't it? He declared with glee. This is the power of the demon's sword. It is undeniable, Boris Lehem stated. One of Princess Ain's allies is the wielder of a demon's sword. Later, at dinner, a very strange dish was served. Brian was completely baffled. She said this was blue crab gratin. But what in the world am I looking at? He watched the others dig in, wondering how they could eat as if nothing was wrong. Chew slowly, Princess Nana, Emily said cheerfully. You're doing so well. Brian could only stare, his confusion deepening. A cold dread washed over him at the sight of the meal. His face paled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Did that crab just move? Sean V shot to his feet. I've had enough. Emily urged him. Shouldn't you eat more? But he refused. I can't. Staying any longer will only bring trouble for you. She seethed at the mention of his name. That bastard. Sean V continued, I only came to check if you three were safe. It's still too dangerous out there. If you need anything, just have Brian get it. He stressed every word with grave importance. I've also posted men to watch the house from the outside. For now, this is the safest place for you. Hidden figures were already standing guard outside Emily's home. Sean V turned to leave abruptly. I have to go now, Emily called out, her voice filled with anxiety. You have to promise you'll come back. He offered her a reassuring look. Of course, don't worry. I'm trusting you to protect them while I'm gone, Brian. Brian accepted the command. I swear it. Yes, master. The door slammed shut. Sean V was heavily disguised. But someone had been watching from the shadows all along. A voice dripped with sarcasm. Well, wasn't that a heartwarming reunion? She pressed on. Now, are you going to explain yourself? Sarika confronted Sean V. The bloodbath at the ball, and the death of my fiancé. How did you know all of that was going to happen? It's as if you can see the future.
Sean V warned her. Choose your next words carefully, because depending on what you say, I could very well become your enemy.
She was desperate to understand his true identity. Just who are you? From the massacre at the party to my fiancé's death, everything is a complete mystery. Sarika stared intently at Sean V. There's no way you could have known he was my betrothed. So how did you? Sean V replied coldly. Trainion was a target for elimination. Does anything else truly matter? Of course, it does. Her eyes narrowed with suspicion. For all I know, you could be a spy from another organization. He challenged her. And if I were, what would you do about it? She scoffed. What a foolish question. In a flash, her weapon was drawn. Sean V was on high alert, anticipating her every move. She lunged, striking without warning. He refused to give an inch. You intend to interfere? At that moment, Lady Karum arrived. Her voice cut through the tension. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Didn't I warn you not to cause trouble for my master? Her opponent's reply was just as fierce. The one who hasn't learned is you, Lady Karum. Do you have any idea how much I've been looking forward to this? Karum met her fiery gaze. So you'd rather do this the hard way? In an explosion of power, the two clashed, neither willing to back down. Karum declared, Very well. I will be the one to open your eyes. Her opponent simply grinned, as if she had been waiting for this exact move. There it is. She unleashed her power, an indomitable black mist against Lady Karum, taunting her all the while. A powerful move, she sneered, but a simple sidestep is all I need. In response, Karum launched a devastating strike that made the very ground tremble. A thrill shot through her. So this is the true power of Karum, if that attack connects, or if I even try to counter it. I'm finished. She looked at Karum, a realization dawning on her. No wonder she usually remains in her sword form. If Karum ever got truly serious in a fight, she could wipe out an entire city. Only a being on the level of a demon king could stop a blow like that. Karum challenged her with absolute confidence. All right, prepare yourself. That was merely a warm-up. Her opponent laughed, thrilled by the declaration. I'm ready when you are, Lady Karum. I, too, will use my full power to bring that demonic blade under control. But then, she suddenly unleashed the demon blade's power. Before her opponent could even react, Lady Karum dramatically threw herself to the ground. Seriously, I was just getting started. You're making too much of a scene, Sean V snapped. He glanced around warily. We're going to be discovered, you idiot. The gravity of the situation finally hit her. Oh, right. I'll have them move to the new location. Sean V had no patience for their squabbling. He stormed back inside the house in frustration. You two deal with this yourselves. He slammed the door, leaving the two women staring daggers at each other. Sean V felt utterly powerless. With a heavy sigh, he knew the plan had to change. He ordered everyone to start packing immediately. Brian spoke up. Senior, you've returned? But everyone was shocked to see that Lunak was also there. she commented. It hasn't been long, but your little family has certainly grown. Brian bowed respectfully. My sincerest apologies, Master. I was cleaning and she just appeared out of thin air. A knot of worry formed in Sean Fifth's stomach. How did she get past the protective barrier and all of the guards? He asked her point blank, how did you find this place? He was quickly realizing this woman was far more formidable than he ever imagined. This is just one of my many talents, Lunak explained. Don't worry, no one else knows about this place. She then added, I suppose there's nothing left to be concerned about. But what was all that commotion earlier? Sean V flinched, trying to deflect the question. It was nothing. Forget about it. Then why did you come here? She smiled gently. I came to say this to you. Sean V was visibly uncomfortable. I didn't do anything. Why are you thanking me? She simply replied, It's all right. I already know everything. Lunak gazed at him with pure admiration. That day, when you ventured deep into that place, Emily and Brian stared at Sean V, their eyes full of questions. What in the world is she talking about? Is she talking about that time? Everyone had believed Lunak was in grave danger, that there was no way she could have escaped their clutches. I thought she was completely unconscious, but she'd used her magic, fusing it with Sand's fire to forge a whole new element. I can wield the mana of any element, she revealed, and I can combine or alter them however I wish. Tracking someone's mana flow is child's play for me. A shadow of sadness crossed her eyes as she shared. Sounds amazing, doesn't it? This was a gift left to me by my grandfather. Sounds more like a curse to me, Sand retorted. Your body is already injured, Lunak. She was visibly moved, a happy tear in her eye. It's really you. Let's go somewhere else to talk. Nearby, Brian and Emily exchanged hushed whispers. Sand was not pleased. He shot them a glare and said, You two better get packing. If you're not done when I return, you'll have me to answer to. Emily asked him, So where are we going? To the Ren Academy. Her face lit up with pure joy, her eyes sparkling brighter than ever before. She exclaimed, Really? Then I can take care of the young master all day long. Brian paled at the memory of a meal she had prepared. She asked innocently, What's wrong? He replied, Just a sudden mix of joy and terror, that's all. The scene shifts back to Lunak as she recalled her dark past and finally opened her heart. My entire childhood was spent in a place that was both dark and bone-chillingly cold. There, they performed every kind of excruciating experiment on my body imaginable. But I could only endure it all in silence. Tears welled in her eyes. Because that was my duty as the granddaughter of Regan Rain River. She walked with Sand, confiding everything to him. Sunbay, she asked, is there something you need to be doing? No, he said. Curious, she pressed on. Then why won't you tell everyone that you were the one who saved them? He sighed, finally replying, You already know the reason, don't you? What would be the point? It would only bring more trouble. Lunak whispered, The reason? She stopped dead in her tracks. Then she remembered. That's right. Your mana element. At first, I was certain it was a form of dark magic. She explained to Sand, I managed to collect a small sample on the night we first met at dinner. Sand thought to himself, so she can read mana flows just by making contact. I never knew about this in my past life. Lunak continued her story. The day I fainted, you transferred your mana into me. Her brow furrowed in confusion. But what exactly is it? It feels like it's yours, but at the same time, it feels like nothing that exists in this world, Sam told her. Perhaps I finally understand why you came looking for me. Were you going to give it to Regan? Instead, she clenched her fist, crushing the power within. She asked herself, what could I possibly gain from doing that? It would only invite more complications. A cold smirk formed on Sam's lips. What's wrong? Are you planning to betray your river bloodline? She threw his own question back at him. You already know the reason, don't you? Sunbay? She then suddenly wrapped her arms around him. Thank you, Sunbay Sam, for helping to ease the pain I've carried for so long. In that instant, he stood frozen, utterly astonished. He could feel it, then Lunak's body was like a violently boiling cauldron, a cauldron fueled by the mana of every element, simmering chaotically day and night, and someone had tried to extinguish the flames beneath it. He imagined that the constant boiling was a sign that her mana was no longer draining away, but because it had been boiling for so long, the excess mana was now burning away the very embers of her life, pushing Lunak ever closer to the brink of death. Guilt washed over him. All I did was poke a small hole in that cauldron. To me, she was just somebody else's puppet, and I couldn't just stand by and watch that happen. Sand gently told her, There's no reason to thank me. My work here is done, so I'll be leaving. Keep what you know a secret from me, if you would. Just before he departed, he warned her. And be careful. Don't overexert yourself again. I'm off. She smiled warmly to herself, thinking, he's actually kind of adorable. Sand walked away, looking conflicted. Seeing this, Lunak called out from a distance. It's just as I thought. You're a good person after all. Sunbay. The scene changes to the Garum Council, where inside the main office, something was clearly wrong. Jen slammed his fist on the table in pure rage. A guard approached Jen. Fortunately, the young lady has been released. She will not be facing any criminal charges. We must immediately send a petition to the UF Empire. But Jen still refused to believe it. No, that can't be true, he insisted. Jen said with confidence, Lunak is merely laying low somewhere before she returns here. He commanded, find any trace of that girl and bring her to me at once. San boarded his carriage, finally leaving the palace to head back to the academy with his personal handmaidens accompanying him. Emily, especially, was beaming with excitement for the journey. He asked her curiously, you seem to be in a good mood. She couldn't hide her absolute delight. Yes, because I get to serve you again, young master. Suddenly, she remembered something. But wait, aren't handmaidens forbidden at the academy? Saiyan nodded confidently. Perhaps if the request comes directly from me, they'll make an exception. He went to persuade Headmaster Condello, but the man refused. The young student tried to plead his case. I swear, I won't let anyone find out. Please, Headmaster, I'm begging you. The headmaster sternly replied, and why, exactly, should you be the sole exception to the rules? Sam looked away, feeling helpless. I won't skip a single class. The headmaster's anger flared. That is what's expected of every student. And on top of that, you wish to bring in not one, but two handmaidens? Very well. Answer me this one thing. He felt a jolt of unease. What information could the headmaster possibly want from him? He decided to ask directly. Is this about the bloody banquet? A request like yours can't be for a simple reason. The headmaster's tone was grim. At that, the color drained from his face. That incident. He forced himself to remain calm. If you grant my request, sir, I'll tell you everything. Headmaster Kundel agreed. Fine. Do what you want. He knew that even if he refused, the boy would just find a way to do it himself. Shanvert began to explain. Sir, now isn't the right time for a full explanation, but there is one thing I can assure you. He stated with absolute confidence, I was not the mastermind behind the bloody banquet. Isn't that what you truly wanted to know? Headmaster Kundel's eyes bored into the student, searching for any flicker of deceit. He pressed him. Are you certain? He answered instantly. An indignant look crossed Shanvert's face. Just how depraved do you think I am? The headmaster sidestepped the question. Just remember not to skip any of my classes. And with that, the tense conversation was over. After their talk, Shanvert couldn't stop thinking. How would the headmaster react if he discovered his own nephew was the true culprit behind the massacre? His mind raced back to the horrors of that massacre. He thought deeply. From what I know, Luniel isn't nearly smart enough for that. He suspected the plan had been orchestrated by Asen, and Boris was the one who executed it. Shanvert remembered that trio was always together. They had to be the ones behind that bloody affair. As he walked through the academy grounds, he suddenly ran into Seth Sahakan, who was in the middle of doing push-ups. He looked incredibly focused, grinding out over 1,000 reps. Shanvert walked right up to him. So, you've come at last. My friend? Sweat dripped from his brow as he rose to face him. Without missing a beat, Seth Sahakan issued a bold challenge. Fight me, Shanvert. Let's settle who's truly the strongest. He awaited his response, while Shanvert thought to himself, it's been 2 years, and he still hasn't missed a single day. He flatly refused the challenge. You seem busy, my friend. Let's do this another time. Shanvert returned to his room, only to find Brian lying motionless on the floor. It looked like a case of food poisoning. Master Shanvert's eyes widened. Is he dead? Emily rushed out to greet him. Welcome back, Master. He asked frantically. Emily, what happened to him? She answered with an innocent look, I'm not sure. He ate one of the cookies I made for you, Master, and then he just fell asleep. I feel perfectly fine. The other maids ate them too and said they were delicious. She offered one to her master. Would you like to try one? His voice was stern. Emily, from now on, you are not to cook anything for Brian. That is an order. Emily protested. That's so unfair, Master. Shanvert let out a heavy sigh and leaned back. The future was looking truly exhausting. He then noticed a letter on his desk and asked, where did this come from? Emily pouted. Ria accepted it. I don't know anything else. He opened the letter. Could this be from Luna? Just then, Luna herself appeared, calling his name. Shanvert was completely stunned. What are you doing here? She casually asked him. How have you been? I ran away from home. Meanwhile, in another location, 2 figures lurked in the shadows. The guards from the Garum Association will be here soon. A woman's voice was calm. Don't worry. I've taken care of everything. An old man warned her. Don't forget, this is the only way to stop Jigen. The woman smirked. Are you afraid I'll have a guilty conscience? After all, he was once your student. A look of pure contempt flashed in her eyes. The woman, Joan, spoke with icy calm. No, I'm not foolish enough to feel pity for a monster like him. Her companion replied, That's good. Joan bid the man farewell. I'm heading to the rendezvous point. Our comrades should have already made contact with Luna. The old man prayed for glory to come to the Garum kingdom. At that same moment, Shanvert was sitting down to talk with Luna. She was the first to speak, still surprised by his earlier actions. That was pretty bold of you. I never expected you to just drag me outside like that. Shanvert still had questions. The dormitory gate is protected by a magic barrier. How did you manage to dispel it? I simply analyzed the flow of mana within the barrier, and then cast a dispelling spell. Pretty amazing, right? Shanvert was lost in thought.
That's more than amazing. It's terrifying. To analyze and undo a spell is like being able to negate magic just by looking at it.
She cheerfully asked if he had read her letter. He replied, I didn't get a chance to finish it before you arrived. Luna rested her chin on her hand. I couldn't wait for your answer, so I came here myself. Shanvert's eyes narrowed. Did Jigen send you? She hesitated, clearly debating what to say. Shanvert could tell she was hiding something. His voice grew serious. Did that old man order you to approach me? Tell me, she reluctantly answered. At first, yes, but not anymore. Luna's tone became just as grave as his. Whether you believe me is up to you. Shanvert was firm. I don't trust people easily. What is your purpose? She picked up her teacup and began her story. Recently, some unsettling events have been taking place within the Garum Association. They're related to Crown Prince Luniel and the Great Red Dragon, Catalina. She continued to recount the events of that day. 2 of the dragons the association was in contact with suddenly vanished somewhere in the Lowland region. The entire incident is a complete mystery. The smugglers. They're turning up as cold, lifeless bodies. And from what I hear, you're connected to all of it. At first, it was just a suspicion. But now, I'm absolutely certain. A smirk played on Sean's lips. So the Garum Association was mixed up with dragons. He asked Luna, what do you plan to do with me? Her answer was chillingly calm. I'm going to die. He was taken aback, completely stunned. She lowered her gaze shyly. Even though you've helped me, I know my own body better than anyone. She knew it was already broken beyond repair. A wave of absolute despair washed over her. I probably have about 3 years left. And it's all thanks to you, she confessed. Sean stared her down. I don't believe it. How can you be so calm? You're facing death and you don't even flinch? A faint smile touched her lips. I wish that were true. Watching her demeanor, one thought echoed in his mind. This is such a pain. He stood up. This isn't my problem. You should go. You're leaving already? She asked. Luna gave him a friendly farewell. All right, then. I'll see you next time. But he coldly turned away, muttering, I hate getting involved in troublesome things. Kezem appeared beside him. What kind of manners are those? Is it really okay to just leave her like that? The best thing to do is get out of here now, he thought. Just then, the men from the Garum Association who had been lying in wait finally appeared. Luna remained unfazed. And here I thought I'd managed to slip out unnoticed. She said, You got here pretty fast, didn't you? Let's go, Luna. Lord Jigen is looking for you. After Sean left, another female student approached Luna, asking, Is something wrong? Lady Luna. Victor has always been my point of contact. Forgive me, but which division are you from? Lord Victor is currently occupied, so we're here on his authority. We belong to the 6th Guard Division. Luna gave a cold smirk and snapped, Lies. There's no Victor here. She then unleashed a powerful storm attack on them. They scrambled in panic. She's trying to escape. Seize her, Luna realized. Are these guys from a radical faction? Whoever they are, I have to move fast. But in a moment of distraction, she was struck by an illusion spell, her consciousness slowly fading. The caster boasted, I knew you wouldn't go down that easily. He laughed smugly, ordering his subordinate. She caught on to us faster than I expected. Get her on the carriage. Lost in the haze, Luna fell into a perilous situation. Kezem sensed that something was terribly wrong. A dark premonition washing over him. He said to Sean, I think there was a fight. A flicker of doubt crossed Sean's mind. Are they really from Garum? His eyes narrowed with suspicion. The carriage rumbled on, carrying Luna toward the academy. It was clear her captors were all working together. The leader gave an order, wait here. He then approached Nella Jonet. I brought Luna, as requested. A sinister thought crossed her mind. That poor girl, spending her whole life as an experiment for her own grandfather, only to be thrown away. But in a way, she's actually very lucky. Luna lay bound in a dark room. Trapped in a deep slumber, she was completely unaware of what was happening. Nella Jonet said to the man, Because we will ensure her life doesn't go to waste. As another student stepped from a carriage, she felt a strange energy. Looking down, she saw black, bone-like wisps coiling around her feet. She wasn't the only one. Other students were confused, wondering what this dark energy was. Marcel spoke up. Could this be the organization? A girl angrily shooed Marcel away, and he vanished in a flash. But fear gripped her, cold sweat running down her face. What in the world is this? On high alert, she shouted, "Who's there?" Trembling and out of breath, she realized a cloaked figure was standing right behind her. Another student arrived. You must have seen him, the one lurking around here just now. So we have uninvited guests. He looked toward the forest entrance and guessed. It seems we've been followed. A girl from Missy's group demanded of Raph, show these intruders what happens to those who dare stand in our way. Raph bowed his head in promise. I will silence them permanently. The cloaked representative of their enemies slipped into the academy, unseen. He began secretly attacking the students with surprising ease, but this was only the beginning. The real enemy was still inside the church. A student quickly ran out to challenge him. He sneered, I'm impressed a runt like you made it this far. Did you come alone? The figure replied. I have a feeling that's not the case. He felt a strange familiarity from this intruder, almost like Luna. But as they fought, he noticed his opponent's power was far more unstable than hers. He pressed his advantage. You're just a kid. The intruder's response was sharp. Don't you dare hold back on me. On the other side, Nella Jonet asked Raph about the situation outside the academy. Is everything taken care of? She walked into the forest alone, and her eyes widened in sudden terror. She couldn't believe what she saw. He had brutally tortured Raph. Her trusted colleague was unconscious, sprawled on the ground. A masked Sean stood over him, turning to Nella Jonet. Are you the last one? Why did you kidnap Luna? He demanded. She let out a smug laugh and immediately unleashed a gleeful attack. Oh my, don't you know that ladies dislike men who ask so many questions? She taunted. That's a necessary tip for winning a woman's heart. She believed they could combine elemental magic at will. Sean V's guess had been right on the money. Just as he thought, they were the same as Luna. John unleashed a terrifying storm of lightning and fire. The power was absolutely devastating. The flames spread in an instant, incinerating everything in their path. So many questions were now swirling in his mind. He drew his dagger, seizing control of the situation. She could only watch, utterly stunned by this sudden turn of events. She gasped, impossible. To see Sean V dive headfirst into the inferno all by himself, she couldn't believe her own eyes. Is he seriously fighting back with just that one dagger? He closed the distance in a flash, catching her off guard, then countered with a blast of spiritual energy. She clicked her tongue, a spark of admiration in her eyes. This kid was dangerous. She had to take him down now. She unleashed a critical strike, aiming straight for him. He cut them down one by one. Wait, was there still another one behind him? Sean V fought on alone, gritting his teeth with the grim determination to eliminate every last one of them. Let go, he roared, activating a blinding wave of power from the dagger. The light erupted with immense force, tearing across the land and shattering the very earth. The dagger's light surged onward toward the castle. Sean V stood fearlessly, a true master of the battlefield, earning a moment of grudging respect. This amount of magical power, it was staggering. Now bound and helpless, she gritted her teeth and let out a frustrated scream. I said, release them. A girl casually brushed off her hands. Don't bother struggling. No human can escape from those chains. Sean V began his interrogation in a chilling tone. Who ordered you to kidnap Luna? He demanded. And how many of you are there? Johit struggled against her bonds, a sly smile on her face. You truly are an interesting one. You'll find out soon enough. Her expression twisted into a sinister threat. Because we will come for you. I look forward to meeting you again, in hell. Sean V's companion spoke up. Based on her reaction, it's got to be the heart core. He deduced it from the hints she dropped. The holy relic that stores magic directly in a person's heart, preventing it from circulating and growing within the body. I'll bet Luna has something just like it inside her, John mused. How do you know that? Sean V pieced the facts together. He laid out his theory. The monsters created through Karum Academy's experiments. That was called the path of evolution, wasn't it? Johit's composure finally shattered. Wait a minute. Just who are you people? He leaned in close. Some answers you'll have to find for yourself in hell. Terror filled her eyes as she began to cry. What? That's not fair. I can't die like this. Sean V struck without warning, casting her down into the abyss. In his past life, he discovered an ancient book in the Karum Kingdom's archives, filled with information about the holy relic known as the Heart Core, including research on how to control it. Sean V and his comrade, Karum, secured the treasure while Janice's body slowly burned into a pile of ash. He retrieved the artifact, watching it pulse with a soft glow. Looks like it's still usable, he noted. His companion asked curiously what he planned to do with it. Karum, bring Luna here from the carriage. You remember the aura of the demon control sword, don't you? But she was defiant. Why in the world should I listen to you? Karum carried Luna from the carriage and untied her bonds as Sean V stood by. I'll admit, he said, this is the first time I've ever done this. He held the jewel-like relic in his hand, unsure if it would even work. Then, with a flex of his fingers, he crushed it into fine powder. He was betting everything on this one desperate hope to save Luna. If Luna's heart contained a similar core, then perhaps it could be destroyed by a substance of the same nature. He pressed the empowered dust to her chest. A moment later, Luna's eyes shot open. Her eyes opened wide, shining with a miraculous new light. The scene shifts to the main building of the Garum Association. A rainbow of shimmering colors danced in Luna's eyes. She couldn't comprehend this new sensation as she slowly raised her own hand. Her palm was suddenly enveloped by an unknown, powerful energy. Luna felt impossibly light, as if a great weight had finally been lifted from her soul. She was also confused. How could she sense her senior, Sean V, so clearly? Karum and Sean V observed the building from afar when she asked what his plan was. He believed Luna could be useful, so keeping her alive was the top priority. Hearing this, Karum offered a warning. So you're just going to let someone else take advantage of her? What's to stop her from stabbing you in the back? Sean V was stunned that she would even say such a thing, but he quickly came up with a justification. Besides, her body will belong to me one day, so it needs to be kept in pristine condition. He then stood, ready to leave. We're wasting time just standing here. An impatient hand tapped rhythmically on a desk. So, Luna has returned from her kidnapping. She claims she doesn't remember a thing, but someone must have brought you here. Yes? Luna's face was grim, confirming her grandfather's question. She truly remembered nothing, but his anger flared. I don't believe it, he roared, blaming her for being so calm while the kingdom reeled from the bloody banquet. The association president stepped forward, taking full responsibility. The fault is mine for not bringing Luna here sooner. But her grandfather stood up. This isn't your fault. It is my granddaughter's, for doing exactly as she pleases. He then approached the president and clapped him on the shoulder, acknowledging his hard work and caring for his granddaughter. The man simply replied that it was his duty. Suddenly, Lunak's grandfather unleashed a torrent of flame, calling out the guild master by name. He roared that he'd long known of the man's betrayal, and that laying a hand on his granddaughter was an unforgivable crime. Terrified, the guild master tried to stammer out an excuse, but he was cut off with a thunderous silence. Even Lunak was frozen with fear. Her grandfather's rage was palpable. He found the man's very existence repulsive. With a final roar, he unleashed his power, incinerating the guild master where he stood. As the man's agonizing screams echoed through the air, Lunak watched in horror, terrified by her grandfather's ruthless power. Her grandfather then explained calmly, he was one of the conspirators who tried to kidnap you. Wiping his hands clean, he casually asked, Now, do you have any more information about that boy, Sean? Lunak knew he already had his answer. His question was just a formality, but she answered anyway. Nothing special happened, but he saw right through her lie, pressing her relentlessly for the real story. Her gaze fell to the floor as she finally confessed. She was late, because she met Saiyan, and that their first encounter was nothing special. He clapped a hand on her shoulder. That's not the answer I'm looking for. Fury simmered in his eyes. He demanded to know what Saiyan was truly hiding. He scowled, certain that someone from Range River had to be helping Saiyan from the shadows. Her eyes narrowed, returning his glare with cold defiance. He's only protected by a personal handmaiden and a single knight. She wondered why her grandfather was so obsessed with investigating him. The old man then leaned in closer. He voiced his deep suspicion that she and Saiyan were hiding something. He lectured her on her duty. A member of the Range River family must limit their questions and act only when given permission. She listened in stoic silence. Failing to get the answers he wanted, he dismissed his granddaughter and ordered her confined to her rooms. She stood motionless, staring at the guild master's corpse he just disposed of. A deep sadness washed over her, tired of this life in House Range River. The scene shifts to Lewin Academy. Saiyan is shirtless, leaning against a wall, lost in deep thought. That pest was loitering outside Saiyan's dorm, making him curse internally. The guy had nothing better to do, so Saiyan decided to just come back later. A crowd of students were buzzing with rumors. All classes had been suspended, but no one knew why. Saiyan drew closer. His own curiosity piqued. While they hoped it was nothing serious, his mind was already racing. What in the world was going on? Then, someone shared a piece of intel. A magic instructor named Nella Aranis had disappeared. Hearing her name, Saiyan's head snapped around. Sijic appeared out of nowhere, calling out to Saiyan. She accused him of getting rid of the instructor, leaving him completely baffled. He immediately denied it. How could he be responsible when he didn't even know who she was? Sijic bluntly pointed out that since he skips every class, it was no surprise he didn't know the staff. Saiyan was completely stunned. She seriously explained that the mage was from the Garum kingdom. It wasn't strange for her to be in Loan, a neutral territory, and rumors said she opposed the Riggans. For now, their side was merely monitoring the situation. Sijic added that kidnapping Lunak was unexpected, but thanks to Saiyan, their workload had been reduced. His mind was racing, trying to connect the dots, when he realized why that moment felt so familiar. Her voice cut through his thoughts. "Are you even listening to me?" She agreed to keep his secret and assigned him a private mission, telling Saiyan to stay away from the academy for a while, but he was curious about the vacant instructor position. Sijic said they would take turns teaching, but had already posted a notice to recruit someone new. Elsewhere, a large chest rattled in the back of a cart. A passenger remarked on the lovely countryside, but the farmer figured that was just a city person's opinion. The old farmer then turned to his companion. "So, why would you want to go to a remote place like Loen?" The man replied honestly that he was looking for a job. It was Boris. He hinted that a certain position was now vacant, which was why he had to hurry. The farmer guessed he must be a teacher, but Boris strongly denied it. Emily was lying down, letting out a long sigh of boredom. Karum walked in and ordered her to move, wanting her spot back. But Emily refused to budge, arguing that this was her master's dorm, so nothing belonged to Karam. Her expression twisted into a terrifying scowl. Just then, Saiyan opened the door and announced his return. He immediately demanded to know what was happening, seeing Karam bullying Emily over a sleeping spot. Saiyan told Emily to get up, they had a new mission. Hearing this, the maid immediately demanded to come along, but he refused. "No, you have a far more important mission." Emily was shocked. He pointed to the door and gave his order, "Do not, under any circumstances, let Nana go hungry." She was furious, thinking the task was unimportant. Did her master plan on leaving her behind? A dark aura began to fill the room. Emily's eyes widened. Wait a second, she thought, remembering Nana's grotesque transformation from before. The little girl peeked out from behind a door, shrouded in a gloomy energy. "Papa, I'm hungry." In an instant, Emily shoved a pastry into her mouth. "Nana, eat this." After just one bite, the girl's cheerful demeanor returned. "Just leave the eating to me. You don't have to worry about a thing." Seeing this, Saiyan offered a word of praise. Emily puffed her chest out, proud of her excellent cooking. He then added a warning. "Don't let Brian have any. He's still recovering." Karum, in his sphere form, asks their destination. Sean reveals their target, the city of Lamberter, located in the southwest of the UP Empire, a wretched place where money and violence reign supreme. Here, the citizens gamble on everything, always betting on someone else's loss to avoid their own disappointment. Inside the arena, the crowd roars as a match between Zelvers and Gier rages on. Gier can only think one thing. This guy, he's a monster. His opponent taunts him, urging him to just give up. The crowd is hungry to see Zelvers utterly crush him. Jabber continues the provocation, asking if he needs a warm-up, and even calling Zelvers a pig. That sets him off. A furious blow cuts through the air, but Jabber easily dodges the attack. Jabber scoffs at the sluggish attack. "He'll pay the price for looking down on me." But the words barely leave his mouth before he's caught in Zelvers' crushing grip. With a cruel smile, Zelvers decides to end it, squeezing the life out of a helpless Jabber who writhes in agony. The crowd erupts. It's over. Jabber is done for. Overwhelmed by the pain, he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Zelvers listens with satisfaction as the announcer declares his victory. In this city, an unimaginable amount of money fuels its many vices. Drunken men litter the streets, passed out in the gutters. Our two heroes, along with Karam, have arrived in this corrupt city for a mission. As she complains about the filth, he explains its unique status. If Lumen is a neutral zone by agreement, this place is a neutral zone because no nation dares to touch it. She wonders what he means by that. Just then, their path is blocked. The gang's leader steps forward, telling Kim to ditch the kid and come with him. She is clearly furious at being called his girl. Sean calmly explains the obvious. It's because this city is crawling with criminals. Unfazed, the thug flashes a slimy grin, warning her to be careful of their untamed desires. But when they tell Sean to get lost, his entire demeanor shifts. It was time to show them what real power looks like. A moment later, the once arrogant thug is eating dirt. With the trash taken care of, Karum returns to his sphere form. The two of them continue on their way. Sean slaps a hefty pouch of gold on the counter. "Your best room?" he demands loudly. But the receptionist just stares, asking about his age. He has to repeat himself, wondering if she even heard him. His expression turns deadly serious. He demands to see the manager over this employee's insulting attitude. The threat works. She immediately changes her tune, offering a cheerful welcome to the Lambert cage. Once inside their room, he gazes down through the window at the lobby below. "Looks like they're starting to gather," Sean mutters. Below, a crowd of wealthy-looking individuals mingles. "It's time for me to make my move." Sean approaches the front desk again. Your name is Lai, isn't it? He asks calmly. It was the receptionist from before. She turns, asking how she can help him. He gets straight to the point. I want to use the cage. Can you arrange it? The cage isn't for new guests. Lai replies coolly. Sean's gaze turns sharp, dangerous, as if he already knows they're running a drug trade. He gestures to the others. Then what about them? Am I the only newcomer here? Their eyes lock, and the air crackles with killing intent. Just as quickly as her killing intent appeared, it vanished. She bows deeply, apologizing. I'm only following my superior's orders. A devious smile plays on his lips. This woman was interesting. Silently, Sean begins to channel his power, trying to sense what she was truly hiding. Suddenly, Lai draws a weapon. She lunges forward in a blur of motion, somersaulting through the air to strike him. A thrill runs through him as she finally shows her true colors. He meets her assault head-on, effortlessly parrying every single blow. Her eyes go wide with shock when she sees a gold coin in his hand, now bent out of shape. The killing intent had been so overwhelming, she'd moved purely on instinct. Could that immense power have come from this kid, Sean? Meanwhile, he just looks on calmly, lamenting the loss of his perfectly good gold coin. Lai quickly regains her composure. My apologies, esteemed guest. Seeing his chance, Sean presses his advantage. You just pointed a knife at a customer, he says, his voice dripping with menace. She panics, insisting she had no intention of attacking, but he had her cornered. I'm quite now, deep in some hidden basement, lies a whirlwind of confusion and regret. His plan had worked perfectly. She leads him to a secret entrance for the cage and hands him a golden VIP card. Sean looks at the card, unsure of its purpose. She explains its function. With this, he would be safe from most dangers inside. At this point, Lai can't fathom why Sean is so obsessed with the cage. She gives him one last warning. It's dangerous in there. You can still turn back. When she wishes him good luck, he just thinks to himself, this woman talks too much. Sean then reminds her of how she just threatened a guest. Hearing that, Lai's concern instantly turns to anger. Her worry had been completely wasted. Without another word, he and Karum step inside. She wonders why Sean would ask for the manager. Then she remembers their real mission here. They had to find the true master of the Lambert cage. Their target is Lindsay Hallop, the cage's enigmatic owner. When Sean admits they have absolutely no clues, Karum freaks out over this impossible mission. We'll know when we find him, Sean says confidently. She scoffs at his words. You talk as if you know this place inside and out. And in that moment, Sean remembers. In his past life, he had been here several times, right before this entire city was consumed by the flames of civil war. As she wondered about the chaos of this place, Saiyan simply told Karum that she would understand soon enough. It was the true face of the Lambert K gang, the same thugs who had harassed the two of them when they first arrived in the city. Their leader knelt before his boss, reporting his defeat in the red light district. He insisted that Saiyan was no ordinary person. The boss asked for more details. The thug explained that Saiyan came to Lambert K, and just as they were about to make their move, he entered the VIP room, forcing them to call Gunter for help. The boss considered this. For Saiyan to have that kind of money, he must be a nobleman. But the underling was blinded by rage from his defeat, begging his boss, Gunter, to help him get his revenge. Seeing how pathetic his subordinate looked, Gunter found the request quite interesting. He stood up, deciding he wanted to meet the Saiyan himself, and would head to Lambert K immediately. Elsewhere, a brutal fight was raging. Inside a betting arena, the crowd roared with bloodlust. Linda Wesley was victorious. She stood triumphantly, planting her foot on her defeated opponent's chest. Saiyan and Karum arrived at the scene, and Karum finally understood the source of the destruction. Saiyan noted that nothing drew a crowd quite like a betting match. And that, he said with a smirk, is exactly why we're here, leaving her stunned. He explained that if they couldn't approach Lin Halo, they would simply make him come to them. Karum was completely lost by what he was hearing. Someone approached them, shouting, "Hey, you kids." He sneered that this was no place for children, but that was all the opening Simon needed. He immediately launched a kick at the loudmouth. The man's companion shouted out as Jason roared that he was a damn bastard for doing that. Grabbing Jason by the hair as he writhed in pain, Simon channeled his innate ferocity, drew back a fist, and told him he didn't need an apology. Then, he was hit with another critical blow and completely collapsed in front of the man standing there. After taking down Jason, Simon looked up with the eyes of a stone-cold killer, declaring he wanted to join the fight, not just watch or bet. In that moment, an outraged man shouted, "Hey, that's going too far. Are you kidding?" The idea of letting a kid fight sent the crowd into a rage. Suddenly, a new voice rang out. "Oh, what's this event? How interesting. How should I go about destroying you, little boy?" It turned out to be GB. A spectator was in total shock. What were the organizers thinking? This wasn't a match, it was a massacre. The old man next to him was thrilled, asking if that didn't make it even better. But the other man didn't agree with him fighting GB. That man was a monster carrying the blood of Ojalo, and he had already decided to crush Simon into 100 pieces. The moment he pointed his index finger at the boy, Simon instantly coiled his legs and launched himself high into the air. Catching GB by surprise, Simon unleashed a legendary palm strike aimed directly at GB's face, knocking out the massive giant in a single blow. GB crashed to the ground, out cold on the spot, leaving everyone in the audience with their jaws on the floor. Impossible. I can't believe it. Simon of Lim is the winner. The announcer's voice echoed with incredible drama. Thunderous applause and roars erupted throughout the entire stadium. Just then, Karum appeared with a sarcastic tone. Simon of Lim, huh? Simon replied coldly, I can't reveal my real name. You're showing your face, so why bother hiding your name? Simon continued to explain. I've already cast a suggestion spell, so you don't need to worry. Karum's temper suddenly flared. That idiotic god is handing out powers on a whim again, isn't he? A suggestion spell? They'll recognize you in person, but if they try to recall your face, their mind will draw a blank. After that, Karum announced he was going to sleep. Simon was left alone with his worries. Meanwhile, in the stands, Gunter was intrigued. Simon of Lim, you say. Good. I choose you as my next opponent. Don't disappoint me, Simon. The scene then shifts to a cold, dark place shrouded in gloomy shadows. Leah asked in a stern voice, what is it? Kia smirked and replied, I don't plan on staying long, understand? So let's make this quick. The little chick who caused a ruckus in our territory today. I know he's here. Bring him out, she demanded. Leah immediately shot back. I don't know who you're talking about. Please leave. Do you want to have trouble with my subordinates? Hearing this, Kia became incensed. It happened in my territory, so how is it none of my business? How dare you speak to me like that? Left with no other choice, Leah had to warn Kia. I cannot accept any more violent behavior, especially when it involves our clients. So you are here. One of Kia's followers immediately stepped forward. Ma'am, please give the order. The situation was becoming chaotic, and Leah realized that Kid had finally caused real trouble. What should I do? This is such a mess. Finally, Simon spoke up. Hey, are you guys looking for me? His appearance shocked them. How did you get here? Even Leah was completely startled. Sir, when did you arrive? Simon stepped forward calmly and answered, right around the time you started talking about my territory. Let's not make a scene. Can we settle this ourselves? He asked Kia with a serious tone, but in that moment, she seemed a little flustered. Simon spoke gently. If I did anything to offend you, I apologize, but that guy started it first. Before Simon could finish his sentence, Kia interrupted him. If I may, what is your name? I am Simon, he replied, using the name from Lambert K. Kia smiled shyly. Such a powerful name. It doesn't quite match your beautiful appearance. Sensing danger, Leah immediately requested, Sir, you don't need to bother with her. This way, please. However, all of Leah's warnings were useless, as Simon decided he would resolve this matter himself. After a moment, Kia handed him a business card and said, let's talk later. As he took it, Simon read the text printed on it. Kia's pleasure room, serving all your desires. After reading it, he was suddenly terrified. This woman is a total pervert. Just as she was leaving, Kia tried to hold on to him. Be sure to visit, okay. I'll give you a special service, completely free. Then she blew him a kiss and departed, leaving both Leah and Simon frozen in place with anger running down their spines. A moment later, Leah questioned Simon. Did you not listen to my advice? What did I do? They started the fight. I also heard you participated in K and won. Hearing this, Simon was surprised by how fast rumors spread. Leah just shook her head and said, this world is a small place. Furthermore, she warned him to be careful. Never set foot in the night of pleasure. And Simon confirmed, I'm not going to that place. Just then, Lin appeared. Thank goodness, Kia decided to leave. That was lucky. Hearing that voice, Leah's eyes widened in surprise. When she realized it was Lin, she laughed playfully. That kid named Simon of Lim. Since when are you two so close? Li Jia bowed her head quickly. I only handle our VIP clients. But Lin shot back. You did more than that. You gave him advice. Forced into a corner, Li Jia insisted. There were no personal feelings involved. He's nothing more than a child. Just then, Gunter made his entrance. Just a child? You seriously underestimate him. Li Jia glared at the intruder. How dare you show your face here? He sneered back. This place is a dump. Why don't you renovate it? That's when Lin admitted she was the one who called him, leaving Li Jia stunned. What? Why would you summon him here? Lin calmly revealed her plan. I want to arrange a match for Gunter. Li Jia, you will handle it personally. But Li Jia was horrified. Gunter was exiled long ago. Who could he possibly fight? Without a moment's hesitation, Gunter stepped forward and declared, the champion from Lime's pit. I want to fight him. He smirked. Well, can you smell the money yet? Elsewhere, in a private room, frantic screams echoed. This isn't him either. The commotion left the guards completely bewildered. Kia is acting so strange today. First, she wanted to make him a eunuch, but now she's obsessed. She'll stop at nothing to drag him back here. Another guard agreed. You're right. She always gets what she wants. I feel sorry for that kid. Good thing we're just average looking. Meanwhile, Kia was spiraling into a frenzy. Not this one. This is so strange. I can't remember. I just saw him. Why can't I picture his face? That gorgeous face of his. She whispered over and over. Why? Why is my memory of him shrouded in fog? She couldn't recall Saiyan's features with any clarity. It was all just a blur. But this mystery only fueled her obsession to possess him. Lime's pit. Alcohol, gambling, and every other pleasure imaginable. Lambert's red light district had it all. It was a place best avoided. Just as Saiyan predicted, the woman known as Kia had a reputation for very unusual tastes. I should gather intel on Li Jia somewhere else first. Suddenly, a small girl bumped right into Saiyan, sending the basket in her hands tumbling to the ground. Saiyan quickly asked her, Are you all right? But the girl, Louis, began to plead desperately. I'm sorry. Please, spare me. Sir, Saiyan found her terror strange. Why are you apologizing? As he helped her gather her things, he was surprised to see the basket was full of cigarettes. But he pushed the thought aside, asking again, Are you hurt? I should be the one saying sorry. Confused, she replied, I'm fine. Thank you so much for forgiving me, sir. Seeing Louis bow so deeply made Saiyan uncomfortable. That's enough. He handed the basket back to her and asked, This is a huge amount. Are you selling them? Yes. They're premium cigarettes from the Grey Merchants Guild. Would you like to buy some? I don't smoke. He thought to himself, the Grey Merchants Guild. What kind of guild is that? Realizing he wasn't a customer, Louis quickly apologized again. Then Saiyan asked an unexpected question. Where are you planning on selling all these? Louis answered nervously. In an alley in the west side of the red light district. If I'm lucky, I can sell them all tonight and go home before sunrise. Saiyan considered her words. You can't go home until you sell out? I see. He pulled out a gold coin. Is this enough to buy everything? She stared in disbelief. Yes, sir. But you said you don't smoke. Still, Saiyan just told her to take it, and this is for you. Keep it safe. He handed her a second gold coin, and her face lit up with a mixture of joy and disbelief. Louis quickly snatched the coins and ran. Thank you, sir. I'll never forget your kindness. At that moment, Cam appeared and taunted him. Why don't you just open up a charity? Saiyan simply replied, It's not like that. That path leads to the junkyard. Let's follow her. When Saiyan asked why, Cam just smirked. You'll see when we get there. And there, they found Lou being savagely beaten. A man roared, What is this? Another gold coin. The little brat lied to us. She must have lied about selling all the cigarettes today, too. Another thug added fuel to the fire. Teach her a lesson. The leader's rage boiled over. After that bastard Zeman humiliated me yesterday. I needed to blow off some steam. This is just perfect. The air grew thick with dread. Louis cried out, I didn't steal it. It's true. Please believe me. Just then, Saiyan's voice cut through the tension. She told you to believe her, so why don't you let her go? Hearing that voice, the thugs froze in terror. Saiyan continued, his tone dripping with mockery. A group of grown men, shaking down a little girl. How utterly pathetic. The leader shouted, You dare come here? This time, I won't show any mercy. In response, Saiyan launched himself forward, planting a devastating kick square in the man's face. Louis watched, her eyes wide with shock. Utterly defeated, the man began to grovel. Stop. We're sorry. Why are you doing this? A reason? I enjoy the simple things in life. For example, punishing scum. As he moved to break the man's leg, the sound of snapping bone filled the air. Wait, please. But it was far too late. Saiyan broke his leg without an ounce of hesitation, and the man shrieked in pure agony. He then walked over to Lou. He won't be walking for a while. He held out a gold coin to her. Take this, and try not to drop it this time. Louis could only stammer her thanks. But at that exact moment, Gunter appeared, clapping slowly as he approached. Impressive. Truly excellent. Saiyan stared at the newcomer. Who are you? And how do you know me? I suspected as much. But only one person is capable of this. You're Simon of Lim Mi, aren't you? A pleasure to finally meet you. The name's Gunter. I'm the one who manages this junkyard. As luck would have it, Saiyan had questions for this trash, but since he's in this state, you'll do just fine. Gunter shot the man a look of pure disgust. This one, he's useless now. The man struggled to force out his last words. Gunter, it's him. But Gunter's patience had run out, and useless things need to be disposed of. Right? In the next instant, a brutal, bloody scene unfolded before her, sending Lai into a state of pure panic. Saiyan's voice was ice. There was no need to eliminate him. Gunter just laughed, thoroughly amused. Ah, my apologies. I got a little overexcited. I want a piece of you. So I just paid a visit to the manager of Lambert K. The shocking revelation left Saiyan stunned. He knew about Lin Nahalub. Without a second's hesitation, Saiyan exploded forward, aiming a powerful kick straight at Gunter. Gunter just smirked. Now that's what I'm talking about. You want to test your strength against mine? Fine. Let's play for keeps. With that, Gunter lunged, unleashing a punch that could shatter mountains. But Saiyan was faster, leaping high into the air and narrowly avoiding the devastating attack. Gunter's raw power was incredible, forcing Saiyan to admit it. You're strong. Is that body reinforcement? That's right. No need to wait for tournament day. He charged straight for Saiyan, closing the distance in a flash. You're truly beyond my wildest expectations, Simon. Now, show me even more. Faced with such arrogant provocation, Saiyan could only think one thing. This guy was completely insane. Before he could react, Gunter was on him, slamming a fist directly into his chest. Elsewhere, within the realm of the Black Fog God, Sijic was deep in training when Ayu's voice echoed through the space. You've assigned Saiyan quite the interesting task, haven't you? A mission that wasn't on the altar's official list. I have no objections, but it's surprising. To see you pull him into your own personal affairs. Chica simply smiled. I won't deny it, but when it comes to Lin Nahalub, sooner or later, I must deal with the consequences of my own actions. That's why I'm taking this opportunity to test Sanver, to see if he is a worthy successor or if he will suffer the same fate as Liney. An interesting question, EU cut in. Chica's smile widened. We'll know soon enough. The fate of mortals is always so beautifully unpredictable. Back at the fight, after Gunter's devastating blow, Saiyan was still standing, leaving his opponent utterly astonished. I knew I picked the right one, Simon. So let's keep going. Show me what else you've got. Simon of Lim Mi. The moment Gunter spoke that name, something inside Saiyan snapped, and he charged forward without thinking. He was clearly searching for someone. Where's Lin? You brought that woman with you, didn't you? But Gunter wasn't the type to just stand there and take it. Don't you dare underestimate me. He met the attack with his fists, now encased in a monstrous hide. Saiyan retreated a step, realizing his attack had done nothing. The monstrous arm was completely unscathed. A hunger for battle burned in Gunter's eyes. Now, try to dodge this. The force of his attack warped the very air around them. But for someone as sharp as Saiyan, evading such moves was simple. This was likely the first time Gunter had ever faced such an opponent. Hey, you're not half bad. In fact, Zeman, you're far better than I expected. Now get down here. We're not finished yet, or should I come up there? Sigh, and sensed it was time to stop this. Wait, someone's coming. A voice cut through the chaos. It was Liz. Stop this at once. Gunter looked over, thoroughly annoyed by the interruption. What are you sticking your nose in for? You want to die. Leah stepped forward, flanked by two guards. I want to know why you're attacking our honored guest. In truth, Gunter hadn't thrown the first punch, but he was certainly the one who started the fight. Leah obviously didn't believe him. That's absurd. Seeing this, Gunter's temper flared. I'm telling you the truth. Why is everything always my fault? Leah glared back at him. Because you are always causing trouble. Realizing he couldn't win the war of words, Gunter turned to leave. Whatever. I'm gone. Don't you forget about our match. Saiyan was left speechless. The boy's aggressive attitude had vanished. Seeing this, Lai quickly checked if he was injured. Saiyan simply hopped down from the stage. I'm fine. Just incredibly annoyed. Lai's expression filled with confusion. Of course, you're a VIP guest. We should be taking care of you. But Saiyan saw right through it. You have something you want to ask, don't you? Lai looked completely stunned. How did you know? Saiyan explained what he'd heard from the boy. He went straight to the master to demand a match with me. I don't care about the reason. I'll accept, but on one condition. You give that little girl a job. The girl's name was Louie. Soon, the entire village was buzzing about the fight. Did you hear the news? Gunter is back in the arena. I heard he's fighting Simon from Limmy. I can't believe we get to see Gunter again. That poor kid is in for a world of hurt. All of Lamb was talking about the duel between Saiyan and Gunter. Over the course of a week, Saiyan investigated and learned about the arena's official rules. First, no weapons. Second, you must back down if your opponent loses their will to fight. And of course, the third rule, killing is forbidden. At least, that's what the rules were supposed to be. But the referee began with a shocking announcement. This will be a match with no rules. The arena's master had given special permission for a true no-holds-barred fight, but Saiyan was never informed of this change. Gunter, however, was trembling with anticipation. You have no idea how long I waited for this moment. Saiyan noticed he was already holding a weapon. Where did you even get that from? The referee didn't seem to care in the slightest. Huh? When did that bastard disappear? Lin watched from the audience. Let's see just how skilled you really are. Gunter clenched his fists with a smirk. Weren't you informed this was a no-rules match? Saiyan simply waved a dismissive hand. Nope, not a word. Still, Gunter put on a show of being fair. Fine, then. Go on and grab a weapon. If you're scared, I'll even allow it. Saiyan just sighed. I'm fine without one. His body began to overflow with mana. I have other plans. A wicked grin spread across Gunter's face. Magic, is it? Excellent. I was worried I would finish you too quickly. Saiyan sensed a dangerous instability in him. I don't remember this being a death match. When I fight, I become a different man. You clearly haven't heard the stories about me. I have come to know the delicious taste of taking another man's life. But Saiyan was just as much of a battle maniac. Is that so? Gunter couldn't stand being provoked. I'll start by gouging out those arrogant eyes of yours. He charged forward with reckless abandon. But such crude, undisciplined attacks were no threat to a fighter like Saiyan. With a single bare-handed strike, he sliced through part of Gunter's body. The move was decisive, fluid, and utterly flawless. Only then did the searing pain register in Gunter's mind. The rest of the crowd couldn't even follow the movement. What was that? Did you see what just happened? Gunter's arm had been completely severed. You bastard. I'll never forgive you for this. Saiyan gave his opponent a cold warning. Don't move, unless you actually want to die. Despite his rage, Gunter still valued his own life. The referee declared Saiyan the winner, stunning the audience into silence. I've never seen a fight end like that before. Gunter was utterly defeated. Morris was also in the crowd. That black mist and that mysterious mana. I'm certain it's the demon sword. Even though he won, Saiyan felt a deep sense of irritation. Someone had deliberately hidden the true rules of the match from him. Did Lai already know what I was planning? Just then, Louis ran over with some water. You were so cool, sir. Saiyan accepted it gratefully. Oh, so you really started working here? The girl's bright expression had finally returned. Yes. Manager Leah said I should start as an assistant. I think it's a great place to be. Saiyan smiled and patted her on the head. All right, keep up the hard work. Just then, Lai approached and bowed deeply. I am so sorry. Saiyan's face was grim. Why did you hide the fact that today's match had no rules? Lai's face filled with pure panic. Hide it? I would never do that. Only Gunter and the master knew about it, so I was unaware. I'm so sorry. I should have checked everything beforehand. Saiyan cut straight to the chase. I want to meet the master of this place. But for someone in Lai's low position, that was impossible. That person doesn't like to be seen. Saiyan figured that approach was a dead end. Fine, just be more careful from now on. As he walked away, a man stepped into his path. Do you have a moment? Who are you? I don't believe I know you. The man bowed politely. I am Maurice, of the Grey Merchants Guild. I've come to see you about the demon sword you possess. Would you be willing to sell it to me? The man's attitude immediately put Saiyan on guard. I don't know what you're talking about. Morris gave him a cunning smile. You really don't have to hide it from me. I'm the only one who could have recognized it. I am a member of the Ambush Merchants Association. It happened about 2 years ago, before Karum was assassinated. I moved to Lam and became the manager for the Grey Merchants Guild. My specialty is appraising swords and all other types of weapons. I even have experience supplying ancient weapons to the Garum Academy. I dare say, with full confidence, that no one on this continent understands weaponry better than I do. And today, I finally witnessed it with my own 2 eyes. The demon sword of the Black Mist. I had only heard that it lay dormant for ages, awaiting its true master. Just name your price. I assure you, there's nothing I can't afford. But Sean had heard enough. So you're the only one who knows, is that right? Perfect. That means I only have to silence you. But Morris didn't come alone. His men have this entire place surrounded. If you want to live, you'll release him now. At that, Sean's patience finally snapped. You really think these grunts can stop me? As he scanned the room, he realized Morris had hired assassins from Spania. It seems after the incident with Coleman, the man decided to finally invest in some proper bodyguards. Sean's grip tightened on Morris's throat. Do you really think they can reach you? Before I snap your neck? Hearing the commotion, Lai rushed in. Honored guest, what's going on here? What are you trying to do to our client? Lower your weapons, now. We can talk this out calmly. Otherwise, I will be forced to intervene. Sean worried that the young girl would get caught in the crossfire. What a damn nuisance. He had no choice but to release Morris. Consider this a warning. Now get out of my sight, before I change my mind." His henchman looked on, confused. "What are our orders?" "Sir," Morris barked at his men, "sheathe your blades. You really don't know when to quit, do you? I'll let this slide, for now, Master Simon, but my offer still stands. I'm willing to bet you'll change your mind eventually." With that, they quickly departed. Sean reflected on the situation. The Grey Merchants Guild. This was a new variable that didn't exist in his past life. It must have emerged because he killed Komen. Lai's voice pulled him back to the present. "Master Simon, are you okay? You were just surrounded by such terrifying men." Sean just smiled and patted her head. "Don't worry about a thing." Then, his focus shifted completely. "However, I do have a request. I need to meet your superior, the master of the Lambert Cage." The fierce intensity in his eyes made it impossible for Lai to refuse this time. Elsewhere in the Lambert Cage, several men were trying to restrain someone. "Please, calm down, Boss Gunter. Your wounds will reopen." But Gunter was consumed by a burning rage over the loss of his arm and his humiliating defeat. "I have to kill that damn brat. If I don't, this shame will eat me alive." The feeling Gunter remembered when facing Sean was one of absolute, crushing helplessness. Gunter felt utterly powerless. How can I possibly crush him? What am I supposed to do? What can I possibly do now? Suddenly, an image of Louis flashed in his mind, and Gunter knew exactly what he had to do. That's it. That little girl. I'll use her to get a leash on him. A twisted smile spread across his face. Meanwhile, Louis was still working diligently in her shop. Suddenly, the door creaked open on its own. Louis looked up, surprised. "Ha! A customer at this hour? Welcome to the Lambert Cage." But it was Gunter who had found his way to her. "Hello there, little one. Remember me? I have a little favor to ask you." Sean, meanwhile, was still dealing with his own problem. "Why can't I meet the master of this place? Do I need to fill out a formal request or something?" Lai explained, "The young mistress isn't someone you can meet just because you feel like it." Sean was perplexed. "Why are you so protective of this?" "Lince?" Lai's eyes widened slightly. "So, you know her name. You truly are no ordinary person. Please, listen carefully to what I'm about to say. Lady Lince is watching your every move. She was the one who arranged your match with Gunter, and she was the one who suddenly changed the rules. So I am warning you with all sincerity. Please, leave this place immediately. If you don't, you won't make it out of here alive." Sean's mind raced. Whose side is she really on? Is her sense of duty to a guest really this strong? Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air. Lai froze. That voice from the main hall. It was Louis. She took off, sprinting towards the sound. Who could have done this? Sean knelt down, examining the scene. "I think I have a pretty good idea." He held up Louis' name tag. "You stay here." "I'm bringing her back," Lai protested. "Wait, but you don't know for sure who took her." This time, Sean's voice was cold as ice. "I told you. I know exactly who it is." Elsewhere, Morris arrived at his... "I've never seen the young lady's room in such a state." Kia was too dejected to even speak. "Who dares enter my room without permission? Are you looking for a death wish?" Morris just sneered. "You look pathetic. Kia, why do we merchants pop up everywhere?" "It's because I'm here to make you a deal." But Kia was far too consumed by her own despair. "Sorry, but fat merchants like you aren't my type." Morris simply picked up a piece of paper. "I know you're pining for a man whose face you can't even recall. I don't have much time, so let's make this brief. This is a powerful narcotic from the Karum kingdom. With this, your deepest desires will become reality." Kia took the vial. "And what do you want in return?" Morris grinned, the deal a success. "I just want one item that belongs to him. The rest is all yours to enjoy. That's all there is to it. I'm counting on you." Morris left with a smug look on his face. "Whoever kills that Simon kid is no concern of mine. I just supply the tools. Let's hope that Gunter fellow plays his part." On the other side of town, Gunter was already waiting. "I've been waiting for you." Sean only cared about one thing. Where is the girl? Gunter tossed something at his feet. "Right here." Returned in one piece. Something landed right at Zion's feet. His eyes went blank, unable to form a single word. It was a human ear, slick with a thick, red liquid. Gunter tapped the box below him. "The rest is in here. Come and get it." Zion's blood began to boil. "You mean come and take my life, don't you?" Gunter readied his stance. "Yes, those are the words I was waiting to hear. Come at me, Zion." Meanwhile, in Lin's office, she wondered, will that boy actually take Gunter's life? When her assistant answered, his voice was filled with unease. "Yes, Milady." But Lin's questions pressed on. "Are you implying that I should be concerned for Gunter?" El clenched his fists tightly. "I lost all feelings for that man a long time ago. But I still cannot understand your deep interest in that boy, Zion." A cunning light flickered in Lin's eyes. Are you questioning my judgment? Then allow me to grant you a little faith. Can you remember Saiyan's face? Li froze completely. His face? Why couldn't he recall it? Lin, however, already knew the truth. It was one of the powers of Eru of the Dark Sight. The name sent a shockwave through Li. Eru? You mean the god of the dark mists? A faint smile played on Lin's lips. Precisely. It seems my past has finally caught up with me. A sudden anxiety washed over Li. What? Then you are in grave danger. Lady Lin shook her head. No, that brat is a very important guest I haven't seen in years. That is why I want you to give him the absolute best service and treat him as a VIP. The scene shifts back to Gunter's raging battle. Are you done talking, Saiyan? He now had a replacement arm, and despite that, his power hadn't diminished in the slightest. Even his simplest attacks made Saiyan struggle. This was more than enough to make Gunter gloat. Why don't you use that power of yours? Unleash it, Saiyan of Lim Me. It seems I've accidentally disturbed someone's final resting place. Do you even know what it means to be discarded, Saiyan? It means throwing away things that are no longer useful. And this scrapyard is the place where all that useless trash gathers. For Lambert was a world drowning in refuse, a world where both Elle and Gunter were born and raised. Gunter did whatever it took to survive in that hellscape. He would bite and fight back against anyone who dared to mess with either of them. Then, one day, he met a certain teenager. A man was groveling at his feet, pleading desperately. Please, sir, spare me. Please, let me live. But his life was snuffed out in an instant. That boy appeared for a single day and single-handedly destroyed the master of the scrapyard. Even though he was only stopping by for a short while, enjoying a break from his academy, he completely cleansed the festering pile of filth. Even now, Gunter clearly remembers his angelic face. I've cleaned up all the trash. You two are safe now. That person became Gunter's hero, and his life was changed forever from that day forward. He built up his strength and rose to become the new master of the scrapyard. He dreamed of one day cleaning up all the trash in Lambert. Gunter fought in the Lambert fighting pits to earn money, but he was exiled after accidentally taking an opponent's life. But that didn't matter. After all, that guy was just another piece of trash that needed to be thrown out. After that incident, even Elle turned her back on Gunter. But that didn't matter either, because he had become the ultimate trash collector. And he swore that he would eliminate all the filth in Lambert with his own two hands. Saiyan's voice shattered his stream of memories. That's enough reminiscing. You think I care about any of that? Focus on the fight. Gunter's temper flared. All right, that's what I wanted to hear. I will use my full power to annihilate you. The chains scattered around the scrapyard began to move. Gunter had woven them directly into his severed arm. Now, I'll show you something more worthy of your time. Saiyan watched him carefully. Is he holding a sacred relic? How could a guy like this possibly get his hands on such an ancient artifact? In Gunter's hand was a gravity chain, a relic that could warp the surrounding space into a high-pressure mana chamber. He used it to imprison Saiyan, cranking the gravity up to 20 times its normal pull. Let's see now. You can't even stand properly anymore. Let's see just how long you can endure this. Saiyan was trapped, facing a cage and a man who no longer possessed a shred of human reason. Eam offered. Do you require my assistance? Saiyan was quick to refuse. No, you don't need to reveal yourself. This scum isn't worthy. That statement alone proved it all. Saiyan was fully capable of shattering this space on his own and landing a devastating punch on Gunter. He didn't even see it coming. Huh? How is this possible? That brat shouldn't be able to move. This can't be happening. Saiyan fixed a look of pure hatred on his opponent. Your ear. I'm going to crush everything you are except for that ear. In that moment, Gunter had no chance left to fight back. Saiyan launched a devastating kick into his back. His internal organs were surely destroyed. Gunter's body was covered in wounds that would never heal. He was defeated as if a bomb had exploded within him. Gunter was officially finished. I get it. This is the end of my life. But I have no regrets. Because in the end, that girl was also born in Lambert, and her fate was already sealed as trash. It was just like with Lai. We suffered because of this city's despicable laws, created by its corrupt rulers. That's why I'm trusting you to make sure this never happens again. I know you have the power to do it. Those were Gunter's final words. Saiyan's gaze shifted to the side. Without hesitation, he approached a wooden box resting there, slowly lifting its lid. Just then, Elle arrived on the scene. What in the world happened here? The first thing she saw was Gunter's body, just as she had feared. But it seemed Elle no longer had any connection to him. The honored guest's safety is our top priority. Search the area, a guard shouted. Another called out, over here. He's over here. Lai Jia stood there, staring at Saiyan's back, her eyes wide with a mix of awe and fear. Seeing her state, Saiyan spoke, the girl is fine. She's probably just sleeping. Elle asked, honored guest, are you all right? Saiyan nodded. I'm fine. Please take care of Louis. I have some cleaning up to do. El knew exactly what kind of cleaning he meant. Saiyan's eyes began to glow crimson once more. It was Lamb. The city of Lamberstar was divided into 4 districts. The Lamberstar cage was at its center, with the scrapyard to the west, the trade district to the east, and the pleasure district to the south. Not only did it lack a formal government, it belonged to no nation. Instead, it was ruled by supervisors representing each district. This led Saiyan to wonder, so why do you want to conquer a place like that, Brother Aen? If it were a country, we could simply declare war. But it's clearly not. So please, grant me permission to eliminate the supervisors in each sector. However, Aen just chuckled softly. There's no need for that, Saiyan, he said, which caught him by surprise. Aen explained that the city would eventually collapse on its own. Wait for that moment, and then we'll make our move. But Saiyan frowned, asking, how can you be so certain? Because its roots are already rotten to the core. I've seen it with my own eyes. Saiyan recalled thinking he was still haunted by the sheer conviction in Aen's eyes. But time had proven Aen right. The roots of this city were already decayed and dying, and today, I plan to sever them completely. The scene changes. In his hand is a cup of black tea, but it carries the faint scent of mint and something sickly sweet. Meanwhile, Kia was trying her best to hide the fact that she had slipped something into his drink. It had to be the infamous sleeping potion from the Gam Kingdom. Suddenly, Kia spoke up. I'm so glad you accepted my invitation, dear. Simon, I promise you'll have a wonderful time during your visit. Saiyan agreed, adding with a sarcastic tone. Just as special as this tea, I'm sure. Hearing that, Kia broke out in a cold sweat. This is bad. Did he realize I drugged the tea? Saiyan simply said, I'm looking forward to it. He then lifted the cup of black tea and downed it in one go, horrifying her. The cup slipped from his grasp, shattering on the floor, as Saiyan collapsed onto Kia's shoulder. A sinister smile spread across her face. Success. The boy is finally mine. Elsewhere, at the Grey Merchants Guild in the Trade District, a shocked voice yelled, Delkia managed to capture Simon. Yes, sir. I just received a report from the Pleasure District. The man beamed with joy. Excellent. It seems Lady Luck is on our side tonight. I almost regret giving those gravity shackles to Gunter now. Getting an item like that from the Garum Academy isn't easy. But no matter. He spoke while eating. The demon's sword will soon be mine. But a mercenary suddenly appeared and interjected. But everything went far too smoothly. Sir, I have a bad feeling about this. Do you get some kind of sick pleasure from ruining my mood? The mercenary replied with absolute certainty. My intuition has never failed me. Let's investigate first. Hearing this, the king immediately agreed, but not without warning the mercenary. Just don't do anything foolish. Yes, my lord. With that, the mercenary withdrew. The king cursed under his breath. Damn Spanian assassins. Since when do mercenaries care so much about their clients? Could it be? They're after the demon sword as well. Immediately, the king rushed out, screaming at everyone to get out of his way. Hurry up, there can be no delays. His urgency terrified the onlookers. As soon as he arrived, the king threw the doors open with manic excitement. I'm here, Delkia. You got here fast. Couldn't you have given us a little more? Private time? The king eagerly replied, I have no interest in that boy. Give me his sword now. Delkia then remembered. Ah, yes. I prepared that especially for you. Good, now give it to me. Hurry up. That's the only thing I want. Patience, now. Such an impatient merchant. Just one more second. And your jaw is going to hit the floor. Suddenly, a razor-sharp slash cut through the binding ropes. The curtain fell away, revealing the secret hidden behind it. The king screamed in horror. What is this? Delkia laughed with delight. What's wrong? Don't you like it? He never imagined Kia would hide something so grotesque behind those curtains. You turn living people into specimens. His voice began to tremble. This is impossible. And there, in the very center, was Kia herself. Then, who are you? The king roared in fury, but she only gave him a contemptuous smile. You ask who I am. How cruel. I'm the very thing you're lusting for. With those words, she revealed her true identity. It was, as he suspected, the demon sword. The king's eyes widened in sheer terror. He was so frightened he collapsed to the ground. The demon sword is manifested. Saiyan's voice turned threatening. Just as I feared, you know too much to be left alive. Assassin, come save me. Hearing the king's screams gave Saiyan a headache. Is screaming all you know how to do? Without hesitation, Saiyan struck a pressure point, instantly silencing the king. If you're that desperate to see your men, then allow me to send you to them. Following that chilling declaration, Saiyan activated a spatial artifact, unleashing the swamp of fog. The king's shadow began to dissolve into mist. But then, something unusual happened that sent him into a panic. It turned out, Saiyan had used this method to expose the true culprit. You're undoubtedly the one who gave that item to Gunter. and the sleeping drug to Kia. Hearing this, the king was filled with regret. Spare me, I beg you. I swear I've never done anything like that, I know, and I can guarantee you'll never have the chance to do anything like that again. Farewell. With that, Saiyan eliminated him without a second thought. Ignoring the old man's pleas, the king finally fell into the cruel vortex of fate, but a glimmer of hope sparked when he suddenly noticed something strange. Turning to his right, he saw a bizarre dark figure emerge. It was the king's loyal mercenary, but the king couldn't speak a word as he slowly sank into the pit of death. Up above, Saiyan only had one person left to deal with, Kia. But Karum was adamant, leave her to me. You go on ahead. Saiyan had no choice but to let Karum handle it herself, but he didn't forget to give a warning. All right, just don't go too far. Karum then stepped forward to confirm her suspicions. So, you have your eyes on my master, don't you? But Kia was beaten so badly she couldn't even lift her head. Even so, Karum knew Kia was already conscious and sent her a little message. You should prepare yourself. I promise I'll only break you into 1,000 pieces. Hearing this, Kia panicked and began to wail and beg. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for looking at your master. However, Karum shows no mercy to anyone who dares to cross her and immediately attacked. The blood-curdling screams echoed outside, making even Saiyan shudder. It sounds like Kia is getting the beatdown of her life. Suddenly, he sensed a very familiar magical energy. This is? Turning to his right, Saiyan was horrified to find himself inside a room within the fog's domain. Just then, a cold voice rang out. The expression on your face is quite amusing. I am Lince Nialop, one of Lamberce's supervisors. At these words, Saiyan was completely stunned. The mysterious Lince is a member of Miss Sao. It seems Sijic didn't tell you much about me, did he? But I can probably guess why you wasted your time eliminating the other supervisors. Saiyan shot back. You're certainly full of yourself. If you had just brought yourself to me, things would have been much easier. I suppose I should call you senior, right? No, traitor would be a much better fit. Saiyan's provocative words only made Lince smirk. It seems you've misunderstood something. I am not your enemy. At that moment, Saiyan was ambushed by magical bindings from behind. He instantly dodged and countered the attack. You didn't expect someone else to be here, did you? Abruptly, Lince flashed a wicked smile. Why don't you two say hello? Saiyan couldn't help but feel confused and panicked. I believe you two are already acquainted. Yes, my lady. Elle replied, then charged forward with eyes blazing with fire. Now I will eliminate Simon of Limmy. In an instant, Elle lunged into battle. Saiyan immediately yelled, stay out of this. This is between me and Lince. It has nothing to do with you. But this situation put Saiyan in a difficult spot. Moreover, he couldn't get past her. Looks like I'll have to knock her out. He instantly shot forward with lightning speed, deploying the secret art, Annihilation Wave, and blasting her away. However, after the explosion subsided, she was still standing. Saiyan thought to himself, it seems Elle has undergone some special training. No one has ever withstood the power of Annihilation Wave before. And yet, Elle stood tall without a single scratch on her. Lince's taunting voice cut through the air. You could easily destroy her. Why are you holding back? Saiyan gritted his teeth in response. And how long do you plan to hide in that fog? Suddenly, Lince burst out, laughing with excitement. I just wanted to see how well Sijic has trained her little protege. Can you even defeat my subordinate? At that moment, Saiyan was filled with doubt. She knows Sijic. How could those two possibly know each other? Is now really the time to be thinking about me? At that exact moment, Elle seized the opportunity and unleashed a sword dance technique, creating a massive explosion. Without hesitating, Elle leaped high, aimed straight for Saiyan, and attacked again. As expected, Saiyan anticipated the blow and launched a counterattack. Elle spoke. Though I was distant from Gunter, you will still pay the price for taking away my only family, Simon. It was then that Saiyan realized the two truly did share a past, and those eyes. Elle was following a command given by the Dark Spirit. Lince must have used her memories to awaken a thirst for revenge. But getting this close to me was a fatal mistake. Suddenly, Saiyan shot forward, his hand clamping around Lince's throat. He slammed her to the ground. One by one, he delivered sharp, painful slaps across her face until she finally fell silent. Now, it's just the two of us. You can show yourself now, can't you? And from the shadows, Lince emerged. You, of all people, should understand. This entire territory is me. Hearing this, Lince finally admitted defeat. I was surprised to learn you were one of Mish's agents, but to discover you were a traitor all along, that was a real shock. Lince's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Sigh, and simply pointed to the ring on her finger, laying the entire, ugly truth bare for her to see. That is the holy relic, Anveri's ring, an accessory capable of absorbing anything born from magic, even the power of a god. You're using it just to prove you're a member of Mr. I don't know how you got it, but you're nothing but a fraud. Now, I'll teach you to watch that disgusting tongue of yours. Bow before my absolute power. Just as Saiyan planned, she took the bait. Lince began to channel the power of the Black Mist God, unleashing her ultimate skill, Smoke Haze. In an instant, a colossal wave of energy erupted. It was so powerful, it even stunned Saiyan. But the backlash knocked Lince out cold on the spot. This time, the situation was dire. Only Lince could enter this fabricated space, and she was the only one who could move within it. How does it feel to be completely helpless? Now, witness true power. It's time to say farewell. Rest in peace, pitiful Lince. Or should I say, Mish's little pawn. But then, a voice suddenly echoed, "Finally, I found you." This pocket dimension is pathetic. A fierce surge of lightning energy erupted from behind Lince. It was Karum. Lince couldn't help but wonder, what is this? Are you after my master, too? Lince was stunned, thinking to herself, she broke into my dimension. Does that mean her power rivals that of the Black Mist God? But only one person's power ever equaled Eru's. And that was the demon's sword, Karum. Why is everyone so obsessed with what's mine? How many pieces do you want to be shattered into? First, let's destroy this embarrassing excuse for a dimension. And with a single snap of Karum's fingers, the pocket dimension instantly shattered. Lince's jaw dropped in utter disbelief. No! How could you destroy it so easily? Saiyan, finally able to move, immediately scolded Karum. What took you so long? Your master was in grave danger. Hearing this, Karum seethed with resentment. This guy has zero gratitude. Suddenly, Lince exploded with rage. Enough of this nonsense. You can't be the successor. 300 years ago, Eru never chose an heir. And now some snot-nosed kid just appears out of nowhere. It's absurd. You're just a child. Don't you dare underestimate me, you imposter. With that, Lince charged forward. Karum scoffed, so quick to anger. At that moment, Karum possessed Saiyan's body, and he lunged to counter the attack. She's not worthy of being called an assassin. And so, the fierce battle between the demon's sword and the Black Mist God began. Suddenly, Lince was sent flying, writhing in pain. Her weapon was knocked from her grasp. Saiyan gloated, "Still have your doubts? Prepare to witness the true power of a god." Lince scrambled to her feet with a cold sneer, but as the Black Mist God's power surged again, she was stunned by the sheer scale of the energy. Saiyan had almost finished casting his ultimate skill, Immortality. "Go on, try and stop this with that tiny ring of yours," Saiyan challenged her, but she was still reeling in shock. Finally, he hurled the massive sphere of energy right at her. She was paralyzed by panic, unable to move as it rushed toward her. In that instant, an old memory of the Black Mist God flashed through her mind. "Are you really leaving?" Shizuka asked. Lince replied, "I've told you before, I can't live my life like this, constantly hiding in the shadows." Hearing this, Shizuka didn't argue. "Very well, what a shame." Suddenly, Lince turned back. "Will you come to destroy me?" "No. I have plenty of villains to deal with. Don't waste your time worrying. But remember this. If I ever discover that you have fallen from the path, you will be purged. And when that time comes, I will reclaim what you stole. Don't worry, no one knows about this yet, so it's best you don't fall, all right, Lince?" And with that, she said her goodbyes to Shizuka. After leaving that organization and its shadowy life, I built a new place for those who could earn fame through their own strength. I couldn't bear the endless wait for a successor. I was so close to achieving my goal. But why did everything turn out like this? The more she thought, the less she understood. In the end, Lince had lost her battle against Saiyan. He slowly approached her and asked, "Any last words?" Lince immediately began to speak. Saiyan listened intently to her. Lince suddenly burst into tears, crying, "I was wrong. Please, just end it. The pain is too much." Heeding her request, Saiyan prepared to finish her. In this world, no one can predict their own fall from grace, not even themselves. There was no way to know if he, too, would fall to corruption. Looking toward the district border, Saiyan realized the hotel's location made things much easier. Just then, Ligea's voice cut in. "Why did you let me live? I planned to destroy you, and I even knew you were a member of Miss. You have no reason to keep me alive." Saiyan glanced up. "So, are you going to tell anyone?" A confused Ligia answered, "No." "Then we're good." As she stood there, lost, a voice suddenly called out, "Sister Ligia." Lai rushed over, her face full of worry. "Are you all right? Are you hurt? Where'd you go all of a sudden? I was so worried." Seeing the young girl, Ligia burst into tears. "Thank goodness you're safe. Are you hurt anywhere? Forget about that. I'm never letting you out of my sight again. No one has ever been this kind to me. Promise you'll never leave me again." Hearing those words, Ligia managed a smile. We were only apart for a moment. At that point, Saiyan's voice broke the silence. Looks like you've found a new reason to live. The supervisors have been eliminated. You have a lot to rebuild. And make sure Lai doesn't grow up in an environment like you and Gunter did. Lai Jia nodded. Yes, I will. Before leaving, Saiyan spoke gently to Lai. Be a good girl and listen to Lai Jia. All right, you understand? The little girl looked puzzled. Does that mean you're leaving? My mission is over. Goodbye. Suddenly, Lai Jia asked softly, will you come back? But Saiyan kept walking, his words trailing behind him. Maybe. Someday. Lai got angry. You have to promise you'll return. All right. I promise. He silently hoped that when he did, he wouldn't witness the same tragedy as his past life. The moment he returned, Sijic asked, so, you successfully eliminated Lin Nihal. I didn't think it would be that easy. Saiyan instantly retorted. You knew exactly what you were doing when you sent me, didn't you? Of course. And I assume you now have many questions for me. Without hesitating, Saiyan asked, what was your relationship with Lin? Was she a member of Miss? Yes, she was. In truth, she was my training partner. But she disagreed with our methods, so she left, and stole the ring meant only for the leader. Saiyan immediately pulled out a ring. You mean this Anvari ring? That's the one. It should have been mine, Sijic replied. But now, I want you to keep it. Hearing this, Saiyan was stunned. What? But you said it belongs to the leader of Miss. Saiyan's voice was filled with mockery. Considering my current power, it's not like I need it. What a shock. I thought the entire reason you sent me was to get this ring back. As Saiyan reeled in confusion, Cam appeared. A personal mission. Huh? Seems you two have a history, Sijic answered coolly. I was only fulfilling a promise. Anyone who craves the ring's power is easily corrupted. No one is immune. So this was a test, then? Saiyan's words made Sijic freeze. He put the pieces together. She wanted to see if he'd drown in the ring's power like Lin did. Saiyan continued, and you're also warning me, right? If I fall from grace, you'll eliminate me too. I'm your successor. Do you really doubt me that much? A sinister smile spread across Sijic's face. That remains to be seen. We'll have to see if you become a hero. Or a catastrophe. Who knows? Perhaps Cam made a mistake choosing you. At that, Cam erupted in fury. What did you just say? But Saiyan was different. It seemed he completely understood Sijic's intentions. At the headmaster's office of Ruin Academy, Kundel's voice could be heard. Ever since Sella disappeared, the students have been on edge. I apologize for pressuring a new teacher, but I hope you can put the children at ease. Boris immediately replied, you can trust me, Headmaster Kundel. I will certainly take care of them. Although I still have much to learn, I will do my absolute best. Pleased by his words, Kundel watched as Boris knelt and asked for permission to take a walk around the campus. The moment he left, Kundel had a strange feeling about Boris. That man's magic is bizarre. Just then, Sijic entered and spoke. My apologies for being late. Headmaster, you wanted to speak with me? Sijic was surprised to see the man before her, but he spoke first. Hello, I am Boris, the new teacher. I look forward to working with you. Now, if you'll excuse me. In that instant, Sijic was hit with the overwhelming stench of blood, and she knew he was an incredibly dangerous man. Kundel spoke up. He just arrived from the city, and I want you to watch him carefully. His skills are excellent, and his manners are perfect, but his magic is very strange. Hearing this, Sijic accepted the order. Yes, Headmaster. But the reek of blood on him is so thick, it's like he wears his killing intent like a cloak. The scene changes to another location. Welcome to Ven, the city of unity. As the words were spoken, soldiers struck their staves in unison, creating a heroic sound that echoed across the grand square. Ain was shocked by how tight the security had become, and even Lissimut had to agree. I heard they boosted the guard count after the bloody masquerade, but this is a bit much. Just look at this long line. Suddenly, a voice called out, Princess Ain. It was a girl named Lunak. It's been so long, hasn't it? Lunak smiled brightly at Ain. A little while later, the three of them were deep in conversation. I'm so glad to see you're safe, Lunak, she replied. I owe you my life. Your Highness, what are you even talking about? You helped me so much, you even passed out. Lunak suddenly smiled. It's really okay. I'm tougher than you think. Ain then introduced her classmate, Lee Simmet, to Lunak, and the two exchanged greetings. But as they chatted, another voice cut in. Good morning. I am Boris, the Academy's new instructor. Pardon me, but are you Princess Ain? Ain smiled in response. Ah, I've heard about you, Teacher Boris. You'll be teaching practical magic application, correct? So you're already aware. I'm honored. May I have a moment of your time? But at that moment, Lunak frowned with displeasure. When Ain asked what was wrong, Boris reluctantly said, It's really nothing at all. I am merely testing the magical aptitude of the top students. Would you grant me the honor of seeing your magic? Hearing this, Ain didn't suspect a thing and immediately showed her magic to Boris. Is this all right? Yes. It's perfect. He replied with a sinister tone. Suddenly, Lunak spoke up. Wait, something isn't right. What's wrong? He's just measuring my magic. What could possibly happen? Boris seized the opportunity. That's right. This will only take a moment. Suddenly, his hand clamped down on Ain's. Boris glared, causing Ain to scream in a panic. What are you doing? But no matter how many times she called for S, he never answered. At that moment, he wondered, what are you doing here? At the Ren Academy? The scene shifts to the war against the Demon King's army, 1 year after the nation's founding. As soon as the invaders entered their territory, the soldiers immediately cast a protective barrier. But in the end, they were met with crushing defeat. The soldiers were completely annihilated. The battlefield was utterly devastated. Still, they desperately tried to hold their formation as their leader yelled, "Hold the line. If you don't, they'll seize the advantage." Suddenly, a soldier from the back noticed someone approaching. A figure leaped down from above and with overwhelming power, eliminated the monster in one clean strike. The soldiers erupted in cheers. He's finally here. I thought he was at the Western Barracks. Just like the rumors say, he comes and goes like a ghost. Now that the young master has arrived, this battle is ours. Sean's voice boomed across the field. All wounded soldiers, fall back now. I will handle things here. The monster began gathering its energy for an attack. It locked onto its target and then unleashed a massive blast of power. But in an instant, the monster was knocked unconscious. The one responsible was none other than Sean, who scoffed with contempt. I heard a special grade demon appeared here. I was actually hoping for a real fight. But you're just pathetically slow. And with that, the monster was swiftly put down. Sean continued his assault by conjuring a chaos orb, a massive sphere of violent energy, aiming to completely obliterate the creature. Boris appeared, clapping his hands. Truly impressive, young Master Sean. I can see why Lord Asen holds you in such high regard. Sean shot back. Weren't you supposed to be with my brother in the rear? I heard the Northern Front needed support, so I came. But it seems you already have everything under control, Boris said with a smile. Our forces were on the verge of annihilation, Sean said grimly. The enemy will never stop. 1 year ago, our V family led the Frontline's elite army to help Emperor Luniel seize absolute power in the Empire. But ever since, the forces at the front have been critically weakened, allowing the monsters to attack. This war is endless. This is all because of Emperor Luniel's greed. If it weren't for my brother, I never would have joined this pointless war. Hearing this, Boris countered. You're putting yourself at risk by saying such things, but I can't criticize you because I happen to share the same thoughts. Sean was immediately suspicious. Weren't you personally chosen by the Emperor himself? That's true, Boris admitted. His Majesty said he saw potential in my humble power, but my ideals align much more with Lord Asen's. This piqued Sean's curiosity. And what power is that? Boris replied, Oh, it is nothing truly grand. I can simply collect the residual mana left over after you use your magic. Then I condense it and store it inside a marble. Your magic is truly one of a kind, young master. Your potential is immense. In fact, you might just be the one I have been searching for all this time. Sean suddenly recalled the past. That was probably the moment the plot to destroy him was set in motion. Back in the present, Sean swore to himself that he would not make the same mistake twice. I will never reveal my magic in front of Boris again. It was then that Boris finally recognized the boy standing in his way. It was Shanvar. Simit rushed forward, demanding answers. Young Master Saiyan, what are you doing to Her Highness? Sensing the tension, Boris quickly stepped in to explain. It seems there's been a misunderstanding. I was simply testing my student's potential. Saiyan's voice dropped to a low growl. I've never heard of such a thing. Sir, Boris softened his tone. Very well. If you're uncomfortable, we can of course stop. My apologies if I've caused any inconvenience. Ultimately, Saiyan accepted his apology, but he also demanded the instructor leave at once before the situation escalated any further. Boris thought to himself, this brat. Why this sudden, intense hostility? But aloud, he simply said, Of course, I'll be on my way. With a polite bow, Boris turned and departed. As he left, Luna couldn't help but wonder. She never even heard of a mage by that name. With the instructor long gone, Simit spoke up firmly. I believe you can release the princess's hand now. Saiyan immediately released her. My apologies, Your Highness. But Ain just smiled, replying, It's fine. I knew you had good intentions. Besides, you belong to me, after all. The moment the words left her mouth, Ain realized her slip up and her face flushed crimson with embarrassment. She instantly grabbed Simit's hand and made a run for it. I just remembered I'm late for an appointment. Farewell. This finally gave Luna a chance to ask Saiyan, Do you know that Professor Boris? He hesitated for a moment before answering. I suppose, a little. Luna was astonished. Of course you do. You're always full of surprises, senior. I've never heard of him either, she began. But Saiyan cut her off. Stop right there, he warned. And don't even think about looking into him any further. Farewell. His words left Luna filled with suspicion. He's acting strangely tense. Could it be that he knows something? This only deepened her curiosity. Later, Saiyan used his magic to conjure a magnificent waterfall of candy, much to Nana's delight. Saiyan didn't forget to thank his two attendants. You both worked so hard looking after Nana while I was gone. It was our pleasure, Master. You must be exhausted, Brian replied. Emily, however, just pouted with a hint of jealousy. It's only because Brian wouldn't let me cook, she grumbled. Saiyan teased her. Oh? I thought you enjoyed being served for a change. Emily shot back instantly. I do. But it felt like he stole my job. At that, Saiyan suggested they train together, causing Brian to freeze on the spot. You mean, right now? Yes. Immediately. Saiyan even told Brian to take off his apron first, an order he had no choice but to follow. The two then made their way to the training grounds. But upon arriving at the academy's field, both Brian and Saiyan stopped in their tracks, surprised. Someone was still here practicing at this hour. It was Simit, completely absorbed in her training regimen. Simit's swordplay was breathtaking, leaving both Brian and Saiyan deeply impressed. Saiyan couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Of course, she was this good. After all, she was hailed as the greatest swordsman on the entire continent. Without warning, Saiyan grabbed a practice sword. It's been a while since we sparred, hasn't it? Simit. She was stunned. What are you talking about? A while. But Saiyan ignored her question, his focus entirely on the challenge. Ready yourself. She panicked. Wait, this is a real blade. You're using a wooden sword, so I should too. It's only fair. But Saiyan had already launched his special technique, taking her by surprise. Yet in a flash, Simit managed to parry the unexpected blow. A thrill ran through Saiyan. Excellent reflexes, just as I expected. Meanwhile, Simit was reeling. Is that really just a wooden sword? How can it have so much power? Unable to stand on the defensive any longer, Simut unleashed a counterattack, fell back, and then charged once more. In that case, I won't hold back. Young Master Saiyan. As Simit lunged forward, her blade a silver arc, Saiyan praised her form. A beautiful strike. Show me more, he taunted. Is that all you have? Fight like you actually want to kill me. Saiyan's challenging words threw Simut off balance. What's gotten into him? She thought, I should have the upper hand, but he's dodging everything. No. I have to land a single blow. With renewed determination, Simit surged forward. But then, a sudden tap on her forehead. Saiyan stood before her. All right, that's enough. The sword clattered from Simut's numb fingers, falling to the ground. Saiyan chided her gently. When you panic, your movements become slow and predictable. You should focus on that during your training. Simit looked away, frustrated. I'm no match for you. There's no need to be disappointed. You possess incredible skill. Your potential is greater than you know. And yet, you wield your sword with hesitation. If you keep honing your skills, I guarantee no one will ever defeat you in a duel. Simit's face flushed red. What? Are you making fun of me? I have no reason to lie, Saiyan countered, then glanced at his attendant. Perhaps you should train with Brian from now on. I have faith in you, Simit. Hearing his praise, she immediately agreed. All right, I'll go grab a wooden sword. Saiyan then handed his own practice sword to Brian, who looked confused. Are you leaving, Master? Brian asked. Yes, something urgent has come up. And with that, Saiyan departed, leaving Brian to train with Simit. I'm looking forward to our spar, Brian said with a smile. Simit beamed back. Me too, Sir Brian. Simit's burning will to win gave Brian a flicker of doubt. All right then. Meanwhile, during his spar with Simit, Sean sensed a familiar aura. He followed it, only to find a girl lurking nearby. What was she doing here at this hour? It turned out to be Lunar. Saiyan followed her gaze upward. What could she be staring at? Sensing his question, Lunar answered. That's Professor Boris's office. What? Are you planning to break in? How did you know? Was it that obvious? Saiyan was completely floored. Are you serious? But why? Because, she said simply, I'm curious. I've never heard of this Boris before. There's nothing on him in the Garum Academy records, despite him being an 8-star mage. Don't you find that strange? Saiyan thought to himself. Curiosity killed the cat, you know. Then Lunar proposed. What do you think? Want to help me? But that had never crossed Saiyan's mind. Why would she jump to that conclusion? Lunar shot him a knowing glance. Because it's obvious you know him, and it's clear you're not friends. Hearing that, Saiyan sighed. This is such a pain. After a long wait, their target finally left his office. Saiyan slipped inside the office. Luckily, the coast was clear. "I'll lead the way," he whispered. "Stay right behind me." "Understood." Luna responded without hesitation. Slowly, Saiyan approached the inner door and successfully picked the lock. He pushed the heavy door open, revealing a room filled with countless ancient books. Professor Boris must be an avid reader, Saiyan scoffed internally. He's more of a collector than a reader. As if to prove his point, Lunar opened a tome, finding it filled with ancient magic. Suddenly, Saiyan felt a peculiar surge of energy. From the rooftop, Karum spoke. "Don't mind me. Just focus on what you're doing." Just then, Lunar called out to Saiyan. "Over here. I think I found something." Startled, Saiyan whipped his head around. "It's a very old book," Lunar continued, "but it's no ordinary tome. It's Boris Gia's weapon." In that instant, Karum appeared. "This stench always makes me nauseous. Stop hiding in the shadows and show yourself." As the words left his lips, a figure materialized. "It has been a long time, Karum. Tell me, how does it feel to awaken after a 300-year slumber?" Karum smirked. "It wasn't so bad until I saw your face. You haven't changed one bit, have you? It's no surprise you'd choose such a pathetic master." At those words, Karum's demeanor shifted completely. "Allow me to rip that tongue from your mouth." Gia descended lightly, holding up a hand. "Calm yourself. I have no intention of fighting you today." "Then what? Don't tell me you came to reminisce." "Precisely," Jai replied with a bright smile. This only infuriated Karum more. "What are you scheming?" Meanwhile, Lunar was completely lost. "I've never encountered this kind of magic before. At a glance, it just looks like a history book, but the characters are arranged like a complex cipher. It would take a while to decode this. The only thing I can make out for now is this drawing. It seems like it was added recently. What do you think it means?" Lunar thought aloud. "The sun and dark clouds? Or is that fog?" Hearing this, Saiyan slammed the book shut. "Why are you trying to understand it? We need to destroy this thing immediately." Lunar looked at him, completely puzzled. "But why?" "Because everything started from this. The bloody disaster at the formal, and all of it." Just then, a voice echoed from the doorway as Boris returned. "Forgive the intrusion, but I'm afraid I can't let you do that." Saiyan's heart leaped into his throat. "Damn it," he cursed himself. "I was so focused on the book, I didn't sense him approach." Suddenly, a blinding light flared, overwhelming their vision. The book erupted in flames, and in the next instant, it was back in its master's hand. Boris smiled calmly. "I was hoping to have a word with you, Saiyan. For you to seek me out first, well, I'm truly honored. However, breaking into my office like this is a bit much. First, let's get young Miss Lunar out of our way." With a flick of his wrist, Boris sent Lunar flying from the room. Not a very elegant method, I'll admit. But you needn't worry. She has been safely returned to her dormitory. Now then, I believe we can continue our little talk. I have a great interest in you, Saiyan. Not just as a teacher to a student, but on a more personal level. Saiyan's mind raced. This is bad. I might be able to destroy him right here, right now. But Gia is the real problem. Why did Karum have to leave at a time like this? Elsewhere, Karum retorted, "What was that?" "I'm not your follower." Gia began his persuasion. "The one my master serves is the one chosen by the gods themselves. In other words, you don't stand a chance against me now. So why are you even trying to talk to me? Do you want me to cooperate with this Boris and betray my own master?" "Betrayal isn't strictly necessary. There are other methods. For instance," Gia continued, his voice like silk, "if you were to take over your master's body, wouldn't you become strong enough to face me?" Hearing this, Karum gave a mocking laugh. "And what, I wonder, would you hope to gain from that?" "Good and evil, light and dark, rebirth and destruction. These opposing forces are locked in an eternal struggle, a story that always ends with light's victory. 300 years have passed since the war between gods and demons, and the world has flourished like never before. However, humanity has begun to forget us. The reverence and worship once offered to the gods grows weaker by the day. And so, we came to a conclusion. The existence of darkness is essential, because it makes our light shine all the more brilliantly." Hearing this, Karum immediately scoffed. "What a twisted piece of logic. Let me get this straight. You want me to possess my master and stir up trouble. So you can defeat me and play the hero all over again." Haya's face lit up. "Exactly. I knew you'd understand." But suddenly, Gia cried out as Karum launched a lightning-fast attack. "Are you out of your mind? What a shame. Isn't it the demon sword's destiny to take over its master's body? Has your heart gone soft?" Karam growled back through clenched teeth. "You're the ones who called us demons in the first place. Solve your own damn problems and stop trying to push them onto someone else." "I see. How disappointing. I was hoping you'd be as cooperative as Eru. Well, it was nice seeing you. Until next time." With those words, he vanished, leaving Karum staring at the empty air, cursing. "What in the world have you done?" you foolish god. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Boris offered Saiyan a cup of black Spania tea. I hope it's to your liking. But Saiyan cut straight to the chase. You said you were interested in me. Don't you think that's a bit strange? For a teacher to take such an interest in a student? Saiyan couldn't help but feel suspicious. But I don't even attend your classes. And why is that? Saiyan replied without hesitation, because there's nothing they can teach me. Do the headmaster and the duke know about this? Or should we just skip to the main point? Boris smirked. All right, have it your way. Have we ever met before? The question stunned Saiyan. Why would you ask me that? I can feel a certain hostility from you, especially in your eyes. I'd even call it killing intent, and I'm certain we've never met. So I have to wonder, do you know me from somewhere? Saiyan's answer was blunt. No. In fact, I find it strange that we've never met. An 8-star mage of your caliber. Such talent should be famous. I simply prefer peace and quiet over empty applause. Saiyan's next question was sudden. Where are you from? The man replied. A small, remote village. You wouldn't know it even if I told you the name. But inside, Saiyan knew for certain. That was a complete lie. This man would hide his shameful secrets until the day he died. Just like he did in the last life. He then spoke up. Do you have any more questions for me? It's getting late. We'll have plenty of time to get to know each other before you graduate. The moment he returned to his room, Boris wore a look of deep satisfaction. I must say, that boy's composure is astonishing. Now I understand why Lord Ain felt so threatened. There's a high probability he's the one who saved Princess Aen. But the irony is just too rich. The brother of the savior chosen by the god Luniel is the wielder of a demon sword. Haya appeared beside him, musing. Fate is always full of surprises, isn't it? Boris chuckled. Fate. Now that's an interesting word. Hia. It just so happens that the demon sword is Karum. Perhaps this is the very darkness we've been searching for. Hearing this, Boris agreed. If your theory is correct, then that boy will make Lord Aen shine even more brilliantly, just as the prophecy foretold. The mist that conceals the sun. It won't be long now. The savior will return. The scene changes. Karum steps into another dimension. In the hall of black mist, Eru looks surprised. It's unexpected to see you here alone. What brings you all this way? Karum sneered. Don't play dumb with me. I just spoke with Hia. He's clearly living right under our noses. Eru simply replied, I hope he didn't bully you. I knew it. You did know something. So why didn't you do anything? Have you already forgotten how they banished you? Eru answered plainly, I have nothing to fear. It's not like I can fall any lower than I already have. Karum's anger flared. That's easy for you to say. Those bastards are trying to use me and Saiyan. Eru asked, but isn't that what you want? Karum shot back. What do you mean, what I want? Eru replied, to protect Saiyan. Then I will make your wish come true. Take this scroll. Calmus will become a source of support for you and Saiyan. Karum snatched it from his hand. So you're still refusing to get involved. Tell me, what really happened between you and Luniel? I can only say that everything I do is for you and Saiyan. The words filled Karum's eyes with hateful tears. There you go again, making excuses. Just keep hiding in here forever, you coward. In that moment, a wave of sadness and hurt washed over Eru. At the same time, a sacred ceremony was taking place before the gods. In the name of the supreme god of light, Luniel, I ask you this one question from the bottom of my heart. Do you truly wish to become a radiant light and rescue this miserable, dark world? Do you swear to live and die upon the front lines? And so, I, Alice Vins, solemnly swear to uphold the will of the god of light, Luniel. At that moment, Alice wondered to herself, am I making the right choice? Lately, the Empire has been recruiting countless talented soldiers for the Holy Light Knights, sending them straight to the front lines. That's why the capital's forces were so helpless during the tragedy of the Bloody Ball. Joining the Holy Light Knights has always been my dream. But are the front lines really the place I am meant to protect? Just then, a voice rang out. Congratulations, Lady Alice. Leah beamed, celebrating the moment her lady's dream had finally become a reality. But then it hit Alice, and she quickly insisted, no, I should be the one calling you Lady Leah. When it's just us, you don't have to be so formal. Leah, however, firmly refused. As Alice's senior, she returned the formal gesture, leaving her completely flustered. My lady, Leah said, please rise. I know you have 1,000 thoughts racing through your mind, but I am certain the path you've chosen is not the wrong one. I know that better than anyone, Leah told Alice gently, but the girl was still lost in a haze of doubt. I can still hear them. The voices of countless people begging for help. In that case, there's only one way to know if you're truly suited for the front lines. Leah's reply made Alice wonder what she meant. Leah then invited her to the front lines to confirm it for herself. Duke Willers, the commander and leader of the Holy Light Knights, has assigned us a mission, Lady Alice. I am honored to present you with your very first mission. A mission from her father? Alice couldn't hide her surprise. Meanwhile, in another location, a young man was kneeling to adjust his boots. He then stood, meticulously checking his gear and attire. Brian stood at attention, his expression impassive as he sheathed his weapon. A voice from beside him rang out, "Where is the young master off to so suddenly?" Brian glanced at them and replied, "I'm not sure. He just told me to get ready." Nana then asked him worriedly, "Will father be gone for long?" Just then, approaching footsteps provided an answer. "No, this trip will be a short one." Saiyan came closer, giving his daughter a reassuring smile. "There's no need to worry, Nana." "Are you ready, Brian?" Brian snapped to attention, reporting dutifully, "Yes, sir. I have prepared everything you requested. But where exactly are we going?" Saiyan raised a hand, a ring glowing with crimson light, and said, "The Valley of Bewitchment." Emily, hearing this, gasped in shock. "Again? Isn't that place incredibly far from here?" The others were just as startled. Saiyan shot them a sideways glance, replying nonchalantly, "Not the way we're going." He thought to himself, "We have to hurry, because today is the day my sister Alice dies." He then turned, stepping into a crimson gate that tore open a path through space. The scene shifts to a column of knights on horseback. Suddenly, a man's voice boomed. "All troops, halt!" He reined in his horse. "We have arrived, my lady. You must be exhausted from the journey." Hearing this, Alice smiled warmly. "Please, don't call me that, Sir Jokin." Jokin smiled back at her, his expression filled with admiration. "To think you would come here as a holy knight. I am truly impressed." Alice answered with humility. "You give me too much credit, sir. I still have so much to learn." Jokin's eyes crinkled as he spoke. "I see immense potential in you. The Duke must be incredibly proud of you, my lady." Alice swung down from her horse, chiding him gently. "I told you not to call me that." Her light scolding only made Jokin chuckle. "All right, let's proceed this way. The Duke is waiting." Her boots met the solid ground. Standing behind the man, Alice announced her presence with a clear voice. "I, Alice Vinz, eldest daughter of the Vinz family, humbly report my arrival as commanded, father." Her father's face was a mask of stern authority. "Today, the third prince, the fourth prince, and the second princess will be visiting. Prepare yourself." Alice bowed her head. "Yes, father." "He's as cold as ever," she thought. "Are we even related by blood?" Just then, her father spoke again. "They have arrived. The princes and the princess were here." Behind them and their soldiers, ornate carriages approached. Third Prince Fabian Severus wrinkled his nose in disgust. "This foul stench is making me want to vomit." Fourth Prince Nerobian covered his nose, his voice dripping with judgment. "How can human beings possibly live in such a wretched place?" Second Princess Violet offered a gentle smile. "We are ever grateful for your dedication on the front lines, Duke Vinz." As the Hovins approached, Alice and her father knelt in reverence. "I, Willers Vinz, your humble servant, am honored by your presence, your highnesses." Nerobian turned away impatiently. "Enough of this. Let's get this over with and go home. These trips are nothing but a pointless formality anyway." Fabian grimaced. "I certainly hope we don't get attacked by monsters." Willers chuckled and explained, "We are currently at the furthest defense line. Any monsters we encounter here would be nothing but weaklings. Your highnesses, more importantly, you will be escorted by the finest knights of House Vinz." From the distance, a figure approached, his voice calm and deep. "Hello, father. It's been a while, hasn't it?" At the sight of him, Alice froze in utter shock. Ian Willers approached, clapping a hand on his shoulder with absolute trust. "My son," he declared with unwavering confidence, "I know you can see this mission through. Father, rest assured, I will not fail you." Fabian, however, shot him a look of pure contempt. "Just make sure you eliminate them all before they get anywhere near us," he sneered. "Ian is nothing like you. We both share the blood of royalty," Ian replied. "Yes, your highness." Princess Violet offered an encouraging smile. "We're trusting you with our safety." Ian replied with a smile. "Serving the princess and your highnesses is my greatest honor." Violet then glanced at him, her expression curious. "But where is my brother, Lionel? It's quite rare to see you two apart, and he's not one to miss an event like this." Anne answered coolly, "His Highness was called away on urgent business. That is why he has entrusted me with the sacred duty of protecting you all." Violet's eyes flickered. "Is that so? Well, having you as our guard is certainly a relief." The procession watched as the royal carriage departed. Alice watched Anne, a knot of confusion forming in her mind. Anne's primary duty has always been to protect the crown prince, so why was he suddenly assigned to the front lines, escorting the twin princes and the second princess? Is this all just a coincidence? Anne's gaze fell upon her. So, you joined the Holy Light Knights at the top of your class, I hear? His eyes seemed to flash. Congratulations, Alice. But something in his gaze sent a chill down her spine, putting her on guard. I've seen that look before. Back when I was just 9 years old. A memory surfaced of a younger An, gently patting her head. Happy birthday, my dear little sister. He'd given her a magic scroll as a gift. A powerful 4-star spell. It was far too advanced for her back then. It was his way of encouraging her. One day, you'll be strong enough for this. Years passed. And once she had finally mastered 4-star magic, she suddenly remembered his gift. The moment her fingers touched the scroll, it began to glow. Huh? A summoning scroll. But just then, a hand grabbed her wrist. Stop. It was Leah. Alice jumped, startled. Leah explained with fear in her eyes, this is an intermediate-level monster summoning spell. It's extremely dangerous, my lady. Alice's eyes widened in disbelief. If Leah hadn't stopped me, I would have died that day. Back in the present, Alice watched Aen's retreating back with a heart full of doubt. Did he know what that scroll was when he gave it to me? She wondered desperately. Brother, why would you do something like that? Inside the carriage, the princes were already unsettled. Nerobian frowned. Huh? Our dear brother Lionel sent Aen to escort us? Fabian's expression darkened. It's suspicious. You don't think he's plotting something, do you? The princess, seated across from them, voiced her own concerns. Our eldest brother sent one of the Empire's finest knights to guard us. This is more than suspicious. Her eyes grew dangerously sharp as she gave a stark warning. We all know what he's capable of. If we want to survive, we must be ready for anything. What's that? Just then, Nerobian leaned towards the window, his face pale. He gasped, What in the world? Alice was already racing alongside the carriage, her hand on her sword, and delivered the grave news. We're under attack. Your highnesses, take cover now. It's a special class monster, an Antazgath. The two princes completely panicked, their faces masks of terror. The colossal beast let out a deafening roar, its aura terrifying. Nerobian stared out at the chaos, utterly stunned. An earth drake. But the Duke swore there were no powerful beasts in this territory. The creature charged with brutal force, incinerating soldiers with its fiery breath as it tore through their ranks. Alice yelled, Your Highnesses, hurry! Damn it! Fabian cursed, pure terror on his face. As they scrambled from the carriage, the monster dove straight for them. Alice met its charge, raising a magical barrier to shield the royals. She strained against the monster's overwhelming power, yelling, Just keep running. What is an Antazgath doing all the way out here? She thought frantically. Nerobian was already sprinting for his life. Left in the dust, Fabian screamed after him in a rage. Where do you think you're going, you damn coward? As Alice desperately held the line, a voice called out to the princess. It was Aen, emerging from behind Violet with a dangerous smile. His eyes were cold, sharp as ice. I will protect you. Please, stay close to me, he said, his hand moving to his sword. Violet's blood ran cold. This was his plan all along. He's going to use this chaos as a chance to kill me. Sensing the shift, Alice glanced back and froze in place. Brother Aen. Just then, a series of powerful strikes slammed into the beast. Windblade. Alice's face lit up with relief as she cried out, Leah. As Leah unleashed another attack, she called back, Lady Alice, over here. She quickly grabbed Princess Violet's hand. Forgive my impertinence, Your Highness, and pulled her into a dead run. Where are we going? The princess asked, bewildered. We have to get out of here, Leah insisted. As Alice fled, a terrible feeling churned in her gut. I don't like this at all. The look in Anne's eyes. The way he stared at the princess. It was pure killing intent. Suddenly, Alice's eyes flew open in horror. Huh, look out, she screamed as the monster lunged again. But Aen stood his ground, unafraid, and unleashed his own power against the beast. With a look of sheer boredom, Asen dodged the beast's clumsy strike. Then, he summoned a brilliant golden glyph, its radiant power overwhelming the monster. Alice watched, completely stunned. What in the world was that power? Seeing her hesitate, Leah urged her forward. Alice, hurry. Asen's magic circle forced the beast into a cautious retreat, making it fly high into the air before bracing itself to land. The monster let out an enraged roar. The soldiers began to coordinate. Everyone, get into position. But Asen's eyes darted in another direction. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, seeing the now empty space where the others had just been. They'd abandoned him. Do not let him near the prince and princess, Roken commanded. Reform the lines. The beast bared its fangs, a blinding violet light gathering in its maw. Asen narrowed his eyes in frustration. This is getting annoying. The creature then unleashed the sphere of energy, a blast of immense destructive force. Just then, a voice from the sky yelled a warning, Get back. Asen descended gracefully, weapon in hand, landing just before the raging monster. He unleashed a devastating counterattack. A murderous aura flared around Asen as he slashed at the beast, leaving the soldiers in complete awe. Sir Asen blocked it. We need to support him now. The princess, running ahead, glanced back at the chaotic clash between Asen's group and the monster. Her eyes narrowed, a devious thought crossing her mind. Then her brow furrowed, her expression becoming unreadable. Suddenly, Violet collapsed to her knees, shocking Alice. "Princess, are you scared?" Alice asked with genuine concern. "What was that? Are you all right?" But then, Violet's eyes shot open, a deadly smile spreading across her face. "I won't be taken down that easily." Alice froze, terrified by that sudden transformation. In that instant, Leah struck from behind, driving her sword straight through Alice's body. Alice coughed up blood, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at Leah. "Why?" Leah's gaze remained chillingly cold, offering no answer. She ruthlessly ripped the sword from Alice's body, sending a new wave of agony through her as she fell to the ground. Violet watched with cold indifference. "You're Asenvert's little sister. Alice, correct?" she asked, a triumphant smirk on her face as she looked down at Alice's pained form. "The moment my brother Luniel quietly withdrew, I knew something was suspicious. You were planning to use this chaos to eliminate us and blame someone else, weren't you?" "This was merely self-defense," Violet declared. Alice struggled to speak. "You've misunderstood. I only wanted to protect the princess." But the princess just snarled in rage. "Silence." Violet bared her teeth in a cunning grin. "Did you really think I was unaware of the Vluni family's ambition? I refused to be taken out so foolishly." Alice winced, the pain overwhelming her. Blood was pouring from her wound. Violet continued. "If you want to make excuses, you have a few precious seconds. Speak now." "Who knows?" she taunted, unfurling a magic scroll. She let out a wicked laugh. "Maybe Lenden will miraculously appear and save you." And with that, they vanished into a magic circle, leaving Alice in stunned silence. Pain and betrayal crashed over her. Leah. She couldn't have done this. She must be under some kind of magical control. Or there had to be an unavoidable reason. Tears of heartbreak streamed down her face. Leah would never abandon her like this. But just then, the monster loomed behind her. It bared its fangs, its crimson eyes burning with a savage, challenging glare. And behind it, countless other ferocious beasts emerged from the shadows. Alice slammed her sword into the ground to hold herself up. "Get a grip," she told herself. "I can't die here. I have to survive. I must live. So I can ask her why she betrayed me." Alice focused her inner power and began an incantation. "Oh, mother of all, source of all life, tremble before my fingertips." The horde of monsters charged directly toward her. "On and spear," she cried. Alice rose, unleashing every last bit of her strength into a storm of sacred blades that shot forward. Elsewhere, a magic circle glowed inside Violet's safe haven. Violet and Leah appeared, and the princess sighed in relief. "Finally, I can breathe," she said, collapsing onto her bed. "That place had such a disgusting atmosphere, don't you think?" she said, exhausted. Leah replied, "Yes, it did, Your Highness." But Leah's face was a mask of despair and sorrow. An image flashed in her mind. The two of them, Alice and her, happily eating ice cream together. She squeezed her eyes shut, her expression pained. Violet sat up, suddenly asking, "Why did you let her live?" The question left Leah completely flustered. "Pardon?" The princess spoke nonchalantly. "You could have ended her life in an instant, and I did give you the order to kill her." Celia averted her gaze and answered coldly, "She's going to die there anyway." Back on the battlefield, the monsters were being torn apart by Alice's sacred blades. She fought fiercely, but the wound in her abdomen was taking a heavy toll. Alice gasped in pain and relief. "It's over. I have to get back." But a devastating thought struck her. "How can I report this to the Night Order? That Princess Violet tried to murder me? Who would possibly believe my word over hers? First, I just need to escape this place and figure it out later." She pushed herself up and turned to leave. Suddenly, Alice sensed it. Her eyes widened in horror. Towering behind her was a colossal beast, a high-level monster, a Salaman. "I have to think of something," she thought frantically. "I must survive." The terrifying monster bared its fangs, its entire body erupting in deadly flames. Alice's mind raced. I have to think of a way out." But as the beast loomed over her, its fiery breath scorching the air, pure panic seized her. An overwhelming, soul-crushing despair washed over her. "My mind is blank. I can't think of anything." The monster opened its jaws, its fiery maw ready to incinerate her. In that very instant, a weapon flared with power, unleashing a violent tempest of slashes. He soared past the beast, raining down a series of devastatingly powerful blows. The monster shrieked in agony from the assault. Alice watched in astonishment. Who is that? She stared in horror as the monster writhed in pain. Suddenly, an arm wrapped around her. Forgive me, my lady. And just like that, he swept Alice into the air, leaping away from the enraged monster's counterattack. Brian held Alice tight, desperately fleeing from the beast's fire and claws. So hot. Seeing his face, a confusing thought crossed her mind. Brian? Then does that mean the person he's with is? No, it can't be. The relentless monster gave chase, spewing flames and taunting them without end. The beast roared, unleashing a torrent of fire to incinerate them. Brian and Alice huddled behind a rock as he gritted his teeth. Just hold on a little longer, my lady. Alice's voice trembled with fear. It looks like they're about to swarm us. Brian cried out in shock. Karum. The monsters froze, stunned by a strange new arrival. Someone had appeared before them, casually remarking, "What is this?" A group heartburns. She raised her shield, blocking the attack and yelling, "Stop spewing your guts everywhere." A spark of excitement ignited in Brian's eyes. Karum won. Move it. That command left Alice completely stunned. At Karum's signal, Sean rocketed into the sky, appearing directly above the monster. He then channeled his power, forging a violet orb between his palms. Below, the snarling beasts roared, their hunger for human flesh palpable in the air. Sean slammed his hands together. Rupture. In that instant, an overwhelming force tore the creatures' heads from their bodies, causing them to shriek in agony. The decapitated monsters screamed in pure terror. More violet orbs materialized from thin air, flying straight towards the horde and slaughtering them without mercy. As the last of the monsters faded away, a deafening silence fell over the battlefield. Seeing their chance, Alice and Brian finally moved forward. The two of them approached Sean. As she walked, Alice thought, I knew something was off. But she never imagined who was hiding behind that mask. She reached out, her fingers touching Sean's mask. It slipped off, clattering to the ground. The moment Alice saw Sean's face, she was overcome with shock and emotion. It was Sean. Again. Sean managed a weak smile. Glad I wasn't too late. As Brian tended to her wounds, Alice began to ask the burning questions. Was Leah really a spy for Princess Violet? Alice berated herself. And I didn't realize it until now. How could I be so stupid? She looked down in shame, and I dared to speak of inheriting the family name. But Sean quickly interjected, this isn't your fault. The ones responsible for this are Leah and Princess Violet. His face darkened as he added with a low growl, and Asen, too. Alice shot up, her voice sharp. Are you saying he orchestrated all of this? You know something, don't you? Brian panicked, watching her stand up so suddenly when her wounds had just been treated. But that was Father's direct order, Alice questioned. Sean replied, it was probably Asen's suggestion. You know how it is. If he asks for it, Father will grant him anything. Alice looked down, confused. But, for what reason? Sean helped his sister up, cutting straight to the point, so that he could inherit the family name for himself. She gritted her teeth. The inheritance. Alice's face twisted with rage. He'd kill his own family for that. Just then, a sharp pain shot through her wound, forcing her to her knees. How's your injury? Sean asked, concerned. Alice pushed through the pain. Are you absolutely sure about Asen? I'm certain, he affirmed. You've seen his true nature, haven't you? She replied helplessly. I thought I was the only one who felt it, so you did, too. But it's strange. Sean listened intently as Alice spoke her mind. Why can't Father and the others see it? It's like Asen has something that I just don't. Alice's mind raced back to the fight. It was the same just now. Some kind of invisible power seemed to be protecting him. Sean's brow furrowed. An invisible power? He recalled his past life. It was a power he had felt so clearly, right before he could land a final blow. That power. It stopped me, he thought with certainty. But what was it? A force that could even repel the demon blade. Then, a realization struck him like lightning. It can only be that. But Alice's voice cut through his thoughts. Sean, this isn't the time. We have to tell Father, quickly. I'm afraid he won't listen, Sean replied. She stared in disbelief. He might not listen to you alone, but what if we convince him together? Before she could finish, Sean's expression turned ice cold. I'm sorry, sister. This time, you have to trust me. If we make the wrong move, he warned, we can make enemies of the entire Knights of Light. Alice was stunned. Make enemies of the Knights of Light? In his past life, Sean remembered how everyone had praised Asen. The image of his deceitful face was burned into his memory. Everyone loved and followed him, as if he were some kind of messiah leading them to salvation. And Sean had been watching him. I was one of them, too. Because everyone saw him as a hero, no one ever questioned his motives. He tried to sort through his thoughts. Looking back now, it was just bizarre. To everyone else, Asen was practically a religion, Sean reasoned. If there were those who believed in him, then there must also be those who stood against him, right? Following that logic, he realized his late father, the ambitious Emperor Luniel, and even Boris, the endless seeker of truth, had all trusted Asen without a shred of doubt. Sean thought back helplessly to his past life, how even in his final moments, he had still believed in that man. A storm of rage from that betrayal surged within him. But then he paused, wondering, what exactly was it that made me trust Asen so completely? Sean came to a single, chilling conclusion. All of these facts could only be explained in one way. His eyes burned with certainty. Asen is the absolute vessel of the supreme god, Lumendel's power, the chosen savior of this world. The scene shifts to knights desperately trying to fight off a horde of monsters. A man shouts, "They're coming. Everyone, get ready. Protect the princes," as a massive beast dives from the sky. A young man with dark red hair cried out in fear, "We're going to die." He cowered behind a white-haired boy, hindering his ability to fight. "You fool. Get out of the way." Suddenly, a brilliant light flared. Asen charged in, blasting the monsters away, earning praise from the white-haired youth. "Well done, Asen." But Asen replied coldly, "Move." The monster roared with even greater fury. Asen declared, "This is the end for a mad beast like you." His judgment attack provoked the monster, which gathered a massive sphere of magic and aimed it right at him. He activated his titanic skill. Instantly, a colossal shield of dazzling light materialized before him as the monster's attack hurtled forward. The impact nearly obliterated everything around them. But the shield held strong, protecting everyone. The other fighters were being forced back by the immense pressure. But Asen suddenly charged forward, stunning the beast. The monster's power was being completely suppressed. Asen closed the distance in an instant. He leaped high into the air, delivering a perfect slash that split the monster in two. The creature shuddered in agony before collapsing. The beast was defeated. Asen landed gracefully, dispelling his magic with a wave of his hand. "Is everyone all right?" The men erupted in cheers. As expected of Sir Asen, "Not even an earth dragon is a match for you." The white-haired youth offered his praise. "Excellent work, Asen." The red-haired one added excitedly, "We will report this triumph to our father." Asen bowed his head, silent for a moment. His demeanor then shifted instantly, becoming bright and cheerful as he said, "I am deeply honored, your highnesses." After hearing the story, Alice gasped in disbelief. "Asen is the savior? That's impossible. How could a man like him be chosen by the gods?" Sean explained calmly, "The gods simply needed a savior. They didn't care who it was." He stated that once the supreme god makes a choice, denying their chosen one is the same as blasphemy, and it means making an enemy of their followers forever. Alice buried her face in her hands, crushed. She just couldn't understand how the god she had believed in her entire life could allow this. Alice then asked him, "Sean, how do you know all of this?" He hesitated, turning away to avoid her gaze. "I can't tell you, not right now." He thought to himself, "I can't let her waver any longer." But then Alice placed a hand on his shoulder. "I believe you, Sean. You must have your reasons." Her expression was one of complete trust. "Just promise you'll tell me eventually. Don't carry this all on your own." Sean felt a sense of comfort. "I will, sister." Alice then turned to the other man. "Thank you, Brian. Thank you for healing me." Brian replied shyly, "Ah, it was nothing." But then he felt the piercing, judgmental gaze of his young master and immediately tensed up. While Alice smiled gratefully, completely unaware, Sean broke the silence. "So, what is your next move?" Alice's expression turned serious. "First, I'll deal with the problem right in front of me," she said with conviction. "I'm going to find Leah. I deserve to at least hear why she betrayed me." Sean replied, "Then I will help you." "Help me? How?" Sean held up the ring on his finger, which was now pulsing with magical energy. "She couldn't have gotten far," he said, as the two made their way to Violet's secret hideout. Leah suddenly sensed something rushing toward them. She flinched, prompting Violet to ask, "What is it, Leah?" Leah looked unsettled. "Someone's coming." "It's a type of magic I've never felt before," she thought. Violet scoffed, "Impossible. Besides me, no one else knows this location." The words had barely left her lips when the hideout was blown apart. Leah froze as something shot past her face, and Violet let out a terrified scream. Leah's eyes widened in utter shock. Staring at the sword now embedded deep in the wall, she instantly recognized it. It was Lady Alice's blade. Meanwhile, Asen's hand was tracing over a magic circle. On his fingers were the faint traces of a purple powder. He brought his hand closer, observing it. Traces of a magic scroll. A teleportation spell. Asen gave an order. "Search for any place nearby they could have taken shelter." A soldier stepped forward nervously. "Sir Asen, please check this way." The soldier pressed on. "Do you think Princess Violet is safe?" Asen gazed down the steep cliff. "We'll know once we check." Below them was a gruesome landscape littered with monster carcasses. The soldiers shouted in unison, "Yes, sir." At that very moment, Leah was desperately trying to flee. She frowned and thought. That bloodlust and magical pressure were so overwhelming. I was sure it was some legendary master. Leah silently observed Sean's back as he moved. But, it's just a kid? Then her sharp eyes caught another detail. Wait, could he have someone helping him? Instantly, Leah exploded forward, using her wind step technique, her senses on high alert. Her gaze turned deadly as she drew her blade. Leah lunged, thrusting her sword straight at Sean. But he was a blur of motion, easily sidestepping her attack. Leah's eyes widened in shock. He dodged that, facing this mysterious figure. She demanded, "Whose side are you on? I've never seen anyone in house vest move like you." At that moment, Sean's face was hidden behind a mask. With a grave tone, Leah pressed on. "That sword you threw. Did you save Lady Alice?" He listened, but offered no response. Leah's patience snapped. Her power flared as she snarled, "So you have no intention of talking, do you?" Rage contorted her face. "Fine. Let's see if I can make you scream instead." She unleashed her wind step technique once more. The ground cratered where she stood as she launched a furious barrage of attacks. She moved with blinding speed, her movements creating a deadly web around him. Her blade sang through the air, grazing Sean's body and nicking his cheek. Leah scoffed internally. Even among the royal knights, only a handful could match her speed. She vaulted into the air, her patience gone. "I can't drag this out any longer." Leah descended for the final blow, but Sean dodged it again, and she froze midair. Her mind reeled in disbelief. He still dodged it? That speed. It's unreal. She stared at the man before her. Faster than me? Leah couldn't accept it. Gritting her teeth, she realized he hadn't even drawn his weapon. She became a blur of motion once more. This time, she shot high into the sky, her resolve hardening. "Don't you dare underestimate me." It was as if she'd lost all control. She unleashed her ultimate skill, Wind Rend, down upon Sean. The earth erupted at the point of impact. Through the swirling dust, his silhouette emerged, a sphere of raw magic glowing in his hand. Leah stared in horror. Impossible. Sean finally made his move, swinging the orb and then slashing through it. A wave of energy shot directly towards her. The attack tore through her defenses, and she screamed in agony. A massive explosion followed, leaving the entire area in chaos. Sean's footsteps closed in. Leah was powerless to resist, utterly defeated, but a defiant smirk played on her lips. "To think I'd meet my end here." She coughed, looking up at him. "Dressed like a grim reaper, are you going to stay silent until the very end?" As Sean loomed over her, she spoke with what little strength she had left. "Since I'm about to die anyway, can't you just tell me if Lady Alice is still alive?" Sean knelt down, his voice cold. "I'm more curious about the look on your face." Leah looked bewildered. "What?" Sean continued. "You look almost content." As Leah's expression softened into a faint smile, he mused, "I was expecting a look of pure agony." With fading breath, she whispered, "Perhaps this is my karma. A death like this is fitting for me." Suddenly, a new voice cut through the air. "Karma? For what, exactly?" Leah froze. She knew that voice. Her eyes found Alice supporting Brian. "Lady Alice," she breathed. Alice's expression was stone. "Tell me," Alice demanded. "Why did you betray me?" Tears of joy streamed down Leah's face, and she couldn't meet her lady's gaze. "Thank heavens, Lady Alice, you're alive." Alice's voice cracked with rage and sorrow. "Be quiet, just tell me. Why did you lie to me for so long?" But Leah only wept, offering no answer. Her mind drifted back to a painful memory. My home was a small village, completely wiped out by a mana-beast attack. A vision of her younger self, crying amidst the ruins. I was the last one left alive. Then, a voice cut through her despair, startling her. "We have a survivor over here." It was like seeing a ray of hope in the darkness. "Hold on, kid. We took care of the mana beasts. You're safe now." After they pulled her from the wreckage, a man gave a sharp command. "What are you waiting for? Get her some water and food, now." Leah's gaze was drawn to one person in particular. Because the royal knights arrived just in time, my life was miraculously saved. She saw a young princess, frowning with annoyance. The one who saved me when I had nowhere else to go was Princess Violet. And a life debt must be repaid with one's life. Leah's narration continued. Before long, my chance to repay that debt arrived. She was given her mission directly from the princess. Infiltrate House Vest, get close to them, and wait for my command. And so, I entered House Vest as a simple maid. That's when I met Lady Alice. She remembered feeling flustered at their first meeting. A wave of regret washed over her. The young lady was so kind to me. I never should have started this deception. Leah's heart ached with self-loathing. I should have just died in the ruins of my village. Then, the memory of Princess Violet's cold glare surfaced. When the time comes, Leah, you will kill Alice Vest for me. If I had, she thought, none of this would have happened. Hearing the story, Alice was bewildered. I am a threat? Leah explained, Princess Violet has always been suspicious of your family, because the first prince, Luniel, is close to Lord Asen. The princess believes House Vest has allied with him. Leah confessed, and with the current crisis, her paranoia has only gotten worse. She trusts no one but herself. A true coward. Leah's voice softened. She's nothing like you, Lady Alice. Why did I pledge my life to a person like that? Her voice was filled with genuine remorse. You trusted me completely. I am so sorry I failed you. Alice was stunned into silence, absorbing every word. Sean cut in, his voice laced with ice. Enough of this nonsense. Leah looked confused. He glared down at her. If you think a tearful apology erases everything, you are sorely mistaken. Her eyes widened in sudden recognition as she called out his name, Lord Sean. But Alice quickly intervened. Wait, Sean, just give me another moment to think. With a grim expression, Sean leveled his sword at Leah. This isn't going to end so easily. Leah closed her eyes, accepting her fate. Yes. I understand, Lord Sean. Alice pleaded, trying to stop him. Hold on, Sean. Just listen a little longer before you make your decision. Brian tried to de-escalate the situation. Please, Lady Alice. You must trust in the young master. His words made the color drain from Alice's face, but Sean's resolve was absolute as he swung his blade. Alice could only watch, utterly powerless. He sent Leah on her way, without a single final word. In another location, a door was suddenly smashed open. Violet shouted, on high alert. Who the hell is there? She thought, panic rising in her chest. Damn it, where's Leah? Of all the times for this to happen, a man stepped out from the shadows. So, this is where you were. Violet was struck with absolute terror. How could he have found this place? Aen's face was an icy mask. I've come to escort you, Princess Violet. All the while, rain pattered against the roof. You have murder in your eyes, Princess Violet. Isn't this the height of insolence? Aen stated calmly. You're right. I did have a plan to kill someone. Prince Fabian, the Nezovian prince, and even you, Princess. You were all meant to die by a special class demonic beast, just as scripted. Did you truly think you could do such a thing and escape unscathed? As Aen spoke, the princess tried to hide something behind her, but he noticed instantly and cast a spell. The paper she was hiding erupted in flames. Aen's gaze was like sharpened steel. I wasn't finished speaking. The princess seethed. Your disrespect is unbelievable. So, you still intend to follow through with that plan? How can anyone know your true intentions? Aen's eyes scanned the room, briefly landing on Alice's sword. Where is the younger brother who accompanied you? He's already been dealt with. Seizing the opportunity, the princess continued to taunt him. Perhaps he was conspiring with Prince Lai. He is your brother, after all. On second thought, that would have been a rather convenient outcome. So now you'll add avenging your brother to your grand scheme? No, he replied. I'm considering altering the plan entirely. At those words, the princess's expression faltered. What? Aen violently drove his sword into the wall beside her. You're remarkably composed, given the situation. Anyone who seems suspicious must be eliminated. That instinct of yours isn't half bad. To be honest, I'm quite surprised. You are completely different from Prince Lai. The princess's face was a pale, emotionless mask, but her mind was a whirlwind of chaos. Doesn't he care about his own brother at all? What in the world is this man truly after? Aen continued, his voice steady. The original plan is already in ruins. I will inform Prince Lai that it was a failure. The princess was still lost. What are you getting at? I have a proposition for you. Why not join my plan instead? You were Prince Lai's subordinate, were you not? Who said anything about that? It was a simple business relationship. The princess crossed her arms, annoyed. And you expect me to believe you? Believe it or not, Prince Lai was merely a pawn in my greater scheme. Don't tell me. You intend to seize the empire for yourself. That is something I could never agree to. Hearing this, Aen's expression turned grave. Who rules this empire is of no consequence to me. Then what is it that you truly want? The truth spilled from his lips, his expression one of deadly seriousness. The annihilation of evil. I will uproot every last trace of wickedness from this world. The princess seemed to dismiss his so-called truth. That sounds completely delusional. But speaking of evil, it seems the one you're talking about has just arrived. Aen's brow furrowed. In that moment, the entire structure began to shake, and cracks raced across the walls. Aen felt an icy chill run down his spine, a bizarre and potent magical energy. No, it was more accurate to call it bloodlust. He had never encountered a magical power like this before. Boom! A sphere of raw power slammed into the building, shattering the walls. The princess screamed, "What is this?" A blinding light engulfed everything. Aim barely managed to dodge the blast. A mysterious figure emerged, wielding immense power as they attacked. "Who are you?" Aim demanded. The stranger made no attempt to conceal their intentions. "I am the evil you seek, and I am also your end." Aeon unleashed a torrent of brilliant red sword aura. A single, powerful slash sent the intruder flying backward. Shockwaves of energy ripped through the room, splintering the wooden surfaces. One of the blasts tore through the back of the princess's dress, causing her to cry out in alarm. Aeon's eyes darted to the princess, realizing she was in harm's way. He instantly unleashed his skill, Exi, creating a defensive barrier around her. At that exact moment, a massive explosion erupted. The ground and surrounding walls cracked and crumbled into dust. Shrapnel flew through the air as the protective barrier Aeon had created shattered into nothing. She was helpless. My safe house. Before her eyes, the entire building was obliterated. The sheer destructive force of the attacks had laid waste to everything. Debris rained down from the chaos. Seeing Aeon rush to her side, the princess asked anxiously, "Are you all right, Sir Aeon?" He quickly moved to shield her with his body and sword. "It's not over yet," he stated. Aeon unleashed another technique, forming a colossal orb of energy, followed by a razor-sharp slash of his blade. The two immense energies collided, throwing the area into utter chaos, but the mysterious attacker was still standing. Aeon was horrified. Damn it, he can use spatial magic, too? Seizing the opportunity, the figure in the demonic mask charged forward. With glowing red eyes and hair like blazing fire, he lunged straight for Aeon. Model. His blade crashed down on Aeon, unleashing a blinding explosion of lightning and magical fire. But he never imagined that infinite power would surge back at him, making him scream in agony. Aeon immediately seized the opportunity, lunging at the stranger. Princess Violet could only pray from a distance. Aeon reassured her, "He's no ordinary foe, but I will win." Hearing those words, the princess's faith in Aeon grew stronger. After taking damage, the stranger began examining his own weapon. "What's wrong? What's happening?" The sword. His own blade was reacting, feeling as if his entire body was being torn apart. The stranger finally realized what was happening. Is this the power of an authority? How troublesome. Aeon's voice cut in. "Why did you stop? Didn't you just say that I was your end?" He pointed his sword directly at the man's face. "Come on. I want to kill you so badly, it's disgusting. But now I've confirmed the power of the authority. So, I will withdraw." Princess Violet noticed a sword stuck in the ground. "That belongs to Leah. What did you do to her?" The man replied softly, "She has been purified." Purified? What does that mean? Aeon explained grimly. "It seems he means eliminated. So this is your real goal. Who sent you to do this?" "We are the Miss. We are the unforgiving. We follow no one's orders. We simply purify according to the rules." Aeon's mind raced. The Miss. So the rumors about them being active again were true. The mysterious man vanished in an instant. The princess cried out, "He's gone." Aeon barely noticed, lost in his thoughts. Another troublesome enemy. Could it be that all the people who have blocked our path until now were all them? The red smoke had yet to clear. The scene shifts to a lush, green spring where we find Karum. She rested in the cool shade of a tree, groaning. "Oh, my head. I really thought I was a goner." Saiyan walked over to check on her. "Is it that painful?" "Yeah, I've never felt pain like this, but I can't even touch it." "This is a real problem," Saiyan explained. "But it's not like there isn't a way." "What way?" He stared at the object in his hand as he explained. "The sacred relic of the origin stone, Durandal. It's just a theory, but if we use this, we have a chance to win." Karum tried to stop Saiyan. "No, don't do it. Is that why you brought it? You could die." Just then, Alice called out to Saiyan. Saiyan continued to reason with Karum. "I know it might be dangerous, but it's the only way. I now have something I must protect." As he spoke, he glanced over at Alice and Brian. "I made a mistake in my past life. I won't repeat it this time." Leah also arrived, proving she hadn't been killed at all. "If our enemy is something beyond ordinary limits, then I'll just have to surpass those limits." Back with Alice and Leah, she handed Leah an item. "Take this." Leah asked, confused, "What is this, my lady?" "It is the symbol of Marion. Not just anyone can enter the territory of the spirits. If you have this, you can enter Brunia." With a serious expression, Alice said, "Make sure you stay safe." "Thank you, my lady," Leah replied, her voice choked with emotion. "Thank you so much. And I am so sorry." Alice turned away. "Don't think I've forgiven you. And don't ever appear before me again." "Yes, my lady. I will leave at once." Alice's figure faded into the distance. Saiyan and Karum had witnessed the entire conversation. Karam wondered, "Are you sure it's okay to let her go like that? In my past life, I killed her once." Saiyan spoke as he recalled the past. "Looking back, I didn't even need to. She was already paying the price. Her whole life had fallen into an abyss of guilt for killing her sister. In the past, Saiyan had stood and watched as Leah took her final breaths. With a cold expression on his face, still lost in thought, he added, "But now I have freed her from that burden. Perhaps one day, she will repay this debt." Leah had already turned and walked away. In the moment Leah thought her life would end on Saiyan's sword, he suddenly spoke. "You know things won't be that simple." Leah's voice was weak. "Yes, I know that very well, young master." In that instant, Saiyan raised his sword, ready to eliminate Leah. Alice screamed in despair, her trembling voice echoing through the tense silence, "Don't." A fierce blow struck down without mercy, sending Leah's armored gauntlet flying to the ground. Saiyan, completely emotionless, warned Leah, "As of today, you are dead. I expect you will repay this favor to me one day." Leah's face was pale, her eyes wide with a look of utter shock and confusion, as if she couldn't believe the words she had just heard. "Stay here until I call for you." A thought raced through Leah's mind. Could it be that young Master Saiyan can see the future? Recalling that moment, she was now even more certain. He said it himself. "A day will come when I must pay for the mistakes I've made. But when that day comes, I swear I will repay you with my life, young Master Saiyan." Determination was etched onto Leah's face. Back in the present conversation, Karum asked Saiyan, "Are you feeling all right? Why are you being so nice all of a sudden?" She poked Saiyan's cheek. "Did you die from some fatal disease or something?" Suddenly, a voice called from a distance. Turning to Alice, she asked, "Did everything go well?" Alice responded politely, "Yes, thank you. I should have said this sooner. Thank you for saving my life." She spoke the words, but Alice's mind was racing. "A demon sword that has a will of its own. Do you think we could become friends?" From the other side, Karum returned Alice's thanks. "It's nothing. Maybe she really is a good demon sword. You and Sean seem to be quite close." Karum quickly denied it. "You can't say that. We are simply master and servant, nothing more." "That's right. But his body will soon be mine. So don't get any ideas." Hearing this, Alice froze, only able to utter a response. "Yes, I've changed my mind. This is going to be much harder than I thought." Over at Duin Academy, Headmaster Condal was reading a letter sent by Alice. "I finally found the answer I've been searching for. I have decided to leave the Holy Light Knights. They've completely lost their way. They're protecting the wrong people. And the duty to protect the family name has been twisted into something else entirely. And yet, my father does nothing to put things back on the right path. I will visit you soon, as there is still one thing I must ask you, regarding the relationship between my brother Asen and Luniel. I will explain in more detail when I see you. Until then, please take care of Saiyan for me." Reaching the end of the letter, Headmaster Condal felt a deep sympathy for Alice. "It seems both of us are destined to suffer because of our families, aren't we, Alice? I know you're still worried for your brother. In that case, I will put all my effort into that matter." He then turned to address Boris. "I apologize for keeping you waiting." "It's no problem at all, Headmaster. How are you finding life at the Academy?" "I believe I'm getting used to it now. I called you here because there is something I'm curious about," the Headmaster said grimly. Boris leaned in. "Yes, Headmaster? When did you plan on telling me that you work for my nephew, Luniel? Was there a reason you were hiding this?" "I wasn't hiding it, Headmaster. I simply didn't think it would affect my work here." The Headmaster sat silently, his face a mask of deep thought and stern authority. "Then can you tell me the reason you came to this academy?" Faced with such a direct question, Boris sighed in defeat. "I'm looking for someone." "And have you found them yet?" "I believe I have." The Headmaster's face darkened, and a strange, terrifying light began to radiate from his body. He made a declaration to Boris. "Leave that person alone. If the person you're looking for is who I think it is, then I suggest you do not touch them." Boris just smirked, his eyes flashing with that same strange light. "I will take your advice to heart, Headmaster." I've never seen Headmaster Condal react that way, and I admit I was a little disrespectful. Deep in the forest, Boris was speaking with his artifact, a small scroll named Hizia. It seems Saiyan has done a magnificent job winning over the people around him. He truly is a cunning one. There's never a shortage of things to report. The scroll, which had been floating, suddenly shot upwards. "So what will you do now?" "Things will get much more troublesome if more people get in our way." "I am well aware of that, Hizia." At that moment, Hizia transformed into a small shield, warning Boris, "You should be more careful. I currently only have a spiritual form, but he has obtained a true physical body. Then we'll start by destroying everything around her." Boris sneered. Hizia offered its praise. "An excellent idea. Boris continued, "Just leave it to me." Suddenly, a woman approached and called out, "You wish to see me, Professor Boris? Thank you for coming, Sijic." "It's no problem. I was planning to speak with you anyway." Boris wasted no time getting straight to the point. "I want to ask you about Saiyan." "Ah, yes. Lately, he just stays in his dorm and has skipped most of his classes, and yet he's still performing brilliantly." Sijic continued, "I think he's a natural-born genius. Are you interested in him?" "That's right. Though at first, he was the only one interested in me." Boris slowly closed the distance to Sijic, a wicked, cunning expression on his face. "But now, I'm starting to become curious about everything connected to him. Professor Sijic, or should I say, follower of the Black Mist." Sijic was stunned, but her shock quickly turned to action as she unleashed waves of dark purple energy that warped the very air around her. But Boris didn't just stand there. He unleashed his own torrent of magic. With a single flick of her wrist, Sijic unleashed her Jade Hound technique. The beast morphed into a grotesque monster with dozens of glowing red eyes and razor-sharp teeth. It lunged forward and snapped viciously, leaving a trail of burning red light. Sijic leaped into the air, unleashing a furious barrage of attacks on her own summoned monsters. Every slash of her sword pulsed with a violet magical light tearing through the monsters' bodies. She unleashed her next technique, Power of the Black Mist. A murderous aura exploded from her as pure darkness erupted with devastating force. Without stopping, Sijic unleashed yet another technique, Domain of Mist. The monsters howled in agony before soaring into the sky. Boris watched from the side, narrowing his eyes, a smirk of surprise and reluctant admiration on his lips. "You can even open your own domain. This I didn't expect. So this is how you're preventing your magic from leaking outside." Sijic now landed back on the ground, looking down at Boris with a sinister and treacherous glare. "I don't know how you discovered my identity, but surely you realize this knowledge will cost you your life. If that is your wish, I'll be more than happy to help you achieve it." A book materialized in Boris's hand as he let out a cold smirk. "It won't be that easy." Sic's eyes blazed with fury. "So confident, are we? Let's see how long that arrogance lasts." At his command, a horde of swordsmen materialized from the shadows behind her, charging forward with killing intent. She leveled her blade at him. "Boris Liam, your purification begins now." Unfazed, Boris simply scoffed. "Fine by me. I have more than enough power to deal with all of you." Back with Nana, she saw her father and cried out, "Papa." A weary Sean replied, "I'm home." The little girl rushed forward, throwing her arms around Sean in a tight hug. Meanwhile, Brian was absolutely starving, begging Emily to cook something for him. As the father and daughter held their long-awaited reunion, Sean thought to himself, "She's gotten so big, it's getting harder to even hold her." He gently stroked her hair. "How have you been, Nana?" Overjoyed to see him, she beamed and replied, "I'm doing great. I've also been listening to everyone, just like you told me to, Papa." Hearing her words, Sean breathed a sigh of relief, patting her head. He was glad his daughter was safe. "It seems everything is okay, then." Sean's thoughts drifted to Sic's training. He recently asked her to train Nana to control her outbursts, so that bloody party would never happen again. The guild master's training methods might be harsh, but when it comes to controlling one's instincts, she is the most qualified person there is. Her training sessions were the stuff of nightmares. Images of her strict, terrifying face flashed in his mind, her eyes filled with an unyielding hatred. From her perspective, the world was nothing more than a relentless battle for survival. Everything was just blood and brutality. Shaking off the grim memories, he praised his daughter. "You did a great job. It must have been tough on you." "Yes, Papa, but she was busy today, so I couldn't train." Hearing this, Sean's mind raced. Busy? She must have gone to perform a purification. A woman's voice cut in. It was Karum. "I'm the one who sent Sic to purify that man, Boris." Sean spun around. "What?" Karum explained. "The man is working as a teacher here. Since Sic is also a teacher, it was much easier for her to get close." Sean turned away. "Eru will never approve of this. Do you have any idea what she's really up against?" "You mean the Holy Scripture. Are you worried that Sic of the Mist can't defeat him?" Sean shot to his feet. "So you knew all about it." His voice filled with rage. "And you didn't think to tell me? Are you looking for a beating?" Karum stammered out an explanation. Something like this didn't require a detailed report. Sean let out a heavy sigh. So much for getting some rest. Karum's eyes narrowed. "You're planning to go to her?" He replied, "I have to. That man's bloodline is incredibly dangerous." He had to go provide backup for Sic. Sean gave his order to Brian. "I have to leave. You watch over Emily and Nana." Brian, his mouth full of food, mumbled, "Huh. What are you eating?" Sean asked. "I was starving," Brian explained. "Do you need me to come with you, Master?" He asked the question while still chewing. "I'm going with Karum. Sean replied, thinking to himself, this is the first normal person I've seen eat Emily's cooking. Brian, you've grown stronger. So we just wait here then, Brian asked. Take Nana and Emily to Brand, Sean commanded. Nana looked up, surprised. Papa, are you leaving already? He spoke softly to his daughter. I'm sorry, sweetie. It's going to become very dangerous here, so I have to go. Brian froze mid-bite, the food falling from his mouth. He asked again, his tone now serious. Are you absolutely sure you want to do this? Sean's voice was firm. It'll be fine. I'll find you all when this is over. I'm counting on you. And with that, we return to the deadly clash between Sijic and Boris. They had clearly been through a grueling battle, but the end was nowhere in sight. The longer I look at him, Sijic thought, the more repulsive he becomes. She was surrounded by blood-soaked corpses. Horrifyingly, even those who were struck down continued to crawl towards her, driven by an unholy will. Was he the one behind the bloody party incident too? She recognized that these puppets shared the same energy source as the creatures from that day. They're much stronger this time. But there's no doubt. Across the battlefield, Boris flashed a sinister grin. Are you getting tired? This was merely the appetizer. His expression darkened. The main course and dessert are still to come. She suddenly sensed a shift in the air. Just as the puppets surged forward to attack again, the onslaught was relentless, and she had to face it all on her own. Fierce blade dance, tempest gale, eightfold blade dance, floating flower petals. Secret art, river of blood. She unleashed a torrent of skills to destroy them. But Boris simply raised his blood spear, nullifying her magic. She grit her teeth in frustration. He was spamming high-level magic without pause, giving her no time to recover, and these puppets were attacking non-stop. The puppets' attacks were landing more and more often, pushing her to her absolute limit. Not only that, they can even predict my movements. The moment she had that thought, a barrier technique activated. The puppets began to merge into a single, massive entity that she couldn't possibly fight. She was sent flying by a devastating blow, completely overpowered. She wondered in shock, how could they possibly store so much magic? These aren't normal puppets. Battered and covered in blood, all she could do was grit her teeth and endure their brutal assault. Faced with their overwhelming destructive force and immense magic, she knew this was a battle she couldn't win alone. Seeing her so utterly broken, Boris declared it was time to end this. A wicked, triumphant laugh echoed as he loomed over her. The final spell crashed down, a war mace of pure energy that vaporized the landscape, shattering the very ground into 1,000 pieces. Shards of earth rained down everywhere. He slowly descended from above. Well, what a shame. Sijic's voice suddenly cut through the chaos. With her body trembling, she said, Now I understand. Your puppets. They can track a target's magical energy, can't they? They were unlike any normal marionettes. And that grimoire, that was the true source of his power. She struggled to her feet, her face covered in scratches, her clothes. The magical power radiating from it is extraordinary. Could that be a divine instrument? Boris grinned and applauded, praising her sharp combat senses and vast knowledge. Truly impressive, he sneered. But then he roared with laughter. So what do you plan to do now? As he spoke, another puppet clawed its way up from the ruined earth. Boris was clearly commanding his puppets through a magical link. I have an endless supply of them, he taunted. Just give up. But Sijic rose to her feet, her eyes blazing with defiance. I hate the idea of giving up. She rallied her spirit and unleashed a secret technique. A summoning contract erupted into light, bringing forth a colossal magical beast. Even Boris was stunned. He never imagined that after a blow that should have left her completely incapacitated, she could pull off something like this. He thought to himself, it's impossible. Her mana had completely vanished. The beast she summoned lunged at the puppets Boris had conjured. To the monster, the puppets were like tiny dolls, blades of grass to be trampled underfoot. In moments, it crushed the countless pesky marionettes. Seeing his collection destroyed, he growled at her. You've really gone and done it now. To think you turned my hard-earned puppets into a contract beast. Such talent. But he remained confident. This is only temporary. Now you're just an empty shell with no magic left. You can't even cast the simplest spell. What a pity. That's your fatal mistake. He raised his grimoire and mocked her with a cruel smile. In a flash, she vanished, reappearing right in front of him. A voice from behind whispered in his ear. You speak as if you're taking no risks yourself. He threw up a protective barrier, but he hadn't even seen her move. How could she be this fast with no magical energy? This was strange. She was stronger than ever before. As they clashed, she seemed completely unharmed by his attacks. A moment before, she had lunged forward, thrusting her sword straight at him. He parried, putting her in check, but it only bought him a second. Immediately after, she rushed in again, tackling him and clamping a hand over his mouth. Even he couldn't believe how quickly she recovered. He began secretly weaving a new spell, one that required no incantation. An Earthmind spell blasted her away from him. He followed up with Holy Sun Judgment, but the divine attack seemed to have no effect on her. It seemed the more magic he used, the stronger she became. He was growing exhausted, while she remained perfectly fine. The two were locked in a stalemate. She decided it was time to stop. "That's enough for today," she declared. Boris. Suddenly, a barrier flared to life, shielding him. The interference infuriated her, blocking her path. A divine instrument, she thought. The Bible in his hands was speaking to him. "I have too little information on her. At first, I thought she was just a follower of Eru." Outside the barrier, Sijic was still searching for a way in. With skills like that, she had to be a high-ranking commander at least. "Right now, I can't face her directly." Suddenly, Sijic saw something. A trickle of blood ran from the corner of Boris's mouth. She squinted. "Is that black blood?" Shock filled her voice. "Are you from the Dark Blood clan?" "I thought they were wiped out." He wiped the blood from his lip and sighed. "This is why I hate this bloodline. It's so troublesome." The puppets, the magic stones from the blood banquet, the ones who first created them were the Dark Blood clan. Hearing this, Sijika's expression hardened. "Were you the one responsible for that massacre?" Boris let out a heavy sigh, admitting it. "So you finally figured it out? I guess I can't keep working here anymore. What a shame." Sijic shot forward, lunging at Boris. But he remained calm and relaxed as his holy scripture wove countless threads of magic to protect him. He smiled. "See you next time." In that instant, Sijic raised her sword and dashed toward him, threatening, "Don't even think about running away." The beast she had summoned had already appeared behind Boris, completely unnoticed. Both Sijic and her beast attacked him at once, but the magic circle protecting him absorbed the blows completely. Boris's Bible grumbled, "What a troublesome woman." Boris added, "I forgot she was still here. It seems my puppets were taken as a sacrifice." Sijic was still desperately trying to pierce Boris's protective barrier, but her efforts were proving futile. She gritted her teeth in frustration, unable to break through the magical shield. Sijic thought, "If it weren't for that grimoire, I would have had a chance to win." Suddenly, she felt a strange presence. "Who's there?" she exclaimed. "Who just interfered with my space?" Boris wondered, "Does she have an ally?" Boris never saw it coming. Sean's timing was absolutely perfect. He instantly moved to support Sijic, empowering her strike to pierce straight through Boris's defensive barrier. In a flash, the shield shattered, exploding into 1,000 glittering fragments. Karum stepped over the debris, a mocking smirk on her face. "You're looking pretty pathetic, Hitchika." Karum's triumphant attitude didn't waver. Hitchika, shocked and enraged, shot back, "How did you find me? What are you doing here?" Karum answered with confidence, a predator's instinct. "I can smell the stench of a hypocrite like you from a mile away. It always makes me sick." Hitchika's eyes narrowed. "I believe I warned you last time, didn't I? You have chosen the wrong side." A blinding golden light erupted. Hitchika invoked her supreme divine authority, manifesting enormous white wings. Before her form shifted back into a holy scripture, now bearing that eye unleashed thousands of strange symbols, which twisted and formed into countless chains. In an instant, a massive golden beast leaped from the book's pages, pouncing on Sijic and Sean. The blow was too much for her to handle. She was sent flying into the distance, but Sean stood his ground, resisting with every ounce of his strength. Hitchika wondered to herself, he can withstand the power of a supreme god? What kind of strength allows him to do that? A single demonic sword shouldn't possess that much power. The enchanted grimoire was filled with shock and questions. A murderous look filled Sean's eyes, his brow furrowed with rage and determination. It seemed this old man was hiding something far more dangerous than he ever imagined. Just then, Boris spoke up, lending Hitchika his support. "The master of the demon's sword is right in front of us. We must defeat him now." But Hitchika stopped him. "Don't do it, Boris. We're not strong enough yet." It seemed Sean had finally reached his breaking point. He gritted his teeth in fury and roared Boris's name. In a split second, Sean's small dagger sliced clean through Hitchika's scripture form. Sean seized the opportunity in a flash, rushing forward and plunging his knife straight into Boris. Boris himself was stunned that the blade had pierced him. This brat. He broke through Hitchika's barrier. This kid is unbelievably dangerous. The mist that will swallow the sun. It must be Sean. If this is the blade that will one day strike Lord Asen, then I must destroy it right here and now. While Hitchika's barrier was still active, Sijic struggled to her feet outside, shocked by the terrifying level of magic. Sean couldn't possibly hold out for much longer. She knew she had to do something before Mammon was completely vanquished. Meanwhile, Sean was still trying to drive his blade deeper to finish Boris off. With a swing of his blade, he unleashed Greatwood Formation, Prison of Hounds, finally overpowering his foe and sending him flying. Secret Art Demonic Flame. Sijic rushed to his side to support him. The White Wings had finished their incantation. It was time to destroy everything and escape. Sijic was horrified. Boris had actually managed to shatter her domain. She suspected he must have used that divine artifact. The battle was over. Boris had successfully escaped. Sijic carried Sean to a clearing to rest, lamenting that their targets got away. The purification mission was a failure. Sean pushed himself to his feet. Why didn't you let me continue the attack? Why did you get in my way? Sijic's anger flared. Is that how you talk to the person who just saved your life? Sean glared at her. I was the one who saved you. Sijic looked furious enough to strangle him. Did no one ever teach you any manners? Sean ignored her, turning to check on Karum. Are you okay? Karum replied, I think. I need a very long rest. I'm exhausted. He figured she must have been through immense pain. She had fought hard. If this was the case, there was only one path forward for the final Great War. Lost in thought, he paid no attention to Sijic. She fumed. Hey, are you ignoring me now? In a trade city near Ven, Alice was walking when she spotted an old man with silvery white hair. It was Master Kundalo. He had actually come. The two of them arranged to meet at a nearby coffee shop. The old man spoke first. It's been a very long time since I've left the academy. Alice replied, even seeing it with my own eyes, I'm shocked. You never leave that place. The headmaster, Master Kundalo, gently set down his teacup. Even so, I couldn't possibly ignore your letter. This must be a very serious matter. She looked surprised. Is it because I left the Holy Light Knights? Seeing his students' distress, Master Kundalo simply smiled. I had a feeling you would eventually choose your own path. The burden of my family name wasn't the issue. The problem is Asen and Luniel. It seems you know my older brother. Her master replied, let's just say I know a little about him. What are your thoughts on Asen inheriting the Vest family? She answered with a worried expression. He's the greatest warrior in the Empire and a member of the Holy Light Knights. Sooner or later, he will become the leader of the Empire's strongest military force. The headmaster agreed with her assessment. Indeed, and my own grandson, Luniel, who is quite close with your brother, will most likely become his co-commander of the Holy Light Knights. Alice finally admitted it. That is the very reason I needed to see you. Headmaster, what are your thoughts? Prince Luniel is your only grandson. Master Kellen replied, that boy, Saiyan, your brother. He once asked me if I would choose the honor of my family or the prosperity of the Empire. Saiyan probably saw this coming, and I was too arrogant about my own ability to foresee the future. Alice pressed, what exactly did he foresee? Even I don't know the specifics, but you should leave the Empire as soon as you can. Alice was shocked. Leave the Empire? The headmaster explained, because it will soon fall into chaos. I will do everything in my power to steer things right, but there are no guarantees. She grimaced in disbelief. Fall into chaos? He replied gravely. A coup d'etat. The signs all point to a war over the Imperial throne. It seems another storm of chaos is about to break. On the streets of Xeno Shore, the city of trade, Nana's eyes lit up. Whoa. She pointed at an old man selling fruit and whispered, cursed fruit. Nana's curiosity continued as she pointed at some beastmen. Aberrations, she exclaimed, causing them to stare back in confusion. What did you say? The beastmen glared at her, their expressions turning hostile. Brian quickly stepped in, scratching his head. Please, ignore her, sirs. We'll get out of your way. He put his arm around Nana's shoulder, guiding her away. It's not polite to point at people like that, he gently scolded. Nana, Emily just chuckled, saying, what's the big deal? Kids have to make a few mistakes to grow up. Brian sighed, taking the lead. We can't afford to draw any attention. Our top priority right now is reaching the safe house, just as young Master Sean instructed. Emily said playfully, you worry way too much. Anyone who sees us will just think we're a normal family. Hearing that, Brian's face turned beet red. He stammered and quickly turned down another path. It's this way. The two girls glanced at each other in confusion, calling out, Brian. Emily grabbed Nana's hand and hurried after him. Hey, wait for us. But this time, Nana didn't follow Emily. Instead, she wandered off in the opposite direction. The scene shifts to a window, where Alice lets out a troubled sigh. Ha. Kundal's words echoed in her mind about the signs of a coup and the looming war for the Imperial throne. She sighed again, lost in thought. I can't believe Sir Asen and Prince Luniel are plotting something so horrific. But how could Headmaster Kundal and Sean possibly know about it? Suddenly, the door to her room swung open. A voice called out, Lady Alice. She turned, questioning the voice. What are you doing here? But it was Emily and Brian, who walked in with a smile. It's been a while. Alice's face lit up seeing her friends. Emily, she said, grasping their hands joyfully. And Sir Brian, too. Weren't you supposed to be with Sean at the academy? Emily chatted easily. Of course. What would young Master Sean do without me? Alice's mind flashed back to another image. Two women, including the demon's sword. She remembered the boy, standing between two women in her own dorm. Brian spoke up from behind them. Young Master Sean has an urgent matter to attend to. He ordered the three of us to proceed here first. Alice looked from one to the other, confused. The three of you? It was only then that Brian and Emily realized Nana had vanished. The color drained from their faces. Where did that child go? Alice just stared, still confused. You mean someone else was with you? Brian covered his mouth in dread. Yes, she was right here with us. Inside, he cursed himself for his mistake. I never should have let her out of my sight. Suddenly, Alice's expression hardened. Let's go. She stood with her hands on her hips, her voice firm. Any companion of Sean's is a companion of mine. We'll find her together. The scene shifts again to the Xenoport, where a shadowy figure slammed a large gate shut. It was the goblin from before. Everything's ready to set sail, he declared. His werewolf companion grinned eagerly. This is going to make us a mountain of cash. All right, let's go report to the boss, the goblin said, leading the way. But suddenly, he stopped dead in his tracks. Hey, isn't that the kid from before? The werewolf squinted. Yeah, that's her. The brat who pointed right at us. A sneer crossed their faces. To show her face again. She's got some nerve. The goblin strolled over to her. Hey there, little one. What are you doing here all by yourself? Where are your parents? Nana simply pointed at the massive ship and said, over there. She then added loudly, I smell something really familiar on that ship. Hearing this, the goblin's expression turned cold. So, just a nosy little brat, are you? A sinister thought crossed both their minds. It looked like another pile of money was walking right up to their door. The goblin's voice became sickly sweet. We have lots of tasty treats on the ship. Her eyes lit up. Candy? He forced a friendly smile. That's right, candy. In his head, he sneered, isn't she a little old to be asking for candy? But seeing the pure excitement in her eyes, he thought, maybe she's a bit slow. With no hint of suspicion, she asked, can I really have some candy? The goblin gave a reassuring nod. Of course you can. We're the good guys. The werewolf chimed in with a grin, trying to persuade her. You can have as much as you want, for free. Suddenly, an image of Sean flashed in her mind, along with his words. Listen to me, Nana. If a stranger offers you candy and asks you to follow them, you have to say. Her eyes began to glow as she replied, thank you. The werewolf crouched down. That's right. This way, little one. And Nana happily skipped onto the ship. Candy. Oh, candy. The goblin pointed towards a door and said, right behind this door is all the candy you can eat. Suddenly, Sean's image appeared again, his voice echoing in her head. Nana, if someone tells you to go into a strange, dark room, you must never, ever listen to them. But she didn't seem to hear him at all, running straight inside. The goblin chuckled to himself. How could this possibly be so easy? He quickly slammed the heavy door shut behind her. The werewolf smiled. Well, that's one more item to add to our inventory list. The goblin stretched, feeling relaxed. Today's our lucky day. Meanwhile, Nana stood inside the dark room, staring at rows of gloomy cages, completely puzzled. She peered into the cages and wondered aloud. Where's the candy? Then, his eyes fell upon them. Children, bound in chains. What in the world was this place? She glanced back at the sealed door, whispering to herself. Had Nana been tricked, the memory of Zan's weary sigh brought tears to her eyes. I'm sorry, Papa. I fell for their trap. Suddenly, a strange scent hit her, and Nana immediately dashed deeper inside. It was the same smell from before. After a short sprint, she stopped dead. Before her stood a cage draped in a white cloth. The scent was coming from there. Her brilliant gold eyes blazing, she ripped the cover away. So this was the source of that sickly sweet aroma. Inside was a high-level magic beast, a crimson hyena. Nana whispered, Is that you? She reached a hand toward its head, and it growled back warily. But as Nana's small hand gently petted its head, the beast froze solid. She praised it. Good boy. Then she asked, What are you doing in here? Do you want to get out? In response, it wagged its tail. With a cheerful smile, Nana easily snapped the steel bars of the cage, freeing the creature. Hey. Suddenly, a voice called out from behind her. When she turned, she saw several small children whispering, Can you let us out too? Hearing their pleas, she smiled warmly. Heh. The scene shifts. Elsewhere, two human traffickers are on the move. They approached a man sitting on a throne, reporting, Everything is ready, sir. This was Tosino, the guild master of the Crimson Hyena merchants. He laughed and said, Excellent, let's get moving. A dwarf asked, Sir, are we conducting the trade directly today? Tosino grumbled. That's right. That fool Mozzie has vanished, so the Grey Guild is finished. He stroked the mouth of his own crimson hyena and declared, "There's no middleman to get in our way anymore. Gazam Academy always pays a fortune for young children. This deal is going to make us rich." Suddenly, the dwarf added, "First, it was the death of Orbat, and now the Grey Guild's collapse. Call it a woman's intuition, but I have a very bad feeling about this." The others heard the dwarf's voice and had a moment of crisis. "Wait, that dwarf is a woman?" The dwarf continued her warning. "We need to be extremely careful this time, sir." But he was overconfident. "There's nothing to worry about. We have a reliable ally on our side this time." Just then, an explosion rocked the ship in the distance. "What was that?" "That's my ship," Tozino roared in fury. "Who's there?" Nana had already made it outside. She muttered under her breath, "Wicked adults." Two horns emerged from her head as her voice echoed, now filled with chilling bloodlust. "Nana will make you all pay." Tozino was stunned. "That little girl. She's a dragonkin." Nana pointed at the elf and shouted, You're a bad, lying grown-up." A werewolf snarled, "You little brat." The elf growled in annoyance. "There she goes with the pointing again." He then lunged straight at her, roaring, "Today you're going to lose that finger, you little pest." Nana didn't even bother to dodge. She met him with a devastating punch to the face, followed by a kick to the werewolf's chin, and finished by ramming her horns straight into the dwarf's stomach. In an instant, she had knocked out all three. "Oh," Tozino just laughed with a twisted grin. "So, you really want to fight, do you? Get her. Capture that girl alive." Suddenly, Nana went silent, observing. The massive crimson hyena growled at her, trying to intimidate her. It leaped into the air, bringing its massive hammer down towards Nana. The weapon slammed into the ground, leaving a deep crater. Sweat dripped down to Zeno's face as he snapped, "Hey, didn't I tell you to capture that brat alive?" He cursed at the beast, "You stupid mutt. You better pray that merchandise isn't damaged." But at that moment, Nana was not only unharmed, she had stopped the falling hammer with a single hand. Suddenly, she raised an eyebrow. She noticed a collar on its neck etched with a bizarre symbol. "What in the world is that?" she wondered. The crimson hyena swung its hammer wildly, trying to hit Nana, but she moved with incredible agility, dodging every blow. Tozino screamed from the side, "Can't you even catch one tiny little girl?" Furious, he activated the collar's power, shouting, "Let's see just how big you really are." The collar's magic surged, causing the beast to roar in agony. Nana said nothing, simply focusing energy into her fist, preparing her attack. "Ha!" She dashed forward, slamming a powerful punch straight into the crimson hyena's chest. Unable to dodge, it was sent flying backward. Tozino saw the beast's enormous body hurtling right for him and panicked. "Don't come this way." But it was too late. Its massive frame crashed down on Tozino, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. In another corner of the city, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed. Suddenly, Brian and Emily noticed the explosion down at the harbor. Brian gasped for breath. "Over there. I can feel a huge amount of magic power coming from that direction." "Sean, hurry. We have to go now." Emily struggled to keep up behind them. "Wait for me." Tozino had somehow survived. Crawling from the wreckage, he cursed, "Humph, you wretched brat. You will pay for this." He tried to use his bracelet again to command the crimson hyena to capture the little girl. Suddenly, his face went pale as he stammered. "The collar. The one on the crimson hyena's neck." Togino watched in horror as the collar began to dissolve. "It's breaking." The beast turned its furious eyes toward him, raising its razor-sharp claws over the trembling Tozino's head. Then, a sickening crack echoed through the smoke, followed by his blood-curdling scream. Abruptly, the beast sensed someone else approaching and grew tense. It was Nana, walking slowly towards it with her hands behind her back. The crimson hyena stood at its full height, looking down on her warily. As Nana moved, it watched her every step. Just then, Nana revealed a small hyena pup, which was happily wagging its tail at the sight of its mother. She asked, "Tata, are you this little one's mommy? He's been looking for you." Seeing its child, the great beast let out a stunned growl. The pup yelped back in reply. It then gently scooped up its baby and turned to leave. Nana waved happily. "Goodbye, smelly puppy." But then, her face crumpled and she began to sob. "Sniff, I miss my papa so much." Suddenly, a sound came from behind them. "Thank you for saving us." She finally turned to look. "Huh. Oh, it's you kids." Behind a large rock were the children she had just freed. She frowned, thinking, what should I do with all of you now? All of a sudden, Nana's voice rang out. "Hey, you evil old men." She ordered them to take responsibility for the children. "Take them home right now," she demanded. If not, her eyes blazed with a threatening, murderous intent. "Nana will eat you all." The men trembled and obeyed. "Yes, miss." She waved happily as the children were led away. She muttered to herself, Nana saved them. I wonder if Papa will be proud of me. Then she told herself, Nana did a good thing. Dad has to be proud of Nana. Suddenly, a hand reached out and patted her head in praise. You did a good job, Nana. When she saw it was Sean who was patting her head, her face lit up with joy. Papa, how did you find me? He thought to himself, the entire village is covered in a magical aura equal to an adult dragon. How could I not find you? Then he remembered the empty room in their shelter. No one was there. They must have all gone out to look for Nana. He silently decided that Brian and Emily would be punished when he found them. Sean spoke with a hint of anger. Papa can always find you, Nana, no matter where you are. He fell silent, amazed by her power. This intense magical energy. Nana just smiled innocently and said, Papa, you're amazing. Just then, Brian's group rushed over. He called out, Master. Sean replied, Brian, Sister Alice. He ran up, panting heavily. Thank goodness, Nana is safe. I was so worried something might have happened to her. Sean's voice echoed, low and dangerous. Well done. His eyes, burning with rage, stared directly at Brian. Then I assume you know exactly what you did wrong? Brian swallowed hard and replied, Yes, sir. What followed was Brian's agonizing scream. Alice watched in shock, the one we were looking for. She looked towards Nana and asked, Is she a dragonoid? The scene shifts to the UF Empire's capital, in the territory of House Cello. A man was running in a hurry, his thoughts racing. Why so suddenly? He's never left the academy before. Why is he here now? Below, Condole was walking inside. He wondered, Why have you returned? Father. The old man said coldly, It's been a long time. My son, we need to talk. Condole sat in his office, looking over documents. It has been 10 years since I renounced the title of Duke. His father narrowed his eyes. Which is why I had no intention of interfering with how you manage the family. But why has the investment in our own territory decreased, while the funds sent to the Imperial family have skyrocketed? Condole replied, You know the reason, father. He spoke with an irritated tone. The Empress's family sends a massive sum to the royals every single year. If we can't match them, our status will fall. It will only be a matter of time before their descendant takes the throne. He raised his voice, asking, Don't you want Luniel to become the emperor? Cello slammed his hand on the desk, shouting, Enough. He asked, Do you truly believe Luniel has the qualities necessary to be an emperor? Condole said grimly, That doesn't matter. As long as someone from House Cusin can sit on the throne. Silo shot back, just like how you sent your own late sister to marry the emperor. Furious, he declared, I don't want to discuss this further. Cut off all support for Luniel. Condole defiantly called out, Father. But the old man had already stood up to leave. Condole asked urgently, Where are you going? His father replied, To the Imperial Palace. The scene changes to Velia's, the domain of House V. Asen sat in his room, muttering. So, the master of the demon sword has been found. He then burned the report. Even though I have a plan, I'm still afraid it will be destroyed again. His eyes narrowed as he calculated his next move. Alice silently leaving the Holy Light Knights was already outside of my calculations. But this news isn't all bad. It will strengthen my position as the heir. Asen felt a sense of dread. But the look of contempt in that girl's eyes, could it be that she already knows something? He frowned in annoyance. She is a thorn in my side. Suddenly, a pillar of light appeared in the room, catching Asen's attention. A teleportation gate. The figure of its user slowly materialized. He knelt on one knee and announced, Boris Lehem, at your service, my lord. Asen asked with suspicion, What happened to you? So this is the true form of the Black Blood tribe? The man was sweating, struggling to speak. Please, forgive me. Lord Asen, if I could. I truly would not wish to appear before you in this state. Asen demanded, Who did this to you? Weren't you at the Ren Academy? The man confessed. It was your brother, Saiyan, who did this to me. Asen's face twisted with fury as he growled, Saiyan. The man added, But, at the same time, I achieved my objective. Boris Lehem produced a small red orb. This is the demonic energy of the demon sword that I detected during the bloody gala. He declared with a triumphant glee. And now, we can be certain who its master is. Asen let out a long sigh. Ha! Now everything makes sense. He said it aloud. Saiyan is the master of the demon sword. He destroyed all of my plans. How could I not have realized it? Boris Lehem bowed his head in reverence. I tried not to disappoint you, my lord, but my strength was simply not enough. Asen declared, Then the time has come for me to act. He spoke with confidence. I have crossed swords with him before. It won't be easy, but victory is certain. Suddenly, Boris Lehem interjected a warning. The time is not yet right, master. Asen demanded. What do you mean? Boris Lehem explained. He has the followers of the Dark Mist God behind him. Predicting his next move will be incredibly difficult. Asen's eyes narrowed. So, do you have another plan? He replied, you need only follow the prophecy, my lord. An image of a sword appeared as Boris Lehem spoke. The Saintess will guide you to the divine sword's location. Please, find Duran, dear. Outside, Kellen flinched. A divine sword? He slowly backed away. I have to tell Lord Saiyan immediately. Without warning, Boris Lehem appeared behind him. It seems we have a rat. His hand shot out, clamping around Kellen's throat. Boris Lehem interrogated him. Aren't you one of Lord Asen's men? Who were you planning to report to? Asen slowly emerged from the shadows. I've suspected you for a long time. Terror washed over Kellen. Lord Asen. Rage flared in his eyes. Do you take me for a fool? The scene shifts. Luna was searching through books. It's not here either. She recalled the book she found in Professor Boris's office and the single clue she had. It was written in an ancient language. She sighed with regret. If only he hadn't used magic to drive me away. I could have learned so much more. Luna closed the book on the table, summarizing her findings. So far, I've only found 2 books written in the ancient tongue. Images of 2 beautiful tomes flashed through her mind, the Holy Scripture and the Demon Scripture. What I saw that day was probably the Holy Scripture. But why would the professor have something like that in his room? She fell deep into thought. And why can't I find any information about its contents or its purpose? Her eyes slowly opened, filled with new resolve. It seems my only option is to go to the forbidden section of the Garum Academy. Suddenly, someone called her name. Luna. Startled, she looked up to see Princess Ain. What are you so absorbed in that you didn't even notice me? Luna smiled brightly. What brings you here? Your Highness? Ain hesitated. Well, she turned away, asking, have you seen Saiyan lately? I don't think so, Luna replied. I've been in the library this whole time. A teasing smile crept across her face. Why do you ask? Do you miss him? Of course not, Ain shouted, then quickly tried to backtrack. I just found it strange that I haven't seen him around, that's all. Luna chuckled. I wouldn't worry. Senior Saiyan will surely be back with us soon. Ain looked surprised. How can you be so certain? Luna gave a gentle smile. Because that's just the kind of person he is. Ain watched suspiciously as Luna began to hum happily. Suddenly, someone rushed toward them. Princess, it's an emergency. She called out his name, puzzled. Jimis, what's with the rush? He ran up and thrust a letter into her hand. It's from the royal family. Please, read it quickly. Ain scowled. Hey, who gave you permission to read this? Reading other people's mail is rude. He shouted desperately. Just read it, please. Confused, she opened the letter. It was a handwritten message from her father to solidify the alliance between the royal family and the V clan. She read each line slowly, as Luna watched with curiosity. Both parties have agreed that the 5th princess, Ain versus. A deep blush spread across her face as she read the final line, and Saiyan of the V clan will be engaged. The scene shifts to a bedroom where a man holding a glass of water spoke. I am always so grateful for you. Violet looked puzzled. Grateful. It is my duty to look after your health. Father. He smiled warmly. It's just a common cold. You needn't worry so much. It pains my heart to see you ill like this. I will go and pray for your swift recovery. He tried to reassure her. It's all right. Violet. A voice suddenly called from outside. Your Majesty. It was Kundal, who had just arrived. Your humble servant is here. Kundal Kusin requests an audience with the Emperor. Dione looked up in surprise. Ah, Headmaster Kundal, you've arrived. The headmaster then greeted the princess. I hope you are well. Princess Violet. She replied with a polite bow. Yes, it's a pleasure to see you, grandfather. Sensing the mood, she decided to excuse herself. Please, the 2 of you speak freely. I will take my leave now. Dione gave a small nod. Thank you, my daughter. The Emperor offered a weak smile. You traveled a long way to be here. But Headmaster Kundal's eyes filled with concern as he saw the Emperor's condition. Your Majesty, Kundal pleaded. What has happened to you? Dione's gaze drifted to the sunlit window as he began to explain. I feel I have failed my duty as Emperor. Welcoming such an esteemed guest in this state, Kundal's worry deepened. Please, Your Majesty, don't say such things. But when did your health begin to fail so drastically? A shadow passed over the Emperor's eyes. At first, I simply thought it was a common cold. His hands trembled uncontrollably. But my condition only grew worse. Kundal's face fell. My heavens, forgive my impertinence, Your Majesty. Kundal confessed, I should have come much sooner. Perhaps, Dione replied, but I fear you only bear ill tidings. He continued. After all, you only seek a direct audience. When a great calamity threatens the Empire, the Emperor's expression grew grim. Are you worried? About Luniel? Kundal's voice grew low. It seems your majesty has already reached his own conclusions. Yes, before I arrived, they were merely vague suspicions. But now, the situation has become far more grave. Dione raised a hand, and streams of power flickered in his palm. You need not worry about that, the Emperor declared. As long as I draw breath, that boy will never cause chaos. Kundal watched him, remaining silent. His majesty's magic appears powerful, but it's incredibly unstable. Kundal sighed, gazing at the weakening Emperor on the bed. His condition is far worse than he lets on. He finally spoke. Your Majesty. Dione suddenly changed the subject. But there is another matter that weighs on my mind. Kundal waited. Yes? The Emperor asked. How is Ain faring at the academy? Kundal answered. The princess is an exemplary student. She possesses both natural talent and a diligent spirit. One day, she will surely be a great asset to the Empire. He reassured the Emperor. You have no need to worry about her. A faint smile touched Dione's lips. That is good to hear. He recalled an image of a younger Ain. She used to be such a crybaby when she was small, but now, I feel I no longer have to worry. He recalled, 3 years ago, she matured greatly after meeting that boy. Kundal's eyes widened slightly. Do you mean the young lord, Saiyan? The Emperor chuckled. Indeed. I believe that young man will protect her, with his life, until the very end. That is why I arranged their engagement. Hearing this, Kundal let out a deep sigh, which piqued the Emperor's curiosity. You're not surprised? I suspected as much, Kundal admitted. Ever since you personally nominated Princess Ain to our academy. Dione laughed, pleased.
So, what are your thoughts on the boy?
A vein pulsed on Kundal's temple.
That boy is simply unbelievable.
Dione was taken aback by his friend's sudden fury. Kundal seethed, that punk has never attended a single class. I've never once seen him so much as touch a book. In my entire 50-year career as an educator, he is without a doubt the most incorrigible student I have ever encountered. The Emperor's expression sank with worry. Have I placed my trust in the wrong person? But then, Kundal smirked. However, his talent is the real deal. He assured the Emperor, as long as that boy is by the princess's side, I guarantee she will safely overcome any danger. Hearing this confirmation, Dione breathed a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens. Kundal pressed. But what is it, precisely, that you fear? The Emperor's eyes grew heavy with sorrow. I fear a war of blood between my own children. Meanwhile, in the corridor outside, Violet was walking with her lady-in-waiting. A voice called out to her. Violet. Luniel approached, his face twisted in a scowl. You just met with father and our grandfather, didn't you? Why is he here? Violet continued walking, her expression serene. I wouldn't know. Why don't you ask him yourself? Luniel seethed as she brushed right past him. What did you say? He snapped. I'm not finished speaking with you. Violet suddenly stopped in her tracks. Under her breath, she muttered, You truly are a pestilence. His face contorted with rage. What did you just say? Are you trying to challenge your own brother? A contemptuous smirk played on Violet's lips. Not in a million years. Who do you take me for? You, Violet. Luniel screamed. What is it you want? In a flash, her hand shot out, gripping his face. Her crimson eyes stared daggers into his. Surely, my dear brother understands what I'm implying. But if you insist on hearing the words, she leaned in, whispering each syllable into his ear. You're planning to kill our other siblings, aren't you? Dearest brother. He shoved her hand away, his eyes wide with fear. Don't make baseless accusations. Luniel turned to leave. I'll go find out why our grandfather is here myself. You had best watch your tongue, Violet. As he walked away, Luniel's expression was darker than the abyss. Which one of them was the rat who betrayed me? How could she possibly know? Damn it. This is a catastrophe. His rage simmered as he watched her mocking smile. What is she plotting? The scene then shifts to Ain. She was in a complete panic. I'm to be engaged to Saiyan? How could father agree without even asking me first? Lunar spoke with unshakable calm. If you truly don't want this, then all you have to do is refuse. Ain answered dejectedly. It's not that I don't want to, but I have to be careful not to damage the relationship between our families. Still, why didn't father tell me beforehand? Suddenly, a foot slammed onto the floor with a powerful thud. Jessimus roared with passion. This marriage has my full and unconditional support. His intense cheerleading made the princess blush beet red. I saw it all, Your Highness. I witnessed the very moment your heart trembled for the young master. Saiyan, his arms stretched out into the sunlight. This is destiny. Or perhaps it is the very will of the heavens. He was completely overjoyed, determined to pair them together. But suddenly, a voice cut through the air. What do you think you're doing? Jessimus, this is a library. Saiyan gestured pointedly. And libraries are meant for people to read in silence. are they not? Saiyan stepped in to de-escalate. You're making the princess uncomfortable. In a flash, Aang grabbed Jessimus by the collar. Aang dragged him away, vanishing from Saiyan's sight in an instant. He was left wondering. What was that all about? Lunar's cool voice called out, Senior. She then asked, Do you have feelings for my sister, Aang? He answered without a hint of doubt, No. In truth, the mind inside Saiyan's body was nearly 40 years old, and Aang was just a child in his eyes. Saiyan shuddered internally at the mere thought. Lunar closed her eyes, feigning indifference. Is that so? Suddenly, Saiyan grew curious about the books. She explained, I'm searching for clues about a certain book. He leaned in, intrigued. Which one? Lunar replied, The one we found inside Professor Boris's office. Right now, all I know is that it was written in an ancient language. Saiyan narrowed his eyes and thought, this might be as far as we can go. To learn more about the Holy Book of Haya, she'd have to enter the Forbidden Archives. Realizing something, she grabbed a book and asked, Have you read this one before? She flipped it open and read the title. The Chronicles of the Swordsman, Fenelon. Isn't this just a travel journal? His finger landed on a specific part of the page. Look, this line right here. He read it aloud. A mountain shrouded in ancient firs. This must be an ancient place where demons went to hide after they were defeated in the war against the gods. Saiyan turned to Lunar. This passage, a mountain shrouded in ancient firs. Do you have any idea where this place could be? Lunar blushed slightly as he leaned in close. No. But why do you want to find the holy book? A deadly glint appeared in his eyes as he spoke. What I'm looking for now is not the holy book, but the one that is connected to it. The grimoire of Ham. Lunar was stunned. Even at Garum Academy, only a select few know the names of the holy and demonic books. How could Senior Saiyan possibly know? She stammered, This is the first I've ever heard of it. I'm sorry. He shook his head. There's nothing to be sorry for. As he turned to leave, he added, But if you find anything, let me know. Lunar watched him go. Yes, take care, Senior. And with that, Saiyan walked away under her watchful gaze. The second he was gone, Lunar spoke to the empty room. I know you're there. A figure emerged from the shadows. My apologies, Lady Lunar. Headmaster Jen ordered me not to leave you by yourself. Lunar frowned. Just as I thought. This guard is just the headmaster's way of spying on me. She gave a sharp command. Stand right there and answer my questions. She asked about Hia and Ham. In all of Garum Academy, how many people know of them? Lamella replied. Very few, my lady. They are forbidden texts, so no one is permitted to even speak their names. I don't understand how the young master knows of this. Lunar wondered the same thing. Can you go to the Forbidden Zone and find information from me? Lamella grew nervous. That request would put my very life in danger, my lady. Headmaster Jen would be absolutely furious. Lunar's voice turned to ice, and all it would take is a few words from me to make him just as furious with you. Whatever Senior Saiyan knows, I must know as well. Now, what will you do, Lamella? The guard was completely overwhelmed by Lunar's powerful aura. She bowed her head in defeat. As you wish, my lady. Lunar placed a hand on the book, lost in thought. As for how Senior Saiyan learned their names, I'll figure that out later. Her eyes sharpened with fierce determination. For now, I have to focus on getting closer to him. He is definitely hiding something. The scene changes. Saiyan was now walking down a corridor, deep in his own thoughts. A mountain shrouded in ancient firs. I thought Lunar might know something. But it looks like I have no choice but to find it on my own. Suddenly, a voice rang out. That expression on your face tells me that something is troubling you. Am I right? Saiyan stood with his arms crossed as a figure appeared. In times like these, you meet a wise and perceptive friend. Someone exactly like me, he asked. So tell me, what could possibly be troubling you? My good friend, allow me to assist you. Saiyan's expression soured. He's completely lost it. Suspicious, he asked. Just what are you scheming? A smug grin spread across Seth's face. I get it, he said, puffing out his chest. You're just stunned by this brilliant side of me, aren't you? Saiyan brushed past him coldly. Sorry, but I'm not in the mood for your games. Annoyed, Seth called out, Hey, hold on. Let's talk. I might actually be able to help you, Saiyan cursed inwardly. That guy's brain has to be 99.9% pure muscle. Help me? How? He scoffed. What a pain. But suddenly, Saiyan froze. Wait a minute. Stefania's homeland, it's a desert region. Saiyan turned to him. Have you ever heard of a mountain covered in casuarina trees? Seth's eyes widened as he repeated the words. A mountain covered in casuarina trees. Saiyan added, or perhaps Hagium. A wicked grin split Seth's face. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a... Saiyan was in disbelief. What? You can't be serious. Seth clenched his fist, his voice tight with fury. Hagium. The name. of the one who gave me my first taste of true defeat. And so, his story began. Seth had encountered this being in a nameless ruin. Back then, Seth was only a 6-year-old boy, training all by himself in the wilderness. I didn't have the experience or the muscle I have now. To me, Hagium was the very definition of terror. Against a monster of that magnitude, the young Seth stood no chance. He was completely overwhelmed. The next thing he knew, he woke up, miraculously, still alive. He admitted that he'd fled on pure instinct. It was humiliating. But if he hadn't run, he wouldn't be alive to tell the tale. Saiyan's eyes narrowed. Are you saying this Hagiam was a monster? Not a human. That's right, Seth confirmed, a grim look on his face. Just remembering it makes my skin crawl. Saiyan's mind raced. It seems I have no choice but to investigate, as much as I'd rather not. He looked at Seth. Can you tell me the location where you found it? Seth began to explain. It was a nameless ruin, but it was located in a region called No Delhi. In the ancient dialect of Stephania, that name means Forest of Kaswarina. Hearing this, Saiyan's head snapped up. His voice was filled with a sudden urgency. Show me. Can you show me where that place is? Seth looked confused. Show you? You mean? You want me to go with you? Exactly, Saiyan said, already turning to leave. I'll get ready. We leave immediately. Saiyan's words echoed in his mind. Going on an adventure. With a friend? Suddenly, a memory surfaced. Of a time when he was just a small boy, sobbing his heart out. Hick, mother, a gentle voice asked, Prince Seth? Why are you crying? He sniffled. The other children. They all ran away from me again, but I didn't even break anything this time. A soft smile graced her lips as she gently wiped his tears. Don't you worry, my dear Seth, she soothed. Someday, you will find a friend. He looked up, his eyes filled with doubt. Really? Mother? She smiled warmly. Of course, as long as you keep training hard. I know you'll meet a friend who will go on great adventures with you. Back in the present, a joyful realization hit him. Mother, you were right. Seth shouted with newfound vigor. All right, Saiyan. I'll go get my things. With that, Seth spun around and took off running. Wait, Saiyan yelled. There's a wall there. But his warning fell on deaf ears. Seth plowed headfirst into the wall, shocking everyone present. Saiyan stared at the new hole in the wall, completely bewildered. Why is he so worked up all of a sudden? Meanwhile, standing just out of sight, Lunar had overheard their entire conversation. Later, as Saiyan opened the door to his room, I'm home. Brian rushed to greet him. Master, a letter has arrived from the royal palace. Emily clasped her cheeks, beaming with joy. Oh, young master, this is going to be the most wonderful surprise. He snatched the letter, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. Did you two open my mail again without permission? My apologies, young master. Emily stammered. I didn't mean to. Saiyan read the letter with a puzzled expression. What could possibly have you two this excited? Young master, Emily announced, you're getting married. He froze in shock. Married? Why? To who? To Princess Ain. Emily chirped happily. Suddenly, Lunar's question from that morning flashed in his mind. So that's what she was talking about. The list of things giving me a headache just keeps getting longer. Saiyan folded the letter. I'll deal with this later. Dressed and ready for his journey, he gave his instructions. I'll be gone for some time. Take good care of Nana. The little girl lounged on the sofa. Don't worry, Papa. Then she asked innocently. But Nana's going to have a new mommy soon, right? There's not going to be any new mommy, he snapped. Brian looked startled. Master, what do you mean? You can't mean. You're refusing the marriage? Emily began to sob on Ain's behalf. Oh, the poor princess's heart will be utterly broken. Saiyan's voice was grim. My future is not a bright one. I'll likely be accused of crushing the Empire's hope or committing blasphemy against the gods. The end result will either be execution or a life spent on the run. He stated it plainly, watching their faces fill with horror. And that's why I can't drag her down with me. I'm leaving now. They watched in silence as the door shut firmly behind him. Emily's expression was full of sorrow. Poor young Master Saiyan, that Asen, he's a true devil. Brian placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. But we won't let that happen to him. He tried to rally her spirits. Come on now, you have to smile. For the young master's sake, we have to be strong. Emily's face brightened. You're right, Brian. Just then, Nana's small voice piped up beside them. Nana too. They turned toward her, smiling. That's right, Nana too. But their smiles froze. They were both stunned into silence. That wasn't Nana. Not anymore. Confused, they addressed the figure before them as young Master Sean. But it was Nana, wearing his face. The scene shifts to Nadali, in the southeast of the Sania kingdom. Sean's voice echoed. This carpet is truly incredible. Zeth laughed, replying, You mean my trusty Alamut? Sean had to admit it was true. Thanks to this thing, he said, we've saved an insane amount of time. But a hint of doubt crept into his eyes. Are you absolutely sure you know where we're going? Zeth just laughed with total confidence. Don't worry. I remember every last detail. He pointed ahead, declaring, we just need to push through this sandstorm. Sean nodded, putting his trust in him. All right. But then, strange red streaks began to appear in the sky. Sean's eyes shot open in disbelief. Wait a second. You call this a sandstorm? Zeth just laughed it off. For a Saiyan, this is nothing. Just trust me, my friend. After blacking out for a moment, Sean slowly came to his senses. He glanced at an eagle circling the sky above. Did I just faint? Sitting up, he surveyed the area. It seems we made it through the storm safely. Zeth walked over with a grin. My best friend is finally awake, huh? He pounded his chest with pride. See, I told you it'd be fine. Sean fumed internally. What is this idiot so proud of? He got up and followed Zeth. How much further do we have to go? He asked. We're almost there, Zeth replied. Suddenly, Sean stopped in his tracks. Wait, I think I just saw something. Before them stood a massive ruin. This is the place, Zeth announced. The sands have hidden most of it, but it's still an enormous structure. He glanced over at Sean. You're probably the first person to find this place after me. Sean's brow furrowed in serious thought. Are you so sure about that? Zeth looked puzzled. What are you talking about? You think someone else has already been here? Sean pulled his mask over his face. I think we have some uninvited guests. I can sense magical energy from several people. Elsewhere, another group was on the move. Their leader's voice cut through the silence. We proceed on foot from here. Chaz John gave a stern warning. Stay on your guard. We have no idea what awaits us inside. Yes, sir, his men replied in unison. Chaz John stood in silence, his gaze fixed upon the entrance to the ancient ruins. Hiding behind a large boulder, Sean muttered, I have no idea where they came from. He turned to Zeth. Let's stay here and watch. But his partner had already launched himself into the open. Hey, Sean yelled after him. Zeth soared over Chaz John's head, aiming for a devastating preemptive strike. Zeth's fist crashed into the ground, blasting dust and debris into the air. He smirked. Nice dodge. Chaz John stood on guard. Who are you? Watching from the side, Sean was furious. What is wrong with that guy? Zeth announced loudly, I am Zeth, Prince of Sphania. Now, who are you, and what are you doing here? He then added with a grin, and for the record, I didn't come alone. My good friend Sean is hiding right over there. A surprised Chaz John looked towards the boulder. Sean, he called out. Is that really you? Sean buried his face in his hands. This is giving me a massive headache. Chaz John pulled down his hood. Prince Zeth, the weapon of Sphania, and Sean, youngest son at House V. What twist of fate brings you both to this place? With a cold look, he unleashed his magic. Since you know of this place, I cannot allow you to leave here alive. His eyes flashed with a chilling light. Lightning Realm. Chaz John launched a powerful fist toward Zeth. Zeth couldn't evade in time and took the full force of the blow. Sparks of electricity erupted everywhere, but Chaz John's eyes widened in utter shock. He's just a kid. Zeth had summoned his shield of sand. Chaz John was horrified to see his attack completely nullified. How could he possibly block my magic? Zeth swung his own fist, unleashing crushing displacement. The raw power of the attack sent Chaz John flying, tearing a bloody gash across his face. His body slammed hard against the crumbling wall of the ruins. Chaz John touched the warm blood trickling down his cheek, his brow furrowed. He completely deflected my magic. It seems I gravely underestimated these brats. Suddenly, a distinct sound of disappointment drew Chaz John's attention. Zeth clicked his tongue in frustration. Teach, I missed. I really thought that would go straight through your head. Don't get so cocky, Chaz John roared in anger. Aegea, Maz Kendalo, stopped standing around. But when he glanced behind him, his men were already down for the count. Our apologies, Sir Chaz John. When did that other kid? Chaz John raged, resorting to his ultimate technique. You insolent brats. How dare you make a fool of me? His entire body crackled with high-voltage energy. There's no way you'll be able to block this. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the chaos. Stand down. Sean turned, startled by the familiar voice. Chaz John immediately ceased his attack, though Zeth still looked completely lost. Sean was stunned to see it was Lunak. She spoke with a cold authority. They are with me. Lower your weapon, Chaz John. He immediately bowed respectfully. Lady Lunak, a faint blush crept onto his cheeks. My impulsiveness led me to make a terrible mistake. I beg for your forgiveness. Her gaze swept over him, cold as ice. It is good you recognize your error. Then, her entire demeanor shifted 180 degrees. She turned to Sean with a bright smile. Sean Sunbei, are you alright? Sean looked at her with suspicion. Lunak, what are you doing here? It wasn't hard to find you at all, she chirped. Sunbei, you have a really wonderful scent, you know? He grew more cautious. Stop joking around. How did you find this place? Seeing her cheerful demeanor towards Sean, Chaz John shot him a look filled with pure rage. Back in Sean's room, Nana sat quietly on a chair, still in his perfect disguise. She muttered to herself, transformation magic, is it? She explained. This means Nana is now a fully matured dragon. It's only a matter of time before she can perfectly mimic a human. Adjusting her glasses, she analyzed the situation. Usually, this magic hides a dragon's true form, but with Nana, it's hard to be certain. After all, none of us have ever seen a fully grown dragon before. Then, an image of a white dragon flashed in her mind. Well, she thought, that might not be entirely true. Brian was worried, thinking, if I say anything, she'll probably bite my head off. Sijic demanded, so where is the real Saiyan? Brian scratched his head, apologizing. We don't know either, she fumed. Is he playing hooky again? Brian and Emily bowed low as they left. I'll make sure he doesn't skip class again. Ma'am, he promised. Sijic stormed off in a rage. Words are useless with that one. She slammed the door shut. Brian sighed. Covering for the young master is never easy. Emily agreed. You can say that again. Meanwhile, at Saiyan's location, Cha John asked, My lady, you want to enter the ruins with him? He strongly objected. Absolutely not. Our goals may be the same, but this is far too dangerous for you, my lady. Lunak calmly replied, I can assure you, my companions are quite reliable warriors. Her eyes narrowed. And I've never heard of anyone returning from these ruins alive. Shouldn't we cooperate at a time like this? Che-John held out a hand, trying to show his sincerity. But we are all at least 7-star rank. Please, trust me this time. Suddenly, Seth cut in. Pardon the interruption, he said, but I, for one, made it out of here alive. Che-John couldn't believe it, shouting, Nonsense. There's no way you could defeat what's in there. Seth shot back, annoyed. It's true, and I can be your guide. For instance, right past the entrance, there's a swarm of lizardmen. Saiyan's eyes widened in realization. High-level monsters at the entrance, but the entrance. He glanced at the hole from their earlier battle. Was just destroyed. A monstrous leg suddenly burst through the rubble. Cha-John was horrified. What is that? Saiyan gave a sharp warning. Everyone, prepare for battle. The monster's eyes glowed with a strange, murderous light. As the beasts charged, Saiyan announced, They're lizardmen. Lamela stepped forward. I will protect Lady Lunak. The others joined in, quickly falling into a battle formation. Seth unleashed his thunderclap slash at the lizardmen, while another warrior used swift slash to send a monster flying. Lunak then cast her Arctic Freeze spell, attempting to immobilize the horde, but she knew it wouldn't hold them back for long. Their numbers were just too overwhelming. She began to chant for her Void's Sphere. Even she had her doubts about this powerful magic working. Just then, Saiyan unleashed a massive wave of dark power, which split into countless dark orbs that shot towards each and every lizard man. The orbs exploded with immense force, tearing the monsters to pieces one by one. Everyone watched in disbelief as a boy like Saiyan single-handedly defeated the high-level monsters. The scene of utter devastation was beyond anything they'd imagined. With just a single spell, he had displayed unbelievable power. Even Seth felt a chill run down his spine, and Lamela was no different. Someone suddenly spoke up, asking Saiyan what he was doing, which seemed to surprise even him. The man who had argued with Seth earlier claimed Saiyan stole his chance to shine, but Saiyan only cared that he would be useful as their guide. Hearing that, the man stormed through the gate, furious at being called a mere tour guide. The rest of the party followed him inside. Lamela commented on the unsettling nature of the ruins, and Lunak confirmed they were far from simple, filled with countless traps. They arrived at a dungeon, and Lunak realized it was constructed from magic. Behind them, the shattered rocks of the entrance began to magically reassemble. The dungeon gate stood firm. No matter how much magic they poured into it, the massive door wouldn't budge an inch. When Seth's unlocking magic failed, his subordinate admitted he'd never seen a gate like this before.
So, Seth decided to destroy it with brute force, just like the gates before. He activated his thunderclap slash once more, slamming it into the door, but it left no scratch.
The guy just smirked. What a short-sighted fool. Seth was furious at being belittled by a kid, who then challenged him to open the gate. The young guy then cast his own spell on the door. To everyone's shock, it creaked open. As the kid teased him about using his head, Seth seethed, plotting to eliminate the boy later. Just as they were about to enter, the guide stopped, sensing a massive monster inside. Saiyan had already figured it out, a new monster for every new gate, but the other man had already called dibs on this one. A giant beast swung at them with incredible force. The man braced himself, feeling its power. He clenched his fists, unleashing his sandstorm attack to clash with the beast. The deeper they ventured into the ruins, the deadlier it became. Monsters weren't the only things awaiting them. Countless unpredictable traps lay in their path. Despite the powerful beasts, the only one capable of opening the magically sealed gates was Seth. As they rested around a campfire, Saiyan finally asked the question on his mind. Why did these ruins react to Seth's bloodline? Lunar had heard about the ruins left by the Saiyan tribe, wondering why he hadn't told her sooner. As she awkwardly explained she'd only just learned about the forbidden territory herself, Saiyan remained skeptical. But she insisted she'd never lie to someone she liked. Her bold confession only made him more distrustful, leaving Lunar feeling completely helpless against him. Then, her tone shifted. She revealed the Gam Magic Academy had been searching for the Holy Scripture and the Demon Tome for a very long time. Saiyan listened intently as she explained they believed the tomes were divine weapons, capable of bringing glory to their kingdom. She confessed that her own grandfather worshipped it, convinced that touching the artifact was the key to conquering the underworld. Lunar was floored when Saiyan just scoffed at the idea. He told her that kind of ambition only ever brings death and destruction to everyone involved. She then asked her senior why he was after the Demon Tome. Saiyan replied cryptically, "I need to destroy something, before someone else uses it to ruin my plans." A spark of realization ignited in Lunar's eyes. To his utter shock, the young girl declared she wanted to help him. With fierce resolve, she insisted on joining his quest. Saiyan just sighed her name, Lunar, and told her to go to bed. Even as she protested, wanting to talk more, he simply said he was turning in for the night. She was left completely stunned. As Saiyan walked away, he couldn't believe he'd just revealed all that to a 12-year-old girl. Lunar just stood there, her face flushed with embarrassment, but lurking in the shadows, a hidden figure seethed with jealousy, having overheard their entire conversation. Their party finally arrived at the final gate. Set began his incantation to force it open, but this time, the massive doors swung open on their own. Everyone stared as a figure began to materialize from the darkness. Saiyan wondered aloud, "Is this Remy Haram?" Set yelled for everyone to be on guard, warning of its immense power, but Saiyan sensed something was wrong. This doesn't feel like the Demon Tome, he thought. It's like a mask, shrouded in a dark aura. While the others hesitated, one brash warrior charged forward. Saiyan immediately stopped him, saying they needed to observe it first. A terrifying killing intent flooded the chamber, pouring out from Remy Haram. "Be careful," Lunar shouted. "I can feel an incredible amount of mana." Finally, the monster revealed its true form. The group watched in horror as the creature continued to transform. It stomped its foot once, and the very ground beneath it shattered into pieces. A colossal monster of supreme power now loomed over them. Saiyan realized this was no ordinary beast. It had created its own territory. Looking at its pure ferocity, he concluded this had to be the Demon Tome, Remy Haram. The monster suddenly lunged toward the arrogant warrior. He barely managed to dodge, forced to acknowledge the terrifying power of the very tome they were seeking. Suddenly, the man unleashed a storm of lightning magic, striking the beast head-on. Waves of electrical power surged forward, attempting to subdue the creature, but he stared in disbelief as the smoke cleared. The Demon Tome stood there, completely unscathed. It didn't even have a single scratch. 3 of Karen's subordinates stepped up. "We'll assist you," they yelled. They began a devastating combination attack, elemental resonance and void vortex. The mages unleashed an enormous torrent of energy, slamming it directly into the Demon Tome. This time, the creature roared in agony. It staggered backward, then fell to one knee. Karen let out a triumphant shout, believing they had finally defeated it. But Lunar was already casting her next spell, shouting, "I'll hold it in place." She unleashed a powerful freezing magic that instantly encased the monster in ice. With the beast restrained, she yelled, "Now's our chance." Lamela used the path of ice as a ramp, dashing forward and leaping high into the air. This was the moment. Lamela channeled all of her mana into her sword, guiding Starlight. The powerful skill struck the Demon Tome's head with a devastating impact, but her victory was short-lived. A massive claw suddenly appeared right in front of her face. A single swipe from the monster sent Lamela flying across the room. While the Demon Tome was distracted, a spell of thunder sand wrapped around its other arm. The creature spun around, wary of the flanking attack. Set grinned, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's been a while, Remy Haram. Let's finish our last battle." He unleashed his full power, engulfing the Demon Tome in a magical vortex. Seeing Lamela get hit, Lunar cried out her name in panic. After crashing to the ground, Lamela assured her lady that she was okay. Lunar knew how powerful the beast was, but she felt they still had a chance to defeat it. Still, a sense of dread washed over her as she watched the others throw everything they had at the monster, only to be effortlessly held back. It seemed Set's powerful spell had no effect. With a simple flex of its power, the beast shattered the thunder sand completely. "It's a true monster," he muttered in awe, while Lunar could only stare in disbelief. Having broken free, the demon tome was now truly enraged. It began charging straight for Set. He prepared to fire his cannon spell as the monster closed in. But Saiyan finally stepped forward. He calmly cast his own spell, Void Sphere. He then split the sphere into multiple projectiles. The demon tome was struck by a fatal blow. Set barely dodged as the creature collapsed, creating a massive explosion. Even Saiyan himself was surprised he defeated the demon beast so easily, feeling a bit guilty for stealing the other guy's glory. As Saiyan and Set argued over who got the kill, Karen watched from the back, completely stunned. How is that kid so strong? Just where'd he come from? Ken was lost in thought. Lady Luna was paying far too much attention to that guy, and he couldn't just sit by. He didn't even hear his subordinate calling his name. His thoughts snapped, and he erupted in anger. "Useless," he yelled. "Go to Lady Lunak. Now." The three men paled, completely baffled by what they had done wrong. Staring at the magical beast's corpse, Saiyan saw nothing but bones. He was confused. They had already left its territory. So where is the real beast? Even Set had no answer. He'd never defeated one before. Suddenly, the creature's skull erupted in blue flames. Saiyan realized with a jolt of panic that it wasn't over. Something was emerging from the ground below, radiating an immense, terrifying power. Set cursed under his breath at the sight. That surge of power erupted from the earth, surrounding Saiyan and him completely. Trapped outside the barrier, Lunak could only cry out their names helplessly. Seeing this, Ken and his men retreated, fearing they'd be sucked in. Inside the vortex of power, Saiyan was completely disoriented. Loud explosions echoed as massive stones began to stack on their own. Lunak screamed his senior's name in desperation. Watching the mountain of rock form, Lamala concluded it was too late. She lowered her voice, murmuring, "No matter how strong Saiyan is, there's no way he can survive that." But Lunak still clung to the belief that he was alive. Just as she was about to intervene, the young lady offered to help clear the massive pile of rocks. Lamela knew the girl was distraught and wanted her to believe in Saiyan, but Lunak turned back, her face an icy mask. Through their connection, she could feel that her senior, Saiyan, was inside. The scene shifts to a raging waterfall. Surprisingly, Saiyan was standing within it, realizing he'd entered another domain. Seeing the winged monster's form, he knew that thing had been revived. He knew the name of this ferocious beast, Banrock, and it had grown immensely stronger. After a moment's thought, he turned to check on Set. But when he looked again, his hair stood on end at the sight. Set's body had turned as black as stone. Saiyan wondered, could he have been hit by the attack? He recalled the devastating level 9 technique from before, guessing a student like Set couldn't possibly withstand it. He looked down and muttered, "What a pain." Just then, the monster let out a demented roar right in front of Saiyan. He gripped his blade, ready to shut that thing up for good. True rage fueled his will to fight. Here, with no one to witness their battle, he no longer needed to hold back. The monster swung its massive arm, a pure display of its overwhelming power. Saiyan was truly furious now. He wouldn't let this beast have an easy death, not when he was in such a foul mood. He then shot forward like the wind. Man and monster charged toward each other. A demonic smile spread across Saiyan's face. He was ready for a fight to the death. Saiyan lunged, unleashing his violent blade, Raging Storm technique, slashing his opponent relentlessly. He paused, then launched a flurry of strikes, leaving the beast reeling and screaming in agony. Its head was sent flying, severed by Saiyan's final slash. But the monster still spoke, leaving him dumbfounded. Saiyan was in disbelief that it could talk, only to hear the creature's menacing threat. A new head had already grown back. It taunted him, saying it couldn't be killed, revealing the secret of its endless regeneration before threatening to tear Saiyan to pieces. The monster was suddenly shocked by a dark orb materializing before it. Without a word, Saiyan had already formed a void-splitting orb to launch his second assault. Wielding his sword, he swiftly executed his Rising Fog Blade technique, but as he witnessed himself, these attacks were now useless against this monster. The beast continued to laugh at Saiyan's futile attacks, arrogantly declaring it would just regenerate again. Saiyan would only exhaust himself. But then, Saiyan offered a compliment that left the creature utterly confused. His entire body now radiated a killer's aura. He told the beast not to die so quickly. It needed to last a long, long time. Hearing this, the monster was stunned. Outside, Lamela and Lunak were still blasting the rock pile with their power, but it wouldn't even budge. The rubble remained untouched. Lamela realized their magic was being nullified. Attacking further was pointless. It had to be a barrier protecting the ruins, and she knew they needed Set's power. A voice called out to Lady Luna. Karen had arrived to check on them, relieved to see they were unharmed. He claimed to know the way out and urged Lunak to follow, but she stubbornly refused to leave. Karen was shocked by her response. Karen warned that the area's geology was unstable and could collapse, but she only cared about Saiyan and told him to go on ahead. Despite his insistence that Saiyan couldn't have survived, Luniel held on to her belief. Karen finally snapped, furious at the young lady's obsession with Saiyan. She fell silent as he accused her of not caring for her own subordinates. Karen then listed the names of his men and how they all died right before his eyes. He threatened her, asking if she would let their sacrifice be for nothing. Then Karen declared he would bring Luniel back out of pure loyalty, unlike Saiyan. He even demanded she grant him her affections, claiming no one cared for her as much as he did. At that moment, Karen seemed to lose his mind, declaring Luniel was his destiny. She bluntly rejected him, disgusted by the feelings he was forcing on her. Lamela had to suppress a laugh at his pathetic reaction to the cold rejection. Ignoring the mockery, he tried to drag the young lady away by force. Lamela stepped in to protect her, scolding Karen for his insolence. He grabbed her by the throat, telling her to stay out of his way. Luniel cried out her name helplessly as he choked Lamela, sneering at her low rank. He taunted that she was powerless to stop him and that he could end Lamela's life at any moment. He then unleashed a lightning attack, causing her to scream in pain. After his cruel act, he turned with a dangerous look in his eyes and said, "Now it's just us, Lady Luniel." A voice suddenly called out, "Stop." Karen was baffled, not expecting any other survivors, and demanded the person show themselves. The voice shot back, "You want me to reveal myself?" The speaker agreed, but warned that Karen would pay the price for daring to question him. Elsewhere, Set awoke, confused about his surroundings. He sat up, wondering how he got there, only remembering taking a direct hit from Le Miharam. Just as he thought he was dead, a voice confirmed that he had not, in fact, perished. A woman's voice greeted him. "It's been a long time, Set Han." He greeted her back, asking if she knew him. She mentioned saving him when he was a child, a memory he'd lost. Then, she changed the subject, asking about the boy who was with him. He was stunned when she said she wanted to borrow his body once more. Then, she gave him a sudden kiss, catching him completely off guard. Back with Saiyan, Set's body began to stir. The stone crumbled away, revealing raw flesh. Saiyan continued to unleash his magic, ignoring the monster's desperate screams for him to stop. He unleashed a furious storm of techniques. Another critical strike tore into the beast, making it howl in pure agony, but it instantly began to regenerate. That's when Saiyan noticed the glowing gem embedded in its body. He summoned his Void Breaker, aiming to shatter the gem. The monster shrieked, pleading with him, but the attack completely destroyed its core. Pain racked its body as its weak point was crushed. Even as it dissolved into dust, it scoffed at the weakness of humans. How dare one defy him? At last, the beast was annihilated, reduced to ash. Saiyan powered down, approaching the remains to retrieve a single piece of paper. Picking it up, he was shocked. This was only a fragment of a powerful grimoire. He incinerated the page, feeling it was a waste of time without Karum there to guide him. But she was in an indefinite slumber after her battle with Boris. Then Saiyan realized something was terribly wrong. The portal had vanished, yet he was still trapped in this separate dimension. He felt a surge of pure killing intent as a fake Seth lunged at him from behind. Saiyan dodged just in time, stunned to see Seth's face. But the magical aura was completely different. He had no idea what was happening. Meanwhile, Kazan stood face to face with Hazam. "I had no intention of interfering in this matter. But why did you try to harm that child? If your reason isn't good enough, I will take your life." Kazan gripped his sword. This horrifying pressure was on another level. This was the real Hazam, and his patience was wearing thin. "Answer me." But Kazan only wanted to destroy him. "I'll subdue him right now," he resolved. That silent defiance enraged Hazam. How pathetic. Hazam's gaze fell on the arm Kazan was using to draw his sword and twisted it, as if to tear it from his body. Hazam's voice was ice. "You dare attack me without answering my question? You are impossibly rude." Blood sprayed from Kazan's arm. If this continued, his arm would be crippled, but the torture was far from over. A crushing pressure slammed Kazan into the wall, pinning him with a giant, invisible hand. "Finally, you've decided to behave. Now, I will ask you one last time. What is your answer?" All Kazan could do was scream. Hazam's rage flared as he unleashed the power of the corrupted. How pitiful that those will be your last words. The dark power relentlessly tore into Kazan's body. The wall behind him shattered into 1,000 pieces. Kazan's fate was sealed by his own arrogance. Hazam then turned his attention to Luniel. "Now, where are your words of thanks? You look frightened. Was I too violent?" Luniel asked seriously. "Are you Hazam? What are you going to do to me?" Hazam spoke in riddles. "I am observing you." Luniel didn't understand. Observing her? What did he want? Hazam stepped closer. "Ah, I see it now. I'm referring to your unusual physical constitution. You have a heart spring within you, and your mana shares a similar property to my own. No wonder you felt so familiar." Perhaps this is the work of that black-haired brat trapped in here, Lunak gasped. Are you talking about Senior Saiyan? Hazem mused. So his name is Saiyan? You two seem quite close. Noticing her worry, Hazem reassured her. Don't worry. He's likely speaking with the master of the ruins. But, is that girl down there going to be all right? Sleeping like that? Despair and regret crashed over Lunak. It's too late. A fatal wound like that cannot be healed with magic. This is all my fault. I will carry the weight of this day until I die. But Hazem offered a sliver of hope. You still have another option. In exchange, I have one condition. Agree to it, and I will gladly tell you the truth. Back in the present, Saiyan was facing a relentless assault. A massive wave of energy surged toward him. Fortunately, Saiyan managed to raise a barrier just in time. He was finally understanding Bulam's power inside Seth's body. That foolish prince. Has he completely transcended human limits? Bulam was determined to drive Saiyan into a corner with overwhelming force. This was getting tougher. His opponent's physical power and mana were both amplified. The next fist flew at him again, and he took the full blow to his gut. A grin of delight spread across Bulam's face. Got you. She slammed Saiyan into the ground, then effortlessly tossed him away with a single hand. Saiyan's sword dug into the earth, barely stopping his momentum. I can't even find a moment to breathe. Just parrying his attacks is a struggle, and now he's just flying circles around me. Bulam spoke, his voice echoing, You're the first human to endure this long. So, let's stop playing around and get to the main event. The successor. This time, Saiyan was truly stunned. You know who I am. Before he could get an answer, Bulam attacked again, wielding the power of the meteor god. In this dire moment, Karum suddenly appeared. Mind if I get a little shut-eye? Thanks to the power of the Void Realm's black mist, Saiyan was kept safe. I was wondering when you'd finally wake up. Sleep well? Karum's face hardened. No, I'd rather still be sleeping. Let's end this quickly so I can go back to bed. Finally, Bulam descended to the ground. My, it's been a while. The last time we met was during the Great War of Gods and Demons, wasn't it? Karum pointed an accusing finger at her. You dare attack my master and then pretend to be friendly? Have you possessed another human's body just to start another pointless war? Sand God Bulam. She pointed to her left chest. Don't you recognize these markings? This is the seal of the Chaha tribe, the people who serve me. I only interfere in human affairs that concern my tribe. Don't get jealous just because I had a little fun with your master. What a hypocrite. Saiyan, though to himself. There's something deeply unsettling about the way she speaks. Saiyan had one burning question. Why would a Saiyan god protect a demon? Bulam simply explained, I'm merely renting him a room. This place was originally a temple built by my followers. After the Great War, I took in Hajiem. Everything I've done was to keep that divine artifact from being misused. Now, it's my turn to ask, why do you want Hajiem so badly? Hatred blazed in Saiyan's eyes. There is someone I must destroy. And for that, I need the demon. If you stand in my way, I will take your life, even if you are a god. Bulam let out a chilling cackle. You intend to take my life? Even if I, a god, were to stand against you. I suppose you'd claim you'd strike down the heavens themselves next, wouldn't you? Very well. I've made my decision. I will observe your journey through this vessel. Hearing her speak like that from someone else's body infuriated Saiyan. What about this body's original owner? Have you no shame? Bulam defended herself. Don't worry. I only use this body when absolutely necessary. As long as I reside within this boy, he will not perish. Saiyan realized she had a point. This way, Set wouldn't die from a simple cold like in his past life. Isn't this a much better arrangement? With that, Bulam had said her piece. Now then, shall we get you out of here? The ground beneath Saiyan began to shake violently and lift into the air as Bulam bid him farewell. Until we meet again, successor. Saiyan found himself back where he started. We've escaped that domain. Just then, the block-headed Prince Set regained consciousness. Hey, Saiyan, what am I doing here? Where's Hajiem? Saiyan also spotted Lunak. Are you safe? Lunak's spirits lifted slightly. I'm so glad you are, too. Senior Saiyan, I was truly worried about you. Saiyan scanned their surroundings. Thank you, but it looks like all hell broke loose out here. What in the world happened? He figured the ruins were protected by Bulam's power, so this level of destruction could only have been caused by the divine artifact, Hajiem. Did she find the grimoire? Lunak recounted the incident. May and I were the only survivors. So much happened while you were gone. Set's head was throbbing. I think it's time we get going. Saiyan, I keep hearing a woman's voice nagging in my head. Something about the ruins collapsing soon. It's so loud it's giving me a headache. Don't tell me you can't hear it. Saiyan didn't respond. He must be talking about Bulam. Lunak had secured the grimoire, and Bulam, the master of these ruins, now resided within Set. That meant this place no longer had any reason to exist. Lunak began to cast a spell. Everyone, gather close to me. I'm going to use a teleportation spell. Saiyan felt a surge of dread. What? But the entrance is way too far away to attempt a spatial teleport. But Lunak had no time to explain. A deep unease washed over Saiyan. Is she really planning to drain all her power for a long-distance jump? But isn't that a 9th-tier magic spell? Just as massive boulders began to fall, Lunak's spell circle flared to life. The ruins exploded, sending debris flying in all directions. After a moment, silence returned to the desert. The scene shifts to the Ren Academy, inside Saiyan's dormitory. This is Nana, who has shapeshifted into Saiyan. It's perfect. No horns, no wings, and no tail. I'm a perfect copy of Papa. Now, time to get started. But apparently, Saiyan actually attending class was a bizarre sight. Why is he here? Wait, he's really in class? The notorious Saiyan? But inside, Nana was bursting with pure excitement. I've always been so curious about Papa's day, so today, I'll be Papa. Papa goes to school with so many people. This is amazing. That teacher is so passionate. He's so inspiring. And this strange development came as a huge shock to someone else. A frantic ex-mut whispered, "Is Lord Saiyan really sitting in class? Princess, do you think he might be ill?" Ain was fighting a fierce internal battle. What should I do? Maybe I should go talk to him about the engagement. The moment class ended, Nana bolted into the hallway. No one suspects a thing. This is perfect. Way more fun than just staring out the window every day. So this is what Papa does all day. I can't wait for the next class. But behind her, Jika radiated a murderous aura. Just what do you think you're doing? Only Jika had seen through the disguise. Oh, Nana, you knew you shouldn't have come here. Fear gripped Nana's heart as she was discovered. A grim warning from Jika. You should count yourself lucky that Headmaster Kundel is meeting with the royal family. If he had been the one to find you, what do you think would have happened? But those words were enough to bring Nana to tears. I'm so sorry, Miss Jika. Just then, a persistent Ain appeared. Oh, Saiyan. I wanted to talk to you about something. Are you free right now? The sight of Princess Ain immediately distracted Jika. Why now of all times? A desperate idea sparked in Nana's mind. She grabbed Ain's hand. Let's go. To the princess's room. Ain's heart soared into the clouds. She wants to talk in my room. Nearby, Xmut was thrilled for her. The princess is all alone in that room now. Good luck. Meanwhile, back with Saiyan's group, their teleportation circle was finally beginning to appear. Slowly, their figures materialized. They had all escaped the ruins safely. The rubble around them began to tremble and shift. They had gotten out just in the nick of time as the ruins came crashing down. The silhouettes of Seth and Saiyan stood against the bright sunlight. They had just survived a perilous ordeal, where outside, Saiyan was still in a state of disbelief. Did she really just successfully cast a 9th circle magic spell? I can finally gauge the true extent of that girl's power. After casting the spell, Lunak gasped for breath. Thank the heavens. For a moment, I wasn't sure it would succeed. Mela was overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, my lady. I owe you my life. Lunak shook her head, needing rest. Let's head to that town over there. Saiyan grew curious, seeing Seth constantly scanning his surroundings. Do you have any idea where we are? Seth scoffed. You really underestimate me. That's the tourist city of Noeli. Just then, a townsperson stepped out. Why have you returned here? It seems Seth knew this man. It was Elder Nithi. It's been a long time. Nithi held up a hand, stopping him. Don't come any closer. It's been 6 years. Prince Seth, that is a very long time for my people to overcome the wounds of the past. For the sake of this poor old man, I am begging you, please leave. We have suffered too much, and we're too desperate to watch this place be destroyed again. Hearing this, Seth was completely baffled. What is this? Weren't we always good friends? Nithi trembled at the memory. Do you even remember him? 1,000 questions flooded Seth's mind. Remember who? Nithi roared at his casual attitude. He was my son, Ag. When you were a child, you knocked out his 2 front teeth just because you wanted to train him. Seth felt he was overreacting. It was just a childhood squabble. But Nithi disagreed. Because of that, he still hasn't been able to marry. And that's not all. You were always destroying the village well, smashing all our structures and walls. Do you even remember why you did it? Seth's sharp eyes grew cold as he recalled. It's because they were in my way. Nithi screamed again. Why didn't you just use the door? Saiyan, Mela, and Lunak were utterly speechless with this guy. So he's been a thorn in this village's side since he was a child, so that's why everyone calls him the troublemaker prince. It seems we won't be resting here after all. No matter what, Nithi wouldn't back down. Please, go back. We will never allow you inside our village. In that moment, Bulan once again took over Seth's body. I will not stand by and allow that to happen. Lunak was still oblivious, but Saiyan was already completely fed up. Not this again. Bu Lam is even more arrogant than the body's actual owner. I have taken an interest in this child, and I don't appreciate the way you threaten him. Naithi stared back, baffled. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Bu Lam's spirit then appeared. I am the one who crosses the deserts, the one who brings storms to this world. I, Bu Lam, wish to rest in this village. You will welcome him with pride. Lunak couldn't hide her shock. The desert god Bu Lam is possessing Seth. Saiyan was too exhausted to say a word. A paranoid drama queen and a hopelessly dense prince. Talk about a match made in heaven. It seems Bu Lam has finally relinquished control, returning the body to Shan. You all heard that, right? San understood that woman's words better than anyone. Right, thanks to her, we get to stay in the village. Her followers and guards all bowed a full 180 degrees. Please, forgive our impertinence, Lord Bu Lam. On Simit's side, everything is proceeding normally. I have a feeling something wonderful is going to happen today. This is the perfect time to finally meet with young Master Shan. You can do this, Princess Ain. Inside the room, Ain fell silent, a wave of shyness washing over her. Nana, finally free from the other woman, let out a sigh of relief. That was too close. Instructor JCA is absolutely terrifying. It seems Ain had completely forgotten that all this time, his hand was tightly gripping hers. Seeing the deep blush on her face, Nana asked, Princess, are you feeling unwell? But you don't have a fever or a cold. Ain reacted violently, leaping away from him. Wait a minute. As they looked at each other, they both knew something was very strange. Ain was still blushing furiously. I yanked my hand away without even thinking. We're already engaged, I shouldn't act like this. Don't be afraid. Today, I have to tell him. Taking a deep breath, Ain forced the words out. What do you think? About our engagement, Nana answered without a second of hesitation. It's great. I like you, so I like the engagement too. Ain could hardly believe what she was hearing. Really? Nana smiled brightly. Yes, I like it even more than Candy. Ain's mind was reeling. Is this a dream? Shan likes me. I never imagined anything like this could happen. Do I truly like Shan? The tears that threatened to fall retreated back inside her. But Shan, when did you get a tail? Outside, Headmaster Kundel had finally returned to the academy. After being gone for so long, the academy now seems strangely unfamiliar. Is that a dragon? No. Has some other creature infiltrated the grounds? As the truth dawned on her, Ain felt a spark of irritation. I see. You're not Shan. You're Nana, a shapeshifter. At that, Nana reverted to his true form to speak. I'm sorry, Princess Ain. But she had no intention of scolding him. Oh, it's okay. You didn't do anything wrong. Hearing that, Nana was overjoyed. Really? I'll tell Papa everything you said. But Ain forbade it. You can't say anything. However, I am happy you helped me realize something important. I'll tell you if you keep it a secret. If you promise, then change back into Shan. Nana once again became his papa. A perfect transformation, isn't it? It didn't matter who was transformed. As long as she could see Shan's face and hear his voice, she liked it. This was also Ain's chance to practice for the real thing. I like you, Shan. I realized this from the moment we first met. I know I'm nothing more than a burden to you, but I'm trying every single day to become better. So please, don't just disappear without saying a word. Can you please stay by my side? I'm begging you. You can't tell Shan any of this, not ever. Okay, Nana? But Nana's attention was suddenly fixed on the door. Something is coming, Princess. Something very powerful. Simut, standing guard outside the door, was the first to meet him. You cannot enter right now. The princess is handling an urgent matter inside. The man's voice was dripping with murderous intent. In this academy, there is no place I cannot enter. Move, Simut. It was the first time Simut had ever seen him this furious. If you have a message for the princess, just tell me. I'll be sure to pass it along, so please, turn back now. But the old man was not a patient person. I don't have time for this. Then, he unleashed his magic, trapping Simut in a small barrier, and blasted the door that stood in his way. Ain stood up to challenge him. Headmaster Kundel, what is the meaning of this? I am having a private conversation with my fiancé, so please leave at once. Kundel readied his attack. Please step aside, Princess Ain. That is not Shan. Nana never imagined that he would be the target. Just then, Ain shoved him out of the way, before the attack could harm them both. Ain screamed, Run, Nana! He is not an opponent we can defeat. Nana followed her orders and fled, but Kundel was determined to capture him. Did you really think I'd let you escape? Nana ran to the window of the room, knowing his only way out was to shatter it. But he was too late, as the headmaster caught him and made him float in midair. How dare you infiltrate my academy? You will pay the price for this. Can Nana possibly escape from someone with the terrifying power of Kundel? The headmaster's holy staff brings immense destruction to everything it touches. A child like Nana wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. From a distance, Emily could still see the magic radiating from him. That thunder is so loud. But Brian knew better. That wasn't thunder. He could feel an enormous source of magic. Where did Nana go? Brian was sure this was related to Nana, so he rushed over as fast as he could. A heavy rain began to fall as lightning struck. Kundel still had not stopped his assault. Nana continuously dodged the lightning bolts about to strike him. However, Kundel remained calm as he aimed at his target. He took a 9-star magic spell and can still move. This is on a completely different level than any ordinary dragon. Something was surging from the ground beneath Nana. A chilling premonition of danger washed over her. It wasn't just the ground. A crushing pressure bore down on Nana as earthen pillars lunged toward her from all sides. Cello commanded them, making them bend and twist like great stone serpents. With a clench of his fist, the massive rocks slammed into each other. Impressive. Was your body gifted by a god, or is it made of something else? You're neither dragon nor human. Why don't you fight back? Do you intend to ignore me? Are you waiting for something? All this time, Nana had simply endured his attacks. You're not a bad person. I don't attack good people. Scylla was taken aback. How could you possibly know that I'm good? Nana is an honest girl. I can smell a gentle aura from you. My master taught me to only use my power to punish the wicked. It was as if Silo hadn't heard a single word. Fine. Then tell me. Who is this master of yours? Would your master truly bring an unclean thing like you into this academy? Who is this person? Those words crossed a line for Nana. I am not unclean. My father said I'm a good girl. From Kundo's position, the spell, Celestial Judgment, lit up the sky. This torrent of magic could pierce through the hardest stone. Kundo had chanted this countless times. I will not let you escape. His unwavering focus only made the spell grow stronger. This time, the attack came without warning, giving Nana no time to evade. She had to block it head-on. I can't hold on much longer. The inevitable finally happened. Nana was completely ensnared. The moment Silo touched her, he unleashed Fusion Tremor. It left Nana paralyzed, unable to run or resist. Inside, Ain cried out in despair. No, at this rate, she's going to die. But Simuth was powerless to help. It's useless, princess. The headmaster himself created this barrier. Ain stopped screaming. Instructor Jika. We have to get Instructor Jika. She's close with Cello, so she might be able to help us. Speak of the devil. There's no need to call for me. With all this racket, how could I not know what's going on? Behind them, a crowd of students was gathering. Far too many prying eyes. Quickly, shut the door. I will block the entrance. Leave this to me. Jika touched the wall. This barrier is centered on the headmaster himself. Simuth asked, is there any way to break through it? Jika's breathing became focused. For a mere instructor, this is pushing my limits. But it's the only way. Jika unleashed her secret art, demonic fusion. Forget everything you are about to witness, or you will pay for it with your lives. Cello finally managed to restrain Nana. At last, it's over. He was stunned when he saw her current state. So this is its true form? It's just a child. Just then, Jika shattered the barrier with her formless mist slash. She rushed to Nana's side. Forgive me, Headmaster Cello, but please, do not harm this child. Cello said, you don't look like your usual self. What is your relationship to this little one? Jika stood firm, showing no trace of fear. She is my student. Therefore, I will take full responsibility for her actions. Nana's voice grew faint. Instructor Jika. As the headmaster, Silo could not let this stand. This is not a matter of responsibility. Step aside. But Jika bravely defied him. I cannot do that. Suddenly, Nana struggled to sit up. I'm not a bad kid. I was wrong, so please, don't scold, Instructor Jika. Seeing Nana's tears, a distant memory surfaced in Cello's mind. He let out a long sigh. The rain has gotten too heavy. That child is severely injured. Treat her wounds first. After you're done, come see me. Jika couldn't understand his sudden change of heart. Headmaster. Thank you. Truly. Silo turned to leave. It's far too early for thanks. We still need to discuss who will bear responsibility for this incident. Meanwhile, Saiyan's group had entered the village, only to find Set dressed in women's clothing. What the hell is going on? The villagers were all worshipping him. The goddess has descended. She has possessed the body of Prince Set. It's a miracle. Set was about to explode. I asked, what in the world is going on here? The one leading the cheers was Thai, the same man who tried to chase us away. Prince Set has always been an exceptional young man. I knew this day would come. The villagers began to chant. All hail the goddess Bu Lam. All hail Prince Set. Furious, Set ripped the ridiculous outfit to shreds. Cut out this nonsense. Saiyan, however, had no interest in joining the spectacle. They sure know how to throw a party around here. Meanwhile, Karum remains suspicious. I can't help but wonder what she's plotting, that woman they call Bulam. She's clearly using that simple-minded prince to keep an eye on us. But I can't figure out what Bulam is truly after. Hearing this, Saiyan had to agree. The gods are forbidden from interfering in the mortal realm. Once she leaves her temple, she should be powerless. Just like that god of mist, right? Chica's warning came to mind. But she's possessing that muscle-brained prince's body now. Don't let your guard down around Bulam, especially when you're already in the enemy's crosshairs. Is Mela all right? Lunak asked, relief flooding her voice. I was worried for a moment. Her injuries were pretty severe. But she's doing much better now. I healed all of her internal damage, too. With another day of rest, Mela should be completely recovered. Saiyan was genuinely surprised by her abilities. First, it was master-class teleportation magic. And now high-level recovery arts. You've grown incredibly strong, haven't you? A strange sense of disappointment washed over Lunak. I suppose that's what you really want to know, isn't it? I was wondering when you'd finally ask, how I managed to tame the grimoire of Ham. Meanwhile, in Headmaster Silo's office. All right, explain yourself. How did Saiyan secretly bring a dragonoid into this academy? Chica's eyes widened. How did you know? Silo explained everything. I recognized the girl's power during the battle, and there's only one person in this entire academy capable of controlling a dragonoid that powerful. Chica asked nervously, so, what are you going to do to her? Kondo's approach would be more delicate. I will speak with the girl's guardian, though he could already guess what that boy would say. Chica didn't want to cause trouble for anyone. Headmaster, as her main instructor. I will take full responsibility. Kondo wouldn't allow it. You won't be expelled from the academy. The world is divided into good and evil, and conventionally, demons are considered tainted things to be avoided. It's true, you possess that tainted power, yet you use it to protect others. And I believe that reveals your true nature. I don't care that you're a member of Miss, and I believe you are ill-suited to be a hypocrite. These were words Jika had never heard before. Kondo continued, the Empire will soon fall into crisis. I have done what I can to prevent it, but I cannot stop an arrow already loose from its bow. He placed a hand on Jika's shoulder. So when the time comes, I expect you to fulfill your role here at the academy. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have matters to attend to. Jika was lost in thought. A crisis? And what was her role supposed to be? What on earth was the headmaster expecting to happen? For some reason, Kondo's steps slowed. Ah, what does that little girl like? Moonlight streamed into a small room at the academy. Nana was deep in a restorative slumber, healing from her wounds. Kondo remembered his own children, crying and begging him. We're sorry, father. We promise we won't cry for mother anymore. Please, spare us. Kondo let out a sharp breath. Why did I suddenly think of Dai Dan? I miss you so much. My beloved daughter, Dai Dan. Back with Saiyan. You can keep the grimoire. Lunak was curious. But don't you need it? For now, Saiyan had no immediate use for it. I have other methods. You don't need to worry. Just promise me you won't give it to Garum Academy. And do not, under any circumstances, let it fall into anyone else's hands. Or I will take your life myself. Now, I'm heading back to the academy. You can return later. Lunak thought he was such a fool. There he goes again, always doing things his own way. Just then, Hajiam decided to appear. You really like him, don't you? Lunak didn't deny it. I do. So, do you know what he's planning? Zem Hajiam spoke. Do I look like I have any idea? I've only just met the man myself. Lunak's eyes burned with resolve. I will help Senior Saiyan, no matter what it takes. Hajiam was supportive. I have no doubt that you can. All you need to do is cherish the bond between us. And my trust will be yours as well. Right, Lunak? But why do you call me Zem? Lunak's answer was simple. Because Jemi Hajiem is too long. Elsewhere, Brian trained relentlessly, even in the dead of night. He remembered Jika's words. You did everything you could. Lacking strength isn't your fault. But Brian believed it was all because he was too weak. He absolutely could not forgive himself for it. I must become strong enough to one day be of use to young Master Saiyan. Suddenly, a figure radiating a sinister aura approached. Young Master Saiyan, where are you? Brian felt an incredibly powerful surge of magic. Who are you? Young Master Saiyan is not at the academy, but the figure just repeated himself. Bring Saiyan to me. You guard. A barrier formed around Brian. The masked man erupted in a flash of rage. He lunged toward Brian, but Brian managed to parry the attack just in time. Don't underestimate me. It seemed Brian's counterattack had landed, but the man didn't even let the sword's blade touch the ground. It seemed his power was gradually increasing. His target was still Brian. This new attack was far superior to his last one. Not only that, he unleashed a relentless barrage of blows. Brian was certain this thing wasn't human. The creature repeated for a third time, "Give me the young master. He is mine." Brian was forced back. Frustrated, he sliced the intruder's hood clean off. The hood fell to the ground with a definitive thud. Brian's eyes shot open as he stared at the person's face. "Kelly, is that you?" For the fourth time, the figure repeated, "Give me the young master," as Saiyan calmly adjusted his uniform. "All right, let's move out." Karum eyed him curiously. "Are you really just going to leave them behind?" Saiyan didn't even hesitate. "Luna can return with Cell once her mana recovers. Besides, our work here is done." Suddenly, a sly grin spread across Karum's face. "Are you so sure about that? I think little Luna might be heartbroken." Saiyan brushed off the romantic nonsense. "No, she'll be fine." Karum sighed, utterly defeated. "I swear, you're going to die a lonely old man." Saiyan shot back, his voice laced with annoyance. "Karum, she's just a child. Don't even go there. And what's so wrong with being alone?" But as he returned to the academy, he was met with a bewildering sight. What in the world is going on? Brian was gravely injured on the ground. But more importantly, what had happened to Kellen? The moment Brian saw his master, he screamed, "Be careful, that's not Kellen anymore." In that instant, Kellen appeared right above Saiyan. "So, you finally arrived. Young Master Saiyan," and just like that, he was dragged into another fight. "Can't you people give me a single break?" Saiyan unleashed his fog sword technique, creating a swirling vortex of mist. The attack perfectly intercepted Kellen's advance as Brian watched in awe. Incredible. He handled that with a single move. A toxic thought poisoned Brian's mind. Am I truly just a burden? Saiyan turned back to check on him. "That's a deep gash. Are you holding up?" Brian managed a weak nod. "Yes, master." Saiyan's voice was firm. "Brian, you did well to hold him off until I arrived. Leave the rest to me." Brian was utterly speechless. Meanwhile, Kellen seemed to regain a sliver of his sanity. "Master, please, be careful. Asen and Boris have already found the Holy Sword's location." Saiyan's expression turned grim. This was happening far sooner than in his past life. The future was becoming harder and harder to predict. Saiyan watched as Kellen's body disintegrated into dust. Rest in peace. A burning hatred filled Saiyan's eyes. Kellen had been turned into a mere puppet, and he knew exactly who was pulling the strings. Gran rushed to his side. How could this happen to him? Saiyan picked something up from the ground. This is likely the reason why. Of course, he knew exactly what it was. It's a form of ancient dark magic. It shatters the target's mind and turns them into a loyal puppet for the caster. The enemy had used his own dark shadow to corrupt Kellen and turn him against them. I should have finished Boris when I had the chance. As long as that man was alive, this tragedy would repeat itself. In his past life, he had refused Boris's offer and was ultimately ambushed for it. This time, I have to eliminate him as soon as possible. Saiyan gave Brian his new orders. "Start clearing out the dorm. It's time for us to leave this academy." Meanwhile, at the shrine of the Black Mern, a woman spoke. "I've been waiting for you. Young Master Asen." Asen bowed his head slightly. "It has been a long time. Lady Iris." She pulled down her hood, revealing a beautiful face. "No one calls me by that title anymore. I've grown quite used to being called Saintess. Still, it is rare to see you without Prince Neil." Asen's reply was blunt. "My visit here has nothing to do with His Highness, the Prince." Iris let out a small, knowing laugh. "Oh my. Then it seems the rumors were true after all. Have you truly allied yourself with Princess Violet?" Asen knew Iris had received a divine oracle. She just scoffed. "You really are no fun at all. The Holy Sword lies within a dungeon, on a hill that overlooks the Guardian's land. The Guardian's land could only refer to the territory of the continent's protector. That is precisely why I summoned you, young Master Asen. Surely, you know the one location that overlooks that entire domain." Asen nodded. "Yes, I have an idea of where it might be, but why would it be somewhere so close?" Iris gave him a hollow look. Must the truth always be hidden in some far-off, distant place? Perhaps this is a blessing from our god, the Black Mern. Later, Saiyan brought the strange stone to the headmaster. "Sir, have you ever seen something like this?" Cell examined the object. "It looks like a teleportation sigil." Saiyan cut straight to the point. "Correct. It was used inside the academy today." Before Saiyan could even finish, Cell exploded. "What have you done? Have you started dabbling in black magic?" Saiyan couldn't believe the depths of the headmaster's prejudice against him. "Headmaster, it wasn't me." Cell cut him off again. "And how long did you plan to hide the dragon kin you're keeping here?" Saiyan feigned surprise. Oh my. It seems I've been found out. Cell was getting too old for this kind of stress. My patience has its limits. If you intend to cause any more trouble, then pack your bags and leave. In truth, that was exactly what Saiyan had planned to do. If I stay here any longer, I won't be able to handle the storm that's coming my way. Cell was left utterly speechless. I never expected you to agree so easily. What is your reason? An intense killing intent flared from Saiyan. He hated that he couldn't end that man right here and now. The master of this reverse sigil is one of the masterminds behind the bloody banquet, and I have to stop him. If I don't, he will definitely target everyone I care about. Cell felt the overwhelming bloodlust coming from the boy. What could have caused such a deep-seated rage? He picked up the strange stone. Then allow me to tell you a bit about this reverse sigil. The method used to refine this stone is similar to that of a charm stone. Because of this, it's believed they share the same origin. There's even a theory that they are connected to the ancient Black Blood tribe. Of course, that entire race was thought to be extinct, but rumors whispered of survivors hiding in the slums of Alum, right next to the capital. Saiyan understood why his master was telling him this as Cell handed back the seal. You foolish boy. Why do you always insist on carrying such heavy burdens all by yourself? Now listen carefully. The peace that has lasted for hundreds of years is now threatened, and if that peace vanishes, so will this academy. So go and do what you must, and I will do my part. But first, let me give you some advice. Remember this. The destination you're aiming for holds nothing good for you. It might be a chain of hardships, or perhaps a cruel twist of fate. No matter what it is, it's a life that can offer you nothing in return, because that is the destiny of being someone else's puppet. Saiyan remembered it all too well. In his past life, the headmaster's words couldn't have been more accurate. Don't bear all the burdens alone. Was this the advice his master had for him in this life? Chica appeared out of nowhere. So, you're planning on leaving the academy. You want to chase after Boris, don't you? I heard just enough. Good. In any case, that man needs to be dealt with. Saiyan asked if she was going too. Chica said no. As the head of Miss, I desperately want to go, but as a teacher, I have to guard the academy. The headmaster ordered it. Saiyan grew worried. Don't tell me he figured out her true identity. Chica's thoughts ran even deeper. No. I think he's known for a long time, Karum added. That just proves that not just anyone can become the headmaster. You should never underestimate him. Chica gave Saiyan her absolute support. It's clear he has a plan of his own. So I'm leaving this to you. Make sure you drag that Boris fellow down to hell. Suddenly, Saiyan felt strangely refreshed. Oh, I'll definitely make him taste hell long before he gets there. Karum chimed in. We'll make hell feel like a luxury resort for that guy. In a clearing on V territory, Aen was still in total shock. It's so close to our domain. Is this really the holy sword? Iris said. It shines, just like in the legends. Aen placed his hand on the holy sword. Answer the call of Tad Duran. The sword was tilted at a strange angle, which worried Iris. But it should be fine, right? The one known as Duran appeared, the successor of the god of light, and my true master. Suddenly, Aen's face was slammed down. With the strength of just 2 fingers, the pain was excruciating. Duran, in the form of a little girl, seethed. You certainly took your time, now didn't you? You moron. How dare you make me suffer such humiliation? I will never forgive you, you useless thing. Aen rubbed his face. Where did this kid even come from? Iris seemed to have an idea. She must be the incarnation of Duran. But I never imagined the Holy Sword's incarnation would be so small. Tears streamed down Duran's face. You think my current form is funny? This is all that bastard's fault. How could he have possibly known? Does he have the power to see into the future? That detestable man. The master of the demon's sword. He stole my power. I can't bear this shame. Get it back for me, now. You cursed successor of the god of light. Back at Ren Academy, Saiyan rushed over to Nana. Fortunately, the girl's injuries were treatable. To be honest, he was shocked to hear Nana could hold her own against the continent's strongest mage. This meant she no longer needed him to worry. Nana could finally become an independent dragon. Brian was also there. Please forgive me, master. I have once again let you down. As your guard, I have failed. Saiyan stared blankly. Then do a better job. I'm leaving now. There are still many things to handle. Brian's face lit up like a flower. Then I will go and pack our belongings as you command. But where are we going? Saiyan answered. To a place on the outskirts of Oruwen. Miss Chica will give you the details. Take the other 2 there and wait for me. I'll join you later. Brian was filled with determination. Understood, master. Leave everything to me. But Saiyan wasn't finished. Ah, one more thing. Without you, I wouldn't be able to raise her. Nana, childcare isn't my specialty. You have served me well, Brian. Now, I'm going. Emily had something she wanted to say. Wait a moment, young master. I cooked you some food, take it with you. The moment she spoke, Saiyan had already vanished. Where is he going in such a hurry? At the Nordeli ancient ruins, Jen had arrived to find complete chaos. Is this the last place you received word from Kazan? His subordinate replied, yes, my lord. Jen pulled something out. A man with such great ambitions. Who would have thought he'd be buried here? Oh, vengeful spirit. Leave the flow of souls and manifest yourself. It seems your lingering soul is about to appear. The vengeful spirit appeared at his command. Jen began his inquiry. What happened to the grimoire? Kazan recounted the story perfectly. It was taken away by Lady Luna. Hearing this name, Jen was completely stunned. Luna was here. Why? At this, Kazan hesitated to help Sai and search for the grimoire. Veins bulged on Jen's forehead. Is that true? His underlings began to whisper. Why would Lady Lunak do such a thing? Once the matter was settled, Jen declared, good. Return to where you belong. Kazan's spirit returned to its own realm. It looked like Jen was finally preparing to make his move. What are you all waiting for? Find Lunak and bring her to me immediately. At the Exilium sewer, Kara rushed her companions. Can't you move any faster? Fiso was trying his best to pack everything. I'm going as fast as I can. Stop rushing me. Toby stood by and remarked, that flow of mana is truly strange. I bet most of humanity couldn't withstand it. Fiso knew that well. That's right. Only superior humans like us can handle these mana stones. Did you forget the reason this place became a city of the dead? Kara seemed completely uninterested. Less talking, more working. Lord Boris is waiting for us. Toby looked completely bored. All right. Why are you suddenly so serious? A blade was pressed against Toby's neck, and then his blood splattered onto the ground. Fiso couldn't even sense who was there. Kara immediately unleashed a violent flame, attacking the one who had cut Toby down, but S dodged it with incredible ease. Kara was furious. He cut right through my magic. Fiso was perhaps the calmest one there. Focus, Kara. Saiyan charged forward with a sword technique, followed by the whirlwind of strikes he always used. His enemies fell, unable to even fight back. Saiyan was here for a reason. It seems you people know Boris, don't you? Tell me where he is. A spark ignited at the corner of Kara's mouth. You must be Saiyan. The reflection in Saiyan's eyes mirrored the red flame, and raw fury detonated the area. Elsewhere, Lunak couldn't shake her worry for her senior, Saiyan. Mela noticed her anxiety and asked, is something wrong? Lady Lunak couldn't find the words. No, it's nothing. Suddenly, Zet let out a few coughs. Ahem, as I was saying, this carpet is one of my family's greatest heirlooms, and you two are about to witness what it can do. Behold our grand family treasure. This sacred artifact can return us to the academy in a flash, and I'm giving you both special permission to ride it. Lunak stated flatly, we already have one of those. Mela just sighed at his cluelessness. Lady Lunak hails from the Garum Mage Academy, which boasts a colossal collection of rare holy artifacts. A family treasure really isn't anything that's special, sir. So, you can go on your own, your highness. With that, their carpet shot off into the desert sky. Lunak was now completely serious. We have to hurry. I can't explain why, but I feel like something has happened to my senior. At the Exilium underground sewer, Saiyan managed to leap out just before the massive explosion. I can't believe someone would dare use explosive magic in a place like this, Kara noted. That was basically a suicide attack. This entire area is littered with activated magic stones, you know. As long as they're burning, this fire will never go out. Saiyan activated the void space, targeting the loose rubble below. It was unclear what he was planning, but he began pulling it all upwards. Look again, they're all gone. Kara guessed. Don't tell me they were all burned to ash. But Saiyan had a different theory. There's no way they could burn up that quickly. It seems they escaped through that passage. Kara declared that, aside from the woman who died earlier, everyone would go in to make sure. Just then, inhuman figures approached from the darkness. What's this? Just a human brat? Why would a human come down here? Get lost, human. Kara had never seen creatures like them before. What are they? The fire is out, so why are they still so hostile? Saiyan's eyes narrowed. They just don't want us in their territory. Long ago, this place was a peaceful village, but the holy war and the attack of the Leviathan shattered that peace. Fortunately, thanks to the hero Lai, a servant of the god of light, they defeated the evil dragon. But the tragedy didn't end there. The corrupted magic stones left behind by the dragon made everything worse. Because of the powerful magic emanating from those stones, the Exilium region was transformed into a land of death. It's said that those whose bodies were mutated by the magic, called the mutants, still live here, mining the demonic stones, all while cursing the humans who treat them like monsters. How dare you set foot here? Get out. Saiyan pulled his hood up. This is getting annoying. If he says get out, I'll leave. He walked away as the mutants whispered among themselves, then returned to Fai So's position. This is all we recovered. Kara was not pleased. What a waste of time. All this chaos just for one kid. But it could have been worse, Fai So said. Toby had reformed his body. Yes, you're right. If it weren't for the power Boris granted us, we'd all have been killed by that Saiyan. Finally, Boris himself appeared. You were injured because of me? Master Saiyan tracked us all the way here. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. Kara felt no blame. Why are you apologizing? He's the one in the wrong. He started this whole thing. That monster, Saiyan, was the one who attacked first. Toby was still horrified by the memory. I didn't even realize he'd sliced my head off. He's an absolute monster. Boris's voice was heavy with regret. I never should have dragged you all into this. But Kara shot back. Don't say that. This is the chance we've been waiting for. If it weren't for the money you sent from the palace, we would have starved to death long ago. Now we can finally repay our debt, so stop worrying and rely on us when you need to. Boris conceded. All right, but please, don't overdo it. Kara's voice dripped with venom. I hate Sean more than any of them. We'll make him pay for everything he's done. Boris was at a crossroads. For everyone's sake, I will make this ritual a success. At his word, Fisher poured out the gems he had collected. Boris would lead the ceremony. As the ritual began, he gestured over the ancient book before him. In that instant, a magic circle blazed to life. Lady Jia's voice echoed urgently. Hurry, Boris. He's here. Kara felt it too, just as Jia had warned. Something was approaching. Fast. It was none other than Sean. His first target was Kara, but Fisher threw himself in the way to block the attack. I won't fall for the same trick twice, Sean. He smirked. You're all brimming with energy. How are you even still alive? Fueled by pure, unadulterated hatred, Fisher was overflowing with power. He slammed Sean's body straight into the wall. Boris observed from the circle. They're holding Lord Sean back. Jia urged him on. This is our only chance to defeat him. Now, a massive dragon began to materialize as Jia's voice thundered, Awaken. Meanwhile, at Duin Academy, inside the royal dormitory, Simit noticed the person beside her was completely on edge. Princess, but Ain's composure had shattered. It's so strange, she thought, for me to be the one seeking him out first. Simu offered a weak smile. Well, young Master Sean has never been one to make the first move. It's all right, Princess. As long as we're not here specifically to see him, it's fine. Ain was completely lost. Maybe we should just go back, Simit. Like master, like servant, Simut mumbled. We're just here to see if Nana is okay. Suddenly, Ain stopped in her tracks. Wait, Luna, what are you doing here? Are you here to see Sean, too? Luna nodded grimly. I am. But he isn't here. Ain stared back, bewildered. Not here? What do you mean? Luna explained. I just discovered his room is completely empty. This isn't like the other times he's vanished and reappeared. This time is different. I can feel it. His scent has completely vanished. Sean might never come back. A wave of panic washed over Ain. His scent is gone. Is her sense of smell really that sharp? The crushing weight of responsibility fell upon her. This is all my fault. I was the one who forced him to duel me. I just wanted to be his friend, but I guess that was too much for him. Ain's voice grew desperate. Are there any clues to where he went? Luna replied, we need to start investigating. Now. Ain began issuing orders. Search every corner of the academy. Luna's group with May would check the Garum sector. Ain's team rushed off in another direction. I'm counting on you, Luna. Ain called out, we'll handle the royal sector. Beside her, Hagium whispered, this won't be easy. He's erased all of his tracks. Even I will have a hard time finding him. Fear gripped Ain's heart, the feeling that Sean was about to vanish forever. That feeling. I refuse to just stand by and watch. I'll catch him before he disappears for good. The battle between Sean and Fisher had officially begun. Sean already had a minor wound on his shoulder. What are you things? He demanded. Are you even truly living creatures? Fisher's voice dripped with pure venom. You look at us as if we're monsters. Sean scoffed. Are you kidding me? You're nothing but puppets. How could you possibly have a will of your own? Fisher ground his teeth in fury. A human like you will never understand what it's like to live as a monster, the meaning of being a half-human. Boris transformed this curse into a blessing from the gods. Elsewhere, things seemed peaceful. With Brian's group, the last of their teams. Thankfully, their hidden base was nearby, and Emily was there too. You did great work, Brian. A voice asked, the young master knows we're here, right? Is he really going to join us later? The truth was, Brian was only relaying what he'd heard. That's what Miss Chica said. All we can do is trust her and wait. But Emily had a bad feeling about this. Nana was also deeply saddened. It felt as though her heart broke, knowing her master had come and gone. all while she was still asleep. Brian knew he had to do something. I have to do whatever I can. With that thought, Brian approached the small girl. Nana, why the long face? Are you hungry? Tears welled up in Nana's eyes. Did Daddy leave because I was trouble? Brian quickly refuted it. No way. You didn't do anything wrong at all. We just have to wait, and the young master will come back. Just be a good girl and wait for him. Okay. Thanks to his words, Nana's spirits lifted, if only a little. Back in the heat of battle, Sean was assaulted by Fisher's beastly claws, only to be immediately ensnared by Toby's bindings. But Sean's ability to dodge was on another level. The moment he broke free, he was met by Kara. Got you, she screamed. There's nowhere to run in midair. She unleashed her flames, intending to cause a massive explosion. The fire blazed intensely from her palms, but Sean wouldn't be fooled a second time. His sword aura was already at Kara's throat. If she hadn't instinctively dodged, it would have been over. That's impossible, Toby shouted in disbelief. A kid. He's a sword master. Fisher realized this was far worse than he'd imagined. What in the world is he? Damn it, Toby roared. Attack him at the same time. He has to have a blind spot somewhere. Don't give him an opening to counter. Sean simply swung his sword, thinking to himself how utterly boring and predictable their fighting styles were. Saiyan smirked. They didn't realize that thinking like that only revealed their weakness. Phantom Mist, 8th Form, Ambush. All 4 of Toby's arms were covered in slashes. Saiyan closed in on his main body, but Kara kept getting in the way, time and time again. Wake up, you fool. Fire rain. But in his hand, Saiyan held the Void Orb, which absorbed all of Kara's fire magic. From behind, Faiso launched a sneak attack, his power strong enough to shatter the very ground. At that moment, Saiyan used Phantom Mist, 7th Form, to detect him. He immediately followed up with a blade dance of the raging storm. Toby realized disaster was about to strike him yet again. A second later, his head was sent flying from his neck once more. Saiyan never stops until a threat is completely eliminated. His rising mist blade technique tore through Kara's forces. Heads flew and limbs were severed, while others suffered critical injuries, their bodies ripped apart. Toby struggled to his feet, his body regenerating. This is more than a power gap. We can't defeat him. He's a true monster. Saiyan's face was a mask of sheer boredom. I'd rather not hear that from people who can survive after being decapitated. Piero declared, We never intended to defeat you. Saiyan was confused. Then what was the point of fighting like this? Piero flashed a devious grin. We just needed to buy some time. Something is getting closer. Saiyan could feel it, a presence unlike any he had faced before. They were stalling for a ritual to be completed. Saiyan knew Boris was scheming something, but he never imagined he'd try to resurrect Asen as a puppet. Its wings were made of long, skeletal bones. A man wearing the guise of a dragon. Kara was stunned. I never thought I'd see that thing again. Determination hardened Saiyan's gaze. If that creature is released, the consequences will be terrifying. I won't let that happen. As his enemies prepared for the purification, it was clear Boris had fully become a demon to mankind. Piero sneered. It's too late. This world, the one that cast us out and humiliated us, will end right here. We will end everyone and recreate everything. This is the dawn of a revolution, and no one can stand in our way. Saiyan felt Piero was the one who needed to be careful. Kara saw everything take a turn for the worse. The dragon, Asen, had sunk its teeth into Piero. In that instant, Kara lost her friend. Impossible. Why? Saiyan never saw the attack coming. Kara was horrified by the spectacle. It didn't just devour him, it's using the sacrifice to increase its mana. Saiyan understood. A sacrifice? A sacrifice for what? Kara explained. The answer is painfully clear. It must be to restore the damage to the Holy Scripture. Kara's voice cracked with rage. What have you done, Boris? This wasn't part of the plan. Boris, now a traitor, replied coolly. It's a tragedy, but it's all for the greater good. Through a veil of angry tears, Kara shot back. That's not the face of someone who truly believes that. The demi-human villagers had witnessed it all. What in the world is that? A dragon. Is that really a dragon? Look, it's looking our way. That's its breath attack. Run. Boris laughed like a complete madman. Now then, you scum of Exilium, it's time to pay your debts. The demi-humans began to flee. We'll be caught in the blast. Get out of the way. Kara could no longer stand by. Stop, Boris. She intended to use Fire Burst to intervene. Boris looked down on her with contempt. What a disappointment, Kara, and I thought we were friends. She refused to dodge. I'll be waiting for you in hell. It seemed her life had truly come to an end. Boris looked slightly startled. Oh, how surprising. You can even block the breath of an ancient dragon? Saiyan had used his predatory void sphere to stop the cataclysm from unfolding. At that moment, the monster unleashed a torrent of fire, scorching everything. Boris was impressed. Oh, Not bad at all. He watched as Saiyan resisted the attack, musing, to think you can even block an ancient dragon's breath. Saiyan gathered energy in his hand for the devouring void sphere. The ancient dragon poured all of its power into its breath attack. Boris watched with anticipation. But how long can you last? The dragon unleashed a final, devastating blast, but Saiyan emerged from the blood-red torrent. He immediately activated his blade mist technique, Dance of the Black Veins, driving the attack back. Boris was shocked. What? The ancient dragon took a direct hit from the counterattack. A deep gash immediately appeared on its body. Boris ground his teeth in fury. Wasn't your sword just a dagger, Saiyan? A voice beside him chimed in. That is not the power of the sword. The mysterious figure pointed out, he is changing its shape with his own power. At that moment, Saiyan pressed his assault. First form, Hell's Redemption. The ancient dragon was now completely cornered by Saiyan's onslaught. Boris launched a rain of slashes, and Saiyan instantly realized the threat. He spun with masterful skill, using his frenzied slashes to parry every strike. He immediately turned his blade back toward the ancient dragon. It roared in agony as one of its massive claws was severed from its body. The severed claw plummeted toward a group of people below. They screamed in terror. It's falling. There's no way to escape. Once again, Saiyan moved in a flash, unleashing his 8 harmonies scattering mist blade, saving them from certain death in the nick of time. A woman clutching her child stared in awe at the scene before her. She was astonished. That human. She looked at Saiyan with utter disbelief. Did he awaken Leviathan? Boris screamed like a madman. This is no time to worry about others. He arrogantly declared, all of you will become my sacrifices. The crowd scattered in a panic, but Saiyan stood his ground, watching calmly. As the ancient dragon gathered energy into a sphere, Saiyan readied his stance and raised his sword. He enhanced his rising mist, and with a single slash, he passed straight through the ancient dragon. Boris was on high alert. What was that? The ancient dragon shrieked helplessly. Seizing the opportunity, Saiyan rushed forward again and launched himself into the air. He soared in a single leap, heading straight for Boris. Before his enemy could react, Saiyan was right in his face. A murderous aura poured from Saiyan. Hatred burned in his eyes as he snarled, I waited a long time for this moment, Boris. This time, you won't survive. Absolute terror appeared on Boris's face as Saiyan channeled all of his rage into a single, final technique. The divine power of the black bone. He clenched his jaw as the destructive orb closed in on his face. The sphere descended like an atom bomb upon the ancient dragon and Boris, a void meant to annihilate them. Elsewhere, Gemnim's eyes snapped open. Found it. Meanwhile, Lunak was completely charmed by Gemnim's cute appearance. She couldn't help but ask, Gemnim, do you know where we are? The creature pointed a tiny finger at the map. Here. We're right here. Lunak rested her chin in her hand, realizing it was Exilium, a place that was basically an abandoned slum. She wondered aloud, why would Saiyan ever come to a place like this? Gemnim immediately shot back, how the hell am I supposed to know? It then added, I just sensed the aura of an ancient dragon I once knew, but I need to see it with my own eyes to be sure, which left Lunak completely baffled. Her eyes widened in shock. An ancient dragon. It tried to calm her down. Don't worry. To someone like Saiyan, it's probably just a slightly oversized lizard. Just then, the door burst open. Senior Lunak. The sudden intrusion startled her. She quickly snapped the book shut as Gemnim vanished into thin air. Lunak stammered, what is it? Lamala began her report. My apologies, but members of the Garum Guild just forced their way in. A cloaked figure then cut her off. This is a summons from Lord Jen. You will come with us. Lamela leaned in close to Lunak and whispered, I have a very bad feeling about this. I'll hold them off. Senior Lunak, you need to run now. But Lunak looked back at her with searching eyes. Aren't you sworn to my grandfather? Then why are you helping me? Lamela avoided her gaze. You saved my life once, Senior Lunak. I am simply fulfilling my duty as a knight. A faint smile appeared on Lunak's face. Thank you. Lamela, I'll go. Just get a message to Princess Ain for me. The cloaked man urged them, let's move. Lady Lunak. Lamela's face turned serious. Understood. I'll deliver the message immediately. As Lunak was led away by the cloaked figures, she guessed this was about the ancient ruins. Her expression grew grim. Her grandfather might even move against Saiyan because of this. She resolved to stop him herself before anything terrible could happen. Back with Saiyan, the ancient dragon's skeleton lay half-buried in rubble. Cam asked, is it really dead this time? Saiyan scanned the area. Yeah, it's definitely over. He stared at the massive crater he had created. It was finished. But then, an angry voice shattered the silence, catching Saiyan's attention. This is all your fault, human. A beastman confirmed. He's right. Everything went wrong the moment he appeared. Another beast in a brown cloak accused him. I saw him threatening a woman and child, too. Another shouted, "Get out. Disappear from this place." Hearing their accusations, Cam seethed. Should I just kill them? Saiyan pulled his hood over his head and turned to leave. Just let it go. But she continued to grumble. Are you really going to let them off the hook? Look at their faces. See, and cut her off. Actually, this is good. Saiyan then said loudly, it saves me the trouble of waiting. His words made the beasts grind their teeth in fury as he walked away. At that exact moment, Luniel received some terrible news, and his face contorted with rage. Boris. Assassinated by some nameless punk, he crumpled the report in his hand. Useless fool. Luniel gritted his teeth. I dragged him up from the dregs of society and gave him a title, and he dies before he can even repay his debt. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the door. I heard you were looking for me. The voice startled him. It was Asen. He spoke in a low voice. Why have you summoned me? Luniel rushed toward him, yelling, Boris is dead. Exilium has been completely wiped out. Asen replied with unnerving calm, I know. Luniel's anger flared. Then why didn't you come to me sooner? I had a more urgent matter to attend to, he explained. Luniel's voice was dripping with menace. More urgent than me? The Grand Prince of the Empire? Are you insane? Suddenly, Asen cracked a small smile. I have a theory as to who is behind all this. Luniel frowned. You know who it is? Asen turned to leave. Let's head straight to Levin Academy. I will prepare the carriage. Luniel lost his composure. Who is at Luen? Asen replied coolly. I'll explain on the way. Luniel clenched his fists in frustration. Damn it. A terrifying look crossed his face as he thought, why do I have this feeling that I'm being led around by the nose? Elsewhere, Boris struggled to walk before finally collapsing. A mystical book he carried began to radiate dark magic. He pushed himself up with a smirk. So that bastard was lucky enough to escape. He was losing his humanity bit by bit, but the resurrection of Lord Hycordia had failed. I have brought shame upon my honor. He continued to mutter. If everything had gone according to plan, I would have been healed by Lord Hycordia's power by now. Suddenly, a presence slithered out from the book, whispering softly, It's all right, Boris. The voice continued. In fact, I have a very powerful magic offering right in front of me. Boris was confused. What are you talking about? The monster opened its massive, tooth-filled maw with a triumphant grin. This is our Lord's will, so don't feel too wronged. Boris screamed, Lord Hycordia. On the outskirts of Ruin, a carriage sped along the road. Luniel finally spoke. All right, tell me everything. Asen sat with his arms crossed, looking grave. We are going to request Headmaster Kundal's cooperation in a matter concerning my younger brother, Zan. Luniel listened, then asked, Zan, what does your brother have to do with this? Out with it. That child is the one who murdered Boris. The Grand Prince was stunned into silence by this revelation. Elsewhere, Zan frowned in irritation. He is also the wielder of the demon's sword and a secret assassin for the Mist organization. Luniel was thrown into total confusion. Is that really true? Are you absolutely sure? Asen explained. This is the information Boris died to bring us. The person who has been sabotaging our efforts this entire time was Zan himself. Luniel covered his face, seething with rage. It all makes perfect sense now. He's been toying with us like this with some game, all while hiding nearby. Asen calmly crossed his arms. A warrant has already been issued by the Imperial Palace. The order has undoubtedly reached Duwen Academy. Luniel demanded. A warrant? On what charge? A sinister glint appeared in Asen's eyes, his voice dripping with cunning. For being the mastermind behind the blood banquet and the Exilium incident. His official identity is the leader of a demonic assassination guild. A look of sheer delight spread across Luniel's face. Isn't that more than enough reason to put a bounty on his head? So, you intend to pin all the blame on your own little brother. Asen's expression showed a flicker of disapproval. Though it pains my heart to raise my sword against my own flesh and blood, Zan must be eliminated for the peace and justice of this continent. Asen was certain this was his destiny, the inescapable will of the divine light. Just then, the door creaked open. Lunak approached slowly with a serious expression and asked, You came to Duwen yourself, grandfather? He replied, I never thought you would come here willingly. Lunak retorted, You were the one who summoned me. Jen continued, I'm asking this as your grandfather, not as the chairman of the council. Answer me truthfully. A shadow of worry crossed Lunak's face. He turned to her, his gaze sharp. Were you with Zan at the Nord Delhi ruins? I'm asking if you helped Zan obtain the grimoire. She avoided his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about. Jen's mana flared intensely as he snarled, just as I thought. You're trying to cover for Zan. The pressure he emitted was overwhelming, making the very air in the room heavy. Lunak struggled to withstand it. Isn't this all just your own speculation? No matter how you force me, I will never talk. He thought, this granddaughter of mine dares to defy my mana gravity. You've grown up. Jen's voice boomed with anger. You are the future of the Garum Council. He used his gravity magic to force her down. Do not be swayed by such useless emotions. She fought to speak. I'm tired. Lunac's eyes were filled with resolve. I will not be swayed by you any longer, grandfather. Instantly, she pushed back against his mana, taking Jen by surprise. She neutralized it. Impossible. She stood firm against him. Give up. You will get nothing from me. Jen's expression changed. I have seen your will clearly. You are the one who forced my hand. Lunac grew wary, her mind racing. A magic trap. He had already placed a spell in this room. The magic activated in a flash, binding her arms tightly. He slowly walked toward her. Soon, you won't remember this, nor will you have any regrets. Lunac struggled fiercely and asked, Are you planning to kill me? He held out his arm, offering a choice. I cannot kill the future of the council. Her eyes widened in horror, the symbol of Nisa. He's going to use mind destruction magic on me. I will erase your useless memories, Jen declared. He reached for her head. Resistance is futile. His face was resolute as he said, Return to being my beloved granddaughter. Meanwhile, Asen stood before Zan's room. He surveyed the area. Not a single trace was left behind. Asen guessed that Zan's group had already left. He turned to Duran and asked, Can you track their movements? She put a hand on her hip. Damn it, I can't detect the faintest trail. Someone wiped it completely clean. She gritted her teeth, recalling Zan's mocking smirk. So this is where the man who insulted me was staying. I will definitely repay that humiliation. The heir of the Black Sunday, Asen spoke. I intended to ask him a few things, but it seems that's no longer an option. Duran frowned. Don't underestimate me, you insolent brat. Asen quickly apologized, and they both departed. We have already dispatched the Imperial army, Asen later recounted. Now, we can only wait for news. She replied nonchalantly, I don't trust humans. You can go find him yourself. The scene shifts to Kundel, who had just finished reading a document and placed it on his desk. Kundel grimaced. What a troublesome development. Suddenly, Luniel threw the doors open and stormed in, asking, Have you been well, grandfather? He called out with a smirk, Grandfather. Kundel glanced over. Why has your highness come here? Luniel shot back. Why are you looking at me like that? Are you that displeased? He challenged. Stop pretending. Not only did you cut off support for House Ruin, you've been meeting with the Emperor behind my back, haven't you, grandfather? Kundel's expression was grave. Your highness, no. I only wish for you to stop this bloody struggle for the throne. Hearing this, Luniel grew indignant. You say that so easily, just like the Emperor does. He roared in fury. Violet, Fabian, and even Nijonian. And then there's that brat, Ain. He was beginning to lose his sanity. You think they don't covet the throne? They'll use every dirty trick imaginable to seize it. He shot her a warning glare. Fool, are you already afraid of losing something you don't even possess? Powerless, she turned away. This is the peace your father, the Emperor, poured his soul into building. Do not shatter it. Luniel seethed. Peace. The man who nurtured the greatest evil of our time dares speak of peace? Fury blazed in his eyes. Where is Master Sean's student now? The man's only response was a stony, silent glare. Luniel lost all composure, pointing an accusatory finger. Are you trying to hide that murderer? Suddenly, Ain pushed the door open, freezing as she called out. Brother Luniel, confusion washed over her. She came to find out where Zan was. But why was her brother here? Luniel snarled in frustration. We're not done talking. Get out. Ain stepped between them. Prince Luniel, I believe it's time for you to leave. He gritted his teeth in resentment. What are you talking about? I was here first. The old man replied calmly. Princess Ain had a prior appointment. Luniel's rage finally exploded. I am the first prince, and you dare place the fifth princess above me? Her expression was stern. This was a prearranged meeting. Perhaps you should start acting with the dignity of a first prince. Look what you've done, Luniel helplessly shouted. But a new voice cut through the tension. Zan's room is completely empty. Asen stepped into the room, his words dripping with malice. He is a dangerous individual, a threat to the peace of the Empire. Asen's voice was unnervingly calm. If you know his whereabouts, I must request your cooperation. Ain asked anxiously. What do you mean? Zan is a threat to the Empire's peace. He replied, I regret to be the one to tell you this, Princess Ain. Zan has been exposed as the mastermind behind the blood banquet and the destruction of Exilium. We have multiple witnesses and testimonies confirming this. Asen then turned to Kundel, headmaster. Surely you've received the official notice from the Imperial Palace? The headmaster confirmed, Yes, I have. Ain's world crumbled. No, it can't be. Zan. The man reminded them, a nationwide warrant for his arrest has been issued. You should be careful as well, Princess Ain. Every fiber of her being wanted to believe that Zan would never do such a thing. Meanwhile, a crowd gathered around a notice board. Zan. Isn't that the youngest son of House V? A man offered a dark rumor. I heard that after the blood banquet wasn't enough, he turned all of Exilium into a living hell. Murmurs spread through the masses. If he's the youngest son of House V, isn't he the boy who survived the encounter with the demon dragon? As far as I know, he's a student at the Duel Academy. He should have no reason to show up in our town. Just then, Zan himself appeared and tore the wanted poster off the board. Karum casually remarked, "The portrait is more handsome than the real you." Satisfied, Zan calmly replied, "A little." He found it amusing. Now Asen himself would be coming to find him. The person beside him could only sigh in exasperation. And that's all we have for this video. The segment above was a summary of the story's latest developments. If you have any thoughts, be sure to leave them in the comments section below. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more amazing videos. For now, goodbye, and we'll